Son-in-law madness chapter 1, 10 days ago, my card still had 2 million in it. Now, there's only a balance of 500. Where's my money, Jennifer? Donald Campbell eyed his wife with a frown. They had only been married for 10 days. Jennifer Wilson was a tall woman with a fair complexion and a slim body with nice curves. Needless to say, she was a particularly attractive lady. At that moment, she kept her head lowered and dared not look Donald in the eye. Her parents, her younger brother, and his girlfriend were also present. Donald's wedding night was supposed to be a sweet, intimate moment. Unfortunately, his grandfather, who had taken care of him for many years, had a sudden cerebral infarction. That same night, Donald sent his grandfather to the hospital. After 10 days of treatment and examination, the doctors confirmed that the old man had a brain tumor, and the surgery would cost $600,000. Although $600,000 was a huge amount of money, Donald thought he could still afford it. To his dismay, when he checked his account balance, he realized he had only $500 left. The surgery was about to take place the next day. If he did not pay the medical fees as soon as possible, the surgery would be halted. Donald could not believe that he had only $500 in his bank account. He had worked tirelessly for 4 to 5 years to save up $2 million. Where's the money? Donald stared at Jennifer. She lowered her head and avoided her husband's gaze. My brother has to get married, and he can't do so without a house. Consider the money alone to him. Before Donald could respond, her younger brother, Kevin Wilson, spoke. Hey, what do you mean, Jennifer? Didn't you say the 2 million is for me? I'm going to marry Sky soon, and we can't do so without a house. His girlfriend, Skyla Hoffman, chimed in, yeah, we need a house. As a sister and a brother-in-law of Kevin, both of you should help him. Jennifer's father, Leonard Wilson, rapped his knuckles on the table. That's right. Kevin is Jennifer's only little brother. Therefore, it's reasonable for her to give him the money. You haven't bought the house yet, have you? My grandfather needs $600,000 for his surgery. It's urgent. Donald managed to suppress the rising anger within himself. Suddenly, Jennifer's mother, Linda Stern, snapped, no way. The hotel where Kev and Sky's wedding will take place has been booked. How are they supposed to buy a house and get married if you take the $600,000 away now? Besides, your grandfather is old. Since he is already sick, he'll just have to wait for his death. Donald's expression darkened instantly. That's my money. My hard-earned money. My premarital assets. What's all this talk about your money and my money? You're already married to Jennifer, and we're a family. Why are you so calculative? Linda scowled. She was a woman in her 50s with a gaunt face and high cheekbones. Obviously, she was not an easy woman to deal with, and yet her daughter, Jennifer, was good-looking. Kevin seemed indifferent like a rogue. At any rate, I'm going to use the money to buy a house and a car. I've already had a house in mind, and I'll settle the down payment tomorrow. I've also pre-ordered a car. It's the latest BMW 5 Series. The car is really beautiful. As he spoke, his gaze was filled with enthusiasm. Jennifer, my grandfather needs to go for the surgery tomorrow. If it gets delayed by 1 day, there'll be detrimental effects to his health. I hope you understand. Donald withheld his disappointment and looked at his newlywed wife. Jennifer was a perfectionist and told him that she wanted to save the best moment for their wedding night. Thus, Donald had never touched her yet. She looked troubled. Soon, she said, Donald, please understand my situation, too. Kevin is my only brother. Donald's gaze turned cold at once. When Jennifer met his gaze, she shuddered in fear. That gaze of his was very scary and unfamiliar. She had known him for 4 to 5 years but never once did she see that sort of gaze. After a moment's silence, Donald replied, then, we'll sell the house tomorrow morning. As long as he could save his grandfather, he could get the house back in the future. However, what Jennifer said next nearly sent Donald into a murderous frenzy. She muttered, I mortgaged the house a few days ago. Kevin has a debt of $800,000, so there's no other choice. The house was under Jennifer's name. Donald bought it for her before they got married. Jennifer. Donald balled his fists tightly. He was unable to suppress his rage anymore. In all the years he knew her, Kevin had never worked. He merely relied on Jennifer for his living expenses. Every year, Jennifer earned more than $100,000, and all of her money went to Kevin's account. Bang. Kevin slammed his fist on the table and got up. He pointed at Donald and snarled, you dare to yell at my sister, Donald. Do you want me to call some friends to finish you off? Leonard shouted, Donald, what are you trying to do? Linda cried, you might as well file for a divorce. Donald approached Kevin and stared at him coldly. Give me the 2 million. A chill ran down Kevin's spine when he saw the expression on Donald's face. I don't have any money. All I can give you is my life. Tears began to well up in Jennifer's eyes. She hurried over and stood in front of Donald. Darling, Kevin is my only brother. If I don't help him, who will? Donald wheeled around immediately. What about my grandfather? He's still lying in the hospital, and his life is at stake. Are you going to let him die just like that? Jennifer remained silent while tears rolled down her cheeks. Are you sure you aren't going to hand over the money? Donald continued, looking at her. She shook her head, then nodded. Ha ha. Donald let out a hollow laugh. All of a sudden, the doorbell rang. When Donald opened the door, a dapper, young man in a white suit came into view. That suit looked very expensive, and he even had a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. Who are you looking for? Donald asked with a frown. The handsome, young man ignored him and directed his attention to Jennifer. Jenny, I'm back. Jennifer trembled, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Harrison, you're... Harrison Queen entered the house. Previously, I left without saying goodbye because I had to go to Lost Aria for my studies. I just returned to Polarton today, so I came to see you. Right, I'm about to take over Polarton Pharma. Sorry, I'm married, Jennifer said. Harrison replied, I know, but I don't mind. You didn't say yes last time. Therefore, will you give me another chance? Leonard, Linda, Kevin, and Skyla watched closely with interest. Polarton Pharma was a huge corporation in Polarton. Harrison must be the son of the current owner of Polarton Pharma, so he had to be filthy rich. I'm sorry. Jennifer shook her head. Get out. Donald stared at Harrison. What the hell? You're trying to steal my wife in front of me. Finally, Harrison turned around and stared back intently at Donald. I won't give up on Jennifer. Out. Donald yelled at once. Harrison shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled. If you need anything, Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, just give me a call. With that, he strode out of the house. Meanwhile, Leonard and Linda observed Harrison's departure pensively. When Donald noticed the expressions on the faces of Leonard, Linda, Kevin, and Skyla, the disappointment and hostility within him grew. He was an ordinary man in comparison to Harrison. Had Leonard and Linda known about the rich, young man, they would not have allowed Jennifer to marry Donald in the first place. However, Jennifer was hell-bent on marrying Donald, so there was nothing her parents could do about it. Besides, it was Jennifer's grandfather who had the final say over this matter before his death. Her grandfather had said that Donald was a good man, and the latter would bring prosperity to the Wilson family. Regardless of the old man's opinions, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 2, Look at you, Jennifer, Donald sneered. Jennifer grabbed his hand and begged in a trembling voice, Donald, please believe me. Jennifer, both of you should get a divorce. That Harrison Queen is extremely wealthy. He definitely has 100 million worth of personal assets, so if you marry him, I won't be so tired too, Kevin suddenly chimed in. Donald looked at him in disbelief. How are you even tired? You play around and gamble every day. You also borrow money to rent cars to show off to girls and hook up with them. On top of that, you don't even go to work. For the past 4 to 5 years, the money Jennifer had given you was more than 500,000. She has given you almost all her pay. Jennifer's parents also spoke up. Good idea. Donald's face darkened as he fumed internally. How can they convince my wife to marry another man in front of me? Give me 2 million, or I'll break your legs, Donald ordered coldly. Immediately, Kevin grabbed the wine bottle and hurled it at him, but Donald caught it and threw it back at Kevin. The bottle smashed against Kevin's forehead, and blood gushed out from the wound. Donald, why did you hit him? Jennifer yelled furiously with red-rimmed eyes, looking like an angry lion. Get out. How dare you do this in my house, howled Leonard. Linda also screeched, divorce him. Jennifer, you must divorce him. Harrison is 100 times better than him. How dare you hit my son? You must have a death wish. After she said that, she lunged at Donald and landed a hard slap on his face. Smack. As Donald did not duck, a bright red palm print immediately appeared on his face, and his expression turned thunderous. After all, he had not been hit by anyone in years. However, Linda was still his mother-in-law. Go away, Donald. Go away. Jennifer cried. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Say goodbye to your money. I'm never returning the 2 million to you, screamed Kevin. Standing with her arms akimbo, Linda shrieked, Scram, you ingrate. Donald glared at all of them before he slowly left and closed the door behind him. After walking out of the neighborhood, he raised his gaze to stare at the moon in the sky and clenched his fists tightly. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the house of his good friend, Rafe Miller. Rafe, my grandpa is still hospitalized. Can you lend me 300,000? Donald asked as he smoked a cigarette. Immediately, Rafe handed him a card. There are around 80 to 90,000 inside. This is all the money I secretly saved. Sorry, Donald, but I don't have any more money, uttered Rafe as he looked at Donald apologetically. What are you doing, Rafe? Do you have a death wish? Before Donald could take the card, a plump and sturdy woman squeezed in and snatched the card away. It was Rafe's wife, Face God. Get out of my house, she yelled furiously as the flesh on her face jiggled. Meanwhile, Rafe was too afraid to utter a word. Donald patted Rafe on the shoulder and apologized, sorry for troubling you. After leaving Rafe's house, Donald called his uncle. Hello, Uncle Felix. Grandpa is sick, so I need 600,000 to pay for his surgery. However, it was his aunt who picked up the phone. She immediately yelled, we don't have money. I'm not going to give a single cent to that old man. Just tell him to die already. Right after that, she hung up the phone. With a bang, Donald crushed his phone with his hands, and fire sparks danced in his hands. Uncle Felix took Grandpa's 2 houses, and those houses are worth more than 5 million. Yet, they refused to pay for Grandpa's hospital bills? That's not how one should treat one's father. In the distance, Donald noticed the glaring headlights of a car, followed by the sounds of the engine roaring. A Ferrari 458 soon stopped before him, and Harrison came into sight after the window rolled down. You look like a dog right now. I guess it's a sin to be poor. You need 600,000. Am I right? I can give you the money, Harrison remarked with a smirk. Donald only glared at him menacingly as a glint of fury flashed across his eyes. Sitting in the passenger seat was Kevin with his head wrapped in bandages. Evidently, he had just gone to the hospital. I've just left, and the next moment, Kevin is together with Harrison. It's obvious that Harrison wants Jennifer. You're not going to say anything? I only have one aim, and that is for you to divorce Jennifer. I'll give you 600,000 as long as you divorce her, Harrison sneered. Kevin gave Donald the side eye. Donald, stop resisting. I know that nothing you and Jennifer haven't done the deed yet. You're no match for Harrison, so you and my sister are definitely going to get a divorce. Besides, Jennifer always listens to me. Donald walked over to the car, ready to teach them a lesson, but before he could do so, Harrison chuckled and floored the accelerator. With that, the car sped off, and Kevin's voice traveled over the distance into Donald's ears. You really look like a dog. As Donald stared at the Ferrari, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. I've kept a low profile for the past 4 to 5 years, but now, people are bullying me. I just want to lead a simple and peaceful life. Since it's impossible, it's time for me to make a comeback. With that thought in mind, Donald quickly went home and took out his laptop. After hesitating for a while, he opened an application and typed in his username and password. My supreme God, if you activate Polaris system, you will again have all the wealth under your disposal, but you will also have to bear the corresponding level of responsibility. Your life will no longer be peaceful. Do you want to proceed to activate it? A robotic voice sounded. Donald clicked yes with his mouse. Welcome back, my supreme God. You have activated the first level. Do you want to activate the second level? After pondering for a moment, Donald clicked no and only activated the first level. If he activated all the 9 levels of Polaris system, his everyday life would be completely disrupted. Moreover, he was already exhausted from everything that was going on in his life at the moment. Following the activation of the first level of Polaris system, a red dot on Donald's laptop blinked incessantly. It was currently sending numerous messages to a small group of people all over the world. Supreme God has reactivated the system. On the other side of the world, a beautiful woman jumped on her bed excitedly. As she jumped merrily, her bathrobe slipped off her shoulders, revealing her perfect figure. It has been 5 years. He's finally back. Meanwhile, on a battleship in the middle of the ocean, a soldier knelt down, facing the east. Lord Campbell is back. We have goals in our life now. We are no longer lost. A handsome man gulped down a glass of alcohol in a bar with fervor in his eyes. After activating the system, Donald quietly sat on his couch in the dark. His aura seemed to transform in a second. Originally, he was an ordinary and reserved man who worked hard to make a living. However, he had an imposing son-in-law. Madness Chapter 3. Half an hour later, Donald's doorbell rang. Soon, an immaculately dressed elderly man walked into the house with a cane in his hand. He wore a tuxedo, and his hair was neatly combed. Upon seeing Donald, the man got down on one knee and declared, Lord Campbell, I'm your loyal butler, Charlie Langford. From now on, I will be taking care of your daily needs while you are in Polarton. He was very agitated, as it was the first time he met Donald in person. "You are the richest man in Polerton, Charles Langford?" inquired Donald as he lowered his head to look at the elderly man. Charles's nickname was Charlie, but not many people knew about it. "Yes, Lord Campbell. From now on, you will be in charge of all my wealth and power," Charles replied respectfully. If Polerton's upper class saw this scene, they would be utterly dumbstruck. After all, being the richest man in Polerton, Charles owned half of Polerton's wealth. Yet, he treated a young man with such respectfulness. "Who's your superior?" Donald asked. "It's Mr. Tristan Lane. He has been in West Eppie for over a year now." "Tristan Lane. I see, so it's that brat." As that thought crossed his mind, Donald replied, "Got it? Give me 600,000 now." Charles was startled. Does Lord Campbell only need 600,000? However, he only paused for a moment before handing Donald a black card. "Lord Campbell, there is 50 billion in this card." He then handed Donald a gold card. "There is 100 billion in this one." Donald casually took one of the cards and asked, "Which doctor in Polerton is more skilled in craniotomy?" Without any hesitation, Charles replied, "Of course, it will have to be Dr. Hannah Nixon from Nouveau Hospital. She's a genius doctor. Though she's only 28 years old, she's highly skilled in craniotomy, coronary artery bypass, and organ transplant surgeries. I heard that Nouveau Hospital is not open to the public, and they only treat the rich and powerful. The hospital fees are also exorbitant. The consultation fee will be at least 5 million. Additionally, Hannah Nixon is a proud woman. She has never appeared in another hospital in Polerton. Tell her to come to Polerton General Hospital tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning and prepare for my grandpa's surgery. This is his whole body checkup report. Give this to her and tell her to prepare everything well tonight," Donald ordered. "If Grandpa is not in the ICU and thus cannot be moved, I will have already transferred him to Nouveau Hospital." Charles bowed and replied, "Yes, Mr. Campbell." After Charles left, Donald sighed. "I guess my mission will be coming soon now that I have activated the first level of Polaris system." At 8 o'clock in the morning on the following day, Donald arrived at Polerton General Hospital and went to the ICU on the 9th floor. He immediately noticed Jennifer standing beside the window with a bulging men's backpack beside her feet. She wore a fitted, long black dress that showed off her elegant neck and slim waist. It could be seen that she had put on a layer of light, delicate makeup. Coupled with her fair skin, she looked gentle and sweet. When she saw Donald, her eyes lit up, and she strode toward him. "Darling, here's 600,000. Donald glanced at the black bag and the light makeup on her face. "She rarely puts on makeup, and we don't own this bag. It's clear that she went to meet someone this morning and borrowed 600,000. You met Harrison?" Donald asked. Jennifer's heart skipped a beat when she saw his emotionless face, but she still nodded and replied, "Yes, I borrowed 600,000. I know Grandpa's surgery is an emergency, so you put on makeup before going to see him?" Donald interrupted with a sarcastic smile on his face. She froze for a moment before explaining, "I was afraid he won't lend me the money, so you showed off your charm. You spent a long time putting on this makeup. Am I right? Previously, you rarely put on makeup, and even if you do, you never spend more than 10 minutes. Donald walked toward her and stared at her flawless face. She looked as if she had walked out of a painting. "Darling, Grandpa's surgery is crucial." Jennifer had an unnatural look on her face. "Did he promise you that you don't need to return the money? Instead, did he invite you to go to the movies, eat dinner, and shop tonight? And you accepted his offer?" Donald questioned calmly. She fell silent because he hit the bullseye. In a flash, he grabbed the bag and threw it out of the window. "I don't need this." The bills flew out from the bag and was scattered everywhere. Jennifer was stunned, but she soon shrieked, "Donald, are you crazy? That's 600,000. We need it to save Grandpa." Staring into her eyes, he declared, "Remember, I don't need a smart or capable wife. I only have one condition. She can't be a loose woman." "Can't be a loose woman? He's calling me that?" Immediately, tears rolled down her cheeks, and she crouched down helplessly. "How am I a loose woman? We have known each other for so many years. How am I a loose woman?" He then turned to leave, and he did not even spare a glance at the bills fluttering in the wind. However, some people were overjoyed to pick up the money. "Get ready to start surgery at 9 o'clock in the morning for the patient on bed 18, Donald ordered a nurse, who was at the nurse's station. Although the surgeon had changed, Donald still wanted Hagrin Lyon, the original surgeon, to assist so that the chances of success could be higher. The head nurse, Selina Tiffson, walked over. "Please pay all the fees." "I paid it already," Donald said, handing her a receipt. She paused for a moment before informing Donald apologetically, I'm sorry, but the attending physician, Dr. Lyon, is sick. He suddenly fainted just now. I'm afraid today's surgery. Donald narrowed his eyes. Did he faint out of the blue? I don't believe this. Someone must have purposely done something to stop Dr. Lyon from coming. If Grandpa dies, I will vent my anger on Jennifer first. Thus, it's obvious who's behind this scheme. Continue with the preparations. The surgery will start on time, Donald commanded with a knowing glint in his eye. First, this head nurse told me to pay all the medical fees, and when she realized I had paid everything, she told me the attending physician was sick. How interesting. But we don't have a surgeon who could be the lead surgeon now. Instantly, Donald's gaze turned cold as his face became emotionless. If Selina spoke another word, he would not hesitate to lash out and throttle her. Okay. I'll inform my superior about this and arrange for another surgeon to come, Selina replied in a trembling voice before dashing off. When it was 20 minutes to 9 o'clock in the morning, a pot-bellied doctor finally came. Hi, I am Dr. Kendall. Because Dr. Lyon is sick, I will be taking over the surgery. However, I need to inform you that I specialize in cardiothoracic surgeries. I don't specialize in neurology and oncology. Thus, if something goes wrong during the surgery, you can't ask us to bear the responsibility. If you agree, please sign here. Donald took the form and shredded it to pieces. You can go now. Someone else will be doing the surgery. No other doctor in Polarton except for Dr. Lyon is confident in doing the surgery, Liam Kendall sneered. Before Donald could reply, someone suddenly yelled, "Oh, my gosh. Is that Dr. Nixon? Doesn't she work at Nouveau Hospital?" Immediately, there was a commotion. Jennifer's attention was also drawn away. A young woman with a height of 1.75 meters strode over. She was dressed in a figure-hugging dress that showed off her long, fair legs and curvaceous figure. Her hair was casually draped on her shoulders, and she had a pair of bright eyes. However, she had a cold expression on her face, displaying an unapproachable demeanor. Looks of excitement appeared on many of the nurses' faces, as Hannah was famous in the medical field. She had published 50 papers in international journals and was a professor at Pliston University. She had even performed major surgery on a member of Spania's royal family. Everyone wondered why she would be at the general hospital that day. I will be doing the surgery. Bring me to the changing room, she declared coolly, ignoring everyone's gazes. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 4, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Never had they expected that Hannah would break her own rules and volunteer to perform surgery for that elderly person. Is Donald some sort of big shot? During the whole time, she had never once laid her eyes on Donald. With one command, the nurses made the necessary preparations for the surgery obediently according to her instructions. Clearly, she held a prestigious place in their hearts. Hannah was truly amazing. As the nurses bustled about, they began pushing Donald's grandfather into the operating room. The green light in the operating room lit up. In that instant, Donald lost his usual calmness and could not stop his heart from throbbing wildly. Jennifer pondered for a minute and decided to wait side by side with her husband. Before she could say a word, her phone rang. She snuck glances between her phone and her husband, feeling a tad guilty. Wearing a nonchalant countenance, Donald prompted, "Go ahead and answer it." Jennifer hesitated for a long while before finally picking up the call. Harrison's voice sounded from the phone. "I've just got the news, Jenny. The diva is holding her limited concert here in Polarton tonight. There'll be a lot of famous people joining, and I got 2 VIP tickets. So, are you free tonight? I know you're her fan." Jennifer wanted to reject his offer, but then she remembered the 600,000 that had been dumped by Donald. She procrastinated for a bit and agreed, "Okay, I'll go." The diva was none other than Winter Lowe. Having more than billions of fans, she was an international superstar, possessing an angelic singing voice. It had been more than 10 years since her debut, and yet she had never been embroiled in any scandal or rumor. "Give me some time, darling. I'll sever my ties with him," Jennifer gently explained to her husband. "I'll return him that 600,000, so you don't have to go," Donald uttered as he knitted his brows. Hearing his words, she was taken aback before heaving a sigh. For the first time ever, she was somewhat disappointed in her husband. She had always known about her husband's financial situation. As a business owner, he had a start-up renovation company, which could only earn about 300 to 400,000 every year. Since his grandfather was caught in a health problem, surely, his business had to come to a complete halt. Considering the customers he had lost, he would not be able to have a comeback anymore. Jennifer anticipated that her husband would be a vagrant in the coming days. Hence, it would be tough for him to cough up 600,000. "You know Hannah?" Jennifer piped up. "No. Don't have the right to know her," Donald answered. She then realized that Hannah was indeed from the upper class, so her husband could not have known Hannah personally. Little did Jennifer know that her husband had meant that Hannah was the one unfit to know him instead. Time was ticking away. Just then, the operating room's door opened. Revealing only a pair of eyes, Hannah walked out of the room in her medical protective clothing coupled with a face mask. She exclaimed, "His condition's not looking good. Not only does he have a brain tumor, but he also has kidney failure. We need to get him a kidney donor now. We have only 2 hours, at most." She shut the door right after she said those words. Instantly, Donald felt a thunderous explosion in his head. Prior to that, he had already gotten his grandfather's health examination report, which showed that his kidneys were in tip-top condition, and he had only a brain tumor. With only 2 hours, he figured he could never find a suitable kidney for his grandfather. His expression darkened as he walked away and dialed Charles's number on the phone. "Charlie. Get me a suitable kidney donor within an hour." Surprised, Charles responded, "What? Isn't that already done last night? When I sent your grandfather's medical history over, Hannah had deduced that both his kidneys are failing, so we made preparations to transfer the kidneys overnight. They should be there by 9:30 later." It was Donald's turn to be astonished. He gritted teeth in anger as he shouted, "This Hannah." Hanging up the phone, he glared at Liam, who was playing on his phone at the nurse's station, and sneered, "Good job, you guys." The chubby doctor shuddered and blurted out, "Maybe the equipment went haywire." Meanwhile, Harrison received the news while he was lying leisurely in his Ferrari just outside the hospital. He burst into laughter and scoffed, "Incredible. Nothing could go wrong now. Donald may have solved all my puzzles, but now, even the heavens are on my side. I can't believe the old man has got kidney failure." Sitting in the passenger seat, Kevin was enviously touching the interior of the car. He remarked, "Harrison, my brother-in-law. You've nothing to worry about because I'll definitely tear them apart. Once the old man is gone, Donald would vent his anger on my sister. By then, I'd just fan the flames, and they'd go separate ways in no time." "Once you succeed, I'll give this car to you," Harrison responded. "Awesome." Overwhelmed, Kevin was on the verge of tears after hearing that. "A Ferrari? I'll never afford it my whole life." Out of the blue, a Mercedes G-Class with a military registration plate pulled over near the hospital. "Huh? Why's the car with a military license plate here?" Harrison questioned as he gawked at that car. Soon, that car's door opened, and a tall and muscular figure got off the car with an iron box in his grip. That person then quickly marched into the hospital. "My goodness. That's Major General Ryan Nixon." Excitement filled Harrison's eyes instantly. Ryan was the Major General stationed in Pollerton. He was Hannah's elder brother at the age of 30. A stomp of his foot would send shivers down the spines of the people in Pollerton. "Let's go see what he's up to." In a flash, both Harrison and Kevin got out of the car and trailed Ryan's footsteps. Standing outside the operating room, as Jennifer saw a man in an army uniform approaching them, her face fell. She remembered seeing that man before in the news and on social media. He was the youngest Major General of Pollerton. As Ryan stood at the door of the operating room, he cast a quick glance at Donald from the corner of his eyes. The moment his gaze landed on Donald, Ryan immediately hung his head low, his hands trembling in awe. "It's been 5 years. I finally get to meet this legendary man. Never have I expected that he would be here in Pollerton." However, after recalling Charles's advice, Ryan dared not to greet Donald. Before he came to the hospital, Charles had reminded Ryan not to strike up any conversation with Lord Campbell unless he himself requested. The operating room's door opened again. Hannah grabbed the iron box from Ryan's hand and turned her head toward Donald. "This is what we call suitable kidney." After some time, the operating room sign lit up. The nurses pushed Donald's grandfather out of the room and made a beeline for the ICU. Hannah soon exited the operating room and removed her face mask before informing, "The surgery was a success, but the patient still needs to stay in the hospital for observation." "Thank you," Donald uttered. Jennifer was stunned for a while. "What's happening before my eyes? Where did the kidneys come from? Why would Hannah help my husband?" Hannah stated, "Each kidney costs 800,000, so that's 1,600,000 for two. As for my consultation fee, it's 5 million. That means the total is 6,600,000. Remember that you owe me 6,600,000. With that, she left. Right then, Harrison went up to her with a smile and greeted her, "Hey, Ms. Nixon. It's nice to see you again. Who are you?" Hannah side-eyed him. Harrison's breath caught in his throat the moment he heard her response. "How rude. I also come from a family with medical knowledge, and I've even interacted with her before. My name is Harrison Queen. My father is Garrett Queen, my grandfather is Lewis Queen," and before Harrison could continue blabbering, Hannah cut him off. "Stop. I don't know you, and I don't want to know you. Get lost. Hannah's demeanor was cold and indifferent. Harrison suddenly felt so embarrassed. Nevertheless, he pondered for a moment and said, I heard that you only prefer to work in Nouveau Hospital and never wanted to step out. So, what brings you to help Donald with this surgery? Do you know each other? No. Who am I to know him? Hannah replied. Hearing her reply, Harrison beamed happily as he thought what she had said made sense. Hannah went on, and why wouldn't I carry out this surgery? The entire procedure costs 6,600,000. Who would say no to that? If your family ever needs surgery like this, I'll be the first to help you out. This woman is obviously cursing me. Harrison could only smile wryly. Donald is very poor. He can't even fork out 600,000 even for the surgery fee alone. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 5, as Hannah walked away, she said, don't worry. I'll either give him a call or visit him every night to urge him to pay up. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing that. That's too good to be true. After all, Hannah was a brilliant doctor. Besides, she was pretty and came from a privileged background. If Hannah would really give him a call or visit him every night, they might even develop feelings for each other. Besides, Donald was a handsome guy. With his deep, wistful eyes, he seemed to be a person who had been through many tough experiences. Major General Nixon, Harrison politely greeted. However, Ryan refused to look at him. Get lost, and stop blabbering. Immediately, Harrison's expression darkened as he felt humiliated by Ryan. A moment later, Hannah had changed into typical attire and walked up to Donald. Give me your phone. Why should I give you my phone? Donald asked. I said I want your phone number. Hannah snapped and gritted her teeth slightly. Realization dawned on him as he quickly gave his phone number to her. Remember that you owe me 6,600,000. The woman then walked away with her head high, refusing to look at Jennifer for the entire time. Jennifer had a bad premonition about it. Will something happen between Hannah and my husband? When that thought appeared in her mind, her heart sank. With their current financial situation, there was no way they could pay up 6,600,000 even if they worked for the rest of their lives. Besides, Hannah seemed weirdly close to Donald. Do you know Hannah? Jennifer asked again, a trace of coldness flashing across her face. Donald replied, I told you I don't know her. You're getting impatient, she mumbled as the bad feeling in her heart intensified. It was not her fault, for Hannah was the type of person who could attract attention wherever she went. Although Jennifer's looks were on par with her, she could not compete with the latter's confidence. Don't get too close with Harrison. You hear me? Donald furrowed his eyebrows. I'll pay the 600,000 back to him, so you shouldn't do something like that. How are you going to do that? It's 600,000 we're talking about. Jennifer was on the verge of losing her temper. Combined with the 600,000 they owed Harrison, they were currently in debt of 7,200,000. Just thinking of that huge sum of money caused her chest to tighten in anxiousness. Donald stared deep into her eyes, but before he could defend himself, he received a phone call from his employee. Donald, it's been more than 10 days since the company failed to have any business. Everyone is going to resign soon. Hank is bringing everyone to job hop to Stardust Corporation. The salary they offer is 30% more than what you can offer. Donald furrowed his eyebrows. Although he did not care much about a company that had annual revenue of 300,000, the company was founded by his grandfather. Thus, he did not wish for it to go bankrupt in his hands. Thinking of that, he turned to Jennifer and said, I'm going back to the office. She did not say anything, but her eyes were clouded with tears when she gazed at his leaving figure. Ever since she gave Donald's savings to Kevin, her relationship with Donald had drifted apart. Besides, Donald throwing 600 grand away had further caused a rift in their relationship. In her opinion, Donald was suffering a setback in his life. The way he chucked those bills out of the window was the evidence of it. Thus, that made her very upset. It's known that a poor couple equals a miserable marriage. You and Donald have no future together. I've seen too many cases like Donald. He will soon break down from the burden of debts, not to mention his grandfather's hefty medical fees. A single pill already costs 500, and more miscellaneous fees will come. There's no way he can afford it. Harrison looked at Jennifer with his burning eyes. Jennifer wiped the tears off the corner of her eyes. I'm going to visit Grandpa. Harrison knew he could not rush things, so he decided to leave. Donald's renovation company was called Stellar Corporation. It had 8 employees, with Hank Yelverton having the most experience out of all of them. Thus, he also had the highest salary of $20,000 per month. As for the other employees' wages, it was also higher than people in the same trade. Stellar Corporation was currently situated in a small office in Primordial Tower. Even though the size of the office was only 100 square meters, Its rental was around 100,000 annually. On the way there, Donald phoned Charles. "Charlie, please help me to acquire a renovation company in Primordial Tower for me." Charles answered, "All right, but actually, the entire Primordial Tower is yours." After hanging up the call, Donald entered the office. 8 employees were waiting for him there with pity written all over their faces, especially Hank, who anticipated watching a good show. Hank was the department manager and the core employee of the company. Thus, his resignation would mean the company would lose 90% of its customers and orders. "Donald, this is my resignation letter." Hank took the lead to hand in the letter to Donald. Donald immediately signed it without even looking at the content. Who else wants to hand in their resignation letter? Upon hearing that, the rest of them passed their resignation letters to Donald except for a 25-year-old young man. Without any expression on his face, Donald signed all of them. Suddenly, Hank spoke. "Congratulations on your bankruptcy. Stellar Corporation will close down soon." At that, Donald finally lifted his head and looked at him. "You've been working under my grandpa for more than 10 years and under me for about 5 years. Tell me, did we ever mistreat you? When your mother fell sick back then, I even forked out more than 100,000 to treat her. However, you've never paid me back." Hank narrowed his eyes and responded, "I didn't ask you to do that. You gave it to me willingly. Legally speaking, one cannot get back the funds gifted to another. Thus, I don't owe you money." Donald had a mocking expression on his face as he pointed next door. "How much did they offer you?" "A basic salary of 2,000. However, I can get a 10% commission for all sales," Hank replied. "They're way more generous than you." Donald still remained indifferent. Then, he turned to look at the only person who did not hand in his resignation letter. "Dan, how about you?" After pondering for a moment, Daniel Wallace replied, "I won't leave unless you fire me." "How stupid." Hank shot a revolted look at Daniel before standing up. "Let's go and report for work at Stardust Corporation." Donald stood up slowly. "Dan, good job. You can continue to stay here. I'll promote you to department manager with a monthly salary of 30,000. On top of that, I'll give you another 30% of the shares of this company." After Donald said that, Hank and the others burst into laughter. "It's difficult for you even to have 500 in your pocket, so stop pretending. Besides, what use does 30% of shares have? Stellar Corporation will not have a single sale after we leave, so who are you trying to fool by giving a monthly salary of 30,000? Hank chuckled coldly. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 6, Donald remained silent and only stared at Hank coldly. A few seconds later, Hank walked out of the door while leading the others. Simultaneously, he gave Donald the middle finger and spat on the ground. "Stellar Corporation? Yuck." Meanwhile, the general manager of Stardust Corporation, who was a chubby individual named Keith Jacquin, had already been waiting outside of the office. "Welcome, Mr. Yelverton." Keith reached out his hand and greeted Hank. Feeling respected, Hank shook his hand obsequiously. "It's an honor to meet you in person, Mr. Jacquin. I've always wanted to join your side. That rascal Donald is nothing but useless trash." As Donald walked out of the office, the contempt on his face intensified when he saw Keith and Hank chatting with one another. "Come on out." Keith waved his hand. As soon as he did that, quite a few people appeared in the office and began to line up in the corridor. Taken aback by what he saw, Hank asked, "What's going on?" Keith explained, "Someone has acquired Stardust Corporation. No doubt that the boss is exceedingly capable. I heard that he's related to Mr. Yates." Upon hearing that, Hank took a deep breath in shock. Acquiring the company must have required 10 million, no. Besides, that person is related to Mr. Yates. What is the meaning of this? Primordial Tower belongs to Mr. Yates, and he's also the one who provides all of Stardust Corporation's businesses. In other words, Zane Yates is the most preeminent boss. With that thought in mind, Hank trembled in excitement. He believed he was about to be rich and thought he should have joined Stardust Corporation earlier. "Huh? What are you doing here?" Hank suddenly noticed Donald standing at the side and shouted, "Get lost." Keith chimed in, "Mr. Campbell." "Oh, shoot. I should address you as Donnie instead since Stellar Corporation is going bankrupt soon. Anyway, I advise you to leave immediately as our new boss is about to arrive for inspection. If you don't leave now and disturb our boss, it will be too late for you to escape the consequence." "I don't believe that," Donald responded calmly. Keith was outraged by Donald's response. He uttered in an icy tone, "You've been an eyesore to me since the beginning, Donald. You'd better get lost. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Keith had the utmost hatred toward individuals like Donald, who would constantly remain unfazed and act unwaveringly in front of anyone. He thought such people had no right to behave in such a manner. I can understand his demeanor if he is rich. However, he's only a boss of an insignificant company. Besides, his company is on the precipice of bankruptcy. What right does he have to be so calm? You'll regret it if I leave, Donald replied indifferently. When Keith heard those words, he burst out laughing. What a freaking joke. Right after saying those words, his expression froze as he saw a man in his 40s striding over. It was Zane Yates. He was Primordial Tower CEO and the loyal lackey of Charles, the wealthiest man in Polarton. Moreover, his net worth was $1 billion, and the entire Primordial Tower belonged to his family. Zane had a well-built figure. One could tell that he was skilled in combat arts, judging by his physique. You're here, Mr. Yates. Keith lowered his head in respect swiftly when Zane arrived at where the former stood. Looking at Keith, Zane instructed, prepare to welcome our new boss. The second he heard that instruction, Keith waved his hand to signal the people to stand in 2 lines. When he noticed that Donald was still standing at the previous spot, Keith flew into a rage and yelled, "Do you have a death wish, Donald?" Once he uttered those words, he was ready to go forward to Donald a kick. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Keith stood still in a daze abruptly as though a bolt of lightning had struck him. That was because Zane was making his obeisance to Donald. Hello, Mr. Campbell. I am Zane Yates. Looking forward to working with you in the future. Zane's countenance was full of reverence and enthusiasm when he spoke. Since he had followed Charles for over a decade, the things Zane knew about were more than others. He was aware that Charles was inferior to Tristan, and he also knew that a mysterious person was superior to the latter. Even though they had never met before, Zane was vaguely conscious of the terrifying power of the mysterious person. According to some claims, that person had an exceptionally wealthy corporation abroad. After the greeting, Zane turned to Keith and the others and announced, "Mr. Campbell is your new boss." Everyone widened their eyes in bewilderment, their heart racing wildly. That reaction was especially true of Hank and Keith as they were in utter disbelief. Shortly afterward, Hank said, "You must have mistaken, Mr. Yates. How can this good-for-nothing be the new boss? He's nothing but a person in charge of that trashy company, Stellar Corporation. That company is about to go bankrupt. Besides, the company's capital flow is suspended, and the amount left on its balance sheet is only 100. Keith joined the conversation. "Exactly, Mr. Yates. I've known Donald for around 5 years. I'm familiar with his back." Without notice, Zane slapped Keith in the face before the latter could finish his words. "Who gave you the right to evaluate Mr. Campbell?" Following that sentence, Zane glared at the general manager and pointed at him before continuing, "You must be tired of living. Mr. Campbell is the new boss, you imbecile." He gave Keith a hard smack on his face again after yelling those words as though he had not vented all his anger. Consequently, Keith stood rooted to the spot, his blood running cold. He fully recognized that Zane's means were no laughing matter. "I apologize for the tomfoolery that just happened, Mr. Campbell." Zane paid obeisance to Donald again as an apology. Everything that had occurred made everyone baffled, especially Hank. He was in utter disbelief and also had a bad premonition. Predictably, Keith and Hank's hearts sank. They felt as if they were chilled to the bone. "You're fired." Donald pointed at Keith, Hank, and others who jumped ship while repeating those devastating words. He then continued, "Daniel will be the legal representative of Stellar Corporation and Stardust Corporation." Upon hearing that announcement, Daniel felt a jolt shoot through his body, his face turning red at that instant. He waved his hand continuously while responding, "I'm not qualified, Mr. Campbell. I may fail to draw any businesses since I'm terrible at socializing." Zane chuckled and uttered, "With Mr. Campbell's backing, such an issue is not a problem." With that, he glanced at Donald cautiously before glancing back at Daniel as he continued, "I will invest 10 million in Stellar Corporation and Stardust Corporation unconditionally in the early stages. Also, you will be in charge of the renovation business of the 3,000 houses in Sapphire Residences from tomorrow onward." As soon as those words came out, the crowd fell into pin-drop silence. Zane investing 10 million without conditions means that Daniel's net worth has risen to 3 million at this very moment. My goodness. What in the world is happening? In the meantime, Keith and Hank widened their eyes in stupefaction. If someone else uttered those earlier words, Hank and the others would think they were only a joke. However, the person who spoke was Zane, the faithful lackey of the wealthiest individual in Polarton, who was Charles. Everyone at the scene stared at Daniel with envy and jealousy. The profit of renovating a house in Sapphire Residences is around 30,000. Since there are 3,000 houses, the total revenue is almost 100 million. No one had the nerve to doubt Zane's words since he was the one who developed Sapphire Residences. Hence, Zane had every right to determine the person in charge of the renovation project. "If you have no more questions, please sign the contract." Zane waved his hand. Immediately after that indicative gesture, a secretary appeared and handed Daniel the contract and a 10 million check. At that moment, Hank's expression was a mixture of regret, resentment, and disbelief. A few minutes was all it took for Daniel's net worth to reach over 30 million. Such an amount of money was a fortune that was unobtainable for Hank. All of that money should have been mine. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 7. Meanwhile, Keith's face turned as pale as a sheet. If he had not offended Donald, with his shares and status in Stardust Corporation, he would have had a net worth of more than 10 million. Now that he was being kicked out of the company, he felt dejected and finally realized that Donald had always had control over his life and death. I must be out of my mind to poach his employees and offend him. Why did I look down on him? If it was someone else who said that, he would have thought that the person was joking. However, the man who said that was Zane, the subordinate of the richest man in Polarton. Get lost, uttered Zane flatly. Keith immediately got down on his knees and begged for forgiveness. Mr. Campbell, it's my fault for not knowing any better. I was wrong and shouldn't have angered you. Please forgive me and give me another chance. Seeing that, Hank instantly kneeled as well and cried, Mr. Campbell, I must have gone insane. Please consider giving me another chance. I've worked for old Mr. Campbell for over 10 years and also contributed a lot after you took over the company 5 years ago. You should at least give me some credit for all the effort I have put in. I'll become your most faithful servant and do whatever you want me to do. Be my servant? You're not good enough. Donald cast a downward glance toward Hank and Keith. Furious, Zane kicked Hank and asked, do you think you are capable of being Mr. Campbell's servant? Only I can become his servant. His wish is my command. Who do you think you are? Once he finished speaking, everyone gasped in disbelief and had the same thought on their mind. You're Zane Yates. Not only are you the subordinate of the richest man in Polarton, but you're also the owner of Primordial Tower. How can you say that you're willing to become Donald's servant in such a high-sounding manner? Where's your pride and dignity? They became even more frightened and wondered what Donald's true identity was. Casting a brief look at the crowd, Donald piped up, that's my final decision. By the way, let's keep what happened today to ourselves. Don't make it public. An obsequious smile crept on Zane's face as he responded, Mr. Campbell, don't worry. I understand. Donald believed that Zane would solve the problem perfectly. With Zane in charge, he would not need to worry about anything. Before he received any mission, he wanted to live his life in peace for as long as possible because once he was assigned a mission, he would lose his freedom. Dan, you can do it? Ask Zane if you have any questions. With that, Donald patted Daniel's shoulder. The situation was so surreal that Daniel felt as if he was dreaming. I will, Mr. Campbell. Ignoring Keith and Hank's blood-curdling screams, Donald left Primordial Tower. Just as he left the building, he received 2 text messages. The first one was from an unknown number, I'll be holding a small concert at Polarton Opera House tonight. You must come. If you don't show up, I'll put on another large-scale concert for 200,000 people and declare to everyone that you're the man who captivated my heart. I'm Winter, who loves you. After reading it, he deleted the text message expressionlessly. The second message was also from an unknown number, I'm Hannah Nixon. Let's have dinner together tonight. She was aloof and a woman of few words. However, Donald was colder than her, so he only replied, I'm busy. After that, there was no more response from her. All of a sudden, Donald furrowed his brows as he sensed that something was amiss. Lifting his head, he glanced around his surroundings and finally fixated his gaze on a van that appeared to be rather ordinary. Instantaneously, he narrowed his eyes. Although the silver van looked ordinary, he still noticed something special about it. The Unglandern customized bulletproof glass could withstand an impact force of 1 ton, while the 12-cylinder modified engine had incredible horsepower. Even though the car plate number seemed to be real, he could see that it was an illegal license plate. At first glance, the driver appeared to be a delivery man, but there was a butterfly tattoo on his wrist. Papillon. Donald muttered to himself. It was one of the world's largest and most mysterious organizations and was mainly active in West Epi. He did not expect them to appear in Polarton. Immediately, he picked up a shared bike and followed behind the van. The van traveled at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Since it was not too fast, he could keep up with it. Slowly, they left the downtown area and arrived at a secluded road an hour and a half later. The van in front of him stopped, and the driver alighted from it. Staring at Donald coldly, he questioned, Why are you following me? How long has Papillon been in Polarton? Donald asked. As soon as he finished asking, the driver narrowed his eyes and said with a sinister grin, Since you know about Papillon, you must not be a simple person. In that case, I mustn't keep you alive. Having said that, he strode toward Donald with steady and powerful footsteps. The man had a strong and stable lower body. It was apparent that he was a skilled fighter. At that moment, the van's door was opened from the inside, and a man with long hair and sunken eyes emerged from the vehicle. He was barefooted, wearing a robe, and had tattoos all over his body. With only one glance, Donald knew that the long-haired man was a kickboxing expert. The moment the door opened, he saw what was inside the car. Inside was a beautiful woman. She was tied up and was whimpering. He had seen her on major media outlets. She was the most eminent businesswoman in Polarton, Lana Collins, with a net worth of more than 10 billion. In fact, he had no interest in saving the woman, but he despised Papillon. That organization recruited members in an unusual way, mainly by posting seemingly meaningless codes and images on the internet. However, they actually contained a new type of human linguistics, cryptography, and genetic research. Those who could decipher them were geniuses among geniuses. Back then, one of his friends deciphered the code and tragically died at home the next day. His entire family was murdered. Since then, Donald had felt a sense of repugnance toward Papillon. "Take this woman away first," ordered the kickboxer. The next moment, a man climbed into the driver's seat from the back seat and wanted to drive away. At the same time, the kickboxer and the previous driver sandwiched Donald from both directions. In an instant, Donald's aura had changed. After returning to Polarton for 5 years, it was the first time he showed his murderous intent. It was as if he was an awakened primordial beast. Looking at the two men approaching him, he took a step forward. He covered more than 20 meters in just one step, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Passing by the two men, he stopped in front of the van and punched the hood. With a bang, the back of the van was lifted, shattering the windows in the process. The driver was in shock and had no idea what was going on. What kind of power is this? Thinking of that, he gulped in horror. The van was heavily upgraded with glass that could withstand the impact of a rocket, but it was destroyed by a punch from a man who appeared to be in his late 20s. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 8, Who is he? Through the broken rear-view mirror, the man saw the kickboxer and the previous driver covering their necks and crouching on the ground. Their whole bodies were twitching, and they eventually fell to their deaths. No one saw how Donald killed them. What the hell? Holding the steering wheel with both hands, he stared at Donald in disbelief. With such strength, he must be one of the strongest men in the world. Where's your stronghold? Like a killer, Donald stretched out his hand expressionlessly and grabbed the man's neck, dragging him out of the van. However, blood began to gush out from the latter's facial orifices, and he died in an instant. Frowning, Donald threw him on the ground and examined his body. Cyanide. Meanwhile, the woman with her hands and feet tied struggled and stared at Donald with a forlorn expression. Glancing at her, he flicked his fingers, and a shard of glass flew out, severing the rope around her body. Subsequently, he searched for useful information in the van, but he found nothing. It was too clean. Why did they kidnap you? He looked at the woman, only to see her removing the towel stuck in her mouth. Then, she gasped a couple of times and stretched lazily. Who knows? In response, Donald shot her an intense glance. If she doesn't want to tell me, then forget it. Instantaneously, he got out of the van and removed all his scents and traces. Not only that, but he also arranged for someone to remove all the surveillance footage along the way. Moments later, Lana jumped off the vehicle. Even though she looked a bit disheveled, she was still stunning and beautiful. Her bright red dress accentuated her elegance, and her crystal clear eyes were sparkling with an exquisite gleam. She was as charming as Hannah and Jennifer. However, Jennifer was gentle and virtuous, while Hannah was cold and had an unapproachable demeanor. Winter was a graceful and sophisticated woman. On the contrary, Lana was sexy and alluring. She had a perfect body figure and was every man's dream girl. I'm Lana Collins. Shortly afterward, she approached him and stretched out her slender hand. Donald did not shake her hand. We only met each other by chance. It's better to forget me and forget everything you see today. With that, he hopped on the shared bike and was about to leave. Hey, how could you leave me here alone? What if they kidnap me again? Anxious, she stomped her foot, and her breasts started to jiggle. Supposedly, such a slim figure should not be that busted. With your status, I believe someone will pick you up soon, he answered. No, you must take me with you. Those people are useless. How can they let these abductors kidnap me right under their noses? I don't trust them anymore. I only have faith in you, said Lana. A look of impatience appeared on his face as he stated, I don't have time for this. His words caught her by surprise. What's wrong with him? Does he not know how many people in Polarton want to get in my favor? How dense of you. The men who are in love with me could line up from here and all the way to Philippines, but now, I'm giving you a chance to pursue me. I'm capable of anything. As she said that, she licked her lips like a seductress. Donald sneered, then, kindly ask the men who were lining up in Philippines to send me a bottle of red wine. In an instant, she was bereft of speech. I'll pay you 1 million. Bring me back. It was the first time she wanted to beat someone up. Pay in cash and write me a receipt as the proof of payment, he responded. 1 million just to bring her back. This is such a huge bargain. It's a good chance to earn money. Besides, if I can show Jennifer the proof of payment, it will save me a lot of trouble. For instance, I can explain how I managed to get so much money in such a short amount of time. Jennifer loves me, and I love her too. For the time being, I don't want her to enter my world. Her world is peaceful, but mine is dark and dangerous. Puzzled, Lana asked, someone will pick me up in the downtown area, and I'll pay you 1 million in cash when we're there. Why do I need to write a receipt? Immediately, Donald's expression softened. To show it to my wife. Otherwise, she might think I earned the money illegally. She'll be anxious. Once Lana heard that, sorrow was written all over her face. You're married? I'm sad and heartbroken, she commented while pursing her lips. The next moment, Donald let out a sarcastic laugh. Her words could only deceive those innocent young men as well as those wealthy men who were overwhelmed by lust. What should I write? Lana rolled her eyes. Just write that I've saved you today, and you're very grateful to me. Hence, you're paying me a large sum of money to show your appreciation. Then, sign your name below. Hearing that, she twitched her lips in disdain and reached for her lipstick and a piece of tissue from her bag. Don't use lipstick, uttered Donald. The rage within her instantly imploded. Take it or leave it. Fine. Left with no choice, he could only nod. After she finished writing, she got on the bicycle. Fortunately, the bicycle had a back seat and was designed for 2 people. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to bring her along. Crossing her legs, Lana sat in the rear seat and wrapped one of her arms around his waist. Her cheeks were slightly reddened. As night fell, the street lights lit up. She seemed to be a little tired, tilting her head and leaning on his back. She flushed when she heard his strong heartbeat and smelled the subtle scent of tobacco on his body. Lifting her head, she narrowed her eyes and watched as the street lights faded from view. As a gentle breeze brushed across her face, she perked up. It was the first time someone had given her a ride on a bicycle. Donald, don't you think that this is such a heartwarming scene, she murmured. I don't know, the man in front replied. Her face lit up with a smile. After some deliberation, she quickly fished out her phone, wrapped her arm around his waist, leaned on his back, and shot a selfie after putting on a blissful expression. Then, she posted it on Instagram and wrote, a rare heartwarming moment. I wish time could stop so that this could go on forever. Within a minute, there were a lot of comments on her post. One of the wealthy men commented, my queen, I'm sorry that I was late. I shall take my leave now. Behind the words was a crying emoticon. Immediately, Lana replied, how pretentious. Where did you learn these idiotic lines? I'm blacklisting you. Subsequently, she blocked the man on Instagram. Another wealthy man wrote, Goddess, who is this man? We can only see his back. Please show us his face. I bet he must be very poor. He's dressed so lowly. Moments later, she responded, I don't need my man to be rich because no one is wealthier than me. You'll be added to the blacklist as well. Most of the comments were, damn. I'm so upset that my goddess has a boyfriend. Goddess, please tell us who he is. Goddess, when will you show him to us? In the meantime, Winter, who was at Pollerton Opera House, also happened to see Lana's Instagram post. Instantaneously, she grew suspicious and zoomed in on the photo. Why does this back look so familiar? Son-in-law Madness Chapter 9, he looks like Don. No, it can't be him. Don can't ride a bike. Even if he could cycle, he would not carry Lana on the bike with him. Winter then replied, congratulations, Lana. Lana responded with a smiley face. Charlie, on the other hand, replied to her with a thumbs up. Lana then sent him a shy emoji. As expected from Lord Campbell. This is a so-called professional. Pointing at the photo on his phone, Charles continued, it's just been a day, and he has already won Lana over. Zane smiled but said nothing. Suddenly, Charles asked, do you think that they have slept together? Zane was taken aback and stuttered, well, I don't think so. Lana might seem like a daring person, but she is actually conservative. Charles replied, how can you be sure? Do you think they would let you know if they did sleep together? For an instant, Zane had no idea how to answer. An hour later, Lana heaved a sigh and softly uttered, I'm here. It was a crossroads. 3 cars were speeding over from a distance. A bodyguard who was in a suit and wearing an earpiece came over with a gunny sack. Nestled inside the bag was 1 million cash. Can I have your contact number? Lana asked. No, that's not necessary. We're even now. Donald took the cash and strapped it to the rear rack of the bike before taking off. Lana watched him leave, not feeling irritated at all. After pondering for a moment, Donald decided to text Jennifer, "Where are you? I'll be home late tonight." He waited for a while but received no reply from her. Frowning, he tried to give her a call, but the call went unanswered. Did she meet up with Harrison? At that thought, he headed to Pollerton Opera House straight away. The concert would start at 9 o'clock, and it was already 8:30. Not many learned that winter would come over. Those who were aware of it were merely the big shots in Pollerton. Hence, it was not surprising that the entrance was packed with luxurious cars. Finally, Donald came on his wobbly bike. Right then, he saw Jennifer getting out of a Rolls-Royce in the distance. She was wearing a white long dress, showing off her shoulder. Her skin was smooth, and she looked particularly elegant and beautiful. Harrison, who was dressed in a suit, tried to ingratiate himself with her. Standing a few steps away, he bowed. His gesture gave off an air of nobility. Donald's face darkened. Seriously? How could she ignore what I told her? Meanwhile, Kevin and Skyla also got out of the car. Kevin was a car fanatic. His eyes instantly lit up upon seeing all those expensive-looking cars. Oh my! Look at these luxury cars. I wish I could get one too. His girlfriend, Skyla, was also excited by the magnificent setting. Just then, she caught sight of Donald. "Isn't that Donald?" she uttered. Kevin looked over, only to see Donald, who was sitting on the bike with one foot supporting himself, staring in their direction coldly. Jennifer's heart skipped a beat. She immediately walked over and said, "Darling, why are you here?" Donald remained unfazed and replied indifferently, "Why do you ask? Are you unhappy that I have spoiled your fun?" Jennifer was about to shake her head when suddenly, a thought occurred in her mind. "Are you stalking me? Donald, how can you not trust me? Why did you do that? Am I such a terrible woman to you?" At that moment, Jennifer was bitterly disappointed with Donald. She could no longer see the vibrant temperament that a young man should have in Donald. Instead, all he had in his eyes was despair and weariness. Donald finally spoke up. "As a married couple, shouldn't we be honest with each other?" Jennifer shot Donald a glare. Her eyes had already reddened. "Will you believe me if I tell you nothing is going on between Harrison and me?" she huffed. "Then why are you here? Do you remember what I told you back in the hospital?" Donald started losing patience. He continued, "Aren't you aware of what Harrison is up to? I especially hate women who don't stay away from a flirtatious man." Just then, Kevin walked over. He looked at Donald from head to toe and mocked, "Tisk. Tisk. Oh, isn't this Mr. Campbell? Did you get here on a bike?" Donald shot Kevin a glance. "I would surely beat you up if you weren't my brother-in-law. Stop acting like a buffoon. Get a divorce as soon as possible." Kevin pointed at the Rolls-Royce and continued, "Look. That's Harry's car, and this is your bike. Isn't it obvious that you are not up to standard? If you love my sister, please let her go. Men who have no money are trash. Without money, you can't afford to be in a relationship." It looked like Harrison was not only good at handling women, but also men. He knew exactly what people like Kevin lacked most. Understanding that Kevin was the key to winning Jennifer's heart, Harrison purposely spent his entire day spending money extravagantly with Kevin. He bought Kevin a set of clothes that cost $230,000 as well as a watch worth a few $100,000. In just a day, he totally changed Kevin's values in terms of consumption and money spending, giving the latter a misconception that he too, had become a rich man as well. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it was difficult to do the opposite. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Kevin, who had been a lazy loafer all this while, to return to his previous state. Donald looked up at Kevin coldly and uttered, "Get lost." Jennifer could not help chiming in, "He is my brother." Her words totally pissed Donald off. In a fit of rage, he snapped, "Your brother? You only care for your brother. Have you ever thought about me?" Jennifer did not talk back. She merely looked into Donald's eyes in silence. After a while, she heaved a long sigh and responded, "Donald, I'm tired of all this. You may go back first." Harrison stood in the distance, beaming. He seemed to be pleased to see such a scenario and chose to stay out of it. Kevin snapped, "Donald, you'd better find a way to pay back the $600,000 first. But from the looks of it, I suppose it's not likely to happen. After all, it's $600,000, the cost of my watch." With that, Kevin kicked the gunny sack on the rear rack of his bike. "Oh my! Are you collecting trash? Can you even earn $600,000 by doing that?" Kevin then raised his hand, showing off his Patek Philippe watch in front of Donald. Everyone fixed their gaze on the white gunny sack that was tied to the rear rack of Donald's bike. Skyla stifled a snicker with a look of disdain on her face. Donald got off the bike and gestured for Harrison to come closer. You. Come over here. Keeping his cool, Harrison politely walked up to Donald and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" He looked at Donald fearlessly. Even if Donald threw a punch at him, he would not flinch. At this point, he deliberately acted like a gentleman, forming a contrast with Donald's demeanor. "Here's 1 million cash. Stay away from Jennifer." Donald grabbed the gunny sack and tossed it onto the ground right before Harrison. Upon hearing that, Harrison laughed out loud before responding, "Are you kidding me?" Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 10, Kevin laughed out loud upon hearing Donald's words. "Donald, are you out of your mind? Have the millions of debt made you crazy? What do you mean there's a million in here? I'll believe you if you say it's 100 pieces of old newspaper." At that point, Jennifer felt a surge of helplessness rising within her. Why is he still acting like a fool? What's the point of protecting his ego now? Is this even the Donald Campbell that I know? Then she glanced at Donald and said to Harrison and the others, "It's time. Let's go in." Harrison kicked the bag on the floor and instructed, "Kev, take the bag. I don't care what's in the bag anymore. We'll just pretend that Donald has cleared his debt." Subconsciously, Jennifer lifted her head to glance at Harrison, which made the latter excited. "You can go ahead. I'll catch up with you after I have a little chat with Donald," said Skyla. After watching Jennifer leave, Donald's expression remained unshaken as he spoke to Skyla. "Spit it out." The disdainful look on Skyla's face intensified. "Donald, just give up on Jennifer. How about you file a divorce with her tomorrow?" Upon hearing that, Donald remained unfazed and replied nonchalantly, "Why? You don't deserve Jennifer." Skyla scorned and continued, "Look, you can't even enter the opera house where Winter is performing tonight. On the contrary, look at Harrison, who not only has the right to enter the venue but has 4 available tickets. Jennifer will get the life she deserves if she marries Harrison. But what can she get when she's with you? Millions of debt." Donald smirked coldly. "Most importantly, it's because you can get what you want as well. Am I right? Why does it matter? Harrison treats Jennifer, Kevin, and me well. Besides, I already have my own house and car. You're too useless as a brother-in-law. That's all I have to say." "You better look out for yourself," lectured Skyla, flipping her hair before jogging toward Jennifer and the others. Just when Skyla reached the entrance of the opera house, she halted her steps and widened her eyes in disbelief. A custom-made Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the entrance, and an elderly gentleman in a suit exited the vehicle while holding a cane. He was a majestic and dignified man in his 70s with a formidable aura. The elderly man was none other than the richest man in Polerton, Charles Langford. Following closely behind the Rolls-Royce was a red Aston Martin with a 48 million market value. Not long after, Lana, who was in a scarlet red gown, got out of the luxurious ride. Skyla had only seen those two people through various media, but never did she expect to encounter them in person. She was elated as she stared at Lana with admiration. "She's the most powerful businesswoman in Polerton, and she's my idol. Mr. Langford, please wait." Suddenly, Lana stopped Charles. Charles turned around and answered, "Oh, it's you, Ms. Collins. What's going on?" "It's about the Southwood e-commerce district project that you've mentioned to me before. What's your decision?" Lana asked. "Southwood e-commerce district is 530,000 square meters large and has a 30 billion market value. I'll have my master discuss it with you personally," Charles replied. Lana was stunned momentarily and responded, "All right. Please give me his contact, then." Skyla's jaw dropped after she overheard the entire conversation. Goodness gracious. I can't believe the wealthiest man in Polerton has a master above him. I wonder how much richer is his master? Not only that, but Skyla also recalled that Polerton Opera House belonged to Charles, which also meant that it was his master's asset as well. "My master is only 27 years old this year. I hope you'll communicate with him frequently, Ms. Collins." Charles tossed an odd glance at Lana before taking out a business card from his pocket and handing it to the latter. Lana accepted the business card and put it in her purse carefully. "He's so young and rich. If only I can marry him." Although the distance between Skyla and Lana was quite far away, Skyla had incredible eyesight, which allowed her to read the contact number on the name card clearly. After memorizing the string of numbers, she entered the opera house. Meanwhile, Lana and Charles did not notice Donald, who was standing far away from the entrance and contemplating whether to enter the building. After a brief consideration, Donald decided to get into the building. However, just when he reached the entrance, he was stopped by 2 usherettes. One of them was Yvette Zeller, Donald's high school classmate. Donald Campbell. Yvette furrowed her brows and stared at Donald, recalling the days when rumors about them being a couple circulated. Please show your ticket. Quickly, Yvette regained her composure and said calmly as she took a closer look at Donald. Yvette was a tall and slender lady. She was dressed in a body-hugging side-slit black dress that accentuated her curvy figure. Ever since Yvette graduated from Pollerton Film Academy, she had been preparing to start her career in the acting industry. When she learned about Winter's visit to the opera house, she begged her wealthy boyfriend to let her work as an usherette there, hoping someone would notice her and bring her fame. Yvette knew that everyone who visited the opera house tonight was rich or famous, and that included tycoons in the entertainment industry. She had a good eye, so she could easily tell the worth of Donald's outfit as she sized him down. There's no brand, and the design is plain. This won't cost most than 200. Looks like you're not doing so well these days, huh? I don't have a ticket, Donald muttered. At that instant, the disdain on Yvette's face deepened. I'm sorry, then. You're not allowed to enter. Get lost. Donald was in a terrible mood. Yvette's face fell immediately as she warned Donald, mind your attitude, Donald. Everyone who visits this place today is esteemed. What makes you think you have the right to enter? Where did you even get your confidence from? Upon hearing her remarks, Donald merely glared at her icily with an increasingly sarcastic look on his face. I've only been away from the industry for a few years, but everyone has been trying to ridicule me lately. Sir, please refrain from causing any trouble. Yvette's boyfriend is powerful, and this might be the last time you can get this close to Yvette. Soon, the only way you can see her is through the big screens, said the other usherette smilingly. Before Donald could respond to that, a short-haired young lady hurried out of the opera house. After seeing the young lady, the usherettes lowered their heads instantaneously and did not dare to speak anymore. The short-haired lady was Winter's manager, who was also a top manager that was highly capable. At first, the manager simply glanced at Yvette and the other usherette menacingly, causing them to shudder. What's going on? Is Donald actually a big shot? He doesn't look like one, no matter how I look at him. You're here, greeted the manager with a cheerful grin. The show is starting soon. Please enter and maintain the order of the venue. Yvette let out a sigh of relief and watched Donald's back as he left, then mumbled in a strange tone, looks like he's just a security guard who's here to control the crowd. As soon as Donald entered the venue, the manager wanted to salute him. He stopped her from doing so and said, it's fine. Where's my private room? It's heavenly private room. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 11. There were no private rooms left in the theater, so Jennifer, Harrison, and the others were forced to sit in the audience seats. Although their seats were far away from the stage, Jennifer was still excited as she could finally see Winter up close. Jennifer idolized Winter greatly, and she adored all of the latter's songs. While waiting for Winter to make an entrance, Harrison's gaze was fixed on heavenly private room. All this while, the lights in that particular private room never lit up, but things were different today. When Harrison noticed the lights, disbelief filled his heart. Wow! Someone's using heavenly private room, he exclaimed. Kevin then asked cautiously, what about heavenly private room? How do I explain it? Well, let's put it this way. Even the richest man in Pollerton, Charles Langford, is not qualified to use that particular room. Harrison was beyond excited. He squinted his eyes, trying to get a glimpse of the man inside the room. However, the private room was designed in a way to ensure privacy. Though the person inside could see the situation outside, no one could get a glimpse of what was inside from the outside. After all, the one-way mirror in the room was made with high-tech materials. Many audiences at the theater noticed that the heavenly private room was occupied, and they just could not stop talking about it, wanting to know the person who occupied it. Heavenly private room also caught the attention of the people occupying the other private rooms. Interesting. Do check who is occupying heavenly private room now, said Lana. Charles, who was inside private room number 2, subconsciously tapped the table in front of him. After taking a sip of his tea, he said, Lord Campbell is here. I want you to investigate the identity of the person occupying the room now. Has a big shot come to Pollerton? Many were racking their brains to find out the identity of the person using the private room. Kevin was jealous of the man. Amazing. I wonder when I can sit in such a private room. Watch your words, Harrison warned in a low voice. Kevin flinched when he heard the warning. He immediately swallowed his words and stopped talking. Realizing that Jennifer was unhappy, Harrison assumed that it was because he reprimanded her brother. Hence, he quickly apologized, I'm sorry, Jenny. Jennifer thought for a moment and said, that room has the best view of the stage and is closer to Winter. The same goes for the other private rooms too. Harrison understood her meaning, but at the same time, he knew that he could not do anything about it. The people who occupied the private rooms were big shots. Even Harrison's dad would try to avoid pissing them off. Let me think of something. I'll try to get you into one of the private rooms. With that, Harrison took out his phone and called his father. Hey, Dad. I would like to have one of the private rooms in Pollerton Opera House. Do you have a death wish? A furious roar could be heard from the other side of the phone, and the call immediately ended. I've called my dad. Let's wait for a while, said Harrison in a natural voice, hiding the truth from Jennifer. Jennifer had heard the furious roar coming from the other end of the phone, but she merely sighed and remained silent. Just then, a lady approached Jennifer and gave her an invitation card that was made of pure gold. Miss, here is your private room number, 28. Please head in as soon as possible. Jennifer's eyes widened as she stared at the invitation card with shock. Harrison was stunned as well. Who is behind this? You're amazing, Harrison. I couldn't believe that you could get us a private room. Kevin took the invitation card. Harrison smiled reservedly and said, It's nothing. Skyla's eyes gleamed with admiration when she looked at Harrison. But it's only for 2 person. Kevin was disappointed when he read through the content of the invitation card. Harrison then stood up and said, Kev, you stay here with Skyla. I'll go with your sister. You're okay with this, right? Actually, Kevin longed to enter the private room, so that he could show off to others. However, he knew it was not wise to piss off his source of income. Hence, he said, Yeah. I'm fine with it. Let's go, Jenny, Harrison invited with a smile. However, Jennifer shook her head and said, Sky, I want you to come with me. With that, she stood up, grabbed Skyla's hand, and prepared to head toward private room number 28. Harrison, Kevin, and Skyla were dumbfounded by what she said. Harrison's expression darkened. He then tried to change Jennifer's mind. Jenny, I think. I've made up my mind, Jennifer said in determination. Harrison's gaze became terrifying as he watched Jennifer leave. Kevin, who was frightened, dared not say anything. At the same time, Harrison could not stop wondering, who is the one pulling the strings exactly? Whoever he is, his influence must be terrifying. I bet only people like Charles could arrange for a private room right before the show started. After entering the private room, a couple of usherettes began serving the tea and providing them with warm towels. Jennifer then asked one of them, May I know who arranged this private room for us? The usherette replied, I'm sorry. I have no idea. Jennifer wanted to ask more, but before she could do so, the lights dimmed, which meant Winter was about to make an entrance. The truth was, Donald, who was in Heavenly Private Room, was the one who made such an arrangement for Jennifer. The interior of the private room was lavish. There was a couch, a bed, a coffee table, a guest room telephone, and a sound amplifier that could change a person's voice. Privacy was absolute in the private room as there was no waiter around. The spotlights beamed on the stage. Slowly, a figure who looked like a mystical fairy appeared on stage. The entire theater became silent, and all eyes were on the stage. The woman wore a sexy long black dress with her hair in a bun, revealing her neck and her lovely collarbones. Her flawless face made her look as if she was a character in a painting. Her beauty took everyone's breath away. That woman was Winter, a well-known international celebrity. Hello, everyone. I'm Winter. Winter spoke. Her voice was angelic, captivating, and soft like a gentle spring breeze. In an instant, the entire place was in an uproar. Winter. Winter. I love you. Winter. Kevin, along with the crowd, yelled Winter's name out loud. He was so excited that his entire body trembled. Jennifer was equally excited. She even stood up. Skyla, on the other hand, was full of hatred and envy when she saw Winter. Skyla had always been jealous of those who looked better than her, were more capable than her, and were wealthier than her. For example, Lana, Hannah, and Winter. For her, it was only fair that all women had equal footing. My first song today is dedicated to the gentleman in Heavenly Private Room. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be where I am today. Winter shifted her gaze toward Heavenly Private Room. At that moment, everyone followed her gaze and looked at Heavenly Private Room. Everyone was dying to know who was inside that room. The song I'm going to perform is I Love You, Winter continued. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted. What's going on? The song is a love song. Does this mean Winter is in love with the person inside Heavenly Private Room? Winter is the diva. Who could possibly steal her heart away? This is unbelievable. Everyone shared the same thought. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 12, Winter started her performance without minding what others thought about what she had said. It was undeniable that Winter's singing was exceptional. She had a wide vocal range and large lung capacity. Other than that, her tune was spot on, and her voice flowed ethereally. She sang, I must be crazy now, maybe I dream too much. But when I think of you, I long to feel your touch, to whisper in your ear. Words that are old as time, words only you would hear if only you were mine. I wish I could go back to the very first day I saw you. Should have made my move when you looked in my eyes. 'Cause by now I know that you'd feel the way that I do. And I'd whisper these words as you'd lie here by my side, I love you. Please say you love me too. These 3 words, they could change our lives forever. And I promise you that we will always be together till the end of time. Soon, the song ended. No one else said anything, and Winter looked over at Heavenly Private Room. Every single sentence she sang was her whisper of love. The audience was stunned when they realized that the man in Heavenly Private Room was Winter's beloved, the love of her life. Although the song was filled with deep love, the lyrics sounded pitiful. Winter then bowed at Heavenly Private Room and sang the last part of the song. The lyrics of the song were the confession of her love for him. Please say you love me too. That sentence meant she was pleading for his love pitifully. Many men who were present stared at Heavenly Private Room with jealousy. They wanted to know who was the man that made their diva confess her love in such a lowly manner. The man must be exceptional enough to make the diva fall in love with him so deeply, said Jennifer softly with her voice filled with sadness. She felt sorry for Winter. I bet he's rich, said Skyla, curling her lips. Skyla was a pretty woman, but she was always full of negative energy. Hence, it was not surprising that she would make such a shallow statement. Come out and meet Queen Lo. How can you be so heartless, someone yelled all of a sudden. Upon hearing that, the others came back to their senses and yelled, if you're a man, come out now. Donald, who was sitting on the couch, was toying with the bracelet on his wrist expressionlessly. The bracelet was a gift from Jennifer. Winter suddenly laughed and said, guys, please stop that. He's very busy. Only then did everyone stop demanding for the mysterious man to show himself. At the same time, they felt it was a pity that they were not able to see the man's face. After that, Winter sang a few other songs. Then, it was time for autographs. The entire process lasted for more than an hour. Thank you all for coming today. I hope that we will meet again soon. After saying goodbye to the audience, Winter headed backstage. The crowd then started to leave the theater. Jennifer also came out of the private room with Skyla. Jenny, how are things inside? Harrison asked with a smile when they met. Jennifer nodded in reply. Everything's good. Thank you, Harrison. Harrison quickly waved his hand. You're welcome. He then glanced at his watch. It's 11 o'clock now. It's late. Kevin then butted in, Jennifer, why don't you go get a room with Harry tonight? Since it's late now, there's no point in going home. Harrison almost hugged Kevin with joy when he heard that. Jennifer, however, scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? Her expression turned cold. Skyla then said, what's the big deal? It's going to happen eventually. Kevin kicked the gunny sack by his feet and said, honestly, it doesn't matter who you sleep with. What is so good about Donald? He's full of crap. Look at this sack. How could he say there's 1 million? Oh, shit. Kevin might have kicked the gunny sack with too much force and caused it to break, revealing the content inside. There were wads of cash notes. There really is cash inside. Kevin immediately squatted down and opened the sack. He was shocked to see all the cash inside. Harrison was stunned, and so was Jennifer when they saw the contents inside. As for Skyla, her eyes lit up when she saw the handsome amount of money. 1 million of cash, after all, could have an enormous visual impact on many. How could it be cash? Harrison's expression became serious as he could not figure out where Donald got the money. How did Donald manage to gather so much money? Jennifer was so confused, and she soon became irritated. I have to go home now and ask him what's going on. She walked away but soon returned a few seconds later. Harrison, I'll return 600,000 to you, she said. With that, she calculated 600,000 for Harrison, kept the remaining 400,000, and left hurriedly. Jenny, I'll send you home. Harrison then said to Kevin, Kevin, do help me to keep the money. With that, he left Kevin, Skyla, and the 600,000 cash behind. Greed clouded Skyla's eyes when she looked at the cash. She then proposed, Kevin, let's keep them for ourselves. No, they belong to Harrison, Kevin refused. Skyla continued her persuasion, it's okay, Kevin. 600,000 means nothing to him. Plus, once he gets your sister to sleep with him, I bet he would even give you 6 million if you ask for it, let alone 600,000. Okay. Moved by the suggestion, Kevin finally agreed to it. When Harrison exited the theater, Jennifer had already gotten into a taxi and left. Harrison's expression turned grim as he watched her leave. After a moment of consideration, he decided to follow her with his car. Inside Heavenly Private Room, Winter finally got to meet Donald. She was so excited, and her eyes sparkled when she looked at Donald. Her eyes were filled with so much happiness and love that they were about to burst at any time. Then, she noticed something was wrong when she saw Donald's back and the weird logo behind him. "How dare you, Lana? How dare you ask Don to give you a ride and even post it on Instagram?" Noticing Winter's glare, the hairs on the back of Donald's neck stood. "What's wrong? Is it fun riding the bike with Lana?" Winter asked unhappily. Donald was baffled. "How do you know about that?" Instagram. Winter then tapped open her Instagram and showed it to Donald. At that moment, Donald wanted to strangle Lana to death. "Anyway, this proves how charming you are." Winter chuckled. She was aware of the fact that Donald was married and knew that he would never become hers, but she just could not stop loving him. As for Jennifer's thoughts on this, Winter never cared about it. It was none of her business. "I want you to give me a ride, too," Winter said. "Are you kidding me? Your performance tonight will be on the news first thing tomorrow morning. If the paparazzi get a hold of the photo of you riding on a bike with me, you can kiss your bright future goodbye," said Donald. "I don't care about that. I want you to take me on a ride." Winter hugged Donald's arm and pleaded coquettishly. "You're choosing a bike over a Rolls-Royce." Donald was speechless over Winter's perseverance. "That's because I'm with you." Winter then used her breast to rub Donald's arm. Donald stole a subconscious glance at her cleavage and fair skin. Pleased with Donald's reaction, Winter felt quite good about herself. "My wife likes you very much. Mind giving me an autograph as an exchange?" Donald then asked helplessly. "Deal." Half an hour later, Winter posted the same picture Lana posted on her Instagram. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 13, Charles woke Zane up after seeing the posts on Instagram and showed them to him. "Look at this. Now, this is called professional. It's incredible how he can win over 2 women on the same day. First, Lana. Then, Winter." Zane's hair was a mess, and he was so sleepy his eyes could barely open. "Mr. Langford, you woke me up in the middle of the night for this?" he asked cautiously. Charles nodded in reply. "Yes, is there anything more important than this?" His reply rendered Zane speechless. "How have I never noticed that Polarton's richest man loves to gossip?" Zane thought. Charles suddenly straightened his body and excitedly asked, "Zay, do you think that Lord Campbell and Winter have slept together? Seriously? You've asked me if Donald slept with Lana previously. You didn't like my response and chided me for talking nonsense." Zane complained silently. "If so, let me change my answer. Let's see if you will be happy with it." "I guess so." Zane nodded with a straight face and said, "I'm sure that they have slept together." The answer, however, did not get the reaction Zane hoped for. Charles was not pleased with it. "How can you be so sure about it? I doubt that they will tell you about it if they did sleep together. Stop talking nonsense." Zane did not know how to respond to that. "Come on. You're a 70-year-old man. Do you really think it's suitable for you to talk about such a topic?" Zane protested in his heart. He then said, "Mr. Langford, I have other things to do. I have to go now. Get lost." Charles waved him off. Zane walked out of the door miserably. He was a light sleeper, and just when he was sleeping soundly, Charles woke him up with a call, making him think that an emergency had happened. Meanwhile, underneath the dim streetlight, Winter wrapped both of her arms around Donald's waist and pressed her face against Donald's back. "Don, I've established a film production company in Polarton, and Mr. Langford will be collaborating with us. You're the largest shareholder. Please come over to have a look in a few days. I named it Dontier Pictures and invested $100 million in it. The company will sign contracts with a handful of artists in the next 2 days. I might need your help with evaluating the artists." Stunned, Donald nodded and agreed, "Sure." After a moment of pause, he said, "Actually, you're going to have to handle most of the things yourself. I don't have time to spare for this." Winter glared at him seductively. As the diva, every single move and every facial expression she made was captivating. She then pulled Donald's hand and said, "Thank you for saving me back then, Don. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead a long time ago." Donald retracted his hand and replied in an indifferent voice, "It's nothing. I didn't expect you to be married when I meet you again. Why didn't you think of me back then? I'm more than willing to marry you." Winter teared up all of a sudden. Donald replied, "Do you think your father would agree with it? He despises me." Winter then began to sob. "He's already apologized." Donald remained silent. Winter would not stop weeping. Donald had no idea how to console her, so he kept quiet. After some time, Winter spoke. "What kind of person is she? I bet she must be amazing enough to catch your eyes." The person Winter was referring to was Of course, Jennifer. Winder dared not investigate Jennifer. Honestly, no one dared to investigate the wife of the famous Lord Campbell unless they had a death wish. A gentle and warm smile then appeared on Donald's face, which hurt Winder's heart. Well, she's gentle, elegant, smart, opinionated, independent, and capable. Most importantly, she is calm and collected. Donald slowly listed out all of Jennifer's good qualities. Winder responded in a faint voice, is she that good? She's not perfect. One downside of hers is that she cares for her family too much. She cares about them more than she cares for me sometimes. I hate this the most. Donald sighed. He wondered if he and Jennifer would be in love with each other more if the latter did not dote on her brother too much. Do you love her? Winder queried. Donald froze for a moment, and a smile subconsciously formed on his face. Yes, I do. She suits me the best. The light in Winder's eyes dimmed in an instant, and sadness filled her heart. She then sighed. After a moment, she blushed, and a shy look appeared on her face when she turned her gaze toward Donald. Don, are you going home tonight? It's late now. Donald was confused. What do you mean? I brought my ID card with me, said Winder in a timid voice, and her face was scarlet. She lifted her head and stared at Donald hopefully. The love in her eyes was going to burst any time soon. ID card? What do you need that for? Donald still could not understand what she meant. Winder gritted her teeth and said, I'm asking you to go to the hotel with me. Finally understanding her meaning, Donald was tempted to say yes. Winder was, after all, an elegant and pretty lady. Any man would fall for her, including Donald. However, he thought it would be unfair to both Jennifer and Winder if he said yes. Hence, he replied, that's impossible. Let's go home. Winder was aggrieved by his answer. Then, Donald's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Jennifer. I have to go home now, Donald announced. Winder nodded and let out a long sigh. A taxi then went past them. Both Kevin and Skyla were in it. Skyla stared at the figures underneath the dim streetlight and asked dubiously, why does that man look like Donald? You're right, Kevin agreed with her. He then took out his phone and snapped a photo. The lady has a good figure. Unfortunately, it was too dark, so he could not see the lady's face clearly. Skyla curled her lips with disdain and said, most of the time, ladies with such good figures are prostitutes. Donald finally returned home when the clock was about to strike 12. When approached his residential area, he saw Jennifer standing there with Harrison. Upon spotting Donald, Jennifer hurried to his side and asked, where did you get the 1 million cash? Donald, however, glared at Harrison coldly. This is the last warning from me. Stay away from my wife. His eyes were filled with murderous intent when he glowered at Harrison. Harrison, on the other hand, merely smiled and shrugged. Here. Donald then passed the contract he signed with Lana to Jennifer. Jennifer took a look at it, and her jaw dropped. You saved Lana. Yes. She was about to drown, and I saved her when I passed by. She didn't know how to swim. Donald then continued, she gave me the money as a token of appreciation. After knowing that the money did not come from an illicit source, Jennifer let out a sigh of relief. You shouldn't accept it next time. It's too much. Donald nodded. Her life is worth that much. After pondering for some time, Jennifer thought that Donald was right. Lana was a multi-billionaire. So, 1 million meant nothing to her. After a moment of hesitation, Jennifer asked, have you thought of the type of job you're going to search for? No. Donald shook his head. I'll set that aside for now. Jennifer instantly became agitated. No, you should look for a job. Harrison then interjected, why don't you come to work at my company? You can be a salesperson. The yearly income is about 100,000. Jennifer looked at Harrison gratefully and turned to Donald. She sincerely hoped that Donald would accept the offer. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 14, Get Lost. Donald stormed over to Harrison and swung his hand at him. Slap. A reddish slap mark appeared on Harrison's cheek. The corner of his mouth bled, but he still smiled brazenly. Jennifer shrieked, Donald, are you crazy? Why are you hitting others again? She then turned to ask Harrison, Harrison, are you all right? Harrison wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and replied politely, I'm fine. It's getting late. I'll head off now. Here is my name card. Call me if you need anything. Harrison, have you not learned your lesson? Donald approached Harrison from the shadows, like a beast ready to attack. Donald, stop it. Jennifer tried to stop Donald. What can you do apart from hitting others? Can beating people up solve any problem? It's also a crime to hit others. Harrison was just being kind. Why are you behaving in this way? Donald stopped and sneered. Jennifer turned around and walked away to go home. A cold glint flashed past Donald's eyes as he looked in the direction Harrison left. I will let you go this time. When Grandpa's condition improves, I'll deal with all of you one by one. Back at home, Jennifer had locked the door of the master bedroom. Donald could only rest in the guest bedroom. However, as soon as he lay down, his other phone vibrated. There were only a few people who knew the phone number for that phone. Jennifer was not one of them. He saw a message that read, "Hi, rich guy. I'm Sky. Nice to meet you. This is a picture of myself. We can have a chat if you want to." Attached with the message was a photo of the girl pursing her lips, trying hard to act cute. He could tell that the photo had been photoshopped several times. Evidently, that was Kevin's girlfriend, Skyla. Donald replied to the message, "How did you get my phone number?" Skyla sent a response, "I got it by chance. Please don't blame me." Donald did not respond. He was well aware of Skyla's personality. She was full of negativity. Besides, she had been a snob and a delinquent since she was in school. She liked to challenge people to dance battles and was someone who was condescending but immature. Donald would not take a second glance at a girl like her, but she was Kevin's type. At dawn the next morning, Donald had already woken up and prepared breakfast. He ate hurriedly and rushed to the hospital to see Raymond. At the same time, he wanted to get back at those in the hospital. His eyes turned icy. If Hannah had not conducted the operation at that crucial moment, even if I managed to gather 600,000, Grandpa might not have been rescued. Raymond had been moved from the ICU to the general ward. The head nurse, Selena, rolled her eyes and gave Donald a disdainful glance as he walked in. Look at him, walking in all cocky and proud. What for? He's merely a useless wreck who relies on a woman. In the ward, a beautiful woman was checking Raymond's vital data. She was none other than Hannah. Dressed in a long-sleeved bat-sleeved blouse and jeans, her buttocks were perky and her legs were slender. Her slim waist was visible as well. There was no extra fat on her body. She was using a torch to check Raymond's pupils while flipping his eyelids. Donald did not interrupt and stood by the door. After a long while, she stood back straight up and saw Donald. Her expression was indifferent. The patient is now in stable condition. Then, she paid no more attention to Donald. Her attitude was so distant it was as if he had owed her a huge amount of money. Thank you, Donald said gratefully. Hannah ignored him and continued to pack her equipment. I'll treat you to a meal another day, Donald uttered. Hannah responded, tomorrow night then. After giving it some thought, Donald answered, okay. I'll leave now. Keep in contact. Hannah took her bag and left after saying that. Donald walked over to Raymond to take a look at him. Although the latter was still unconscious, his complexion had improved. As Donald exited the ward, he gently closed the door behind him with a darkened expression. Get Hagrid and Liam to see me, Donald demanded of Selena. While eating peanuts and shaking her legs, Selena replied, who do you think you are to demand two of our specialists to come and see you? I'll give you 5 minutes. You'll bear the consequences if I don't see them by then. Donald sat on a chair at the nurse's station after casting a chilly glance at her. As if. Selena did not believe him. She threw the shells into the trash can and took out more peanuts. Swiping a glance at Donald, she continued, you're acting all smug when you're only someone who doesn't even have 600,000. 4 more minutes. Donald sat there upright. Crazy guy. Selena took out her phone and left a voice message in the WhatsApp group, Dr. Kendall, Dr. Lyon, Donald wants to meet both of you. He also said that you'd have to deal with the consequences yourself if he doesn't see you in 5 minutes. He's obviously here to blackmail you all and create trouble. Selena played the voice message through the speaker, and they heard Liam's voice, ask that poor loser to get lost. Hagrid also sent a voice message, he has some guts to cause trouble here. Did he even check our hospital's background? The other people in the WhatsApp group ignored the message. Who is Donald? I don't know who he is. He's going to cause a scene in the hospital? Are you kidding me? We're not afraid of him. Pollerton General Hospital has a strong backing. Spit. Selena ate her peanuts loudly on purpose. 1 more minute, Donald said. Haha. Selena rolled her eyes once again. The other nurses also shot Donald a look of contempt as they walked past him. He needs to bring at least 100 people with him to create a ruckus. There's no way he can do that alone. A stern voice came from the voice message, if he causes a stir later, get the security guards to throw him out. It was the director speaking. After only 10 seconds, 10 intimidating security guards approached him. They stood along the corridor, each holding a baton and staring coldly at Donald. Young lad, I'll advise you to get lost immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you beg later, Selena sneered. If you don't leave now, we'll hit you, a security guard said, holding the stun button and looking domineeringly at Donald. Donald was expressionless. There was not a hint of fear on his face. He finally stood up slowly after the 5 minutes time limit had passed. Twisting his wrist, he glanced at the people around him. I've given you guys a chance, but none of you appreciated it? Ha ha ha. This is so funny. Selena laughed exaggeratedly. Young lad, you asked for it? You can start begging now, the head security guard mentioned as he took a step forward. He turned on the switch of his stun button and swung it at Donald's waist. Donald grabbed the button, and the current exploded in his hand. However, it did not hurt him. He exerted a frightening force and crushed the stun button. Then, he slapped the head security guard and sent him flying, knocking him out cold. Damn. The rest of the security guards were dumbfounded as they stared at each other. No one dared to step forward. They had no idea how Donald managed to crush a stun button with his bare hands. Selena was shocked. What are you doing, Donald? Hitting someone is a crime. Donald merely gave her a side glance. Then, he took out his phone. Within 5 minutes, I'll reorganize everything at Polerton General Hospital. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 14, Get Lost. Donald stormed over to Harrison and swung his hand at him. Slap. A reddish slap mark appeared on Harrison's cheek. The corner of his mouth bled, but he still smiled brazenly. Jennifer shrieked, Donald, are you crazy? Why are you hitting others again? She then turned to ask Harrison, Harrison, are you all right? Harrison wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and replied politely, I'm fine. It's getting late. I'll head off now. Here is my name card. Call me if you need anything. Harrison, have you not learned your lesson? Donald approached Harrison from the shadows, like a beast ready to attack. Donald, stop it. Jennifer tried to stop Donald. What can you do apart from hitting others? Can beating people up solve any problem? It's also a crime to hit others. Harrison was just being kind. Why are you behaving in this way? Donald stopped and sneered. Jennifer turned around and walked away to go home. A cold glint flashed past Donald's eyes as he looked in the direction Harrison left. I will let you go this time. When Grandpa's condition improves, I'll deal with all of you one by one. Back at home, Jennifer had locked the door of the master bedroom. Donald could only rest in the guest bedroom. However, as soon as he lay down, his other phone vibrated. There were only a few people who knew the phone number for that phone. Jennifer was not one of them. He saw a message that read, Hi, rich guy. I'm Sky. Nice to meet you. This is a picture of myself. We can have a chat if you want to. Attached with the message was a photo of the girl pursing her lips, trying hard to act cute. He could tell that the photo had been photoshopped several times. Evidently, that was Kevin's girlfriend, Skyla. Donald replied to the message, How did you get my phone number? Skyla sent a response, I got it by chance. Please don't blame me. Donald did not respond. He was well aware of Skyla's personality. She was full of negativity. Besides, she had been a snob and a delinquent since she was in school. She liked to challenge people to dance battles and was someone who was condescending but immature. Donald would not take a second glance at a girl like her, but she was Kevin's type. At dawn the next morning, Donald had already woken up and prepared breakfast. He ate hurriedly and rushed to the hospital to see Raymond. At the same time, he wanted to get back at those in the hospital. His eyes turned icy. If Hannah had not conducted the operation at that crucial moment, even if I managed to gather 600,000, Grandpa might not have been rescued. Raymond had been moved from the ICU to the general ward. The head nurse, Selena, rolled her eyes and gave Donald a disdainful glance as he walked in. Look at him, walking in all cocky and proud. What for? He's merely a useless wreck who relies on a woman. In the ward, a beautiful woman was checking Raymond's vital data. She was none other than Hannah. Dressed in a long-sleeved bat-sleeved blouse and jeans, her buttocks were perky and her legs were slender. Her slim waist was visible as well. There was no extra fat on her body. She was using a torch to check Raymond's pupils while flipping his eyelids. Donald did not interrupt and stood by the door. After a long while, she stood back straight up and saw Donald. Her expression was indifferent. The patient is now in stable condition. Then, she paid no more attention to Donald. Her attitude was so distant it was as if he had owed her a huge amount of money. Thank you, Donald said gratefully. Hannah ignored him and continued to pack her equipment. I'll treat you to a meal another day, Donald uttered. Hannah responded, tomorrow night then. After giving it some thought, Donald answered, okay. I'll leave now. Keep in contact. Hannah took her bag and left after saying that. Donald walked over to Raymond to take a look at him. Although the latter was still unconscious, His complexion had improved. As Donald exited the ward, he gently closed the door behind him with a darkened expression. "Get Hagrid and Liam to see me," Donald demanded of Selina. While eating peanuts and shaking her legs, Selina replied, "Who do you think you are to demand two of our specialists to come and see you? I'll give you 5 minutes. You'll bear the consequences if I don't see them by then." Donald sat on a chair at the nurse's station after casting a chilly glance at her. As if Selina did not believe him. She threw the shells into the trash can and took out more peanuts. Swiping a glance at Donald, she continued, "You're acting all smug when you're only someone who doesn't even have 600,000. 4 more minutes." Donald sat there upright. Crazy guy. Selina took out her phone and left a voice message in the WhatsApp group, "Dr. Kendall, Dr. Lyon, Donald wants to meet both of you. He also said that you'd have to deal with the consequences yourself if he doesn't see you in 5 minutes. He's obviously here to blackmail you all and create trouble." Selina played the voice message through the speaker, and they heard Liam's voice, "Ask that poor loser to get lost." Hagrid also sent a voice message, "He has some guts to cause trouble here. Did he even check our hospital's background?" The other people in the WhatsApp group ignored the message. "Who is Donald? I don't know who he is. He's going to cause a scene in the hospital? Are you kidding me? We're not afraid of him. Pollerton General Hospital has a strong backing." Spit. Selina ate her peanuts loudly on purpose. "1 more minute," Donald said. "Haha." Selina rolled her eyes once again. The other nurses also shot Donald a look of contempt as they walked past him. He needs to bring at least 100 people with him to create a ruckus. There's no way he can do that alone. A stern voice came from the voice message, "If he causes a stir later, get the security guards to throw him out." It was the director speaking. After only 10 seconds, 10 intimidating security guards approached him. They stood along the corridor, each holding a baton and staring coldly at Donald. "Young lad, I'll advise you to get lost immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you beg later," Selina sneered. "If you don't leave now, we'll hit you," a security guard said, holding the stun baton and looking domineeringly at Donald. Donald was expressionless. There was not a hint of fear on his face. He finally stood up slowly after the 5 minutes time limit had passed. Twisting his wrist, he glanced at the people around him. "I've given you guys a chance, but none of you appreciated it. Ha ha ha. This is so funny." Selina laughed exaggeratedly. "Young lad, you asked for it? You can start begging now," the head security guard mentioned as he took a step forward. He turned on the switch of his stun baton and swung it at Donald's waist. Donald grabbed the baton, and the current exploded in his hand. However, it did not hurt him. He exerted a frightening force and crushed the stun baton. Then, he slapped the head security guard and sent him flying, knocking him out cold. Damn. The rest of the security guards were dumbfounded as they stared at each other. No one dared to step forward. They had no idea how Donald managed to crush a stun baton with his bare hands. Selina was shocked. "What are you doing, Donald? Hitting someone is a crime." Donald merely gave her a side glance. Then, he took out his phone. "Within 5 minutes, I'll reorganize everything at Pollerton General Hospital." Son-in-law Madness Chapter 16, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 16 Prime Property. After hanging up the phone, Harrison felt a tinge of fear. The big shot from the heavenly private room was not to be messed around. He had his ways of getting things done, and he could do so ferociously. Not even Harrison nor the whole Queen family could defend themselves against him. Even the influential personnel of Pollerton General Hospital were warned to stay put. Destroying the Queen family would be a piece of cake for him. Harrison intended to find out who made the first move, but in the end, he decided not to. Based on what he had learned so far, he knew that the big shot would find out right away if he began investigating the case. When you stare into the abyss stares back. Harrison understood that much. After dealing with Pollerton General Hospital, Donald approached his grandfather and held his hands in silence. He stayed like that for a long time. Suddenly, Donald's phone rang. He frowned, only to find out later that it was a call from his good friend, Rafe. Rafe and Donald were high school classmates. Although they had not kept in touch for several years, Rafe was the first person Donald contacted when he first arrived in Pollerton. Rafe did not have a happy marriage. He married into the Scott family. His wife, Faye, is a rather plump and dominant lady. Rafe did not have a proper job. He was in the second-hand housing business. To put it simply, he was only an agent. As a blunt and honest person, Rafe did not do very well. He could only earn about $6,000 every month. "Hello, Rafe," Donald answered the call. "Donald, would you like to come to our high school gathering at noon?" Rafe asked with a smile. "No, I am not going," Donald rejected the invitation. Rafe replied, that won't do. Come. Please come for my sake. Even the popular girl in our class is going. Oliver King will be there. He contacted me a few days ago, saying he has set his sights on one of the houses in Polerton Estates. I am worried I can't make a sale, but you have a way with words, so I want to ask for your help. Donald sank into deep thought. Polerton Estates. Isn't that developed by Charles? The current market rate is almost 300,000 per square meter. Given that the houses there are all at least 300 square meters, one house should be worth more than 100 million, including tax. There is an enormous mansion at 3,000 square meters in Polerton Estates. Renovation was completed last year. It is currently valued at 1.3 billion. It's one of the most expensive properties in Polerton, which makes it very popular among housing agents. The commission could go up to 10 million if anyone could close the deal. Sure, Donald agreed immediately. After he hung up the phone, he called Charles right away. Hey Charlie, have you sold the prime property of Polerton? Charles replied, not yet, Lord Campbell. It was renovated last year. The grand renovation alone cost over 100 million. Mr. Lane has informed me that the ownership can be transferred to you when you return. All right. Wait for my call, Donald responded. Rafe called a while later. Donald, do you have time now? Could you come by Polerton Estates? Oliver is coming to look at the house now. Donald agreed right away. He hailed a taxi and rushed over to Polerton Estates. When he arrived, Donald saw Rafe registering with the security guard. He had his suit and name tag on. Hi, Donald. Let's wait a while. Oliver said he will be here in 10 minutes, Rafe said with a smile as he patted Donald's shoulder. By the way, have you gathered enough money for your grandpa's medical fees? Yes, it's enough. Donald was also pleased to see Rafe. I'm sorry I couldn't help you there, Rafe apologized. Donald spotted a few scratch marks on Rafe's neck. They looked rather deep. Is that what happened because I asked you for a loan? Donald asked with a frown. Rafe chuckled awkwardly and said, conflicts between husband and wife are perfectly normal. Donald stopped talking and stayed silent after that. As they stood in silence, suddenly a car honked. They looked back and saw a luxurious car parked right in front of them. A young man in a branded tuxedo got down from the car, followed by two beautiful women. One of the women was wearing a long, black dress paired with high heels. She had a slim figure and fair skin, exuding an exquisite and graceful aura. She was Rebecca Jones, the most popular girl in high school. Rebecca was stunned when she saw Donald. With a calm and indifferent expression, she said, I haven't seen you in a long time, Donald. Both of them had been involved in a scandal in the past. The other woman, standing at 1.75 meters in height, had shoulder-length hair, a sexy figure, and a beautiful face. After greeting Donald and Rafe, she turned her gaze back to the man in the tuxedo. Her eyes were filled with contempt when she saw Rafe. Donald was aware of it, but he smiled dismissively. Hey, Donald. You're here too. I haven't seen you in a long while. The man in the tuxedo was Oliver. He had the appearance of a successful man. On his wrist was a gold Rolex watch. Every single movement of his screamed superiority. It's been a while, Oliver, Donald greeted cheerfully. Oliver nodded and shifted his attention to Rafe. Rafe, have you contacted the owner of the mansion? Rafe seemed a little nervous, but he tried to remain steady. Yes, we have spoken. The mansion is 300 square meters in size, so the total worth is 97 million. Gulp. Both Rebecca and the tall woman each took a deep breath. In the country, there were very few people who could buy a property worth almost 100 million without hesitation. Oliver, what business are you currently doing? How could you afford a mansion worth 100 million? Rebecca said, eyes filled with admiration. Oliver tried to remain indifferent as he shrugged. Just a small business. Although he was trying to be humble, he could not hide the smug look on his face. The tall woman exclaimed in exaggeration, that's amazing. I think you're the most capable in our circle, Mr. King. Oliver looked at the tall woman and said, Irene, you're not doing too bad yourself. You're going to sign a contract with Dante Pictures soon. You're going to be a superstar. The tall woman, Irene Smith, smiled gently. I still require your support, Mr. King. Unlike somebody who is still a housing agent till this day. Irene's eyes were on Rafe and Donald when she said that. Oliver smirked. Come, let's have a look at the house. Rafe's smile stiffened. To be frank, he was unwilling to make this deal because he knew how Oliver was like. He was very condescending and liked to show off his wealth. However, if the deal was successful, the commission would be very high. They swiftly entered the residential area. As they were passing through, they were astounded by what they saw. The only mansion around was right in front of their eyes. With a space of over 3,000 square meters, it came with a beautiful garden and a flowing fountain. It was a complete package. So, this is the famous prime property of Polarton. Rebecca and Irene were filled with wonder. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 17, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 17. Rivebale Hotel. As a professional salesperson, Rafe immediately introduced the place. This is the most expensive house in Polarton. It's called the prime property of Polarton and is worth 1,300 million. There is a recreational room, a billiard room, a swimming pool, and a sunroom inside the house. I heard that its ownership is about to be transferred soon. Narrowing his eyes, Oliver stared at the building. His eyes glinted as he pondered to himself. Meanwhile, Irene and Rebecca were glancing at the building in envy. 1,300 million? Who would be able to buy it? The buyer is probably a financial magnate, right? Irene wondered aloud. No ordinary person can fork out 1,300 million to buy a house, Rafe replied. He appeared to be a little pathetic as he smiled suppliantly at the lady and bowed to her gently. Oliver's gaze swept past Rafe in disdain. Whoever it is, that's none of your business. Your monthly salary is just 3,600. Hearing this, Rafe flinched. Though his smile froze on his face, he did not dare to counter back. Just then, Irene and Rebecca giggled in unison. Yes, Rafe. You shouldn't worry about this. Instead, think about how you can sell the house to earn more commission. Commission? It's more like you're receiving alms. Irene snorted. Thereafter, Donald replied, Rafe is a salesperson. How could you deem the results of his hard work as alms? Hearing this, Irene glared contemptuously at Donald. His outfit is worth less than 200, and he still has the audacity to stand up for someone in front of us? Then, she retorted, that's none of your business as well. In my opinion, it's your luck that Mr. Langford was willing to give you a commission. Since he can easily pay 100 million for a house, he could directly discuss the offer with the owner of the estate himself. Hence, you're not really helpful to him. Irene had mistakenly assumed that Donald was a property agent as well. Hence, she treated him with derision. There's no such thing as equality in this world. Oliver is way better than you, Rebecca piped up coldly. She desperately tried to win Oliver's favor by praising the latter and belittling Rafe and Donald. In response, Oliver just waved his hand dismissively. All right, that's enough. Let's talk about business-related matters now. Though he spoke in an indifferent tone, his face betrayed the arrogant attitude he had toward everyone else. Seeing that Donald was preparing to retaliate again, Rafe meekly tugged at his sleeve to stop him, signaling him not to engage in a useless verbal dispute. Then, Donald fell silent. With Rafe leading the way, they arrived at the 9th apartment of the 27th story in no time. A middle-aged man opened the door for them. His face looked wan and sallow. The interior of the apartment was lavish. It occupied 300 square meters and had its own balcony. If not for a problem in the capital chain, I wouldn't have sold this apartment. The total price for this is 97 million. We can sign the contract immediately, the middle-aged man voiced out, his gaze directed at Oliver. After working in the business industry for so many years, he had already been able to accurately figure out who had the most power among the group of people in front of him. Walking around the entire apartment, Oliver nodded and shook his head intermittently. Finally, he said, I'm quite satisfied with your house. Nonetheless, I'll have to consider it for a while. I'll give you a reply by tomorrow. Is that fine for you? Then, the middle-aged man agreed, sure. Oliver asked, could you give me your contact number? Rafe stood up swiftly. He remarked to the middle-aged man, you can just contact me. Why don't I help you to coordinate the deal? If the two directly liaised with one another, it would be highly disadvantageous to Rafe, as he might not be able to receive his commission then. Hastily, the middle-aged man's head bobbed up and down in compliance. He commented, all right, that's the rules of the industry. I understand that. Upon witnessing this, Oliver's face darkened. He remarked, Rafe, did I allow you to speak? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I won't give you your fees? Instantly, Rafe panicked. He stuttered, no, you're mistaken. What? Oliver questioned unhappily. It's the rules of the industry, Donald spoke up. Even the owner knows the regulations. Why don't you understand it? Rafe searched for the property and contacted the sellers by himself. He had a hard time doing so. Are you going to disregard his contribution like this? Hey. Who are you to tell Mr. Langford off? Irene inquired snarkily. Donald's gaze turned cold. Frostily, he looked at Irene. Seeing this, the woman uncontrollably shivered. As the owner of the house was unable to fully comprehend the situation at hand, he subsequently tried to smooth things over. Alright, I'll contact Rafe instead. Gratefully, Rafe thanked the middle-aged man. Thank you, Mr. Yellera. We won't disturb you then. After walking out of the neighborhood, Rafe peeked at Oliver and said, Mr. Langford, what do you think about the house? Without looking back at Rafe, Oliver uttered, let's meet up at noon. We can chat over lunch. Troubled, Rafe glanced at Donald to notice that the latter had a mocking expression on his face. We should go, he said. Rafe nodded and inquired, all right. Where shall we go for lunch? Rivebale Hotel, Oliver declared. Thereafter, he boarded his car. Irene and Rebecca did not even bother to bid Donald and Rafe goodbye. Rolling their eyes, they followed Oliver. Glancing at the BMW that was speeding away, Rafe voiced out, Oliver seems so arrogant. I wonder what our lunch will be like later. Donald replied, we should go and have lunch with him. Who knows? Maybe we'll gain something unexpected. It appears that Oliver's really rich, as he arranged for lunch at Rivebale Hotel, Rafe commented in admiration. He added, the hotel was founded by the successful businesswoman, Lana. Is that so? Donald was stunned for a moment before he immediately regained his senses. Smiling wryly, he hoped he would not run into Lana there. A few minutes later, Donald and Rafe arrived at Rivebale Hotel. They caught sight of 20 people standing in the lobby, one of which was Oliver. He was arguing with the receptionist. I'm very sorry, sir. We are at full capacity today. You didn't reserve a table. The receptionist apologized profusely to Oliver. Then, Oliver snorted in disbelief. Is this how you manage your hotel? I've heard that there is a private room on the 9th floor that is empty. Why can't we use it? The receptionist widened her eyes. Sir, that room is not available to customers. Ms. Collins receives her guests there. I'm just doing my job. Please don't make things difficult for me. There were only 2 private rooms on the 9th floor. Apart from that, there was a bowling room, a gym, a meeting room, a karaoke room, and a movie theater on that floor. Thus, one could say that the 9th floor was only for Pollerton's esteemed guests. This included the likes of the richest man in Pollerton, Charles, the Diva Winter, and those tycoons who ranked first in the city. I'm an executive of Johnny's Antiques. Oliver threatened in a low voice. Johnny's Antiques. The receptionist instantaneously sucked in a deep breath. Respectfully, she said, do wait for a while. I'll call someone to ask for instructions. Oliver finally nodded contentedly and scanned the surroundings. Everyone around looked at him with their faces full of respect and admiration. Oliver was satisfied to receive everyone's respect. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 18, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 18. The esteemed 9th floor. The receptionist called someone from senior management, Mark White. Hello, Mr. White. An executive from Johnny's Antiques wishes to reserve the entire 9th floor. Did Johnny Green personally request it? A strong and steady voice traveled from the phone. The receptionist whispered, no, it's an executive from his company. Get him to scram. Only Johnny has the right to reserve the entire floor in Johnny's Antiques. So what if he's an executive? Mark replied. The receptionist hung up and said apologetically, I'm sorry. My superior has already stated that only Mr. Johnny Green has the right to enter the 9th floor. Sir, you might want to book a place somewhere else. Oliver's face darkened. If that's the case, let's go to another hotel. We don't have to hold our gathering here, someone murmured. Yeah, Oliver. We only came here to reminisce. Let's not get our good mood spoiled by this trivial matter, Irene added. Apparently, she had heard of Lana's reputation. She knew that the 9th floor was not a place that commoners could enter. Let's go to another hotel, Rafe suggested quietly. He was afraid that Oliver would be upset. After all, if Oliver got upset, his opportunity to earn money would be destroyed just like that. What's so bad about suffering a little grievance and behaving more humbly to seal the deal? Are you looking down on me? Oliver's expression turned frosty. He no longer concealed the mockery in his eyes. His motive for attending the gathering was to flaunt his wealth. Irene chimed in, what has it got to do with you, Rafe? You're merely a middleman. To put it bluntly, you're just a lowly dog. What right do you have to speak? Rebecca scolded. The rest of the group began berating Rafe as well. Yeah, why are you interfering in this matter? You should just shut up and mind your own business. Rafe's face immediately turned as red as a tomato. He remained frozen on the spot and did not know whether he should leave or stay. Even the receptionist looked at Rafe pitifully. Being poor was a sin. The only reason Rafe was criticized was that he was poor and had no status. Sir, I'm sorry. Please don't make too much noise here, the receptionist reminded. Seeing that everyone was criticizing Rafe and standing up for him, Oliver felt a little more comfortable. Donald sighed softly and patted Rafe on the back. Thereafter, he looked at Oliver and asked, "If I can bring you to the 9th floor, will you consider buying that apartment and giving Rafe a substantial amount of commission?" Oliver froze, then burst out laughing. "Donald, are you kidding me? How can you bring us to the 9th floor? Have you lost your mind?" Irene also looked at him with contempt. "That's right. Take a good look at yourself. You can't even afford a normal private room. Yet, you claim that you can bring us to the 9th floor? Stop boasting." "How arrogant and vain," Rebecca remarked placidly. "All right, Donald. Since you wish to show off, let's see you try." Oliver turned around and stared at Donald. Many emotions flickered in his eyes. Mockery, disdain, contempt, and derision could be detected in his gaze. "How should I prove it to you?" Donald was expressionless. "As long as you're able to bring us to the 9th floor of this building, I'll buy that apartment. I'll even give Rafe 2 million worth of commission," Oliver declared. Rafe, on the other hand, pulled on Donald's sleeve worriedly and whispered, "Donald, that's okay. I don't need that commission. Let's go." Yet, Donald patted him on the shoulder once more. "It's okay. Leave it to me," he said. Thereafter, he took out his phone and called Lana. He had gotten her number from Charles. "Who's this?" A sweet and languid voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm Donald." The other person fell silent, but Donald could hear her breathing grow rapid. "Donald, where are you?" Lana's pleasant voice continued to reverberate from the phone. Donald explained, "I need your help. I have a class gathering today. I'm currently on the first floor of the Rivedale Hotel. We are unable to book a room. Thus, I wish to request for you to open the 9th floor for us. Is that okay?" "All right. I'll head over and settle it." "Wait for me there," Lana agreed. Donald hung up and said calmly, "Let's wait for a few minutes. Someone will arrive shortly and arrange things for us." Oliver looked at him in disbelief and mockery. "You're lying. What right do you have to enter the 9th floor?" he scoffed. Irene and Rebecca giggled and looked at Donald as if they were looking at a fool. Even the chairman of Johnny's Antiques had to book beforehand to enter the 9th floor. No one believed that Donald could settle it with a simple phone call. The receptionist did not believe him either. A few moments later, a muscular man walked over swiftly. He appeared to be around 35 years old and had a menacing appearance. He was bald and a black lotus tattoo covered his head. One could tell that he was not a good person at first glance. He was, indeed, Mark White, the most prominent figure in Rivedale Hotel and also Lana's loyal lackey. His sharp eyes scanned the crowd. Everyone felt as if they were pierced by that gaze of his. His aura was too intimidating. "Who's Mr. Campbell?" Mark asked. Donald calmly replied, "It's me. Follow me to the 9th floor." "The 9th floor is open to you today," Mark said. Although his tone was polite, his gaze was focused on Donald ferociously. There was suspicion and curiosity in his eyes. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Mark's words. What's the situation? Is Donald secretly an influential figure? That's the renowned 9th floor. Even the richest man in Polarton has to book beforehand if he wished to enter it. How did he settle it with one phone call? Oliver widened his eyes while Irene and Rebecca covered their mouths in shock. Is Donald seriously hiding something from us? Donald, give me a hint. What's going on? Please follow me. Mark walked ahead, and the crowd trailed after him in a daze. They walked into a private elevator. After they got onto the 9th floor, everyone was stunned speechless. Is this the legendary 9th floor? It was like a giant amusement center. Large paintings of mountains and rivers adorned the wall. Oliver could tell that the paintings were authentic pieces painted centuries ago. 3 years ago, they were sold for a sky-high price of 45 million in an auction. He did not expect to see these paintings on the 9th floor. Irene and Rebecca stared at Donald. They wished to find out his true colors. However, Donald remained extremely calm. Can you fulfill your promise now? Donald glanced at Oliver. Rafe felt like he was dreaming. The situation was too unbelievable, and he felt surreal. Is this the Donald I know? Oliver's expression turned rigid. However, he nodded. I will definitely fulfill my promise. But, what's going on? He was unwilling to admit defeat. Johnny's Antiques was already a powerful company. Its net worth was a whopping 10 billion, but still, with that amount of power, only Johnny himself could enter the 9th floor. Yet, Donald settled the matter just by making one phone call. The stark contrast made Oliver feel extremely upset. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 19, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 19. You have no right to challenge me. Everyone stared at Donald, especially Irene and Rebecca. Their eyes were filled with blatant curiosity. Donald, I didn't know that you were so influential. Irene leaned closer to Donald and wanted to hold the latter's arm. Donald took a step back wordlessly, avoiding her grasp. The smile on Irene's face froze. On the other hand, Rebecca laughed girlishly. Donald, you're pretending to be weak to conceal your true power. You can even book the 9th floor with a mere phone call. That's amazing. When Oliver heard them praise Donald, he felt extremely uncomfortable. I should be the main character today. What's the point of being wealthy and accomplished if I can't boast about my wealth? I did everything I could to steal a cultural relic and sell it for 100 million just so I could show off. I want everyone to be dazzled by my wealth. Why have things turned out like this? Perhaps I can explain, Mark said. He had a strong aura and tattoos were inked all over his head. At first glance, one could tell that he was not someone to be crossed with. When he spoke, everyone shut their mouths. They fell silent and looked at him simultaneously. Mark explained in a deep voice, yesterday, Ms. Collins accidentally fell into the water when she was on an outing. Donald happened to walk past and saved her. Ms. Collins gave him $1 million as a token of appreciation and promised to fulfill a request of his that was within her power. Is that correct? When Mark finished speaking, his gaze sharpened, and a faint light shone in his pupils as he turned to look at Donald expressionlessly. Narrowing his eyes, a look of contempt appeared on his face. All he did was save Ms. Collins yesterday. How dare he make demands? Furthermore, he even brought a bunch of annoying brats into the supreme 9th floor. A cold smile appeared on his face. He lowered his head and a frosty gleam shone in his eyes as he contemplated getting rid of Donald when he had the chance to do so. Yes. You're right. Donald was still expressionless. That was his personality. He did not like to explain too much, let alone waste his time talking nonsense. After experiencing huge, life-changing events, he had no interest in such trivial matters. The sole reason he attended the gathering was out of consideration for Rafe's feelings. Everyone immediately understood what was going on. So that's how it is. He just happened to save Lana Collins, who has a net worth of more than 20 billion. To repay his kindness, she not only gave him $1 million but also promised to accede to a request of his. No wonder we can enter the 9th floor. Lana's life and promise are too important. Entering the 9th floor once is nothing in comparison. I see. I thought that Donald has reinvented himself. The gloomy look on Oliver's face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. So, you've only saved Ms. Collins' life. Why are you acting like it's a big deal? Irene instantly moved away from Donald with a look of disdain on her face. What? That's it? Rebecca frowned and walked away. Annoyance and disgust were evident on her face as she glanced at Donald. I see. This Donald is such a fool. Lana's promise is so valuable. He could have requested an apartment or a car, but he used it to bring us to the 9th floor instead. He's dumb. Some of the classmates discussed in low voices. That's right. If our roles were reversed, I'd request 10 million from her. Yet, he used it just to show off. Just so he can show off, he wasted a promise from Lana. What a stupid man. Everyone started discussing and looking at Donald with utter derision. Mark smiled faintly and looked deeply at Donald. Pretty impressive. His gaze was gloomy, and his tone was meaningful. Donald narrowed his eyes and looked back at Mark. He suddenly laughed. Are you threatening me? He's just Lana's lackey. It's not like I can't kill him. Mark solemnly nodded. Whatever. You can think of it like that. Oliver and the rest of the crowd looked at Donald and Mark, anticipating a good show. Offending Lana's lackey was akin to offending Lana herself. Furthermore, Mark was not just a simple lackey of Lana's. He was also the head honcho of the Blade Alliance. The Blade Alliance was a legendary prominent organization in Polarton. Even Johnny, the owner of Johnny's Antiques, did not dare to provoke Mark. Donald calmly scrutinized the man. You have no right to challenge me. Few people dared to offend him in the entire world, as doing so would cause an international conflict. Mark froze and anger flashed in his eyes. His fury bubbled and dangerous tension could be felt in the air. If not for the fact that you had saved Miss Collins, I would have strangled you to death. Everyone's heart skipped a beat in fear upon witnessing Mark's wrath. His aura was so frightening that they found it difficult to breathe. Donald's face finally grew serious as he slowly walked toward Mark. He had a calm temperament and was not competitive. Yet, it did not mean that he would not get angry. If someone crossed the line, he did not mind getting rid of them. Simply put, if one did not mess with him, he would not mess with them as well. However, if one dared to get on his nerves, he could even kill their entire family in retaliation. Mark continued wearing a casual expression. He laughed evilly and his fearsome teeth flashed under the light. It was frightening. He clenched his fist, cracked his knuckles, and stretched his neck. Rafe's face paled upon seeing that. He hurriedly stopped Donald. Donald. He's Mark White. Don't be rash. Thereafter, He anxiously rushed toward Mark and bowed. I'm really sorry, Mr. White. I truly apologize. Please be magnanimous and forgive him. Oliver and the rest had already shied away. They looked at the scene with much interest. In their eyes, Donald and Rafe were dead meat. How can he possibly still live if he's offended Mark White? The man has controlled the Blade Alliance for so many years. He's done many terrible and ruthless things. If Lana Collins had not managed to suppress him, he would have conquered the entire underground world in Polarton. Donald's gaze grew colder. His killing intent intensified. Similarly, Mark was like a wild beast that was ready to attack. Just as Donald was prepared to snap Mark's neck, a lady suddenly walked in. She wore a long red dress and was very pretty. Her complexion was fair, and her figure was alluring. There was no flaw on her small face. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. Her watery eyes shone as if they could speak. The first impression people had of her was that she was an otherworldly being. She attracted people to her and made them unable to resist falling in love with her. What are you doing? Lana asked softly after she entered. Her voice was sweet and captivating, taking every man's breath away. Even Mark's breathing quickened. Yet, he did not dare to look at her. He lowered his head and stood there respectfully. On the other hand, Irene and Rebecca looked at Lana with jealousy and envy. We're all women. Why is she so perfect? Mark retracted his fierce aura and stood there motionlessly like a child that had done something wrong. He was very subservient. Lana's gaze landed on Mark. It was a quick and unconcerned gaze, but there was a menacing light glinting in her eyes. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 20, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 20. Mantis is exposed. If Mark's aura was strong, Lana's was even mightier. Even though she was merely standing motionlessly, she exuded a strong presence. Mark felt Lana's gaze, and cold sweat perspired profusely on his forehead. At that moment, he was filled with dread. Others might not know about Lana's true identity, but he knew it best. She was none other than the heir of the Collins family. At that moment, Mark's hatred for Donald brimmed. After all, Donald was the one who caused all this. What right does this Donald have to make Lana treat me like this? Get out, Lana stated lightly. Yes, Ms. Collins, Mark replied respectfully with his head lowered. Donald could clearly see the cold gleam flickering in Mark's eyes. When the latter's gaze swept past him, there was an apparent killing intent hidden within. Donald sneered inwardly. I haven't thanked you for saving my life yesterday. Lana did not even bother shooting a glance at Oliver and the others as she walked up to Donald and spoke gently. Rafe stood right next to him with a bewildered expression. He had never come into contact with a person of Lana's caliber. Though he would normally see them on television, that was the first time he actually saw them close up. It's fine. Donald shook his head. Shall we go out and talk? Lana suggested. After hesitating for a moment, Donald nodded. Okay. Lana smiled faintly at his reply and headed out first. She did not spare Oliver and the others a glance, which made Oliver feel miserable. I have worked so hard to position myself in a stylish posture. Why won't you spare me a glance? The moment Lana appeared, Oliver had positioned himself in the coolest posture possible and put on his most handsome and warm smile. He thought it would be great to win Lana's favor. Yet, Lana did not even spare him a glance. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Lana leave. Why is he acting all high and mighty? Does he seriously think his life would change for the better after saving Lana's life? Irene pursed his lips disdainfully. Come on, just let this go. You are about to become a famous celebrity soon, Rebecca consoled while tugging her friend's hand. As this topic was aroused, the crowd immediately gathered around and bombarded her with questions. Irene, are you really signing a contract with Dontier Pictures? One of the female classmates asked with an envious look on her face. Smugness filled Irene's eyes as she replied, that's right. Dontier Pictures was established by the diva, Winter, and the richest man in Polarton, Charles. You guys must know how many resources the diva has. Rebecca smiled. My sister is also about to sign a contract with Dontier Pictures. If you guys want to see them in the future, it will only be on the big screen. Let's talk while we eat. Excuse me, we are ready to order, proposed Oliver as he lifted his hand to call for a waiter. Rafe pondered for a while and asked cautiously, Mr. Langford, does the promise you made still count? Oliver chuckled. What did I promise? You said that if Donald brings us to the 9th floor, you'll buy that apartment and give me $2 million worth of commission. Rafe grew anxious. Oliver responded, does he really have the ability to bring us in? I have long known that he doesn't have the capability. I just didn't want to embarrass him. Let's eat first and talk about this matter later. Let's not talk about work today. Let's eat first and not ruin everyone's mood, Rebecca added lightly. Rafe sighed. If I knew this, I wouldn't have accepted this deal. Even someone as stupid as me can tell that Oliver never really wanted to buy that apartment, and he just wanted to show off in front of me. Donald sat on the leather couch in the parlor of the 10th floor and said, "Not bad. This couch is designed executively. One set would cost 6 to 7,000. You know your stuff." Lana smiled faintly and asked, "What do you want to drink?" "Just some plain coffee would be good enough," Donald said. Lana then opened a cabinet, took out some coffee powder, and made a cup of hot coffee for Donald. "What a surprise. You actually stocked up on ordinary coffee," Donald said with a smile. "Well, I might encounter all kinds of clients when doing business. It's best to be prepared for all sorts of possibilities." Lana sat back on the couch. She stretched her body, revealing her perfect hourglass body figure. "Thank you for your help today," Donald said as he took a sip of coffee. Lana smiled and shook her head. "It's no trouble at all. I'm sorry about Mark's behavior. You don't have to worry about him. I will deal with him promptly and won't let him cause you any trouble." Donald chuckled softly. "I don't really care about him." Lana frowned. "Mark is very full of himself because he conquers the Blade Alliance." She had investigated Donald, and based on the information found, Donald was married. However, he fell out with his wife due to a surgery fee that cost 600,000. Donald originally had a company under his name, and now the legal person of the company had changed. Hence, in her opinion, Donald had no other strengths other than being slightly capable of fighting. However, being skillful in combat did not mean anything. After all, there were plenty of people who were skilled in combat in the Blade Alliance. Yet, they still did not dare to appear publicly and only did their tasks behind the curtain. There were only 5 or 6 people who dared to show themselves in the entire Blade Alliance. "Don't worry about that. If he crosses the line, I will destroy him. Even you won't be able to stop me," Donald stated nonchalantly as he sat on the couch. Lana's frown deepened. "Mark isn't as simple as you think. Also, you've conducted an investigation on me, right?" Donald flashed her a half smile and continued, "You have checked my credit score, company, travel records, and all of my purchase history. Isn't that right?" Immediately, Lana's eyes widened in surprise. "Donald is right. The person I arranged to investigate him is quite skilled. He's able to investigate people in secrecy, without the target knowing. Also, he's never made a mistake, and he's never been discovered. What is with this Donald? How did he know I was investigating him? Mantis is indeed capable, and he is level-headed. However, have you heard of a phrase? If you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you," Donald stated. Lana was even more shocked. She sat up straight and stared into Donald's eyes. Mantis was her trusted subordinate, who was also known as the best tracker in Polarton. She never expected Mantis to be exposed after conducting an investigation on Donald. "Who exactly are you?" Lana narrowed her eyes as she realized that she had underestimated Donald. "Ms. Collins, it's not good to know too much." Son-in-law Madness Chapter 21, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 21 Personal Bodyguard. "All right, let's move on from that." Lana continued, "Since you don't have a job right now, would you be interested in becoming my personal bodyguard?" Donald was speechless for a moment after hearing that. He then chuckled. "You appear to have everything planned out. Everyone, especially the conglomerates from North Epi, would be terrified if they learned that Lord Campbell had been hired as a woman's personal bodyguard. I understand how much you love your wife, but you can't live without a proper job, can you? I don't care what your other identity is, but you have to explain yourself to her, am I right?" she said. Donald responded, "I must say, you're a good talker. 5,000 a month, with 8 hours of work per day." With her lips pursed, she looked at him. "It's a deal." With that, Donald stood up. In fact, Lana was right about the money. Jennifer did wish for him to have a proper job, and a personal bodyguard was, indeed, a proper job. "Oh, that's right. I've got another question for you," Lana said as she tilted her head. Her silky hairs hid her soft, gentle face. She was incredibly beautiful when the sunlight shone on her face. "What is it?" Donald turned around to look at her. "Do you know Winterlow?" Lana queried. "No." Donald shook his head in response. "But I noticed the figure of a man on her Instagram account, and he looks exactly like you." Lana added, "He was riding on a bike with her." Hearing that, Donald replied, "Ms. Collins, you must be joking. There's no such thing." Lana asked in disbelief, "Really? But his back is strikingly similar to yours." Donald laughed and opened the door, leaving Lana, who was in a daze, alone. After Donald left, Lana massaged her temples. "He isn't as straightforward as he appears to be. Despite the fact that I have all of his information, I still know nothing about him." On the esteemed 9th floor, Donald could hear the laughter of the crowd. When he pushed open the door and walked in, he noticed that the crowd, particularly Rebecca and Irene, were heavily inebriated. They were often seen giving toasts to Oliver together. Despite the fact that they were all aware that Donald had entered, none of them greeted him. Irene and Rebecca did not even bother to look at him. Meanwhile, Rafe sat alone in the corner wearing a sad face. Donald looked at Oliver and said, "Something came up and I need to leave now. You must pay Rafe's commission regardless of whether you buy the house or not. You'll have to deal with the consequences if you don't." Upon hearing that, Oliver jumped up from his seat and slammed his fist onto the table. "Donald Campbell, who do you think you are? Donald Campbell, do you have a death wish?" Irene yelled. "What a disrespectful guy." Rebecca was infuriated as well. "Who does he think he is? Is he under the impression that just because he spoke with Lana, he has the right to be arrogant? It seems like you will only learn your lesson in the face of death." Donald snorted as he prepared himself to finish Oliver off. However, his phone rang at that precise moment. When he took out his phone, he discovered that Jennifer had called him. "Something happened to Kev, Donald." On the other end of the line, Jennifer's sobbing could be heard. Donald immediately frowned. "Don't panic. Can you tell me what happened?" "He gambled away the $600,000 you paid to Harrison, as well as the $2 million that you intended to pay for the property. Even worse, he's currently $1 million in debt and is being held up. They threatened to cut off one of his arms if he didn't pay the $1 million in 3 days, Jennifer explained. Donald was in a fit of rage upon hearing that. This man would never change. "Can you tell me where he's being held?" In the end, Donald managed to keep his rage under control. "The Blade Alliance has him imprisoned at Paragon Building," Jennifer responded. "All right, I'll take care of it." Donald continued, "Kevin really doesn't change. Donald, I've made a mistake by calling you. I should have known better than to call you." From the other end of the line, Jennifer's sad voice could be heard. "Where are you right now?" Donald inquired. "That's none of your business." With that, Jennifer hung up the call. Donald had a dangerous look in his eyes despite his expressionless face. Then, he gave Oliver and the others a cold stare before turning away to dial a number. "Bradley, find out Jennifer's current location for me." Donald's subordinates gradually gathered at Polarton after the Polaris system was activated, waiting for his command. Bradley Brown, the administrator of the Polaris system, was the first to arrive. He was the best hacker in the world, as well as a fantastic tracker. When Lana was investigating Donald, he discovered it in less than 30 seconds. "Mrs. Campbell is on her way to Polarton Pharma," Bradley replied. Donald's face darkened when he heard that. "Harrison is the owner of Polarton Pharma. Jennifer appears to be planning to seek assistance from Harrison. Keep an eye on her at all times." He borrowed a car from Lana shortly after saying that. It was Bentley's limited edition 4-seater that cost $6 million. The moment he got into the car, he received a message on his other phone. When he picked up his phone, he saw that it was Kevin's wife, Skyla, who had left him a message. The text message read, "Hi, wealthy man, I'm in serious trouble right now. Would you mind assisting me?" After a brief pause, Donald responded to the message, "Speak up." Then, she replied, "Is it possible for you to lend me some money? For me, it's a lot, but for you, it's nothing at all. I'll agree to all of your conditions as long as you can lend me the money." The text message was accompanied by her selfie that had been photoshopped countless times with a sad emoticon. Donald typed, "How much do you need?" She wrote, "I need 1 million. Is that okay?" Behind the message was a crying emoticon. In the end, Donald agreed to lend her the money. If the problem could be solved with money, he would not bother dealing with it any further. Even though he was well known around the world, he kept a low profile and only a few people had seen him. With that thought in mind, he transferred $1 million over to her with a message, "You're on your own." Inside Paragon Hotel, Skyla was idly staring at her phone. Suddenly, her phone rang with a notification, $1 million has been transferred to your PayPal. In an instant, Skyla jumped up excitedly. "Oh my goodness! What a rich man!" Kevin, who was hanging his head beside her dejectedly, leaped from his chair and inquired, "Who transferred those funds to you?" Skyla gave him a quick glance before stowing her phone away, preventing him from seeing it. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it was Harrison." She had no intention of telling Harrison that she had hooked up with a wealthy man. "He transferred me $1 million after seeing 2 of my photos, despite the fact that he didn't know who I was. I guess I'm still quite appealing. Maybe it's time for me to start looking for this wealthy man and ask him out." Excited, she ruffled her hair and used the phone's black screen as a mirror to take a good look at herself. "I'll kick that poor bastard, Kevin, out when that wealthy man becomes my sugar daddy." Skyla was brimming with joy. Kevin was ecstatic as well, believing Harrison was the one who had transferred the funds to her. I knew it. Harrison will undoubtedly be of great assistance to us at this crucial time. In the end, he was the only one who was willing to assist me. On the other hand, Donald didn't even make an attempt to assist me. I'm going to ask Jennifer to divorce him when I get back. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 22, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 22. Get rid of him. Skyla pursed her lips in disdain when someone mentioned Donald. Is your sister is blind or something? How can she fall in love with someone like Donald and even register for a marriage certificate with him? Kevin answered, let's not talk about it anymore. He's a piece of worthless trash. That's true. Oh, whatever. We should hurry and pay back the money so that we can leave. Our recent luck has been so freaking bad. Skyla spoke in distress as they had lost 300,000 in each match. That one night cost them almost 3 million. As long as my sister marries Harrison, he'll undoubtedly pay for our losses. To him, 3 million is nothing. He'll help us even if we racked up a loss that's worth 10 million, Kevin exclaimed. Meanwhile, Jennifer got off a taxi in front of Polarton Pharma. She took a deep breath while looking at the tall, 33-floor building before her. Then, she dialed Harrison's number. Jenny, what's up? Why did you suddenly call me? Harrison's gentle voice spoke through the phone. One could easily guess that he was delighted and anxious upon receiving Jennifer's call. I need to borrow 1 million from you. Something happened to Kev, Jennifer answered in a low voice. A silence ensued before Harrison finally answered, where are you now? Let's meet up to discuss the details. I'm in front of Polarton Pharma. Excitement coursed through Harrison upon hearing that. He then responded, okay. Could you wait for me there? I'll come over to pick you up now. Okay, Jennifer agreed after a short moment of hesitation. It was not long before Harrison exited the building and noticed Jennifer. Infatuation flashed in his eyes as he ogled her. Jennifer donned a slim-fitting white top that successfully accentuated her slim waist and a pair of skinny jeans, revealing her long, alluring legs. An air of elegance and gentleness emitted from her. Jenny, Harrison called out while gazing at her intently. At that moment, his lust for her overwhelmed his senses. Although Donald had never slept with Jennifer, she was still married to him and was legally his wife. Harrison got excited when that thought struck him as he enjoyed getting involved in intense and complicated entanglements. He suggested, Jenny, why don't we talk in my office? After a moment of contemplation, Jennifer nodded to agree. She soon sat on a couch when they reached Harrison's office. Then, the latter handed her a cup of coffee before sitting beside her. Jennifer was so nervous that she shifted to create some space between her and Harrison. That did not offend Harrison. Instead, he flashed her an amused smile and asked, what's the matter? A frown crept up to his face the next second when Jennifer briefly recounted what had happened to Kevin. Harrison knew about Blade Alliance. The head of their organization was Mark White, who was infamous for being a brute. Garrett had even warned Harrison countless times not to have any ties with Blade Alliance. 1 million is not a big deal. However, it won't be easy for me to retrieve Kevin and his friend, Harrison stated. Jennifer's expression quickly soured. Harrison continued smilingly, Jenny, I'm not sure if I should tell you something. Go ahead. Harrison sized the woman up before fixing his gaze on her delicate face. Then, he stifled a sigh at the thought of her being in love with Donald. 1 million in addition to 600,000. How many years will it take you to earn that sum and repay me? He cast a suggestive look as he spoke. Jennifer froze, lowered her head, and muttered, I swear I'll return the money to you. In 5, or maybe 10 years, I'll be able to give it all back. At the same time, I'll pay you interest according to the market price. Harrison chuckled. Need I remind you that Donald doesn't have a job now? Plus, Kevin is marrying a girl soon, and you need to take care of your parents. Considering your annual salary is about 100,000, it will take many more years before you can pay back the sum you owe me. A moment passed before Jennifer replied, okay, I see. Thank you for your time. She was about to get up from her seat to leave. However, Harrison sat closer to her and suggested in a gentle voice, there are other ways for you to repay me that won't involve money. That perplexed Jennifer. Her brows furrowed as she stared at Harrison, who gazed at her intensely. He elaborated, I don't need you to divorce Donald. Instead, all you have to do is accompany me at times. Drop by my place whenever you receive a call from me, and I'll pay you a 50,000 monthly allowance. Does that sound good to you? With that said, he was about to put his arm around Jennifer's waist. Jennifer's expression drastically paled at that. Her body trembled as she stood, distanced herself, and clarified, I see you as a friend, Harrison, nothing more. Besides, I'm a married woman. Please show some respect to me. It was then that Harrison finally exposed his real intention. I don't mind. In fact, The thought of sleeping with someone else's woman excites me. He knew well of her circumstances. Jennifer's parents could not give her the help she needed, and her brother, Kevin, was a hopeless and incompetent fool. Then there was Kevin's soon-to-be wife, Skyla, who was a money-hungry woman. Thus, there was no doubt the 1,600,000 debt would be a massive burden to her family. Tears and redness appeared in Jennifer's as she felt humiliated by Harrison's words. Despite her trembling voice, she expressed, "Harrison, thank you for your offer, but I won't accept it. I'll return your 600,000 as soon as possible." As she finished, she pulled open the door and was about to leave Harrison's office. Still ogling her slender figure, Harrison reminded, "Do not forget that your brother Kevin is still with Blade Alliance. He might lose his hand if you fail to gather 1 million in 3 days. Jennifer's face became as pale as a ghost, and even her bones trembled with disgust. "I can rescue him. All it takes is a phone call from me, and he'll be free. But whether I do that depends on your decision now." Harrison patted the couch before continuing, "I hear your virginity is still intact. So, why don't we bang?" Jennifer flung the door open and stormed out of the room before he could finish his sentence. A sarcastic scoff came from Harrison before he sipped on his coffee, unbothered by how he had offended her. He did not notice that his words and actions were recorded and sent to Donald. Elsewhere, Donald had a frosty expression the moment he received the video. "Lord Campbell, shall I get rid of Harrison?" Bradley Brown, one of Donald's most competent subordinates, seated. At the same time, he mused, "Does Harrison have a death wish? How dare he try to take advantage of Lord Campbell's wife? I'll do it myself." Donald drove to Blade Alliance in a hurry while adding, "Also, get a subordinate to join me at Blade Alliance. I'll retrieve the 2 idiots in 10 minutes. Shall I send Tyson over?" Bradley inquired gingerly. Tyson Quirk, also known as Tiger, was the head of an organization named Mount C Sect that operated similarly to Blade Alliance. However, Mount C Sect was inferior to Blade Alliance, so they had always steered clear of the latter organization and its owner, Mark. "I'm leaving the decision to you." Donald ended the call. In the car, his darkened expression was so terrifying that no one knew what murderous intent he had in his mind. Kevin and Skyla, who had just paid back 1 million, sat anxiously in the guest's room. Blade Alliance was not easy to deal with. Although Kevin and Skyla had paid back the money, it seemed like the organization was not planning to let the two leave anytime soon. "I hope Harrison helps us out. If not, it seems impossible for us to get out of here," Skyla said. Kevin was confident in saying, "Don't worry. Harrison won't leave us to suffer here." After a while, the previously ill-mannered butler entered the room and said respectfully, "Things would have been a lot easier if you had told us that you're acquaintances with Mr. Chu. We are indeed close with him." Kevin cleared his throat while wearing a cocky smile, thinking that the butler meant to say Mr. Queen, Harrison's last name. On the other hand, the butler misread the situation and assumed that Kevin was a close associate of Tyson, whose last name was Mr. Quirk. He bowed and said, "I'm sorry if I offended you earlier." A smug look crept up Kevin's face. He then strode out of the building with Skyla while saying, "See? Harrison is indeed a capable man." It was then that a Bentley Continental pulled over before him just as he and Skyla left the building. The car window rolled down to reveal Donald, who coldly instructed, "Get in." Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 23, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 23. A task from Kiliat Avion. Immediately Kevin turned with eyes wide open and stared at Donald in disbelief. "Wow, a Bentley Continental GT costs more than 6 million. Did you win the lottery or something?" Skyla touched the side of the car reverently, envy blazing in her eyes. "Get in," Donald repeated with a frown. Kevin hurriedly opened the door to the passenger seat and slid in, his fingertips grazing every detail of the vehicle's plush interior as he made odd noises. "Keep your hands to yourself. The money you lost is nearly sufficient to purchase this car," Donald ordered in a deadpan voice. That made Kevin stiffen at once. "I wasn't the only one who lost the money." Donald didn't respond. "How did you get this car?" Skyla piped up. "I borrowed it." Kevin pouted. "Who would be so rich to lend you a luxury car?" "Lana Collins," Donald replied. Upon hearing that, Skyla's eyes rounded with shock. "What's your relationship with her? Why would she loan this car to you?" "I'm her bodyguard." Skyla promptly lost interest after hearing that nugget of information and sagged in her seat. A look of distaste showed on her face as she snidely commented, "So you're a bodyguard now?" A sigh came from Kevin. "I don't want to meddle, but isn't there nothing left between you and Jennifer? Why don't you let her go? If you love her, you should free her from your marriage. She will only suffer being with you. Besides, Harrison likes her, and more importantly, he's rich enough to provide her with a better life." Donald shot an inscrutable glance at Kevin. Instantly, Kevin felt chills run down his spine as he stopped talking altogether. What's with Donald? He's devoid of emotions like a zombie. At the same time, it seems like he's arrogant and looks down on others. With a mocking sigh, Skyla added, it's not a good idea to make comparisons. After all, Harrison is the heir to Polarton Pharma while you're merely a bodyguard. At the same time, she held back from uttering her thoughts. Besides, Harry gave me $1 million without even asking me why I needed the money. See how generous he is. How can you compare to him? One more word from you, and I'll kick you out of the car, Donald warned coldly. Skyla gave a condescending chuckle and started taking selfies with her phone. Then, she typed up a message that read, Harry, thank you for today. We should meet up when you're free. I'll give you anything you desire. A heavily edited selfie that had gone through several rounds of filters was attached before she sent the message to Harrison. 10 seconds later, the phone in Donald's pocket chirped with an incoming notification, and he narrowed his eyes. Skyla's gaze instantly snapped over to him as she eyed him warily. Suspicion flashed across her mind for a second before she dismissed it. It must be a coincidence. Soon after, they arrived in front of Polarton Pharma to find Jennifer on her knees, her eyes red and swollen. She had clearly been crying for some time now. Donald got out of the car and handed her a tissue while soothing her, everything's okay now. Don't cry. She raised her head, and joy shone in her eyes before she dissolved into more tears. She sprang to her feet, leapt into his arms, and buried her face against his chest. Why am I being subjected to such humiliation? Harrison was right. A poor couple can never be happy. I wouldn't have to put up with this if you were a little more accomplished than you are now. Tears and snot ran down her face as she held on tightly to Donald's waist. Meanwhile, Donald inhaled the fragrance of her hair and ran his fingers through the silky strands. It's all over now. I got Kevin and Skyla back. Really? Where? She exclaimed in wonder. How did you do it? Kevin stepped out of the car at that moment and supplied, how else? Of course it was with Harrison's help. He helped us pay $1 million and probably beat up Blade Alliance's butler, Gerald Hill. His expression became more animated, and spittle flew from his mouth. Jennifer, you have no idea how terse and aggressive Gerald was with me. When Harrison rescued us, Gerald immediately improved his behavior and bowed to me. Let me tell you. That felt great. Yeah, we had to rely on someone capable for help in that critical moment. It seems some people are just born useless, Skyla followed suit, making sure to make a snide remark about Donald. Jennifer swiveled her head to look at the former, guilt about Harrison creeping up on her. Despite how she had treated him, he was still willing to help her. At that thought, she sent a short text to Harrison, thank you. Donald observed them without offering a single comment. He had already decided to obliterate Polarton Pharma today to get even with Harrison for harassing his wife. Jennifer was Donald's Achilles heel, after all. Let's go home, Jennifer suggested. She then peered over Donald's shoulder and saw the sleek car behind him. Where did that come from? Someone obviously lent it to him. Do you think he can afford such a car? Kevin said with a contemptuous smirk. He's made it now, though, as Lana's bodyguard. So, his monthly pay should increase. A cynical, mocking tone coated every dry word Skyla uttered. Jennifer's brows knitted as she lifted her gaze back to Donald. Is it true? He gave her a nod. At that moment, Jennifer's heart sank. She didn't like any form of association between her husband and Lana. Lana has given Donald $1 million for saving her, and now she's offering him a position as her bodyguard. What will happen in the future if they start spending more time together? Can you resign? Jennifer asked, her frown deepening. Who wouldn't wish to see their husband succeed and make a name for themselves? Although Donald's not wealthy, he still leads a relatively comfortable life. Still, it's not good for his image if he works as a bodyguard for another woman. If everyone finds out that he's working as a bodyguard, he'll become a laughingstock. Donald replied, didn't you want me to get a stable job? Well, I didn't say you had to be a bodyguard. If people find out about it? She trailed off. It would be embarrassing. He finished with a derisive sneer. I'm not discriminating against the job. It's just that you're too ambitious to work as a bodyguard, she explained. Donald's lips twisted into a sardonic smile. How about this? We'll go with this job for now and table this discussion for the future. Jennifer's anger skyrocketed. Her husband's flippant mindset and lack of ambition grated on her nerves. She liked him for his stable outlook on life and steely resolve. However, disappointment swamped her that life's trials seemed to have bent and strained his backbone of steel. I'm tired. Let's go home. She released a long sigh and turned, walking in the opposite direction and raising her hand to hail a cab. Kevin's smug gaze flitted to Donald as he went after her. I suggest you start making plans to divorce Jennifer. Skyla tipped her chin at him before turning to leave. Donald watched their retreating backs and swiveled on his heels to face the skyscraper, something dangerous flickering in the depths of his eyes. When he was about to decimate Polerton Pharma, his burner phone rang with a call. Bradley's voice reported from the other end of the line, "Lord Campbell, we've received a task from Kiliat Obyon." Donald stilled. He squeezed his eyes shut, inhaling a deep and centering breath. When he opened his eyes again, they were cold and blank. This call was a turning point that marked the last moments where his life was still peaceful. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 24, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 24. "Jennifer is in danger. Arrange for me to meet with the messenger," said Donald. "All right. He'll be waiting for you at High Plain Curve," replied Bradley. Donald ended the call after confirming the meeting. He then started his car, revved up the engine, and disappeared. A little over 10 minutes later, he arrived at High Plain Curve. It was a famous curved road among racers for its 90 degrees turn. At that moment, there were two modified luxury cars racing each other. One was a Lamborghini, while the other was an Audi RS7. Both slowed down when they were approaching the 90 degrees turn, as one might fall off the cliff if they were not careful at the turn. However, Donald boldly drifted at the 90 degrees turn without slowing down. "Damn!" the drivers from the other two cars exclaimed in shock, impressed by the mad skills Donald had. They even felt that he could surpass Xaden Dunn, the king of car racing. By the time the two drivers completed the turn, Donald's Bentley Continental was long gone. Donald got out of the car when he arrived at the top of a mountain. A car was already waiting a distance away. In front of it was a young man in a military uniform. The man excitedly bowed upon seeing Donald. It turned out that the man was Hannah's older brother, Ryan Nixon. He was the youngest major general in all of Polerton and an outstanding figure among the younger generations of the Nixon family. "Lord Campbell," Ryan respectfully and enthusiastically greeted. "This man is the legendary Lord Campbell. He fought in the Holy War, where he single-handedly turned the tables and became victorious." "Please rise," said Donald. Ryan did as told before announcing with a cautious tone, "Kiliat Obyon contacted me to deploy your mission." Donald nodded. Ever since he activated Polaris system, he knew his peaceful life was over and had already prepared himself for the worst. Ryan brought over a stack of documents and said, "The parasite has returned to Polerton." To think that he had fled like a coward back then, but it turned out he had left some of his men here in Polerton. As soon as he's back, these men will rise again. Lilith Snowden, also known as Professor Snowden, will be in Lab Number 1 at this crucial time to work on the final stage of her experiment. Thus, Kiliat Obyon would like us to protect Lilith so that she can complete the experiment and eradicate the parasite and all of his men that are hiding in the dark. "Okay. I'm guessing Mark is one of the parasite's men?" Donald asked as he took the documents from Ryan. Ryan was a little taken aback but quickly answered, "Yes. However, Mark has since pledged his allegiance to the Collins family." "We'll start with him then," said Donald as he flipped through the documents. From the pages, Donald learned that Lilith was in her 30s and was about to enter Polerton soon to carry out a military scientific research project as the chief engineer. Besides that, Donald also discovered that the parasite fled 15 years ago after suffering from a huge blow. He had since been hiding outside of the borders. Now that he was back in Polerton, trouble was bound to happen. If the parasite had remained in Polerton all this while, Charles and Lana would not have become who they were today. Instead, Parasite himself would have been the uncrowned king of Polerton. The mission is simple. Protect Miss Snowden and get rid of Parasite, is that right? Asked Donald. Ryan bitterly smiled as he replied, "Yes. The parasite's identity is rather sensitive. It's a little difficult for us to step in." Donald nodded. "I get it. Tell Kiliat Obyon to leave it to me." Subsequently, Ryan saluted and answered, "Yes, Lord Campbell." With all of that sorted, Donald departed in his expensive car. Relief washed over Ryan as he watched the former drive away. Lord Campbell might look friendly, but he emits an overwhelming and pressuring aura to people around him. Even though he's younger than me, there's a weariness in his gaze that shows he has experienced many things. When Ryan first stood in front of Donald earlier, he initially felt honored to get graced by the latter's presence. However, that feeling soon turned to pressure as he wanted to do well before the latter. Meanwhile, Donald had arrived back at the building where Lana was to return her car. "Can you accompany me to see someone?" Lana asked with a smile when she saw him. Donald looked at the time and thought of the dinner date he had arranged with Hannah in the morning. He estimated that there were another 4 to 5 hours to go since it was only 1 o'clock at the time. "Sure. But I need to leave at 5, replied Donald. "Okay," said Lana. "Miss Collins, do you need me to join you?" asked Mark. He was looking down, yet a flicker of bloodlust flashed in his eyes as he side-eyed Donald. Lana shook her head. "I'll be fine with Donald. You're a high-profile figure. Plus, things in Polerton have been in a state of disorder lately, so it's best for me to accompany you, Mark insisted. Lana's gaze turned cold instantly at his words. Get lost now. Finally, Mark backed down and left. The whole time, Donald was watching with amusement. He could not help but think that there must be a reason why both Mark and Blade Alliance, which once worked for the Parasite, suddenly pledged their allegiance to the Collins family. The person we're meeting today is a world-renowned luxury designer. The necklace named Eternal Love is one of her creations, said Lana. Donald had heard about Eternal Love before. Not only was Eternal Love from a top luxury designer brand, but it was currently selling at a staggering 10 million as there were only 2 of its kind in the whole world. One was in South Epi, while the other in the hands of the designer herself. Her name is Lilith Snowden, Lana added. Donald's eyes narrowed at the mention of that name. It struck him that Lilith was the same person he had gotten assigned to protect. Lilith had 2 identities. She was more commonly known as a world-renowned luxury designer. However, her true identity was the chief engineer of Rising Dragon project. Meanwhile, Harrison was flipping through his phone when he noticed Jennifer had sent him a thank you text. Although clueless as to why she had sent that, he did not bother about it. Instead, he planned to strike while the iron was hot and tackle Jennifer that day. He was going to get her into bed with him. He felt that things would be easier once he went all the way. After all, what was done could not be undone. He pondered with that thought for a moment before he finally called Kevin. Hey, Harrison, Kevin answered the call excitedly. Harrison was shocked to hear the former's voice. Did he make it out alive? Who got him out of Blade Alliance's captivity? You made it out, asked Harrison. Yeah. All thanks to you. There's no saying what I'd have suffered if it wasn't for that 1 million you provided and the firm reminder to that nasty Gerald, explained Kevin. Again, Harrison was stunned. He was confused as he had not given Kevin and Skyla 1 million, much less remind Gerald anything. After all, Gerald was a nasty guy. Even if Harrison's father, Garrett, had stepped in, there was still no guarantee that Gerald would give in. What did Gerald say? Asked Harrison with a frown. He said he would have let me go if I had just told him that I was Mr. Queen's acquaintance. I've got to say. You're quite incredible, Harrison, Kevin recounted and laughed. On the other hand, Harrison's brows furrowed deeper. At that moment, he could sense that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what exactly. He quickly dismissed those thoughts and asked, when are you returning the money you owe me? Kevin paused for a moment on the other end of the call. Then, he stuttered, well, you see. It's all right if you don't pay. However, you haven't exactly shown any gratitude, despite me buying you all those luxury goods, Harrison stated as he narrowed his eyes. Kevin was not as naive as Jennifer. Hence, he immediately understood what Harrison was implying and replied, give me a time, and I'll get it done, Harrison. In an hour. Harrison was thrilled. No problem. Come to my house in 10 minutes. I've already prepared the sleeping pills, so it'll undoubtedly be the best time of your life. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 25, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 25. Speaking of power, as soon as Kevin hung up his phone, he looked over at the couch across from him where Jennifer spoke to their mother, Linda Stern. Is Donald really working as a bodyguard? Asked Linda. Jennifer nodded. Instantly, Linda snarled through gritted teeth, that loser. He even closed down his company because of his damned grandfather. This won't do. The 2 of you must file a divorce at once. Jennifer retorted helplessly, Mom, I'm already married to him. How can you ask me to divorce him so easily? I must have been blind back then for letting you marry a loser like him. He doesn't stand a chance when compared to Harrison. The latter has money, power, and social connections. Look at Donald. What does he have? I don't know why you married him. Ugh, I'm so pissed, complained Linda with her hands on her waist. All Jennifer could manage was a sigh. Jennifer, I have something to tell you, Kevin said suddenly. He had his back facing Jennifer while he poured a cup of water and dropped in a white sleeping pill that dissolved instantly. Then, he walked over and handed the water to her. After sighing once more, Jennifer spoke to him. Kev, promise me that you'll work hard from here on. Stop gambling, okay? Kevin flashed a stern expression and responded, I promise you, Jennifer. Now, have some water. I have something important to tell you. Jennifer was a little confused but still drank half of the water in the cup without noticing anything wrong. She then asked, what's up? Donald might be cheating on you, said Kevin seriously. Jennifer's face darkened as soon as she heard that. Impossible. I know him well enough to know that he would never do that. Then, Kevin pulled out his phone and showed her a picture of Donald standing beside Winter a few days ago. The picture was a little blurry as it got taken from a distance with bad lighting. Winter's face seemed blurry, but Jennifer could recognize Donald's face anywhere. Right away, a lump formed in her throat as tears trickled down her cheeks. She held the cup in her hands and sunk into the couch. How can he do this to me? I like him so much. How can this be? She felt so helpless at that moment. Soon, her head began to spin while her eyelids felt heavy. Mom, how could he do this to me? She cried out between sobs. Linda looked at Jennifer with a pained look and consoled, It's okay, Jennifer. Stop crying. He's a cheater. Just go and get a divorce with him tomorrow. Jennifer, Donald is not the man for you. Divorcing him would be wiser, and it's best for everyone, Kevin chimed in. At that moment, Jennifer felt dizzy, and her whole body was weak. It was as though all her strength had drained. Jenny, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Linda was shocked to see Jennifer in that state, so she quickly rushed to support the latter. However, Kevin stepped in and held Linda back. Linda looked over at him with confusion and saw him smiling eerily. He eventually admitted, I did it. Harrison is on his way. Linda was stunned, but she understood what was going on immediately. She hesitated for a moment, but she stayed rooted to the spot in the end. Meanwhile, Jennifer could barely keep her eyes open anymore. Kev, what did you give me? She looked behind her with difficulty and saw the door was open. Then, Harrison entered in a white suit while he stared at Jennifer with a predatory gaze. Mom, Miss Sawyer invited you for a game of poker. You should get Dad too, said Kevin as he looked at his mother. Linda knew immediately what was going on. She hesitated again but clenched her teeth in the end and looked at Harrison. Be nice and gentle with my daughter. Don't hurt her. Don't worry, Mrs. Wilson. I will, Harrison answered with a smile. He was pleased with her reaction. On the couch, Jennifer had a rough idea of their conversation. She started screaming as soon as she realized what was happening. No. Mom, don't go. No, Harrison. I bet you. Kev, don't go. We'll be back at 5, so the two of you can have some privacy, said Kevin. Harrison raised his hand and looked at the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. There were 3 hours until 5. That'll be plenty of time for me to enjoy her. Mom, let's go. Kevin tugged on Linda's sleeve. Linda was still hesitating and could not help but look at Harrison. However, when she met his profound gaze, she clenched her teeth and left. Mom, please. Jennifer began to cry again as she started to feel the darkness engulfing her. Harrison approached her and said gently, Go to sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up. Bam. The door had closed. Jennifer was hopeless when she heard that sound. Before she passed out, tears flowed down her cheeks as she mumbled, Donald, I'm sorry. She and Harrison were the only two left in the house. Harrison perversely ogled her curvy figure and slender legs that got emphasized by her denim jeans. His breathing slowly picked up. Jennifer, you have no idea how much effort I put in to have you to myself. He spoke with a greasy smile while slowly taking off his shirt. The unconscious Jennifer was still shaking her head as tears kept flowing. She looked utterly pitiful at that moment. Still, she was undoubtedly an attractive woman with her fair skin and curvy figure. After all, Donald was a man with exquisite taste. It was no wonder that he only associated himself with exceedingly gorgeous women. Your husband hasn't even touched you yet. That means I'll be the first to lay claim on your virginity. Harrison had taken off his jacket as he eyed Jennifer lustily. He then reached out to take off her blouse. All of a sudden, there was a loud bang, and the metal door flung open. There was even a 1-inch deep imprint of a fist on the door. A tall figure soon walked in on the two. It was Donald. He entered with a murderous aura and glared daggers at Harrison, hinting that the latter was a dead man. Donald's eyes were devoid of any emotion, and it even seemed as though there was a flicker of bloodlust in his orbs. Harrison must die. You've got some nerve, Harrison. Donald walked over one step at a time. It was as though the devil inside of him had been awakened. Harrison felt as though the entire house was trembling from fear. No one in the world could imagine how furious Donald was at that moment. After all, Jennifer was his only weakness, and Harrison had dared to lay hands upon her. Harrison felt a shiver down his spine as he looked at Donald. That was the first time he had ever seen Donald behave so terrifyingly. He staggered backward but quickly calmed himself and shouted, Donald, are you trying to start a fight? Don't forget that I'm the heir to Polarton Pharma. My dad is Garrett Queen, and my grandpa is Louis Queen. You have no idea how powerful my family and I are. How dare you speak of power in front of me? Donald walked over to the couch and looked at Jennifer with a pained expression. He then took a nearby blanket and put it on her. Would you believe me if I said I can end your existence with one call? Harrison threatened. Why should I be scared? I'm the heir to Polarton Pharma. I'm a big deal, while Donald's merely a vagrant. With that thought in mind, he regained his composure and said in a relaxed manner, Donald, there's no way you can go against me head to head. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 26, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 26. This is only the beginning. Going against me would be like challenging a god. I'm far more capable and powerful than you. Don't you know that being poor is a sin? I can do anything I want because I'm rich, Harrison boasted. Is that so? I'll show you what I'm capable of today. Donald raised his hands, and a surge of energy shot from his palm. Then, the door immediately slammed shut as he sat down in front of Jennifer. Harrison was dumbfounded at the sight of that. Perhaps you've forgotten that I drove Kevin out of Blade Alliance. It also seems that you haven't realized the person who saved Kevin was a Mr. Quirk, not you, Mr. Queen. Now, I'll destroy Polarton Pharma in front of you before I end your life, said Donald. Harrison burst out in laughter at the sound of that. This is the funniest joke I've heard this whole year. Unbothered, Donald went ahead and pulled out his phone. Get rid of Polarton Pharma within the next 5 minutes. Harrison was not intimidated at all. He pulled a chair over and sat down as he looked at Donald with disdain. Get rid of Polarton Pharma in 5 minutes? Let's see what gives you the right to say that. It did not take long before Harrison's phone began to ring. He frowned as the call was from his father, who yelled furiously, Harrison, who did you offend? Harrison had a bad feeling as soon as he heard that. He could not help but glance over at Donald, but the latter was caressing Jennifer's face gently without paying attention to him. Thus, he answered the phone with a shaky voice, What happened, Dad? Our under-the-table business with Polarton General Hospital has gotten exposed. The big shots who reorganized Polarton General Hospital is now targeting us. Who exactly did you offend, and how? Asked Garrett in a trembling voice. Harrison felt as though his mind had exploded as all sorts of thoughts crossed his mind at that moment. The guys who reorganized Polarton General Hospital are attacking us? Aren't those the big shots from Heavenly Private Room? Could it be because of Donald? Impossible. Preposterous. There's no way he would have this kind of influence. I'll call Mr. Green immediately. Those were Garrett's words before he hung up the call. At that moment, Harrison could not help but tremble as he looked over at Donald. After all, it would be a death penalty if the under-the-table businesses between Polarton Pharma and Polarton General Hospital got exposed, especially the one involving fake vaccines. It turned out that Polarton Pharma had been sending fake vaccines worth a few $100 million to Polarton General Hospital all these years. Be patient. The best is yet to come, Donald commented nonchalantly. Before Harrison could even respond to that, his phone rang again. This time, it was his grandfather, Louis. Harrison, what did you do? Who did you offend? Our entire research department has gotten suspended. Our shares are dropping as well. Louis thundered. Harrison was stunned by that. Everything happened so suddenly and turned Polarton Pharma upside down, like how the reorganization changed Polarton General Hospital entirely. Hurry up and apologize to that person. We might still be able to come out of this alive. Otherwise, we're doomed, Louis urged before hanging up the phone. Goosebumps prickled down Harrison's spine. His eyes met Donald and something clicked into place inside his mind. Back at Winter's concert, someone arranged a private room for Jennifer on the spot. Now that Harrison thought about it, the situation made it likely that Donald had arranged that. Kevin also mentioned that I gave a firm reminder to Gerald. I clearly didn't do that. Donald said the man who saved Kevin is Mr. Quirk, but there aren't many Quirks in Polarton that can do that. The only person I can think of is Tyson Quirk, who holds the titles Single Blade War God and Tiger. But he's the vicious leader of Mount C sect. Why would Tyson be bothered with helping a useless piece of trash like Kevin? Someone must have asked him to do so. Yet, the only people that can do that are likely the big shots in Heavenly Private Room. It's you. You're the big shot from Heavenly Private Room. Harrison stood up upon that realization. His forehead broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, his phone chimed with endless messages. Our stock prices have plummeted. We've lost 300 million in 2 minutes. The bitcoins we stored in a foreign country have turned into unreadable codes. They're unsalvageable. That means our 500 million is gone. The 1 billion we saved in a foreign country has also gotten frozen by the International Financial Regulatory Institution. One after another, bad news kept coming. Harrison finally realized what Donald was truly capable of at that moment. He found the latter's powers terrifying and unfathomable. Donald usually seems harmless. However, he's like an utter brute when attacking. Is this what Donald is capable of? Harrison wondered. His face became as pale as a sheet while his lips were trembling as he looked at Donald with horror. Impossible. Who exactly are you? Donald coldly met the former's gaze. Why are you getting so emotional? All of this is only the beginning. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 27, Son-in-law madness chapter 27 Beg for mercy. Harrison's face twisted into a deeper frown. Is Donald not done? What's going to happen next? Little did he know he would find out soon enough. Harrison's phone rang again. This time, it was a call from his secretary, who also happened to be his dad's mistress. Harry, things are not good. The authorities found out about the fake vaccines and have arrested your father, the chairman. They said he'll possibly suffer a death penalty. Then, another call came in. Mr. Queen, bad news. The capital flow to Polerton Pharma had gotten severed. All the factories have ceased operation. Even his grandfather called again. Harrison, it's over for the Queen family. You better apologize to whoever you offended now or leave the city immediately to save yourself. Grandpa, it's too late now. The man I offended is right in front of me, replied Harrison. The glow in his eyes faded at that moment. I see. Okay, they're here to arrest me. As soon as Lewis finished his sentence, it was as though he had lost all of his strength, and he hung up. Another call came in before Harrison could put away his phone. He straightened his back immediately because it was a call from the big shot behind Polerton General Hospital, Johnny Green. Hello, Mr. Green. Harrison, I told your father last night to advise you to laying low for a few days. So, what on earth is happening now? I can't even save myself anymore. It seems your family will undoubtedly perish today, said Johnny with weariness in his voice. The call soon ended after that. Not a word came from Harrison. It was as though all his wealth and pride had gotten trampled on like they were nothing. He raised his trembling right hand and saw that only 5 minutes had passed since Donald threatened him. He could not believe it. 5 minutes was all it took to destroy Polerton Pharma, which was worth billions. Mr. Campbell, please, Donald. I was wrong. I really am. Please spare my family. I won't ever touch your wife again. Harrison got on his knees in front of Donald and begged with tears on his face. It was then that Donald got up and looked down at the former coldly. You shouldn't have touched Jennifer in the first place. Harrison kept begging and slamming his head on the ground that a bump formed on his forehead. However, it was as though he did not feel it at all as he continued, It's my fault. I know I've made a grave mistake. Please spare us. I'll be your servant from here on. I beg you. One should pay for their vile actions, don't you agree? Donald questioned softly. That filled Harrison's eyes with horror. He's going to kill me. Donald's going to kill me. He suddenly felt as though his body had gotten shrouded in a dark, menacing shadow. Then, a middle-aged man in a chef's uniform and a tall white hat jumped in from the window with a butcher's knife in hand. It was Tyson from Mount C sect. Lord Campbell, Tyson greeted as he knelt on the floor. Harrison wet his pants at the sight of that. After all, everyone knew of Tyson. The North Prince, Tyson Quirk, the South Prince, Zane Yates, the East Prince, Lucas Albee, the West Prince, Jim Wolfe, and the Center Prince, Charles Langford. These were the most powerful people in Polerton. Even though Tyson's organization, Mount C sect, was not as powerful as Blade Alliance, he never once feared the latter organization's leader, Mark. Tyson had retired for a long time and rarely appeared in the public's eyes. So, his appearance now baffled Harrison, whose pupils shrank as he broke out in cold sweat. Harrison could not believe that Tyson would respectfully address Donald as Lord Campbell. No one would dare call themselves Lord Campbell. That person is none other than the man who had fought in the Holy War 9 years ago and single-handedly achieved victory. Why Yuri Lord Campbell? Harrison felt as though his mind exploded, and he lost his ability to think. He could not believe that the 27-year-old man standing before him was the world-renowned and invincible figure, Lord Campbell. How did I manage to offend Lord Campbell? Yet, he soon realized something even more terrifying. Lord Campbell hid away from the world for so many years. Now that he has revealed himself before me, I know his identity. Does that mean he's going to kill me? Crud. I even tried to lay hands on his woman. He drew a sharp breath at that thought. Lord Campbell, please spare me. I beg you. Harrison got down on his knees again and knocked his head on the ground, pleading for mercy. Son-in-law madness chapter 28, Son-in-law madness chapter 28 Consummate our marriage tonight. Donald waved and ordered, do it neatly. Yes, Lord Campbell. Tyson held a butcher knife while grabbing Harrison's neck with his other hand. Then, he leaped out of the window with a ladder. It was not long before the two arrived at an abandoned house. There, Harrison slumped to the ground, trembling as he looked at Tyson, who looked like a vicious butcher. Please don't kill me, Mr. Quirk. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please spare me, and I'll keep Donald's identity a secret. I won't ever return to Polerton, Harrison kept begging. Tyson flashed a warm smile. Sorry, buddy. It was bold and reckless of you to lay hands on Lord Campbell's wife, Ms. Wilson. I won't disobey his orders, so please be smarter in your next life. There are some people that you can't afford to mess with. Before Harrison could say something, a cold glint flashed before his eyes. All that he saw next was complete darkness. He died after only a slash. After that, Tyson rushed back to Jennifer's home and bowed respectfully at Donald. Mission complete. Meanwhile, Donald held Jennifer, who seemed to sense his breath as she buried her head in his tummy. He fondly caressed her face and hair. Initially, he was going to meet Lilith with Lana. However, he rushed back immediately after receiving news about Harrison's plot from Bradley. Donald waved, and dozens of shadows around him, including Tyson, silently disappeared from the scene. He muttered firmly, I won't let this happen again. Jennifer was the first woman whom he loved. His love toward her was not anything dramatic or intense. It was, instead, a tender and attentive romance. After 2 hours, Jennifer gradually regained consciousness. As soon as she woke up, she sat up straight and looked at her clothes in horror. Go away. Get off me. Jennifer burst into tears and shoved Donald away. She thought it was Harrison who was hugging her. It took her a while, but she became momentarily stunned when she realized Donald was holding her. After that, she threw herself into his arms again and started crying. Donald, I'm sorry. Let's get a divorce. I'm no longer pure. Donald stroked her back gently. Nothing happened. I chased Harrison away. Everything is fine now. Jennifer looked up. Really? Yes, of course, Donald said with a smile, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Jennifer felt her body carefully and did not notice anything unusual. She then breathed a sigh of relief. I felt so hopeless before I passed out. I know. Everything's fine now. I won't let you suffer any harm in the future, Donald promised softly. Jennifer looked at him before pressing her cheek against Donald's. Her face instantly turned into a bright shade of vermilion. She asked shyly, why are you looking at me like that? Jennifer was slender and wore a long white blouse, emphasizing her perfect figure. Jennifer, tonight. Started Donald. Jennifer was stunned. What do you want to do tonight? A smile curved on Donald's face as he whispered in her ear, let's consummate our marriage tonight. A beet red shade crept up Jennifer's ears and cheeks. She quickly buried her face in his chest and replied softly, okay. Donald sighed with relief at her answer. He had been waiting for this for a long time. However, Jennifer suddenly raised her head to ask, also, who was the person standing with you under the streetlights that night? I remember seeing a bicycle too. She felt that it must have been either Lana or Winter. Donald pondered for a moment before responding, just a friend. Don't you believe me? After hesitating for a while, Jennifer nodded and did not question the matter further. Instead, she raised a different topic. How is your grandpa's condition? He's stable now, thanks to Hannah, replied Donald. That instantly made Jennifer sour. She pouted and snapped unhappily, of course, you have to thank her. She's beautiful and is even a professor. Most importantly, she's so nice to you. Donald could tell that she was jealous. He helplessly explained, she's only my grandpa's doctor. Plus, an old friend of mine introduced her to me, so I don't know her. A sigh came from Jennifer. But you owe her so much money. How are you going to pay her back? You're only a security guard now. How long will it take for you to repay all that money? It was then that her eyes turned teary again. A stifling pressure tightened in her chest, rendering her breathless. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Still, Jennifer let out a long sigh again. Donald, I have no confidence that you can settle the debt. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 29, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 29. He slapped me, it's okay. I have enough confidence to lift us out of our current state, Donald reassured. Jennifer did not say anything further. A knock sounded on the door at 5 o'clock, followed by Kevin's voice. Harrison, are you still here? Even though they were separated by a door, Donald and Jennifer could still feel the excitement in Kevin's tone. Indeed, Kevin was eager to know the outcome of things. After all, Harrison had promised to hand over his Ferrari and buy Kevin a house after their plan succeeded. Outside, Kevin rubbed his hands excitedly while Linda stood next to him with an equally keen expression. He said, I thought about it, and I think I'll ask Harrison for $5 million since I'm doing him this favor. A series of chuckles came from Linda as she boldly stated, $5 million? We have to at least ask for $10 million. Kevin gave her a thumbs up. He then took out a key and opened the door but was shocked to see Jennifer snuggling in Donald's arms on the couch. Huh? Why are you here? Where's Harrison? Kevin was a little unhappy that Harrison was not around, but he also felt slightly pitiful for Donald. He thought that Harrison had succeeded in sleeping with Jennifer behind Donald's back. I chased him away. Also, Let me clarify that I kicked him out before he could do anything, so Jennifer is still mine, said Donald with an indifferent expression and an icy tone. Hearing that, both Kevin and Linda were shocked. Donald, what do you think you're doing? Why did you chase Harrison away? Linda snarled. It enraged her that the 10 million she could have earned from letting Harrison sleep with her daughter had slipped through her fingers. Because Donald had got in the way, she was now empty-handed. Even Kevin's eyes turned red as the sudden twist enraged him. He rushed over to hit Donald as he barked, "Give me my 10 million back." As Donald looked at the mother-son duo, all sense of rage within him imploded. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. How dare Kevin help out with Harrison's dirty trick by spiking Jennifer's drink? If I hadn't strategically placed a lot of informants around Jennifer, she would have been in danger. Donald rose to his feet slowly. How shameless can you be? You're willing to sell your daughter for the sake of money. Then, he picked up the cup of water on the coffee table and shook it in front of Kevin. These intense sleeping pills aren't even available on the market. I suppose you got them from Harrison. He stared at Kevin and had an urge to chop the latter's head off. However, he would never do it. He knew that Jennifer would hate him forever if he did. She was his most treasured person and his weakness at the same time. That's none of your business. Do you think you're better than Harrison? He loves my sister very much. My sister will only suffer if she's with you. Kevin raised his voice angrily. Get out of my house. Jennifer, you have to divorce Donald today. If not, I'll end myself in front of you. Linda shouted, feeling slightly out of breath as anger overwhelmed her. Mom, can't you think about how I feel? Donald treats me really well. Tears gushed down from Jennifer's eyes again. So? Does he have enough money to give you a good life? Seriously? You're pissing me off. Linda scowled. She then strode forward, trying to grab Jennifer away from Donald. Let's go. You're coming with me to find Harrison right now. Kevin immediately chimed in, yes. It's not too late to go and apologize to Harrison. Jennifer, come with us. As for you, Donald, I'll get 100 people to chop you into pieces if you get in our way. No. I'm not going, shrilled Jennifer. Slap. It was then that Linda's palm struck Jennifer's face, leaving a bright red palm print behind. Donald's face turned cold. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped Linda in response. Everyone was taken aback. Linda glowered at Donald with disbelief. Did you just slap me? How dare you? Look at him. Jennifer, look at him. Is this the person that you've chosen to marry? He just slapped me. How dare he slap his mother-in-law? Linda's face became distorted with sizzling fury. Damn you. Kevin picked up a cup from the coffee table and was prepared to smash it on Donald. However, Donald did not even bat an eyelash as his palm landed on Kevin's cheek at lightning speed. The force of that slap caused the latter to become dumbstruck as he twirled on the spot. No one noticed a red dot flickering between Kevin's eyebrows at this moment. That was from the sniper, whose job was to protect Donald. Before anyone noticed, Donald quickly made a hand signal, and the red dot disappeared. How dare you, Donald? Did you see that, Jennifer? He hit me too. Kevin whined as he glared at Jennifer. Donald picked up a piece of tissue and wiped his right hand, feeling disgusted. Then, he pointed at the television. Have a look. Your biggest financial backer is done for now. Linda and Kevin were both stunned as they looked at the television screen. A piece of breaking news had gotten broadcasted. Garrett, the chairman of Polarton Pharma, got arrested for suspected production and selling of fake vaccines. He would soon face the death penalty for his crimes. It also showed that Harrison, one of the directors of Polarton Pharma, faced 5 to 6 charges, including illegal fundraising and drug smuggling. Moreover, the news stated that he had absconded, so no one knew his current whereabouts. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 30, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 30 forced to divorce. A news presenter reported, for the first time in Polarton's history, Polarton Pharma has encountered a disruption to its capital flow. After retiring for 15 years, Louis Queen has also received a jail sentence. Harrison Queen's body has been found. Police suspect that he took his own life to escape punishment. As the news reports flooded in, Linda and Kevin were dumbstruck. Harrison's dead? Polarton Pharma is gone? Jennifer froze, an unfathomable expression on her face. In all fairness, Harrison had always treated her well. Although his methods had been a little too extreme, she could not deny that he genuinely liked her. After staring blankly into space for a long time, Linda burst into tears. It's over. We're left with nothing now. As for Kevin, he was shaking like a leaf. Harrison is dead. I've lost my investor. My 10 million. My Ferrari. I've lost everything. Kevin felt as though his whole world had come crashing down around him, and he lunged toward Donald. It's all your fault. You did this. If you hadn't interfered, I would have already gotten that 10 million from Harrison. When Donald rose to his feet abruptly, Jennifer called out, Donald. He's my brother, so don't even think about it. And you, Kevin. You'd better stop that too. However, Kevin ignored her completely and charged at Donald. With a swift kick, Donald sent Kevin flying backward onto the couch. His forehead happened to catch on a sharp edge, leaving a deep gash. Crimson blood began to flow from the wound at once. Kevin wiped one hand over his bloodied face and shot Donald a malicious glare. Look at what he's done, Jennifer. He kicked me. He dared to strike me. Seeing that, Linda went berserk and rushed toward Donald. Donald Campbell, have you gone mad? A look of impatience appeared on Donald's face. Jennifer quickly grabbed his arm. Don't hit them. That's my mother and brother. But at that moment, Linda leaped forward to grab Donald's right arm and sank her teeth into his arm. Donald furrowed his brows and jerked his arm. A burst of energy flowed through his arm, causing Linda to stagger backward and collapse onto the floor. Sprawled on the floor with her hair disheveled, she began flailing her legs and howling like a madwoman. I don't want to live anymore. Jennifer, if you don't divorce this man, I'm better off dead. Just look at what he did to me. He attacked me. Donald. Didn't I just tell you not to do that? Jennifer yelled, enraged. Should I have allowed her to hit me without retaliating? Donald replied, a little disappointed at Jennifer's response. Meeting her gaze, he asked, would any mother ever treat her daughter as a commodity? Even I was shocked at such extreme measures. His tone gradually became indifferent as he continued, even though Kevin is your brother, he drugged you and nearly ruined your reputation. Why would a brother do something like that? Even so, you didn't have to be so ruthless. No matter what, they're still my family. Jennifer retorted. Meanwhile, Kevin had struggled to his feet. Charging straight at Donald again, he shouted, I'm going to kill you. Donald spun around, grabbed him by his neck, and lifted him off his feet. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. At that moment, Donald's steely determination to kill was palpable, and he radiated an intimidating and contemptuous attitude. Jennifer had never seen Donald like that before, and he suddenly felt like a stranger to her. Kevin quickly found it hard to breathe, and his face turned bright red. He clawed at Donald's hand to try and pry the latter's fingers from around his neck. However, Donald's grip was so powerful that it felt as though his hand was forged of steel. Hence, Kevin could only gasp for breath and kick his legs feebly. Jennifer threw herself at Donald, wrapping her arms around his waist. Are you crazy? Do you want to kill him? Stop it. Donald took no notice of her plea and continued to fix Kevin with an icy glare. There was no hint of mercy in his eyes. When Jennifer saw Kevin's breathing weakening and his eyes rolling back into his head, she cried out tearfully, Donald, I want a divorce. Donald loosened his grip at those words, and Kevin slumped to the floor. You want a divorce? Just because of this useless piece of trash who nearly destroyed your life, you want to divorce me? Donald spoke softly with his back toward Jennifer, the expression on his face hidden from view. These people are willing to forsake their reputation and morals for money. What's the reason behind your decision to divorce me? Donald's voice grew even softer that it seemed as if he was muttering to himself. In truth, Jennifer was overwhelmed with regret as soon as those words fell from her lips. Just then, Kevin began gasping for air and coughing uncontrollably. Jennifer had wanted to comfort Donald. But when she saw Kevin in that state, she hurried over to her brother instead. Kev, are you okay? I nearly died. He tried to kill me, Jennifer. Did you see that? Kevin coughed and sputtered as he spoke. Blood continued dripping down his already bloodied face from the gash on his forehead, making him a pitiful sight. With his back still toward Jennifer, Donald raised his head and said, Fine. Let's get a divorce. That's right. You should get a divorce right now. Linda shouted in a high-pitched voice. Jennifer could not stop her tears from falling as she stared at Donald's back with a pained expression. Linda grabbed a knife and pressed it against her neck. Jennifer, if you don't get a divorce today, I'll end my life right before your very eyes. So, what will it be? Will you get a divorce or not? Tears continued to stream down Jennifer's cheeks, and her lips trembled. All right. Let's get a divorce. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 31, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 31 Divorced very well. You can have the house and everything else. I'll send a representative to go with you and file the necessary papers, Donald said coldly. Jennifer bit her lip. Okay. I used to think that you loved me, but now, it seems I read too much into your feelings for me. How could someone who truly loved me bring up the subject of divorce so lightly? As Donald spoke, he turned to gaze at Jennifer. She felt a chill run down her spine when she saw his eyes. Why does he look like that? There's no trace of emotion in his eyes. His gaze is stone cold and indifferent. I wish you all the best for the future, Donald uttered before slowly walking away. Now that I've received a mission from Kilyat Avyan, my life will no longer be peaceful. It'll be a life full of dangers and murderous intent. I don't want to drag Jennifer into such a situation and get her involved in that complicated world. I want her to lead a quiet and peaceful life. Since she asked for a divorce, it's probably best for me to agree to it. Jennifer stood rooted to the spot as she stared at Donald, looking as though she had been struck by lightning. Her heart ached, and she wanted to say something. Yet, she did not know what to say. Donald cast one last long look at Jennifer, then turned and strode toward the door. Jennifer watched him walk away resolutely without even the slightest hint of reluctance. Then, she slumped to the floor, feeling as though every ounce of her energy had drained from her body. She gazed in the direction Donald had left and wailed, "Why didn't you try to talk me out of it? You said that I don't love you, but I think you don't love me either." "Ah, he's gone at last," Linda declared with a gleeful smile. However, a troubled expression quickly replaced her smile. "Now that Harrison is dead, how should I find another spendthrift person?" Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jennifer's heart skipped a beat as she wondered whether Donald had returned. She hurried to the door and flung it wide open, only to see a lady dressed in a white, vintage-inspired dress. The only thought that popped into her mind was that the lady looked like a fairy. She looked like she had just stepped out of her painting with her white dress, fair skin, long hair cascading down her shoulders, and exquisite features. Despite the blood trickling down his face, Kevin could not help staring at the lady in stunned silence for a long time, seemingly forgetting all about his excruciating pain. The lady was breathtakingly beautiful and possessed an otherworldly air. For someone to wear a dress like hers, that person either had to be very brave or very beautiful. And the lady fell in the latter category. Judging from her appearance, she seemed to be around 22 or 23 years old. After composing herself, Jennifer asked, "May I know who you're looking for?" The lady spoke calmly and coolly, "Ms. Wilson, my name is Una Bynes. I'll be representing Mr. Campbell in the subsequent process of applying for a divorce." When Jennifer heard that, her tears began to flow again. Linda squeezed into the doorway next to Jennifer and said excitedly, "That's great. Excellent. Let's get it over with immediately. City Hall is still open at this time. I'll wait for you there, Ms. Wilson." With that, Una turned and left without any fuss. Jennifer heaved a long sigh and lowered her head. "Are you satisfied now, Mom?" "Of course. It's a pity we didn't manage to get our hands on Harrison, but no matter. With your looks, you should have tons of suitors. And I'm sure they'll be way better than Donald," Linda responded. Jennifer merely looked up at Linda without saying a word, then walked out despondently. As she left, Kevin stumbled over to the door and realized that Una was gone. "Where's the beautiful lady?" Meanwhile, Donald was in low spirits after leaving the house. He went to the rooftop of a building and stood there, gazing down at the cityscape. He did not notice that Una had come to stand behind him until she called out, "Donald. Go ahead. Get it done," Donald replied without turning around. Una never seemed to smile in front of others. Yet, when she was with Donald, she would beam happily. "All right. Before I headed down the mountain, our mentor told me something." "What was it?" Donald turned toward her, puzzled. "She said she didn't get to make you hers, so she told me to do so instead." Una batted her eyelashes at him playfully. "Well, you can tell her to stop bothering me," said Donald. Una smiled. "I'll be going then. Are we going to continue protecting Ms. Wilson?" "Yes. Got it?" As Una walked away, the expression on her face became cold and distant again. Donald let out a sigh. While he was still feeling downcast, his phone rang. It was Hannah. "Meet me at the lakeside restaurant at 5 o'clock. "Okay," Donald responded. Hannah hung up without saying anything else. Donald pushed off on the balls of his feet, jumping down from the 33rd floor onto the balcony of an uninhabited residence. Then, he walked away calmly. If anyone had happened to catch that scene, their eyes would have popped out of their heads. After all, it was more than a 100-meter drop from the 33rd floor. When he arrived at the lakeside restaurant 10 minutes before 5 o'clock, Una sent him a message informing him that she had done as he instructed. Donald stood in front of the entrance to the restaurant as a sense of emptiness descended upon him. A mix of emotions bubbled inside him. It felt like reluctance and also relief at the same time. Suddenly, he heard a cold voice behind him. My. You're quite punctual." Turning around, he saw that it was Hannah. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 32, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 32. The Wilson family in Tehaven. Hannah was in her usual blue and white gown that showcased her exquisite figure and highlighted her assets. A pair of black high heels accentuating her long and slender legs that were white as snow rounded off the entire outfit. She seemed to have a penchant for wearing gowns, for she was still wearing one even when it was early autumn. "Aren't you cold?" Donald inquired. Without even sparing him a single look, Hannah strode right into the lakeside restaurant. Not really. Such was her character, and she wasn't all that vivacious compared to Donald. "You seem to be in a bad mood." Only after they had entered the restaurant did she finally turn her gaze on Donald. Donald's expression was calm and unruffled, his emotions indiscernible from his countenance. "Not really." He used the exact same line in response. Subsequently, neither of them said anything. They randomly found a booth and ordered a few dishes. Donald opened a bottle of red wine and filled Hannah's glass. "Anyway, thank you very much. If it weren't for her superb medical skills, Grandpa would have probably departed this life by now." However, Hannah shook her head. "It was my responsibility as a doctor." Pausing for a brief moment, she looked at him and asked, "It was you who obliterated Polerton General Hospital and Polerton Pharma?" Considering her line of work, she had more channels of acquiring information than the average person. Besides, Ryan was her brother. Therefore, she had long since caught wind of that. "Yes." Donald nodded in affirmation. Despite having known ages ago that it was his doing, Hannah was still a touch surprised. She was one of the few who were aware of his identity. Donald had the ability to have direct contact with Kiliat Avion, and that could only be done by less than 10 people within the country. "What are you planning to do next?" Hannah queried. Donald was startled by her question. "Huh? What does she mean by that?" Hannah took a sip of red wine. Her cheeks turned slightly flushed, yet her speech remained clear and eloquent. "You annihilated Polerton Pharma and cleaned out Polerton General Hospital in 5 minutes, so those market shares are vacant right now. This is an enormous piece of the pie, and many conglomerates are eyeing it." Donald was still rather lost. "Has that got anything to do with me?" In response, Hannah nodded and explained, "There are already conglomerates that entered Polerton in hopes of snagging that piece of Polerton Pharma's pie." Nonetheless, Donald merely shook his head. "I won't interfere as long as they don't provoke me. After all, it has nothing to do with me." "It does have something to do with you," Hannah asserted. At that, Donald stared right at her. "How is that so?" Hannah took a piece of steak, looking very much alluring with her rosy lips parted a fraction. "Your wife, Jennifer Wilson. There aren't many with the family name of Wilson in Polerton. Your wife's family is a branch of the Wilson family in Tehaven. The Wilson family in Tehaven split into 8 branches a century ago. They're dubbed the 8 branches of the Wilson family. Your wife's family is the 8th branch. Then," she continued, "a steady stream of outstanding figures from the Wilson family in Tehaven is presently entering Polerton to bag that piece of the pie. It's initially no big deal and has nothing to do with you, but the current head of the Wilson family in Tehaven has always wanted to reunite and expand the family. He tried everything he could to gather the 8 branches of the Wilson family together. He did a genealogy record of the family and discovered the Wilson family in Polerton, taking a direct interest in your wife, Jennifer. The Wilson family in Tehaven wants her to return with the 8th branch and promises to give her sufficient funds and connections. However, they have a stipulation: she has to dominate the pharmaceutical industry." Donald fell into deep contemplation. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 33, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 33. We are divorced indeed. Donald knew of the Wilson family in Tehaven. It was a powerful organization mainly engaged in real estate development and sales, with many industries under it, including film and television, cosmetics research and development, and pharmaceutical research and development. In other words, your wife will be a CEO from now on, and her net worth will skyrocket by 500 to 600 million overnight. If she dominates the pharmaceutical industry in Polerton, her net worth will reach 2 billion within 3 years, Hannah explained. "Go on." Donald crossed his arms. "The patriarch of the Wilson family, old Mr. Wilson, is currently on his deathbed and may pass away anytime. His only wish before dying is to reunite the family and accept the 8th branch of the Wilson family back into the fold. However, there is much resistance. His wife is an influential figure in the Wilson family, and she's exceedingly snobbish. Therefore, it's not easy to return to the Wilson family in Tehaven. Hence, your wife currently has a golden opportunity while under tremendous pressure as well," Hannah continued. Then, she cast a curious glance at him. "Of course, all that isn't a problem with a single word from you. Once you speak, the Wilson family in Tehaven will undoubtedly come running over to pledge their allegiance." Donald lowered his head and chuckled bitterly. "Jennifer and I are divorced." Upon hearing that, Hannah was stunned. She dipped her head as a flash of something flittered across her eyes. "Oh yes, how do you know all that?" Donald questioned. His intelligence network was vast, but he hadn't received that piece of news yet. I went to treat old Mr. Wilson. He has a congenital heart defect and a space-occupying lung lesion, so his days are numbered. I can't do anything about it either, Hannah replied placidly. Donald went silent. Well? Would you consider lending your ex-wife a hand? Hannah had already changed the way she addressed Jennifer. Donald kept mum for a long while before he finally murmured, we shall see. Out of the blue, Hannah's interest was seemingly piqued. Do you still love her? Ignoring the question, Donald raised his wine glass. Cheers. They both clinked glasses lightly. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but the shade of red on Hannah's face deepened. She also became more talkative, and the look in her eyes as she gazed at Donald was tender. Someone like him was a hero in her heart. If it weren't for his contribution during the Holy War a few years back, we wouldn't be enjoying such a peaceful life now. Hey, Hanny, didn't you say you had several surgeries tonight? Why are you here? No sooner had affection started sprouting deep within her than a voice drifted over and interrupted her thoughts. Instantly disgruntled, Hannah snagged a piece of tissue once more and wiped her mouth solemnly. A fly is here, so let's go. Donald couldn't resist glancing at the approaching man. It was a tall and slender young man in a white shirt and long pants, with a perfect figure and handsome countenance. Right then, he was regarding Hannah in astonishment. A woman was also standing beside Hannah. Donald was all too familiar with that woman. It was none other than Jennifer. The two of them locked gazes before they both averted their eyes. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 34, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 34. He is my former husband. Hannah glimpsed a glimmer of sorrow flashing across Jennifer's eyes. The latter was also red-rimmed as though having wept earlier. Conversely, Donald's face was devoid of expression. Let's go. Hannah took Donald's right arm. When Jennifer saw that, her expression stiffened, and she shivered slightly. In the next moment, however, she reverted to normal. Don't go, Hanny. I've just arrived, yet you're leaving. That's. The man was so frantic that he stammered. Is there any relationship between us, Quintus? Hannah snapped. The moment Quintus Wilson saw that she was holding Donald's arm, his eyes blazed with fury. So, he's your man? Yes, he's my man. Hannah lifted her head. Jennifer's expression darkened at the sight of Hannah holding onto Donald's arm. She bit her lip but said nothing in the end. We've just gotten divorced, but you're already so eager to date her? At that thought, her eyes turned red, and grief swamped her. Quintus' eyes narrowed as he stared at Donald's arm, where Hannah was hugging. Where did this scum come from? Repeat that if you dare. Donald remained expressionless. At once, a shiver ran down Hannah's spine as she sensed the man's wrath. Oh, shoot. Who else can stop Lord Campbell when he goes off the deep end other than a few people from Killiat Avion? Ah, what an arrogant man. Quintus didn't panic in the least. Instead, he stared intently at Donald before flashing Jennifer a smile. Jennifer, watch how I'm going to crush him. Jennifer's heart went cold when she heard that. The members of the Wilson family in Tehaven had just sought her out and chatted with her in detail. As such, she vaguely understood their terrifying might. They were a behemoth rooted in Tehaven. If Donald gets into a conflict with him, Donald will undoubtedly end up on the losing end. He is my ex-husband, Jennifer admitted softly. As soon as she said that, a strange smile promptly manifested on Quintus' face. You're dead, punk. Nigel will definitely kill you. Donald inexorably glanced at Jennifer. Meanwhile, Quintus smirked and continued, you probably have no idea who Nigel Wilson is, huh? He's the son of the Tehaven king and the future head of the Wilson family in Tehaven. People dub him Prince Nigel. He has just arrived in Polerton today. Astounded by Jennifer's beauty at first sight, he decided to take her as his wife. Do you think you have the right to remain alive? Nigel Wilson? I don't know of any such person. Even if his father sees me, he has to address me as Lord Campbell, much less the man himself. Donald sneered, not at all worried. Nigel Wilson is no easy prey. As Hannah spoke beside Donald, her brows furrowed. Got it? Let's go. Donald got to his feet and headed out of the restaurant. Alas, Quintus stepped right into his path and eyed him expressionlessly. Who allowed you to leave? Not only was he pursuing Hannah ardently, but Jennifer was also Donald's ex-wife, so he detested the man with a passion. It was a piece of cake for the Wilson family to cripple someone. All of a sudden, a burst of light sparked in Donald's eyes. He abruptly snapped his head up and stared straight at Quintus. The look in his eyes resembled that of a prehistoric beast rousing and choosing a target to devour. Quintus was a person who had seen much of the world, but a shudder still went through him at the man's gaze. The intense aura radiating off Donald, especially, struck terror in him. Is the Wilson family in Tehaven declaring war on me? Donald slowly walked toward him. With every step he took, his aura intensified. In the end, Quintus seemingly had an illusion that the man seemed to be a god of war who descended from heaven, looking down at him as though he were an ant. Who exactly is he? Great alarm filled him, and he gave a roar as he suddenly bent his elbow and aimed it at Donald's temple. It was pure kickboxing, and it was even 8 limbs kickboxing at that. Few people knew it, and it couldn't possibly have leaked to the Wilson family. Quintus was exceedingly ruthless in his strikes. If an ordinary person were struck, that person might very well lose his life in the worst scenario. Its devastation was immeasurable, for every single joint in the body became a lethal weapon. As Donald fixated his eyes on the man's elbow, the rage within him imploded. He punched him squarely in the chest. No one could ever hope to describe the force of that blow. Crack! The sound of something shattering rang out. On the heels of that, Quintus flew backward from the punch. Snorting, Donald eyed the man sprawled on the ground with blood trickling out the corner of his mouth. Fragments of shattered metal fell from his chest. A breastplate. That aside, it was manufactured via nanotechnology. It's as thin as a cicada's wings and can stop bullets. Such technology is still rare in the country, so it's really a mystery that he has it. A thoughtful light entered Donald's eyes. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 35, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 35. Can we return to the past with the parasite's impending return to Polarton, the Wilson family in Tehaven entering the city to devour the huge slice of the pharmaceutical industry pie, and Lilith completing some military research projects, the whole of Polarton grew increasingly unsettled. Quintus gaped at the shattered breastplate, his emotions a chaotic mess as utter shock inundated him. That breastplate wasn't to be underestimated, for it could withstand strikes from heavy machinery and sniper rifles amounting to a ton of force. Right then, however, Donald shattered it in a single blow. If he weren't wearing the breastplate earlier, he had no doubt that his entire chest would have been sunken in by Donald's punch. Who exactly is he? Do you still want to continue? Stalking over, Donald picked up a fragment of metal. He pinched it lightly with 2 fingers, upon which the fragment cracked once more. At that sight, Quintus was scared out of his wits. What kind of strength does he have? The Wilson family is indeed something else for you to know about 8 limbs kickboxing. Donald dipped his head and looked at the man. Quintus was again shocked. That was indeed 8 limbs kickboxing, but kickboxing was all-encompassing and had many different genres. Therefore, someone who could discern that it was 8 limbs kickboxing at a single glance was all the more impressive. What kind of background does he have precisely? Who exactly are you? Quintus asked with a cough. Donald merely threw him a look without bothering to answer him. Huh? He wants to know my identity when he's just an insignificant figure? Subsequently, he turned his gaze to Jennifer. Jennifer wore a complicated expression on her face. After contemplating for a moment, she went over to Donald. Donald, I've got money and can reduce your burden now. Can we return to how we were in the past? We no longer need to fight because of a few million and have pointless arguments. She grew increasingly emotional as she spoke. Finally, she took his hand and gazed at him tearfully. Donald's heart softened, but he then heaved a sigh. No, that's no longer possible. Yeah, things can never return to the past. Does she think it's so easy to take the Wilson family's money? The parasite is going to return to Polarton, and it's a force that even Kilyat is afraid of. They can't even interfere directly and are forced to send me out to eliminate him instead. Once she has ties with me, she'll definitely hold me back. His only thought then was to decimate the parasite first before he would reconsider that matter. Jennifer's face immediately drained of all color. She backed away several steps and gaped at him. Do your best and dominate the market here in Polarton, Donald urged gently. Jennifer said nothing at all, merely staring fixedly at him. Don't have anything to do with him anymore, Jennifer. Nigel will be displeased. If that happens, you'll lose everything, Quintus reminded. Then, he shifted his gaze to Donald. Although I don't know who you are, and you're exceedingly skilled at fighting, it's best that you keep your distance from Jennifer. Once Nigel flies off his handle, even Charles Langford can't protect you. Recalling Nigel's ruthless methods, sheer terror flooded him as well. Go back and tell him to bring it on if he wants to declare war on me, Donald sneered. After saying that, he spun on his heels and left. Jennifer was downright disappointed as she watched him leave. Do sever all ties with him. Uncle Theo from the Wilson family is coming soon. This time, it's all thanks to him that the Wilson family in Polarton is in the running, Quintus warned. In response, Jennifer nodded. This is a golden opportunity, so I've got to seize it. Wait for me, Donald. I'll prove to you that I'm not any inferior compared to Hannah. I want to be an influential person in Polarton. At that time, I'll be back to seek you out. Determination imbued her. After exiting the restaurant, Hannah looked at Donald apologetically. I'm sorry to have ruined your mood today. Donald shook his head, indicating that everything was fine. Then, he lifted his eyes to the sky, his gaze threaded with desolation. Seeing that, Hannah felt her heart clenching slightly. He's someone with a story? His eyes overflow with melancholy and untold stories, so he must have a past unknown to others. In a soft voice, she inquired, why did you choose Jennifer back then? Even princesses would take a fancy to someone like you. She is the kind of person who provides comfort soundlessly. In the past few years we've been acquainted, she could always touch me inadvertently. Besides, she really resembles someone, Donald answered. Who? A frown marred Hannah's countenance. Donald's voice turned exceedingly tender. My mother. I don't mean her looks but her temperament. She's just as gentle and kind and gives people a sense of quiet comfort. Hannah could vaguely draw her guess and didn't pursue it further. Your grandfather is stable now and should be waking up these few days. However, he's advanced in years and had undergone surgery, so his health certainly isn't as great anymore, Hannah remarked. I know. Still, thank you very much. Donald looked at her gratefully. Swiping at the hair sticking to her ivory cheeks, Hannah flashed him a smile and shook her head in response. I've already transferred the 10 million to your account. Donald subconsciously toyed with the beaded bracelet on his wrist before he froze for a moment. Then, he hid them under his sleeve. By the way, are you acquainted with Lilith Snowden? Donald queried. Hannah nodded in affirmation. Yes. She's a genius in military science. We grew up in the same compound, but her fake identity is somewhat similar to that of Lana's, both using business as a cover. That said, she's coming to Polarton this time to complete a military research project. As she spoke of Lilith, admiration shone in her eyes. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 36, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 36 Leaving She's really amazing. She created the Four Symbols system all by herself and is currently the chief engineer of the Four Symbols project, Hannah gushed. Upon hearing that, Donald was stunned, and his expression turned solemn. A precision strike system for land warfare. He heard that the project had been in progress for several years. It was a satellite positioning system that would be installed on missiles, upon which the precision rate would be narrowed to 50 centimeters. That was truly terrifying. Once successfully produced, it would definitely be a nightmare for all countries around the globe. At present, the accuracy of the precision strike system of the highest international standard was only 3 square meters. The azure wyvern, white manticore, phoenix bird, and black chelonian are spread in 4 different directions in space with 28 satellites in each position, making up a total of 112 satellites. Basically, they encompass the entire world, Donald elucidated. Whoa. You actually know everything to the tiniest detail. It looks like your identity is even more frightening than I imagined. Hannah's eyes sparkled as she stared at him. Then, she echoed, exactly. That's precisely why the parasite entered Polarton. My brother is now on pins and needles. For every single day the parasite remains alive, he can't sleep peacefully. If something goes wrong during the final stages of the satellite launching, many people will lose their lives, Hannah lamented with a sigh. Don't worry, for I'll end the parasite. Donald exuded great confidence. Hannah shook her head, worry lining her face. I've never seen him, but even my grandfather fears him. There must be too many things involved as Kiliat Avion can't interfere directly. At that, Donald merely smiled. So, you got a divorce with Jennifer to protect her, didn't you? Hannah continued asking. She's not like you and the others. You've got your grandfather backing you up, and Lana has got the Collins family behind her. Even Winter has her grandfather to fall on. But she has no one else besides me. The parasite is still alive and kicking. I can't bear the slightest accident befalling her. Let me put it this way, the tenser things are between us, the safer she is, Donald admitted. But what if she's heartbroken for real and goes to someone else for consolation? What would you do, then? Hannah looked right into his eyes. In truth, that was Donald's greatest worry. He was silent for a moment before he finally murmured, then, I can only give her my blessings. For the sake of 600,000, you revived the system and shattered your peaceful life, even going as far as pushing Jennifer into the abyss. Is it worth it? Donald chuckled bitterly. That's something I can never escape. My hands are stained with blood. Even if I hadn't revived the system, Kiliat Avion would still have come up with a way to get me back into the fold. Furthermore, I slaughtered many of the parasite's men. Hannah said nothing further. I'll send you home, Donald offered. He then stretched his hand to his back and made a gesture. Following that, several figures in white soundlessly entered the restaurant to protect Jennifer. After sending Hannah back, Donald went home after a brief deliberation. It was his house with Jennifer, and nothing had changed. He swiftly packed his clothes and belongings. Standing there, he gazed at everything for a while before he sighed at long last. He took out his key and placed it on the coffee table in the living room. Then, he thought for a while before taking out a bank card from his pocket and placing it on the coffee table as well. That bank card was once used by them both to put aside funds for their child. Every month, they would deposit a small sum into it. By then, he had upgraded that card to a premium black card. It appeared very ordinary on the surface, but the bank system indicated it as a VVIP with 100 million in liquidity. He wasn't bothered about money, for he had no interest in it. Subsequently, he took their wedding photo down and boxed it, taking it away with him. After doing all that, he gently closed the door. Turning, he left and disappeared into the elevator. At a little over 10 o'clock at night, Jennifer arrived home. The instant she opened the door and saw the keys and bank card on the coffee table, she froze as tears streamed down her face. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 37, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 37. Nigel took an interest in Jennifer. Jennifer threw open the wardrobe as though she had lost her mind, but all the clothes belonging to Donald were gone. She then opened the shoe cabinet, but all that remained were her shoes. The wall was bare, with even their wedding photo missing. She slumped onto the ground and covered her face with both hands, weeping in agony. "Why are you so cruel? Why?" Phoning Linda, she sobbed, "Mom, have Kev come to pick me up. I want to go back and stay overnight at your place." "What's the matter? What happened? Why are you crying?" "I'll have Kev come and pick you up right away," Linda fretted. Half an hour later, Kevin arrived with Skyla trailing behind him. Right then, he was as smug as ever. Skyla was also looking all high and mighty. In just a few hours, the Wilson family had actually made a comeback. None of them ever expected the Wilson family in Tehaven, with whom they had no contact for several decades, would start reuniting the family. Therefore, Kevin likewise rose with the tide. That outstanding man even gave him 2 million at a single go. When he laid eyes on the man, he understood that people varied. Harrison was an insidious sissy, but that man was a formidable warrior, matured, calm, and ambitious. That man's name was Nigel Wilson, and he was Tehaven King's most outstanding son. He had taken an interest in Jennifer. Everyone familiar with him knew that he suffered no lack of women, nor would he love someone wholeheartedly. So far, not a single woman whom he fancied ever managed to escape him. Of course, he wouldn't marry Jennifer. All he wanted was to have her body. After all, his fiancée was in Jadeborough, and she was truly from the aristocratic class. Contempt showed on Kevin's face. "Why are you crying when you've already divorced Donald, Jennifer? Isn't that something joyous? Nigel is sincere toward you." Jennifer lifted her head. For the first time, repulsion manifested on her face. "Is this really my brother? For the sake of his own interests, he pushes me into the line of fire time and again. It was Harrison before this, and now, it's Nigel. If someone more outstanding than Nigel appears, I have no doubt that he'll still push me into the line of fire. Donald is nothing when you're now the leader of the Wilson family in Pollerton." Skyla crowed excitedly. Her initial plan of dumping Kevin after bagging herself a rich man was all but gone, since the man was also considered wealthy then. "Let's go," Jennifer muttered. After getting into the car, Kevin declared, "Uncle Theo is waiting for you at home." Jennifer was taken aback. "Who do you mean?" Speaking of that, Kevin wore a deferential expression. "Uncle Theo from the Wilson family in Tehaven, Nigel's most loyal subordinate. I noticed that even Mark from Blade Alliance was very respectful toward him when he saw him. Also, there's someone else with Mark whom I find exceedingly terrifying." When he had said that, he shuddered. Sitting in the back seat alone, Jennifer closed her eyes and mulled about her next step. The Wilson family in Tehaven didn't only enter Pollerton because they wanted to dominate the pharmaceutical industry here. "Nigel Wilson appears very attentive to me, but I'm not sure whether he's sincere. Nonetheless, the elderly man who's lying on his deathbed is indeed sincere in his wish to reunite the family. In all this, there's certainly some secret unbeknownst to me." She recalled everything she had experienced in the past few hours. Indeed, she had met with Nigel. He was a man who was arrogant to the core yet mature and steady. One could tell that he had a strong foundation with a single look. Such a foundation could never be established without a century-old affluent family backing him up. In no time, they arrived at Jennifer's parents' house. Leonard and Linda were both sitting there respectfully with ingratiating expressions on their faces. Across from them sat 3 people. One was an imperious-looking middle-aged man in his 50s with an angular face. He was the Uncle Theo from the Wilson family in Tehaven whom Kevin mentioned, Theo Wilson. Sitting next to him was Mark from Blade Alliance, bald with black lotus tattoos all over his head. There was another burly man sitting beside him who appeared to be about 40 years old with a height of 2 meters. He was only wearing a singlet, and his arms were as thick as tree trunks. Likewise, he was bald, but he had a golden lotus tattoo on his head. Just sitting there, he gave off a sense of infinite pressure. If Tyson were there, he would definitely recognize the man. After all, Mark's brother once worked for Divine Rune Society in the outer region. The skills he possessed were exceedingly terrifying, especially his head, which was said to be able to withstand a force of 2 tons and was impenetrable. At the sight of Jennifer pushing open the door and entering, Theo flashed her a faint smile. "You're back." Nodding, Jennifer respectfully greeted, "Uncle Theology." Son-in-law Madness Chapter 38, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 38. If Donald Campbell disappears, how's the progress with your homework? Theo inquired gently. Jennifer thought for a moment before saying, "At present, there are over 300 people belonging to the 8th branch of the Wilson family, and they're from all walks of life. The most successful among them all is Raina Wilson, who owns Calatrius Real Estate. She has a great business vision. Actually, I don't quite understand this. Why did you choose me when she's far more capable?" She stared into the man's eyes. Raina was young and had incredible talent in business, developing many projects single-handedly. Hearing that, Leonard, Linda, and Kevin threw frantic looks at her. It was clear as day that they were berating her for being an idiot. A faint smile bloomed on Theo's face. "Honestly speaking, we sought her out before we approached you. However, she's very aloof and arrogant. She said that it didn't matter whether they rejoined the family since the blood relationship was already 18 generations apart. Besides, she's not easy to control. You are different. You have no foundation, but we investigated you and found that you're actually very talented in handling business. You graduated from Pollerton University and proposed several ideas while in university, but they were all pushed back due to a lack of startup capital. I'm sure you know the progress of those ideas later on. When Jennifer was in university, she proposed the rapid development of smartphones, developing a reading software that would certainly take the city by the storm. That aside, she also suggested creating a food delivery application. Her business vision was, in fact, very advanced." Jennifer went silent. "Therefore, you're the most suitable candidate. Old Mr. Wilson is currently on his sickbed. His wish now is to reunite the 8 branches of the Wilson family and bind them all into a rope to propel the Wilson family into becoming a top-tier affluent family." Theo's eyes shone brightly. The Wilson family was now split into 8 branches, and each branch had experienced figures. Once they were all merged together, the Wilson family would unquestionably be able to become a top-tier conglomerate in the country. That was the true ambition of the Wilson family in Tehaven. Although the patriarch of the Wilson family was lying on his deathbed, he had a far vision. However, it's not without a stipulation. You must dominate Pollerton's pharmaceutical industry within 2 years and develop all industries to the best of your ability to generate a revenue of 5 billion. While saying that, Theo's eyes glittered. He then continued, "If you accomplish that, you'll forever be a part of the Wilson family in Tehaven. Otherwise, we'll take back everything. Is there a problem?" Generating a revenue of 5 billion within 2 years with a startup capital of 500 million at most is extremely difficult. Jennifer closed her eyes and pondered long and hard. In the end, she opened her eyes and replied, "Okay." A grin split Theo's face. "Actually, you don't need to worry. Nigel will take care of you. While Pollerton isn't our territory, we still have much say here." However, Jennifer shook her head. "I don't want to think about relationship matters right now." At once, Kevin was gripped by the urge to smack Jennifer across the face. "What? Nigel is such an incredible person, yet you're not at all interested in him? What do you want? Don't tell me you're still yearning for Donald." Theo's eyes narrowed into slits, and a layer of frost blanketed his face. "There's still a woman who dares to reject Nigel? Is she sick of living? My sister is blinded by love. She's still yearning for her ex-husband," Kevin revealed without warning. Everyone was stunned, not quite understanding his meaning. Malevolence contorted Kevin's face. "If Donald Campbell disappears." His words were savage and ruthless beyond belief. A thoughtful expression appeared on the faces of Theo, Mark, and the bald and burly man with a height of 2 meters. Mark suddenly commented, "I know him. He's currently Lana Collins' security guard. How about I act in this matter?" Jennifer instantly went as pale as a sheet. No. Alas, no one paid her any mind. Mark merely swept a placid glance over her before fixating his gaze on Kevin. "You're vicious enough, kid. I like it." Unexpectedly, admiration showed on his face. Immediately, Kevin greeted in a panic, "I've heard of you long ago, Mr. White. I've even met Gerald Hill from Blade Alliance before." Son-in-law Madness Chapter 39, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 39. Golden Lord Mark froze. "You're the one that Gerald had mentioned, who Tiger had protected?" It was Kevin's turn to freeze in shock. "That's me. However, it wasn't Tiger who saved me. It was Harrison." Mark frowned. "Harrison is worthless sh*T Lewis. Garrett. They're nothing. We are only wary of Mr. Green, who's backing them up. Yet, even if he wishes to meet Gerald, he's unable to do so, he said. He pondered for a moment before calling Gerald. Hello, Gerald. Who was the person who had rescued Kevin previously? Tyson, also known as Tiger. Mark asked, are you sure? I'm sure. Mr. White, I wouldn't dare to joke about such matters. I dealt with Tyson personally. Gerald's voice could be heard from the other end of the line. Mark immediately looked at Kevin. That's suspicious. The one who saved you was Tyson. What kind of person was Tyson? He was so powerful that he was nicknamed the North Prince. His other nicknames, Single Blade War God and Tiger, came from his awesome battle prowess. Even if Mark personally went to meet Tyson, Tyson would not necessarily entertain him. However, he would head over to the Blade Alliance to save a useless person like Kevin. So what did this mean? This meant that there was an extremely powerful person commanding him, and that person was ruling over Polarton. Jennifer and Kevin froze. If it was not Harrison, who could it be? Jennifer subconsciously thought of Donald. Shortly after, she shook her head. That's impossible. Go and find out who that is, Theo ordered. Mark immediately replied with much respect, all right, Mr. Wilson. Thereafter, he called Tyson. Mr. Quirk, may I ask you a question? Previously, who was the one who had asked you to help Kevin out? I'm sorry. I can't tell you. Tyson then hung up immediately. Mark's face swiftly darkened. His expression did not look too good. Theo stood up and said, it's getting late. Rest well, Jennifer. We'll officially manage the pharmaceutical matters tomorrow. Also, kid. Follow me. We'll go and have a drink. Jennifer's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. I beg you. Please don't do anything to Donald. Rest assured, we won't, Theo reassured her. Kevin trailed behind them clumsily. Once they exited the house, Theo said, we'll get rid of Tyson first and ask him who he's working for. Then, we'll go and meet Mr. Watterson. Any questions? Mark chuckled bitterly. We'll have to depend on you for this, Lotus King. The bald man, who was 2 meters tall, smiled viciously. Tiger means nothing to me. I'll get rid of him now. Kevin was very excited. He liked to engage in such activities. Meanwhile, Donald met Ryan. Lord Campbell. The parasite's subordinate, Bennett Watterson, has reached Polarton. Killiat Avion intends to get rid of him tonight, Ryan reported. It's a little dangerous because Lotus King will also be there. Lotus King. Donald narrowed his eyes, and a frosty smile appeared on his face. That's great. We'll get rid of both of them tonight. Killiat Avion has instructed that you can't reveal your identity for the time being. You'll have to bear with it, Lord Campbell, Ryan apologized and handed him a golden mask and a golden cloak. Donald received it, and a nostalgic look appeared on his face. He had worn the mask for the first time a decade ago. Everyone used to call him Golden Lord back then. Killiat Avion is pretty interesting, Donald said as his smile disappeared from his face. Ryan smiled silently. Renewed respect could be seen in his expression. All right. You can go now. Donald took the mask and received news from Bradley almost at the same time. Mark, Lotus King, Kevin, and Theo were heading to Tyson's location. From the looks of it, they were prepared to kill him. Donald put on his golden cloak and mask in the dark before rushing to Tyson's location. Tyson had already withdrawn into seclusion. His nickname was the North Prince. The Mount C sect that he had founded was on par with Blade Alliance. He had retired and opened a small restaurant in a remote area. It was 11 at night. The bulky North Prince, Tyson, was wiping tables with his back to the door. He wore a chef's attire, and his movements were slow and leisurely. At first glance, one could tell that he was a straightforward person. No one would associate him with the North Prince warrior who was as powerful as the South, East, and West Princes. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Without turning back, Tyson lazily said, "We're closed. I'm sorry. I'm a little hungry. I need to meet someone later on. Is it possible for you to just cook 2 simple dishes for me?" A man who was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses walked in. He looked very polite and cultured, and he wore a patterned suit. The man looked around 30 years old. He even carried a suitcase, appearing to be someone from the working class. His attitude was extremely amicable. Tyson said a little apologetically, "I'm sorry. We're really closed." The man walked over directly and sat on a chair. "I'm really sorry, boss. I'm fine with 2 simple dishes and some beer. Please help me. Is that okay?" His attitude was very humble, and a lethargic look appeared on his face. Tyson pondered for a while before nodding. "Okay. Wait for me for a few minutes. The man bowed and expressed his gratitude. 10 minutes or so later, Tyson cooked 2 simple dishes and brought them to him. The man drank some beer and said, "Can you sit down and have a chat with me?" Tyson froze for a moment before sitting down. "It's pretty late. Are you working overtime?" The man wolfed down the food and said blearily, "Yes. My boss has yet to finish dealing with some matters and told me to settle it." Before Tyson could speak, the glass door was pushed open again. His pupils contracted sharply. 4 people swaggered in. They were Mark, Theo, Lotus King and Kevin. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 40, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 40. Tyson is in danger. Mark entered and shut the roller shutter from the inside. Thereafter, he stood behind the man in the suit. He bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Watterson, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have invited you to such a place." Bennett gulped a mouthful of beer and burped. "It's okay." Tyson immediately stood up and staggered back. With a wave of his right hand, his butcher knife appeared in his grip. "Mark, you found a powerful backer." Tyson was an important figure in his youth who had seen many things. He calmly reacted to the situation and did not panic. Mark said, "There are 2 reasons why I came here today. Do you wish to ask me who instructed me to rescue this piece of trash?" Tyson pointed at Kevin. Kevin's face turned bright red. Then, he scolded, "Tyson, be careful with your words. Who's trash? Believe it or not, I can end you." Tyson looked at him in disdain. "You have a good sister. If not, you would have become mincemeat. Tell us. If you do, I can let you die a painless death." Bennett ate 2 mouthfuls of food with much gusto. "This is Theo Wilson, and this is Lotus King. Do you think that you stand a chance today?" Kevin threatened, relying on the might of those standing behind him. Tyson's knife spun in his grip, and he leaped swiftly toward Mark. The knife was so fast that an arc of light formed, and an ear-splitting sound resounded. Lotus King stepped forward and let the knife land on the top of his skull. Unexpectedly, a metallic sound rang out. Tyson felt his arm grow numb and his pupils contracted once more. "Useless," Lotus King said as he punched Tyson's ribs. A cracking sound could be heard. Tyson soon felt an unbearable pain as he flew away and landed on a glass table. The table shattered into smithereens. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he looked at Lotus King with shock. "Are you Lotus King from a decade ago?" Tyson remembered a person. 10 years ago, there was an elite force, and a legendary Lotus King was rumored to be in it. Knives and bullets did not have any effects on his body. "Yes," Lotus King said. "Since you know Lotus King, you should know me." Bennett finally finished eating, and he took out a tissue to dab at his lips. Tyson looked at him. "Four-faced angel," Bennett added. At his words, Tyson's heart skipped a beat in terror. Tyson's power was in Polarton, but Four-faced Angel's power extended all the way to the Golden Triangle. It was rumored that his speed was top-notch. He could even catch a bullet with his bare hands. Such a person unexpectedly came to Polarton. Although Kevin could not understand what they were saying, he felt that they were awesome. He pointed at Tyson and demanded, "Trash, you're going to die, so tell us who ordered you to save me that day." He was not grateful at all. Tyson chuckled coldly and remained silent. "A butcher knife crafted from extremely rare metal. Not bad." Bennett picked up the knife. His right hand suddenly shook and crushed the knife into 10 pieces. The shards flew out and pierced Tyson's wrist, belly, and thighs. A small portion was even embedded into the walls. Cold sweat ran down Tyson's face. His face was contorted with pain as fresh blood gushed out instantaneously. "Wow! How powerful! There are real martial artists on this earth." Lotus King's eyes widened. "This is Mr. Watterson's capability?" Mark's quiet heart immediately jolted. "Mr. Watterson is already so powerful. How powerful is his boss? The North, South, East, and West Princes are nothing. How disappointing." Bennett sighed. "I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to tell us?" Theo walked over and stared down at Tyson coldly. Tyson closed his eyes and breathed heavily. "What the? Are you going to tell us or not?" Kevin rushed forward and stomped on Tyson's face. "You're not telling us." Kevin wished to depend on his powerful backers and did not hesitate to show his viciousness. "Still not saying anything? Then, I'll kill you today." Kevin grew angry. He raised his foot that was in his leather shoe and fiercely stomped Tyson's chest. "Get rid of him," Bennett commanded. Mark took out a small and sharp knife from his pocket. He handed it to Kevin. "Cut his jugular vein." Kevin froze as bloodthirst appeared on his face. He was even faintly excited. "Okay. I'll try." Kevin took the short knife and walked toward Tyson. His hands trembled with excitement. It was the first time that he was going to kill someone. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 41, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 41 The Power of Golden Lord. After meeting Harrison, Kevin changed completely. He was corrupted by money, alcohol, and fame. Under Theo's guidance, he slowly walked toward a path that he could not turn back from. Tyson only looked coldly at Kevin. Bennett still looked polite and cultured, holding his suitcase in his hands. Lotus King's muscular frame shook. He looked like a predator that was about to eat its prey. Tyson closed his eyes and sighed faintly. Lotus King and Four-Faced Angel have entered Polarton. I guess Polarton is going to change. In truth, Lotus King alone was enough to dominate Polarton. Do it, Mark ordered. Kevin nodded and gathered his strength. Then, he aimed the knife toward Tyson's neck in a swift motion. At that critical juncture, a white light flashed in the air, and a regular poker card flew over faster than the speed of lightning. It cleanly sliced Kevin's fingers off. Ah! My hand! My hand! Kevin shrieked in distress as he cupped his injured hand. Unending groans of pain poured out of his mouth. Bennett's eyes narrowed as he turned around quickly. When he looked behind him, his heartbeat quickened. How fast? I can catch bullets, but I couldn't catch that poker card. Who is this expert? The roller shutter was swiftly pulled open. Then, a man wearing a golden mask and cloak walked over. He looked like a golden god of war and exerted much dominance once he stepped in. Mark froze and cursed, ****. He did not recognize the Golden Lord. Yet, Lotus King and Four-Faced Angel recognized him. The muscles on their faces immediately twitched. It was especially so for the Four-Faced Angel, Bennett. He hollered, Golden Lord. Golden Lord. I didn't expect that you'd be in Polarton. Lotus King exclaimed. I still bear a grudge toward you for that bullet you shot that time. Donald's gaze was cold and emotionless. His killing lust erupted like a volcano. I came here today to kill you. Donald's gaze landed on Four-Faced Angel. Noah the parasite's ninth dog. Get rid of him. Bennett ordered angrily. Lotus King moved immediately. His burly body was like a tank. He rushed forward and threw a punch at Donald's head, aiming to kill him with that punch. He was very confident that he could kill Donald with one punch. Donald stared at his large fist. He merely raised his right hand and held the incoming fist. In a swift motion, he pulled Lotus King toward him and raised a fist to punch the crown of his head. The punch seemed very gentle and did not appear to hold any strength. The fist landed on Lotus King's head. Clank. Lotus King's movements halted completely. He only felt an immense and unimaginable force smashing into his head and destroying his brain. The punch was extremely terrifying. Following that, Donald shook his cloak. It turned into a golden flash of light and flew by. Lotus King's big head soon flew toward the sky, and his headless corpse fell to the ground before spasming. Everyone was dumbstruck. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Kevin even forgot to scream as his heart raced, and he almost puked in fear. What kind of ability is this? Just now, Lotus King stopped Tyson's knife with his head. He did not appear to have the slightest bit of injury. Yet, he has been killed by one punch, and this man merely used his golden cloak to lop off his head. Is he even a human? Donald remained in his spot. There was no ripple of emotion in his eyes. Mark's face paled. He looked dazedly at Lotus King's corpse. Lotus King was extremely close to him, and he had been killed in one blow. Theo had not regained his composure at that moment. When had such a scary person appeared in Polarton? It's rumored that you have the fastest speed in the world. I wonder if that's true. Donald finally directed his attention to Bennett. Bennett felt an impending doom approach him. He had just entered Polarton, yet he met such a strong opponent. The comeback of the parasite, Noah Rodriguez, would not be so easy. Golden Lord. I heard that you would exterminate people when someone pays you to do so. I'll give you 100 million to stay out of this matter. What do you say? Bennett asked. I don't need money. I'm not interested in it. Donald walked over like he was the Grim Reaper. At that moment, an invincible and otherworldly aura emanated from him. When Bennett heard that, he exerted strength in his legs, and his figure flashed around before he darted out. Everyone thought that he was very fast in unison. Did I say that you can leave? Donald calmly asked. He turned around and extended his arms like they were wings. He flew over 8 meters with a graceful leap and landed a kick on Bennett's back. Donald stomped on Bennett, and the latter spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs had already been damaged by that stomp. He lay on the ground and moved his head with great difficulty as he wished to see Donald's real face. He could only see a pair of cold and heartless eyes. The pair of eyes looked at him a little numbly. It was as if they were inspecting an insignificant ant. You can't imagine Mr. Rodriguez's power. Bennett screeched as fresh blood dribbled out of his mouth. The speed that he was so proud of was completely nothing compared to Golden Lord's speed. Golden Lord was too perfect. No one could surpass his speed. His strength was fearsome, and no weaknesses could be found in him. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 42, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 42 Meeting Lord Campbell. As soon as Bennett finished shouting, darkness came in and covered his vision like a tide. Within a second, he lost all signs of life. Tyson widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched the scene before him. I can't believe that Golden Lord is that powerful. Does he know how strong Four-Faced Angel is? He's a big shot in Golden Triangle, and he can even smash my knife. But then, he has now been killed by Golden Lord with only one kick. Right then, he could not help but admire Donald. Donald walked toward Tyson after picking up the suitcase. Are you okay? Tyson was beyond surprised to hear that. What? I can't believe that Golden Lord has just shown concern for me. Yes. It's nothing. I'm fine. He replied. Theo stood still as he gulped nervously. He was so terrified that he dared not to make a single movement. Did I just fail the mission from the Tehaven King? Mark, on the other hand, trembled in fear. Do you guys think I should kill the three of you? Donald looked at Kevin, Mark, and Theology. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Kevin kneeled on the ground abruptly. I'm merely an insignificant man. I came here just to watch the show tonight. I'm a member of the Wilson family in Tehaven. If you kill me, you're declaring war with the Tehaven King. Theo was still struggling to surrender. Okay, Donald replied casually. With a tap of his toes, the entire ground shattered into pieces. A rock flew out and pierced through Theo's temples. Theo's eyes widened in surprise, feeling shocked. He did not expect Donald to kill him without hesitation. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground and lost his breath. Please don't kill me. Please. Mark fell onto his knees as he wailed in agony. I'm willing to be your dog. Donald's power had given him tremendous stress. After all, Lotus King was basically his brother, so he understood how capable Lotus King was. Back then, during the White family's disaster, Lotus King had escaped it using his own capabilities. With that, everyone was impressed by his exceptional martial arts skills. Sadly, Golden Lord killed him with only one punch. That was the strongest power one had ever seen. Moreover, Four-Faced Angel was the parasite, Noah's weapon. No one could ever defeat him, so he was known as the strongest person in the world. Unfortunately, Donald ended him with one blow too. It was evident that Donald was a terrifying person. As for Theo, he was the spokesperson for Nigel Wilson from the Wilson family in Tehaven. Nevertheless, he got killed by Donald straight away. Donald stared at Mark on the ground with a pair of cold eyes. According to the latest order by Kiliat Avion, he should not kill him. After all, he was the parasite's underling, so he would definitely know the other underlings. In that case, it would be better to keep him alive for the time being. Donald shot Mark a glance before shifting his eyes onto Kevin. I don't understand. You're just a piece of insignificant trash. Why do you have to get yourself involved in this matter? Isn't it good to be alive? His voice sounded like a rich baritone. That was an effect of the sound card of the mask. Kevin felt a jolt go straight through his core. He nodded vigorously, saying, You're right. I'm just a piece of trash. You're generous, aren't you? Can you show mercy on a useless man like me? Step on him, Donald said to Tyson. Gritting his teeth, Tyson stood up and stepped on Kevin's face. Kevin screamed tragically, but he dared not to object. He lay on the ground obediently and let Tyson step on him. It was so painful that his eyes turned red. Donald gestured at the people outside the room. Soon, a few men in black suits walked inside like bolts of lightning. Then, they kneeled behind Donald silently. Sink them into the Sea of Polarton and let them rot there, Donald ordered. The men in black immediately stood up to drag Kevin and Mark away. The duo screamed in terror, but everyone in the room ignored them. After they left, the rolling shutter was closed again. Tyson turned around and looked at Donald awkwardly. Donald took off his mask slowly, revealing his young face. Tyson widened his eyes as his heart began to beat erratically. At that moment, he was so shocked that his heart almost leaped out of his throat. It's Lord Campbell. I didn't expect him to be Golden Lord. Greetings, Lord Campbell. Ignoring the wounds on his body, Tyson kneeled on the ground and saluted Donald respectfully. His eyes were brimming with enthusiasm. That's right. Only Lord Campbell would possess such great power. All right. There's no need to be so formal. Donald sat down on a chair. Tyson stood up in a flash. A humble and friendly smile appeared on his face. You can start taking over Mount C sect. Then, at the right time, gather all the forces to destroy the parasite, Donald said as he opened the suitcase. There were a series of complex words and symbols on the documents. Tyson furrowed his eyebrows as he did not understand anything on the document. After all, Those were the latest version of ciphertexts used in Papillon. Any ordinary human would not be able to understand them. There are only 2 persons in Polerton who knows how to use these texts. Tyson scanned the document briefly. Who are they? Tyson replied, one is Lana Collins, and the other is Raina Wilson from Polerton Real Estate. I've seen them communicating with these ciphertexts on a sheet of paper before. Donald fell into deep thought. He put on his mask while standing up. Okay. Understood. You have a good rest. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 43, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 43 Unromantic Man. The next day, 2 big news were released in Polerton. The Wilson family in Tehaven had established an international investment company. That company had set foot in different industries such as pharmaceutical, luxury goods, and real estate development. Besides, Jennifer was the chairman of the company. Everyone was utterly shocked upon hearing the news. They could not help but wonder about Jennifer's identity and background. After all, they had never heard of her name before. Regardless, the Wilson family in Tehaven was Jennifer's backing. That was why most conglomerates felt threatened. Everyone knew who Tehaven King was. He was a behemoth rooted in Tehaven. In short, he had the right to call the final say on all matters in Tehaven. Hence, many wondered what would happen after that powerful family joined Polerton. The second news was about the return of the Rodriguez family to Polerton. Furthermore, they had announced their comeback by establishing a new company, Noah International Group. When Lana heard about the news, she stretched her body lazily. Things are getting more and more interesting, she said softly. She was wearing a tight-fitting dress with a pair of black stiletto heels. Moreover, she had a red thread around one of her ankles. Her skin was fair and delicate, looking sexy and alluring. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open. The moment Donald stepped into the room, he unintentionally saw Lana's red panties between her thighs. Wow! What a lucky day! However, he pretended to keep his eyes to the front. Don't make me scold you for coming in without permission. Lana immediately crossed her legs tightly. She then rolled her eyes at him. I didn't see anything. There was no expression on Donald's face. Why are you so nervous? I didn't mean to look at your panties on purpose. He rolled his eyes inside his heart. Lana sat straight and asked, what do you want? Donald took out a few pieces of paper and handed them to her. I heard that you recognize these words. As soon as Lana took over the papers, her expression turned grim. These are the latest version of ciphertexts used by Papillon. Where did you find them? I've killed Bennett, the four-faced angel, Donald replied calmly. Lana widened her clear, beautiful eyes in bewilderment as her breathing quickened. Seriously? She fixated her eyes on Donald, saying, I'm even more curious about your identity now. Donald ignored her question. What are these papers about? I can't decipher them on my own. At least 2 people are needed to do that, Lana said. Then ask Raina to come and help us, Donald said. You're really well informed, aren't you? That's scary. Lana rolled her eyes affectionately at him. She took out her phone, preparing to invite Raina over. A moment later, she asked, she said she'll come tomorrow. Do you have anything to do today? Donald pondered for a while before answering, not as of now. Okay. Accompany me to go and meet an important person, then, Lana said. Is it Lilith? Donald asked. You still have the cheek to ask me that? You told me you would accompany me there yesterday, but you ran away in the end. You know, I need you to protect me now, Lana complained. Nonetheless, Donald would not believe a single word she said. He stood still silently like a log, not giving her any reaction. Upon seeing that, Lana decided to stop joking. I'm meeting the director of Southwood E-Commerce District today. He's young and capable. He must be a rich, good-looking man. Perhaps I should try approaching him. What do you think? Will you feel jealous? Are you out of your mind? Why would I feel jealous? Donald uttered. Lana was taken aback by his words. Feeling infuriated, she almost stood up and punched him in the face. Go and get yourself ready. I've agreed to meet him in the e-commerce district later. Lana changed the topic. 10 minutes later, Donald drove Lana's Aston Martin, which cost $48 million, to the destination. Southwood e-commerce district covered an area of 530,000 square meters. Moreover, it had a market value of more than $30 billion. Donald did not know that those were actually his assets. The moment he got in the car, Charles called him. Lord Campbell, are you free today? What's wrong? Donald asked while driving. Can you come over to Seasons Hotel? Charles asked politely. Donald was startled. Coincidentally, Seasons Hotel was located in Southwood e-commerce district too. Hence, he could drop by there on his way. Sure. Lana did not hear anything. She was taking a rest with her eyes closed. She had changed into a lacy top and a pair of slim-fit pants. Besides that, she wore a pair of black heels, looking elegant and demure. This is a limited Aston Martin. Currently, there are only 3 of them in our country. Each of them cost 48 million, Lana said out of the blue. Oh, Donald responded. It seemed like he was not surprised. Suddenly, Lana's interest piqued. She looked at Donald's side profile and asked, "Do you want to consider dating me? I can give you this car as a present." Donald shook his head. "Nope." Lana added, "You're so dense. Do you know how many men are waiting to date me? What an insensitive, unromantic man." "I know," Donald answered. "Then, am I pretty?" Lana tucked her hair behind her ear, showing her perfect side profile. "You're okay." Son-in-law madness chapter 44, Son-in-law madness chapter 44 land reclamation. Lana scoffed in response. "Okay. What does he mean by okay? I'm the daughter of the Collins family everybody likes and admires. Yet, he says that I'm okay?" She pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. "I wonder who you are. Are you the son of the leader of Paradise September?" Donald curled the corners of his lips into a smile. Paradise September. However, a sense of coldness flashed across his eyes as he smiled. He turned to look at Lana, saying, "I'll leave now. I have to go and meet a friend." "No. You can't leave. You have to protect me. You're now my personal bodyguard, so you have to keep me safe all the time. What if the director of Southwood E-commerce district is a pervert?" Lana put on a pitiful look. After giving it some thought, Donald answered, "Okay, then. Where is your friend?" Lana took out her phone to send Charles a message. Soon, Charles replied to confirm their meeting place. "Seasons Hotel," Donald said. Lana was stunned momentarily. "What a coincidence. I'm going there too. Let's go together." As Southwood E-commerce district was 530,000 square meters large, it would become the biggest logistic distribution center and the magnate of the retail industry in Taranda in the future. Every knowledgeable people in Pollerton knew that Southwood E-commerce district would become a money-eating machine in the future. Even Jennifer was aware about that too. After all, although Southwood E-commerce district had just launched its Phase 1 project, it had already attracted hundreds of e-commerce merchants. Not to mention that Johnny's Antiques was also located in that area. Located at the entrance of the e-commerce district was Seasons Hotel. It looked like a guard suppressing all the merchants around him. As long as Charles was there, no one in Pollerton dared to lay a finger on the district. Meanwhile, Charles was sitting in a private room with a cane in his hand. His hair was neat, and he exuded a majestic, imposing aura as if he could control everything. Besides, there were 2 middle-aged men sitting uneasily at a distance away. They looked very similar, and they had the same body shapes. However, one of them had a beard, while the other was a clean-shaven man. That man with a beard was Johnny Green from Johnny's Antiques. He was also a tycoon in the antique industry. He owned 30% of the antiques in the entire country. Although he had a net worth of more than tens of billions, he looked like a kid in front of Charles as he did not dare to mess with the latter. As for the man with a clean face, Harrison would definitely recognize him if he was still alive. He was Joshua Green, an influential person at Pollerton General Hospital. Moreover, he was also an influential politician in Pollerton. "Is it true that your lord will come tonight?" Joshua asked cautiously. He still remembered clearly how terrifying Donald was. After all, Donald easily got rid of all the deadwood in Pollerton General Hospital. Before Joshua could do anything, he received a warning. Not to mention that it was a serious warning from Taranda Provincial Center. Apart from that, Charles also showed up in his house to warn him, "Don't make any unnecessary moves when my lord is angry. Otherwise, no one would be able to help you." That sentence was enough to make Joshua's blood run cold. Although that incident happened 3 days ago, Joshua still found it hard to sleep. He often had nightmares, and he always woke up in shock. As for Johnny from Johnny's Antiques, he was never a match for the others. He was always an honest businessman. Therefore, he had been keeping a good reputation. Unfortunately, Charles was even more successful than him in business, while North Prince, Tyson, and South Prince, Zane, were more outstanding than him in shady fields. Thus, he was even more frightened. "I guess he'll reach in about 10 minutes. I've always been close to you guys since you were young. So, I like both of you a lot." Charles continued, "I want you to leave a good impression on my lord. That's why I invited you guys here tonight. None of you could imagine how powerful and prominent he is." "Thank you, Mr. Langford," Joshua gushed gratefully. "Lana will be here too. She'll be discussing the collaborative project of Southwood E-commerce district with us." Charles added, "Also, Rain is a well-informed woman. She's also preparing to start a few projects with us. Johnny was only good at antique appraisal, so he did not know anything about business. He asked foolishly, is Southwood e-commerce district really that valuable? He paused, then continued, it's not that big, right? 530,000 square meters is already its maximum land coverage. Charles stared at him as if he was looking at a fool. What's on the north side of Southwood e-commerce district? The sea. Still, Johnny did not understand what Charles was trying to say. Moreover, it's a sea with low potential. The shores are rocky, so we can't build a pier there. We can only use it for seaweed farming. Charles was exasperated. He turned to Joshua and asked, do you have any idea? Joshua tilted his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind like a bolt of lightning. But then, he quickly shook his head, thinking that idea was too ridiculous. I dare not to say that. Just tell me what's on your mind. Charles smiled. Joshua gritted his teeth, saying, land reclamation. Son-in-law madness chapter 45, Son-in-law madness chapter 45. Who do you think you are? The moment Johnny heard those words, he said, no way. Without the official approval letter, not even my brother would dare to lay his hands on it. Nodding, he quickly added, after all, the approval falls out of the jurisdiction of the local authorities. That's unless it's issued by Kilyat Avion or Paradise September. Charles exclaimed, it's land reclamation. Dumbfounded, both Johnny and Joshua froze on the spot, feeling a thunderous explosion inside their heads. D*MN. Johnny cursed right away. Even his breathing had become erratic. If it was really land reclamation, it could bring enormous economic benefits to the entirety of Polarton. That would mean thriving property value, logistics system, business investments, and even port constructions. Is it reliable, though, Mr. Langford? Joshua's voice became hoarse all of a sudden. Charles reassured him, the approval letter is currently being drafted, so it'll be delivered to my lord in no time. Also, it'll be undersigned by Kilyat Avion. The duo was surprised when Charles dropped a bomb like that. It was even bigger news than the news of the Wilson family from Tehaven and the parasite stepping into Polarton. Moreover, there are two reclamations this time. One of them will take place in the northern area of Southwood e-commerce district, about 30 kilometers to the sea, and the other one is at the southeast island on the south coast. Charles added. Stupefied, both Johnny and Joshua suddenly lost their ability to think as they listened to Charles. Charles went on, this is 1% of my lord's sovereignty. Do you understand now? 1% of sovereignty? Pulling off two land reclamations at once using only 1%. What's the real identity of this lord? The duo gasped in awe. Because of that, they exhibited more respect for that lord than ever before. They made up their minds. No matter what, they would go all out that night so that they could leave a strong impression on the lord. At 7 o'clock in the evening, nightlife thus began. Donald arrived at Seasons Hotel in the car. After Lana got out of the car, Donald pulled over at the parking lot and walked to her side. What a qualified bodyguard you are. Lana poked fun at Donald. The only downside is the low monthly salary of $5,000 that comes with it, Donald replied with a nonchalant countenance. I'll give you a raise, then. As Lana was finishing her sentence, she was interrupted by some voices nearby. Bodyguard? 5,000 salary? So, you quit your job as an agent and became a bodyguard for Ms. Collins, Donald. A teasing voice resonated across the vicinity. In a matter of seconds, Lana's eyes turned cold as she shot a glare ahead toward the left side. There Oliver was, standing in a pair of overalls coupled with a gray overcoat. He even parted his hair in the middle, giving himself a feminine look. Escorting him on his left and right were Rebecca and Irene, looking ever so stunning. Be that as it may, they wore a disdainful expression with traces of mockery. Scram. If you don't, I'll wallop you. A wave of anger erupted like a volcano in Lana's heart. For some reason, it made her furious to hear Donald being insulted. Oliver, in turn, held his breath before explaining in a respectful manner, I'm so sorry, Ms. Collins. I was referring to him, not you. That guy over there is my ex-classmate from high school, and I can tell you he's not a good person. Lana's eyes darkened. You must have a death wish. Upon hearing that, Oliver was also getting his knickers in a twist. Lately, Oliver had been floating on air. Not only had he looted an invaluable relic and gifted it to Johnny, but he also uncovered a bountiful haul of antiques in a village by the mountainside. For that, he became the apple of Johnny's eyes, and he was even awarded 100 million. In addition, Johnny had also appointed him as one of the executives of Johnny's Antiques. Because of that, Oliver had lapsed into an arrogant state of mind. With more than 10 billion in assets, Lana undoubtedly could be the most eminent businesswoman in Polarton. However, Johnny's Antiques was also a force to be reckoned with. Ms. Collins, Please don't think that you can act willfully just because you're loaded. Oliver's expression turned indifferent as he continued to mock, he's only a bodyguard, one with a mere 5,000 salary. I don't see any difference between him and a dog. Why are you getting all worked up for? Lana narrowed her eyes to slits, getting ready to unleash her wrath. Waving his hand, Donald quickly stopped Lana. He then reproached Oliver, tell me. Are you really going to buy that property at Polarton Estates? And also, when will you compensate Rafe his full amount of commission as promised? Oliver was stunned momentarily before bursting into laughter. Such is the stance of a small fry. Just so you know, I'll definitely buy that property. As for the 2 million commission, it's a shame that will never happen. At that moment, Rebecca scoffed, who do you think you are, Donald? Irene chimed in, that's right. Don't you dare get all high and mighty just because you're Ms. Collins' bodyguard. A dog will always be a dog. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 46, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 46. Kneel and apologize. Donald shot Irene a stiff glance and taunted, I actually wouldn't mind breaking your neck right now. Patting her chest exaggeratingly, Irene pretended to be frightened. Oh, no. Help me, Oliver. I'm so scared. He's going to break my neck. After a brief pause, she threw her gaze back at Donald and went on, so, how was my acting? I do have the potential to be a superstar, right? I'm signing a contract with Dante Pictures tomorrow morning, so the next time you see me acting like this, it'll be on TV. Donald merely put on a sarcastic smile and stared at Oliver instead. I'm so done speaking nonsense with you. I told you before to fulfill Rafe's compensation in 3 days, so tomorrow will be your last day. Oliver, in turn, guffawed at that. I'm not paying anyone anything. What are you going to do, As he spoke, his breath quickened, for he saw a group of people approaching the entrance from the main hall, and all of them wore a stern mien. To his dismay, his boss, Johnny, the chairman of Johnny's Antiques, was among them. Oliver instantly whispered, quick. You two need to go now. My boss is here. I need to make a good impression, and he hates employees who fool around. The ladies trotted away immediately and hailed a taxi before vanishing into the traffic. Oliver titubed himself, composing himself to welcome his boss' arrival. Donald snuck a peek at Charles and the gang in the main hall before diverting his gaze back at Oliver. I have nothing else to say to you. Pay up tomorrow, or there will be hell to pay. Oliver was infuriated by his threat. Pointing at Donald, Oliver yelled, who the heck do you think you are? Do you believe that I can just send you to hell tonight? He then continued to bellow intentionally, besides, you haven't even learned what I've got. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you? Oliver was pretty smug with his own actions. Johnny never liked his employees fooling around, but he would favor the employees who were aggressive and ruthless. From his perspective, when it came to antique trading, having a feeble personality would do more harm than good. On top of that, having loose relationships would only attract unnecessary attention. That alone was his taboo. For that reason, Oliver spared no effort to put up a conspicuous act and show off in front of his boss. My boss, Mr. Green. Look at me. Look at how impressive I can be. From afar, Charles spotted that scene, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Both Johnny and Joshua had no idea that the man standing before them was the lord that Charles had mentioned. They also completely ignored Oliver. Just then, Lana piped up, is he one of your employees, Mr. Green? Johnny nodded. Yes, he is, Ms. Collins. What happened? Lana complained, he insulted my bodyguard. As soon as she said that, Charles was taken aback. Since when is Lord Campbell Lana's bodyguard? He then stared at Lord Campbell with total admiration. At that moment, he reckoned that Lord Campbell was very professional, to the extent of becoming a bodyguard for the sake of flirting. So, Lord Campbell is really into this kind of relationship? The more he dwelled on that thought, the more excited he felt. Images of a bodyguard stealing the heart of their employer instantly washed over Charles's mind. Charles wished to summon Zane right away and discuss all over again whether Lord Campbell and Lana had slept together. As Johnny heard Lana's accusation, he shrugged and tried to brush her off. This guy is my executive at Johnny's Antiques, and he's first class at gathering antiques. Never mind your bodyguard, for it was just an insult, anyway. Don't take it to heart. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 47, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 47 apologized to the Lord Slap. Charles's hand connected solidly with Johnny's face as soon as the latter finished speaking. The slap was so sudden and forceful that Johnny was completely stupefied. Charles hit the other man again despite his shaking fingers caused by the impact of the previous slap. His heart trembled with a mixture of fear and anger. Kneel and apologize. Everyone was stunned speechless, unable to comprehend what was happening. Johnny kneeled at once. I'm sorry, Mr. Langford, the bearded man apologized. I don't know what I did, but I seem to have offended you. Charles raised his walking stick and smashed it squarely on Johnny's shoulder. Don't apologize to me, you imbecile. Apologize to the Lord. Lord. Johnny looked around in confusion. Whom is Mr. Langford referring to? Realization dawned a second later when he saw Charles taking a knee in front of Donald. I'm sorry that my men had upset you, Lord, Charles said humbly. The nervousness and apprehension were clear on his face. Before this incident, he had been rather fond of Johnny and Joshua. It was no longer the case now. I can't believe that a lowly executive in Johnny's Antiques dares to be so impertinent toward Lord Campbell. Tristan would have my head if he knew. Both Johnny and Joshua were thunderstruck by this revelation. The former, in particular, visibly blanched as he remembered what he had said earlier. So that's Charles's boss. The one who could even obtain approval for land reclamation. Dear God. What have I done? Not only did I let my staff insult him, but I also made things worse. Damn you, Oliver King. You got both of us in big trouble now. Jaw clenched in anger, he stood up and slapped Oliver with enough force to send the ladder spinning. Bewildered by the turn of events, Oliver felt his mind go completely blank. What just happened? Why did Charles Langford, the richest man in Polerton, kneel before a bodyguard and call him Lord? Come on, that man's no lord, Mr. Green. Oliver blurted out. He's just Donald. Before Johnny could respond, Donald spoke up. We're in public. There's no need to kneel. Hurry and get up. It was only then that Charles stood. Lana's eyes were wide with surprise. She covered her mouth with slender fingers to prevent her from gasping out loud. Donald is Charles Langford's boss. That means Donald is the actual in charge in Southwood E-commerce district. Whoa. I would never have guessed. I'm terribly sorry, Lord, for not disciplining my employees better. Johnny said before going over to grab Oliver by the collar. He shoved the other man to the floor. Apologize to Mr. Campbell now. What? Why should I? Oliver was still clueless. Slap. Johnny hit him again. Because he owns you. He owns the entire Southwood E-commerce district, my antique business, and Seasons Hotel. In fact, he owns 70% of Polerton's total wealth. Is that good enough of an answer for you? Oliver gaped. He was struck dumb for a second before Johnny's words sent his mind into turmoil. But how is this possible? Donald is just a realtor turned bodyguard. Isn't he? Charles directed an icy glare at the still flabbergasted Oliver before making formal introductions. Miss Collins, may I introduce you to my lord, Mr. Donald Campbell, who is also the boss of Southwood E-commerce district. This is Johnny Green, in charge of Johnny's Antiques, as well as Joshua Green. The last name caught Oliver's attention. It was only then that he noticed Joshua's presence. He inhaled sharply. It was understandable if someone in Polerton did not know who Neil Yund was. After all, even though Neil Yund controlled the entirety of Polerton, he was too mysterious a person for everyone to have heard of. However, one could not possibly claim to be a Polertonian if one did not know of Joshua Green. The man in question bowed slightly to Donald. It's a pleasure to finally be able to meet the esteemed Mr. Campbell. Lana turned to face Donald as well. How wonderful to be able to put a face to the name. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Campbell. You sure know how to keep a low profile, she said with a sweet smile that belied the reproachful tone. Why don't we continue the conversation inside? Donald suggested, gesturing at the door of the private room. Everyone complied at once. Johnny grabbed Oliver and shoved him inside before stepping in as well. The latter's face was as white as a sheet. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 48, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 48. What Donald is capable of. You just had to mess with me, didn't you, Oliver? Donald said coldly. He was no pushover. When angered, he would go all out to seek revenge. Why aren't you kneeling already? Johnny kicked Oliver behind the knees, sending the latter tumbling to the floor on his knees. Oliver finally came to his senses. Donald, no, I mean, Mr. Campbell. Please forgive my ignorance. I'm so sorry to have offended you. Please give me another chance for the sake that we were high school classmates once. From where he was sitting, Donald said nothing and only looked at Oliver with cool indifference. Johnny stepped forward. My lord, do you wish him dead? He asked subserviently. Oliver nearly wet his pants. Though he was running a proper, respectful business, Johnny was not known for playing nice. Oliver had always been intimidated by the bearded man's ruthlessness. After all, one did not establish hegemony over the antique market simply by being kind-hearted. If he decides to kill me, he will do it for sure. Oliver's mouth went dry at the thought. He approached Johnny on his hands and knees, hugging the latter's leg, and started wailing. No, Mr. Green, please. I'm begging you. I've worked for you for so many years. Surely that means something? You've got to take pity on me. Johnny kicked him aside. What are you begging me for? Mr. Campbell is the one you should be begging for forgiveness. Oliver immediately turned to Donald. Mr. Campbell, please. We were classmates once, remember? We spent 3 years studying together. Not wanting to waste any more time on such a pathetic man lest he caused further delays to the business talk, Donald decided to give Oliver an out. Are you going to buy that house? He asked. Yes. I'm definitely buying. And I'll be sure to pay the 2% commission fee. Oliver said in a rush. I don't like the two women, Donald said slowly. Oliver was confused for a brief moment before realizing that Donald must have meant Irene and Rebecca. He nodded furiously. No problem. Consider them gone. I don't want my identity to be revealed to anyone else for now. Donald leaned closer to the trembling Oliver with an unreadable expression. Have I made myself clear? With Johnny standing on his left, Joshua on his right, and Charles behind him, Donald was exuding a powerful aura that shook Oliver to the core. Oh God. This is terrifying. I can't even begin to imagine what Donald is capable of. He's more powerful than I can fathom. Crystal clear, Mr. Campbell. Oliver could not have nodded any more vigorously. Donald waved a hand. All right. Get out now. The relief that flooded Oliver was overwhelming. He quickly bowed and left. It was only after he stepped out the door that he realized his shirt was completely drenched in sweat. He allowed himself to breathe normally. What happened felt so surreal. We're the same age. Donald was merely gone for 10 years. How did he become so powerful and scary in just a decade? Even men like Joshua Green bowed to him. In the private room, Lana was likewise in a daze. I knew there was more to Donald than it seemed. No ordinary folk could do what he did, smashing a Papillion retrofitted vehicle to bits with his bare hands, killing Four-Faced Angel himself. There's no way he's just a regular guy. But I never would have thought Donald is Charles's boss. That's terrifying. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 49, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 49 Goose Lord, we are going to discuss the Southwood E-Commerce District project. Here are the files. Please have a look. Charles handed the files in his hands to Donald. Lana never shifted her gaze away from Donald. This is simply surprising. However, Donald didn't take it. I'm not really good at business. You shall be in charge of it. Charles smiled bitterly and retreated the files. If so, shall I be negotiating with Miss Collins? Donald nodded. Sure. I'm leaving it in your capable hands, and I won't interfere with you. With that, Lana took over the files with a smile and rolled her eyes at Donald. All right. We shall start now. They came to an agreement after 10 minutes. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Charles furrowed his brows. Come in. The one who entered was a vulnerable-looking woman in her 20s. She greeted, Nice to meet you, Mr. Langford. I'm Raina Wilson from Polarton Real Estate. I've heard that you are here today for Southwood E-Commerce District's business. Hence, I hope to negotiate business in the e-commerce industry. Donald, who was sitting on the couch aside, opened his eyes to size up the visitor. She looks like a meek girl with a height of 160 centimeters. However, the determination in her eyes suggests she's a confident and strong woman. Raina didn't come from a prominent family. She started her business from scratch on her own, and her visionary approach to business was why she became one of the tycoons in Polarton. Lana stared at her with interest and shifted her gaze to Donald. She's Jennifer's cousin. However, a proud woman like her has severed ties with the other families from the start. Charles smiled and uttered, Ms. Wilson, you have a good ear, huh? Raina's expression remained calm. In the business industry, you need to have a good vision and hearing to gather more information. With that, Charles looked at her approvingly. He knew well about her background. Hence, he knew how hard it was for her to endure all the humiliation and achieve her accomplishments of today. Mr. Langford, I'm here today to establish an e-commerce brand in the district and acquire one of your logistic routes. What are we selling? Charles asked. Food, clothes, furniture, or vehicles? Food, Raina replied indifferently. I've paid attention to Southwood E-Commerce District for a long while. It has an area of 530,000 square meters, right? However, I have a feeling that things are definitely not that simple. Hence, I decided to create a uniquely Southwood brand. Charles chuckled merrily. If so, what kind of food are you planning to sell? A snack? Or a specialty dish? Nope. It's artificially bred goose. Everyone narrowed their eyes at once. Geese are first-class animals protected by the nation. We will get ourselves into trouble if anything happens. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 50, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 50. Her ambition. The smile on Charles's face started to fade. I know you have an artificial farm in Zendale. However, the goose is one of the nation's first-class protected animals. It's illegal to sell them in business. I don't dare to cross the laws. Reina replied, these are cultivated geese, which are different from those in the wild. I'm aware. However, does everyone know that? What about the general public? As far as I know, your farm always receives complaints every month. Reina nodded. I've invested 100 million into this project. If I fail to give any results, my shareholders are bound to withdraw their shares. With that, my capital flow is going to have big trouble. Hence, I hope that you can help me. Charles sighed. I can lend you a few hundred million for that. However, there is no way to sell geese in the district. Reina nodded in response. All right, I got it. Thank you, Mr. Langford. As for the debts, I can handle them for the time being. Good day to you as well, Lana. Lana tugged at her worriedly. Why don't you continue your estate business? Are you still having a fever? Reina didn't reply to her. She merely shook her head tiredly. Lana pondered for a while and said to Donald, can you send her back? The latter nodded. Sure. He's my bodyguard. Don't worry. He's a good person with good driving skills. Reina nodded in response. In fact, Donald intended to refuse her at first. However, he needed her help tomorrow to crack the password. Hence, he agreed to do her a favor. Charles broke out a weird smile as he saw the two leaving. The moment Reina got into Lana's Aston Martin, she closed her eyes as a worn look appeared on her face. To Polerton Estates. Reina leaned against the seat. Do you know Jennifer? Donald asked out of blue. Reina opened her eyes. Yes. Why? She's my ex-wife, and she's related to you. Donald seemed to be talkative when he mentioned Jennifer. I know. She's an outstanding woman with a great vision. However, her family's condition stopped her from advancing. Now that the Wilson family has strengthened once again, she will be my greatest opponent. Donald frowned. What do you mean by that? Reina turned to have a look at him. She was surprised when she saw his features. At that moment, she finally had the chance to observe his appearance. He had a resolute face, and his deep, sad eyes seemed to be hiding a story behind them. She wants to take over all of my business, Reina replied. Not just the pharmaceutical business but the estate business, luxurious goods, construction, and more of them. At first, I didn't mind that too, as I was also trying to transform my business. As long as I can earn a profit from the geese, then I don't mind giving up the estate business to her. After all, others will do so too if she doesn't. Reina paused for a while and continued, however, she has now even targeted my geese. I know it isn't her idea, but Nigel's. The thought of Nigel made her frown. Although she had met many young men in the business industry, Nigel was the only person who could amaze her and alarm her at the same time. He was level-headed, domineering, and merciless. Besides, he seemed to give out a formidable aura of a century-old affluent family. Nigel must have instigated her to do so. Reina hissed in a low voice. She then smiled mockingly and apologized, I'm sorry. It's useless grumbling. Perhaps you don't even know who he is. She smiled apologetically at Donald. There wasn't a single hint of disdain in her look but calmness. How long can your Scarlet Swan Villa survive? He asked. Reina hesitated for a while before replying, half a month. They have blocked all of my sales channels. Nigel is already putting his plan into action. The media has been pulling out all stops on me these days, and the people disapprove of my farm. It will only take half a month for me to close my business. Oh, that's 3 years of my effort gone to waste. At last, she couldn't hold herself together and burst into tears. I started my business at the age of 19. I'm 26-year-old today. Nobody knows how much I've suffered all these 7 years. Even my boyfriend chooses to stab me behind when my company faces a crisis. Is it because you refuse to return to the Wilson family? Donald asked. Reina flashed him a surprised look. How would you know? Donald merely smiled. After a while, he suggested, let me teach you a way, it should be good enough for your Scarlet Swan Villa to revive in 5 days. Besides, Charles will give you a logistic route willingly and allow you to establish your brand in the district. Naturally, Reina held doubts about his proposal. However, it seemed impolite to reject him. Hence, she said, tell me about it. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 51, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 51. Meeting Jennifer again. We can use reverse psychology in this case and spread more negative news, said Donald. Reina was intelligent and caught the meaning behind his suggestion immediately. What shall we do after that? We can spend 3 days creating and spreading rumors to enlarge our weaknesses. Not only that, but we can also find a most sensitive and important topic that can catch everyone's attention to make the gossip trending. We can do so using Polarton television. Donald narrowed his eyes as he made that suggestion. Aren't you powerful, Nigel? I'll love to see if you can outmaneuver me while I reserve my trump card. But what about Nigel? Raina asked. Hearing that, Donald sneered, if he uses the influence of the Wilson family of Tehaven, I'll let him have a taste of my unstoppable plan. Raina was rendered speechless by Donald's display of arrogance. You're just Lana's bodyguard, okay. However, Nigel Wilson is the heir of Tehaven King, and he's the most promising person in the Wilson family of Tehaven. After a brief silence, Raina raised her doubts on Donald, and the latter answered each of her questions patiently. Raina was pleasantly surprised by Donald's thorough explanation and stared at him with suspicion. Are you really just a bodyguard? If so, why are you only working as a bodyguard when you're so good at scheming? Are you really just a bodyguard? Raina couldn't help but ask. What else would I be? Donald answered rhetorically. Raina continued, aren't you worried that this will make your ex-wife sad? Don't worry. This is a fight between Nigel and me. She has nothing to do with this, Donald responded. Raina expressed her concerns immediately. We're going to lose everything if we accidentally make a mistake, and there'll be no chance for us to redeem ourselves. This is your ultimate chance, Raina. If you succeed, you'll become a classic trade war case study in the business world, answered Donald. Upon hearing Donald's persuasion, Raina closed her eyes and pondered for a while before opening her eyes again and agreeing. All right. I'll listen to you for once. Not long after, a bitter grin crept onto her face. To be honest, I can't believe I'm putting so much faith in a bodyguard's advice, given that this is the first time we've met. The board of directors will mock me for being so naive if they know about this. Donald smiled at her remarks dismissively. Soon, the vehicle had reached Polarton Estates. The security guards had quite a good eye and allowed Donald and Raina into the area as soon as they saw the luxurious car that cost $500 million. After parking the car in the car park, Raina and Donald walked to their destination. To Donald's surprise, Raina's house was located right behind the prime property of Polarton. When they walked past the property, Raina glanced at it and said, I've heard that this property was sold to someone, and the current market price is $1.3 billion. The renovation alone has been going on for a few years. To that, Donald remained silent, because the property was undergoing the process of being transferred to his name. The night breeze blew gently across Raina's hair as the bright streetlights shone on Donald's tall figure and Raina's curvy silhouette. Suddenly, Raina was overwhelmed with a sudden surge of sadness. Meanwhile, Donald was staring ahead into the distance, because he saw 5 people walking toward Raina and him toward the same destination. They were all heading toward the building behind the most expensive residential property in Polarton. The leader of the group was a short man dressed in an expensive suit. He had a greasy face, and his right hand was wrapped up with bandages. He was none other than Kevin, who had almost drowned at sea. At first, Donald planned to kill Kevin. However, he was worried that Jennifer would be sad about it. Thus, he just instructed his men to toss him into the ocean and left promptly. After that, Kevin and Mark got out of the water. Behind Kevin was Jennifer. She had rosy cheeks that suggested she might have drunk some wine, and she was dressed in a pink trench coat that accentuated her slender legs. Beside Jennifer stood Leonard and Linda. Jennifer was stunned momentarily as she met Donald's eyes. Shortly after that, her expression darkened as she shifted her gaze to Raina. We're only divorced for a couple of days, and you're already indulging yourself? First, it was Hannah, then came Lana. Now, you have Raina by your side. The main thing is that none of these 3 women are any lesser than me. Hannah was merely 28 years old, but she was already a medical professor who graduated from Pliston University. Lana was the most formidable businesswoman in Polarton. Last but not least, Raina was a legendary woman who started her business empire from scratch. Looks like I have delayed you and taken away your freedom with our previous marriage. Jennifer walked toward Donald and lifted her head to stare directly at his face. At that moment, she felt as if she didn't know him at all. It was a strange yet familiar feeling, with a slight hint of wistfulness. Were you always a stranger to me? Or is it because I've never truly understood you? Have you always been hiding this side of you from me? Donald looked at Jennifer and backed away slightly, then shook his head to express his lack of interest in talking to her. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 52, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 52. Challenged by Jennifer at that moment, tears flowed down Jennifer's cheek as she felt a clench in her heart. She turned around to face the opposite direction and sobbed. Let's leave. Kevin was infuriated by the situation and yelled in a despicable tone, Donald, do you know where you are? This is Polarton Estates, and every property here costs $300,000 per square meter. The house we live in right now is over 300 square meters and costs $100 million. Can you even afford these rates? Donald stayed calm and silent while staring at Kevin. I guess you're still working as a bodyguard now, right? I heard you only get paid 5,000 monthly. Kevin deliberately lifted his hand to check the time, showing off the golden Rolex watch on his wrist. Look at this watch that costs 300,000. Can you afford it? I'm warning you to stay away from Jennifer. Nigel will be upset if he finds out. Oh, I guess you still don't know who Nigel is, huh? Kevin continued. Nigel Wilson is a rich man from Tehaven with a net worth of over 100 billion, and he has disciples all over the world. He likes my sister, and you like her as well, but he can give my sister many things. For example, he gifted this property that you can never afford to my father without hesitation. Do you see the most expensive building in Polarton? It's worth 1.3 billion, and Nigel planned to gift it to my sister if it wasn't already owned by someone else. However, that doesn't matter since he can give my sister whatever she wants. But what about you? Kevin closed in on Donald, forgetting how he begged the latter for his life like a poor dog last night. Donald looked at Kevin's right hand, where 3 fingers were cut off by Donald using poker cards the night before. Then, he laughed out loud and asked, "Do your fingers still hurt?" Upon hearing the mocking question, Kevin's face twisted as he pointed an unharmed finger at Donald's chest and shouted, "That's none of your business. You're trash." Swiftly, Donald grabbed that finger and snapped it. With the sound of bones cracking, Kevin's left index finger broke. Arg. Kevin's face turned pale instantly. Kill him. Kill him right now. My finger is broken again. Donald Campbell. Leonard lunged at Donald and kicked him. Donald dodged it easily, which led Leonard to trip and slam his head against the lamppost. In that instant, his forehead swelled up. What the hell, shouted Leonard. Linda wrapped her arms around Kevin and pointed at Donald, then yelled at the latter hysterically, "You're a troublemaker. I'm calling the police." At the end of her sentence, she took out her phone. However, the phone was being smacked away from Linda's hand abruptly. Unexpectedly, it was Jennifer's doing. "Mom, just let it be." Jennifer seemed exhausted. "Am I not tired enough?" Linda shouted angrily, "Look at him. He broke Kev's finger again. No, we cannot just let it be. Call Nigel right now and let him handle Donald once and for all. Jennifer, I must end him today, no matter what." Kevin gripped his fingers while his face twisted in pain. "Kev." Jennifer raised her voice. Then Kevin shuddered and felt a shiver down his spine when he saw Jennifer's expression. It was a mixture of helplessness and tiredness, with a hint of despair. Jennifer merely agreed to become Tehaven's Wilson family's ambassador in Polarton with a simple goal in mind, to get back together with Donald and restore their relationship. However, she realized now that she was utterly wrong. Donald left her resolutely, and it was obvious that he was distancing himself from her. "What's the point of me doing all this? I don't think there are any left." At that moment, Jennifer had lost the will to fight for the opportunity to be with Donald again. Donald whispered, "You don't have to be so hopeless. You still have to prove your worth when it's necessary. Everyone thinks that you're smart, and I do, too. It's your family who's limiting your growth. Since the Wilson family of Tehaven had chosen you to be their ambassador, make sure you seize the opportunity." Jennifer didn't reply to that and only refocused her attention on Raina. Although Raina looked fragile, she was stubborn and eager to be better than others. Hence, she stared back at Jennifer fearlessly. "You can never keep Scarlet Swan Villa's ownership," said Jennifer. Raina asked, "Why?" "Because Nigel is going to make his move," Jennifer replied. Raina was annoyed by Jennifer's attitude and behavior. A sudden idea sparked in her head, and she hugged Donald's arm. "That's all right since I have Donald." Raina's action stunned Donald. He wanted to pull his hand away, but Raina was holding it too tightly. Raina only had one motive in doing so, to provoke Jennifer. The angrier Jennifer got, the happier Raina would get. As expected, Jennifer was jealous. She glared at Raina angrily and declared, "Scarlet Swan Villa will disappear in 5 days. Scarlet Swan Villa will become the most popular trademark in Polarton in 5 days, Raina responded to Jennifer with a challenge. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 53, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 53 Antics. Jennifer stared at the duo before turning and leaving. "Wait for it. I swear I'll kill you," Kevin said in frustration. Donald looked at the 4 people leaving and walking out of his sight. He let out a long sigh and did not speak for some time. "I don't understand," Raina uttered. "What? Jennifer loves you a lot. On the other hand, you always have her best interests at heart. Why would this situation happen?" Raina asked. "Because I'd love to protect her." Though Donald's voice was soft, it was not hard to know that he was sad. Raina could hear his words, but she did not understand what that meant. Donald was well aware of Noah's ability. Noah was also known as the parasite. It was not difficult if Donald wished to get rid of him. However, it was a challenging task if he wanted to reduce Noah's influence in that city, as no one knew how many subordinates or connections that guy had in Polerton. Even if Noah was dead, Jennifer was not considered safe without understanding Noah's background thoroughly. Hence, Donald knew it was best for himself not to have too many ties with Jennifer. It was why he always wanted to distance himself from the woman. With that thought in mind, he instantly sent a message to Bradley, "Please check on Noah's background and his influence in the city." "Fine. I have reached. You may go home now," Raina said. Donald nodded as response. Raina closed and slumped against the door. She could not help but shake her head while smiling wryly. The battle would begin the next day. Early the next morning, Jennifer came to the main building of Polerton Pharma. Since she became the director of Polerton Pharma, she had been diversely expanding the business. Jennifer had now established a real estate company, a luxury goods agency company, and developed an e-commerce brand. She sat in her office while reading all kinds of reports. It accentuated her massive talent in running a business. "Let's delay the listing exercise for Polerton Pharma as the situation is still unstable. We shall focus on real estate for the time being. Now, the seasons are changing soon. When that happens, it's common for people to catch a cold. We can increase the production of cold medication now. Could you please send an invitation to Lilith? She is a top designer of luxury goods. Let's see if we have a chance to cooperate with her." Jennifer continuously made several phone calls. As she hung up the call, she noticed a tall, handsome guy leaning against the wall and looking at her with admiration. An intimidating aura exuded from the guy, and he had a pair of big, gleaming eyes. He had short hair, and he looked as if he was at least 1.9 meters tall. He was wearing a white shirt, and his strong muscle could be faintly seen through his clothes. That guy was quite resolute. His mere presence as he stood rooted to his spot provided everyone with a sense of security. It was Nigel Wilson. "Your performance is pretty good," Nigel praised with a low but firm voice. Jennifer bowed her head and smiled. "Nigel, why are you here?" Nigel explained, "There are two things I would like to discuss. First, it is related to the pharmaceutical industry. I am afraid you have to accompany me to visit Joshua. It is crucial to get his agreement if we wish to sell the medication to the hospitals. Secondly, Raina is hosting a banquet today. She has invited many big shots in Polerton to enjoy the Scarlet Swan." Jennifer got what he meant instantly. "Do you mean we are spreading negative news about Raina?" "Indeed, we all know it's illegal to eat wild animals." Nigel fussed over his fingernails with his head lowered. At that instant, he was still leaning against the wall. "But, she bred the Scarlet Swans." Jennifer frowned. Nigel raised his head. "The people won't know about this. They don't care about this too. They are only concerned if the swans will bring the virus to them." Hearing that, Jennifer fell into deep contemplation. "We should not spread the news in an ordinary way. Bear in mind that we should not rush things for now. I suggest we do it according to these 3 steps, Nigel explained. Jennifer replied, "Please carry on. I'm listening." "Firstly, we shall take a video of them eating the swans as proof. Then, we buy some famous accounts with millions of fans on social media before posting the video on their accounts. We can continue spreading rumors among the netizens that it is illegal to eat those animals." Jennifer held her breath and pricked her ears while listening. "Lastly, we can spread the news on WhatsApp while emphasizing their wrongdoing. If possible, we shall let this breaking news be reported on Polerton television." The news reported on Polerton television was very convincing to the public as it was an official news outlet in Polerton. It was no doubt Scarlet Swan Villa would be placed in a precarious predicament and never have the chance to turn over if they were in the news. After these 3 steps, Scarlet Swan Villa would never get away with this easily, even with a few $100 million. Nigel chuckled. He had a frosty expression while reaching out his arm as if he was trying to grab something in the air. The mere thought of Nigel's plan sent a shiver down Jennifer's spine. She was shocked by Nigel's ways of getting things done, which were extremely ferocious. Looking at her startled expression, Nigel strode over while wearing a smile to her side. Then, he looked down at Jennifer. He secretly admitted that Jennifer was a gorgeous girl, looking closely at her face. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 54, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 54 Video. Nigel was a womanizer who had slept with many women. However, Jennifer was different from them, as she could give him a different feeling. She was an elegant lady with a gentle personality. Nigel was excited when he caught a whiff of the fragrance from her hair. When Jennifer noticed Nigel was too close to her, she instantly jumped to her feet anxiously. Then, she quickly took a few steps backward, distancing herself from that guy. Nigel was taken aback by her act as he mused, "Which woman in this world dares to reject me?" He shrugged it off when the thought hit him. Nigel said, "I have a simple goal. I wish to have many capable partners who obey me to help me manage the Wilson family in the future. Jennifer was shocked. She thought, we practice monogamy in our country. How can Nigel have such thoughts in his mind? Jennifer forced a smile to ease the awkwardness. She did not know what to answer at that instant. Are you willing to be one of them? Nigel inquired in a low voice. His tone sounded like it was impossible for women to reject his offer. Jennifer held her breath while shaking her head incessantly. Nigel, I'm not good enough to be with you. Nigel replied, the chosen women surely have their strengths. You can immediately be mine if you agree with me. Of course, my legal spouse is still that arrogant woman. Jennifer shook again. I'm sorry, Nigel. I only hope to complete the task given by the Wilson family in Tehaven. Nigel glared icily at her and said with a soft voice, did you know that I am not a fan of an arrogant woman? A vase is only exquisite until it is shattered into pieces. It would lose its value after that. Jennifer was perplexed. Smiling faintly, Nigel stared at her intensely. You'll agree with me, I'm sure. All right. Let's get back to work. The plan of bringing Scarlet Swan Villa down has now started officially. Do as I've told you, and I'll back you up when needed. Jennifer breathed a sigh of relief when Nigel left and walked out of her sight. Then, she sat on a chair in a daze. At 3 p.m. that day, a short video spread like wildfire on the internet. The video was taken in a luxury private room. In the video, Reina was seen sitting on the main table. She said, I have invited all of you here to taste the Scarlet Swans. It's not easy to find this anywhere else. The faces of the guests were blurred except for Reina. Then, the camera was shifted to focus on the table. A roasted swan was served on the table. It looked appetizing, and there was steam coming off the food. The guests started giving praise after trying the food. One of the guests uttered, I thought scarlet swans are protected animals. How did you get this? It tastes delicious. Reina smiled faintly. It's difficult for someone else to get it, but not me. Haha. Ms. Wilson, you never disappoint us. You can get this wild animal this easily. Okay. Let's enjoy the meal. Reina chuckled. The video ended right away. Soon later, the video's comments section got flooded. What the hell? Scarlet swans are a first-class animal protected by the nation. I want to make a report. Anyone knows how to do it? I have reported the video. They really have the balls to eat the wild animals. Didn't they know that wild animals are scarce? Not to mention that the wild animals were full of viruses. In just a few hours, the viewership exceeded 10 million. Furthermore, the video had been shared more than millions of times. The internet was buzzing with a heated discussion when the netizens expressed dissatisfaction with Reina. Can she ignore the law just because she is wealthy? I know her. She is Reina, the proprietor of Polarton Real Estate. The guests in the video were all big shots. Where is the relevant department? Please do your part. Quickly, there were more negative comments on the internet. At 5 p.m., Reina personally chose to address the allegations. I was very livid when someone spread the video. I can understand why all of you are enraged. I'm here to clarify that the scarlet swans there are not wild animals. Instead, they are bred domestically. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 55, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 55. Tier pictures. The video's comment section was flooded with hate and criticism instantly. A professional came on Twitter to explain that scarlet swans should not be eaten even if it was bred. He further stated that Reina's action was an abomination. With the professional's explanation, the internet exploded with fiery discussions. Many people started cursing Reina. There were also many official Twitter users making their own interpretations of the situation. They started explaining the legalities and the negative repercussions on her reputation. Within a few hours, the news of Reina eating a scarlet swan got onto the top of the trending list. Reina had chosen to keep her silence throughout the whole situation. Her phone number was also doxed, albeit the phone was switched off the entire time. At this moment, Reina was sitting in a conference room, looking at her phone silently. She had a strong mental state of mind, as she was able to face such cyberbullying without batting an eyelash. However, the people in the boardroom thought otherwise. Ms. Wilson, the current situation is extremely unfavorable for you. A few directors want to pull out their shares, a middle-aged man said with a grim expression. He was one of Polarton Real Estate's board members. The shares are plummeting, and they will hit the bottom soon. When that time comes, it is over for Polarton Real Estate, another board member chimed in. Ms. Wilson, you have to give us an answer. Are you not going to contact public relations? Reina stood up and did not give an explanation. There's nothing we need to do. Meeting dismissed. After returning to her office, she rubbed her temples and chuckled bitterly. Should I really just let this matter continue like this? Suddenly, Lana gave her a call. What are you doing? Why did you go and eat a scarlet swan? Now, people have gotten something on you. Raina replied, Donald told me to do so. Lana's attitude immediately changed. Oh, I see. Then, it should be alright. With that said, she hung up, leaving a dumbfounded Raina. Why does Lana trust Donald so much? I don't understand. Just why? I really can't understand. At this moment, Donald, the mastermind, was preparing to attend the contract signing ceremony of Dontier Pictures. He received Winter's call that Dontier Pictures planned to sign 32 artists at the ceremony occurring at 8 p.m. These artists had either graduated from Pollerton Film Academy or its counterpart, Pollerton Music Academy, and were very talented. Dontier Pictures had very high standards regarding choosing the artists. There were many layers of screening before they finalized the candidates of those 32 artists. Who was not aware of Winter's fame? There was no need to worry about the lack of funds and capabilities since the company was CEO managed by the richest man in Pollerton, Charles. Donald was looking at the negative news on his phone while he was on his way to the signing ceremony. His brows furrowed as he pondered, who was the one that told me that she wanted to sign with Dontier Pictures? After pondering for a long moment, he finally recalled. It was Irene and Yvette. Yvette was also Rebecca's younger sister. Both of them were his high school classmates. Dontier Pictures owned a luxurious office building situated in the busy center of Pollerton. Although it was a newly incorporated company, no one dared to underestimate it as it was a joint venture of Charles and Winter. Before Donald even reached his destination, the entrance of Dontier Pictures was already crowded with people. There were more than 10 Rolls-Royces and 4 limited edition Koenigsegg cars parked right outside the entrance. Not far away, there were already barricades in place to prevent media from entering. Charles was wearing a silver suit with slick back hair and holding an exquisite-looking cane. Although he was already 70 years old, he was still muscular and showed no signs of aging. There was a captivating and stunning woman beside him. With hands clasped in front, her long black dress and exquisite makeup accentuated her elegance and sophistication. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 56, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 56. Boss of Dontier Pictures. Not far away behind the barricades, there were rows after rows of fans screaming. The door attendants stood in 2 rows beside Winter. These door attendants were actually the 32 talented artists who were about to sign with Dontier Pictures. If Donald was here, he would be able to recognize a few of them. There was Rebecca's sister, Yvette, and Irene. Although they were standing together with smiles on their faces, they felt excited yet terrified. They were excited because they were about to sign with Dontier Pictures. With Dontier Pictures' resources and capabilities, it was a guarantee that they would be made famous. On the other hand, they were terrified as Winter had warned them to put on their best performance beforehand because Dontier Pictures' boss was coming to inspect. The 32 artists were all bright people and immediately guessed who their boss was. It was the person in Heavenly Private Room. Although Pollerton seemed calm on the surface, everyone had heard that the cleaning of Pollerton General Hospital and the wipeout of Pollerton Pharma were all done by the person in Heavenly Private Room through his connections. Also, the song, I Love You, sung by Winter made it obvious that she liked the boss. Therefore, everyone felt that the boss must be a terrifying person. Winter swept her gaze over the crowd and took the microphone. Today, Dontier Pictures is established. Ms. Lowe, can you tell me the origin of naming Dontier Pictures? A reporter shouted, the ter part belongs to part of your name. So, may I ask about the Don part? Does it comes from a part of someone's name? Right. Could you tell us? A few reporters started to become excited. Winter raised her right hand and gestured to the crowd. That should not be our focus point today. There are 3 agendas for today. First, we are starting with the ribbon-cutting ceremony to celebrate the establishment of Dontier Pictures. Second, we are holding a press conference after this. Third, we will be looking to collaborate extensively with a few local enterprises to achieve growth together. There was actually another agenda. Donald was coming to inspect the company and suggest improvements. However, she did not feel the need to mention this, as she knew Donald would like to keep a low profile. Jennifer had already reached and was behind the barricades. She was sitting in an MPV looking at Winter as she took a deep breath. She idolized Winter and was a loyal fan. The driver was a short-haired woman in her 40s. She was Susan Moore, a manager hired by the Wilson family. Dontier Pictures has much potential. I'm going to discuss an endorsement deal with them later. What do you think? Jennifer asked. Susan furrowed her brows. The price will be high but the returns might not justify the costs. Winter's endorsement fee starts from millions. Also, she might be unwilling to accept the offer because she has rejected the Wilson family before. If you're able to persuade Winter, the Wilson family will definitely be amazed by you. Jennifer replied, let's try then. If you try, you risk failure. If you don't, you ensure it? Susan remained silent as a mocking expression flitted across her face. Dream on. Did she not hear about the person behind Winter? Even Nigel did not dare to mess with Winter. Meanwhile, Winter cut the ribbon with Charles as a sign of the first day of the establishment of Dontier Pictures. Applause resounded at the scene as camera flashes dazzled non-stop. Donald finally reached and watched their ribbon-cutting ceremony silently at the side. The press conference will be held on the 22nd floor. Representatives from the media companies can start entering the building. Winter's sweet voice rang out. A few hundred reporters swarmed into the building as they tried to get the best position for filming. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 57, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 57 Vanessa. For those local enterprises here to discuss collaborations, you can wait on the 23rd floor. Please help to inform those who have yet to arrive. Artists, wait at your original spots. Come in after you're informed. Jennifer took another deep breath and got out of the car. At last, there were only a few rubbernecks left outside the company. After Donald waited for approximately 6 minutes and confirmed that no one's attention was on him, he slowly entered the building. As soon as he stepped on the red carpet, someone in the crowd made a mocking remark at him. "Oh, it's Donald. Why is a security guard like you entering the building?" Donald turned around and spotted Rebecca in the crowd. The 32 artist's attention fell on him. Apparently, his clothes were not from any designer's brand. They looked like they were bought from the market and did not seem expensive. There was also nothing on his body that displayed wealth, such as a watch or jewelry. All in all, he looked poor. "May I ask if you're here to attend the press conference or discuss business?" one of the 32 artists asked. It was Rebecca's sister, Yvette. "I'm here for inspection, but I'm not going to tell you that." Wearing a nonchalant countenance, Donald shook his head. "None of these." Irene, who was beside Yvette, laughed. "Then, you're here to cause trouble." Many of the female guests' expressions turned cold. Yvette said in an exaggerating voice, "Whoa. Don't tell me you're the chairman of Dontier Pictures and you're here for inspection." She burst out laughing after saying those words. Before Donald could reply, one of the artists standing at the end of the row said meekly, "We shouldn't be laughing. Maybe he's here to run errands." Donald looked over and saw a girl who seemed to be around her early 20s. She had a pure-looking appearance and emanated a youthful aura. "Vanessa, he's just a security guard collecting a monthly salary of 5,000. What kind of matter would he have?" Yvette shot Vanessa a disdainful look. Vanessa's face immediately turned red, and she hung her head. "You can't just make fun of people like this. Idiot." Irene rolled her eyes as she looked down on Vanessa. Many of the female artists' expressions toward Vanessa were also full of mockery. Vanessa's family was the least wealthy among the 32 artists. However, she still managed to remain a pure heart in the entertainment industry. How nave. You have to sacrifice if you want to join the entertainment industry. Donald was still staring at Vanessa. She was really youthful and beautiful. Also, she emanated a clean and pure aura, making her a likable person. Seeing that Donald was still staring at Vanessa, Yvette said, "What are you looking at? She's way out of your league. You are not worthy to look at us." She rolled her eyes at Donald. Donald's brows furrowed and shot an icy glare at Yvette. "I dare you to say another word of nonsense." "Oh? What? Are you going to hit her?" Another voice rang out from behind him. Donald turned around and saw that it was Rebecca, Yvette's older sister. Rebecca, Yvette, and Irene were all Donald's high school classmates. They liked to flaunt their wealth back when they were still in school. In Donald's mind, the three women were all useless. There was no need to argue with them. Rebecca walked over and shot a disdainful look at Donald. She scoffed when she brushed past him and walked into the building. "Why can she enter?" Donald asked. "She's representing Mr. Yates to discuss business matters with Dontier Pictures. Do you understand?" Yvette rolled her eyes again. "Mr. Yates? Is it Zane's nephew, Frankie Yates?" Yvette's voice became louder. "Mr. Yates? Do you even know who he is? Have you ever heard of his name before? He's Zane's nephew." Donald's contempt toward Yvette increased. Just as he wanted to retaliate, Winter's manager ran out and said, "Come in quickly. The press conference is almost over. We're moving on to the next part of the schedule." Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 58, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 58. Treat him well. The row of guests quickly scurried into the building. The manager smiled awkwardly at Donald before running back into the building. Donald also followed behind them and made his way straight to Dontier Pictures headquarters. He entered an empty office and pondered over something. Meanwhile, Winter and Jennifer made eye contact at this moment. While Winter was scrutinizing Jennifer, Jennifer was also looking at the former. There were many mixed emotions in Winter's gaze. She felt admiration and also a sliver of jealousy. Is this the woman Lord Campbell chose? She is really gentle and elegant. On the other hand, Jennifer's complicated gaze also fell on Winter. It was her first time seeing the diva, Winter, at such a close distance. She's really a beautiful woman. It's no wonder men would fall in love with her. She's elegant and dignified. Queen Lo, I'm the chairman of Wilson International, Jennifer. I'm here to discuss the endorsement deals and film distribution. Jennifer stood up and bowed respectfully. Winter stood up quickly. There's no need to be so formal. I've just talked to 3 other companies regarding the business matters you mentioned. Their representatives were Reina from Polarton Real Estate and Frankie from Eastern International. For the film distribution matters, everyone can do it together. Neither one of us can monopolize the market. Regarding the endorsement deals, do you know my rates? Jennifer nodded. Yes, I know. It starts from millions and it depends on whether you're willing to accept the endorsement deals. Winter replied, actually, I've never accepted any. Will you give the same answer to the Wilson family in Tehaven? Jennifer bit her lip as she had no choice but to use the Wilson family's background in Tehaven. There was a sliver of coldness in Winter's smile. Even if the Tehaven king comes, I'll still reply the same way. A sarcastic scoff came from Susan, Jennifer's manager. It's not like the Tehaven king has not discussed the matter with Winter. Since Winter was unwilling to accept the offer back then, there was nothing Tehaven king could do. No one, even the Tehaven king, would dare to touch Winter when that influential person in the Lowe family was still alive. Jennifer smiled wryly. Okay, thank you. She bowed again as she prepared to leave. However, Winter said, you can go to ask a person. If he agrees, I'll promise you. Jennifer widened her eyes. Do I know this person? Winter replied, you do, and you even have a close relationship with this person. He's a very nice person and treats you so well that I'm envious of you. Jennifer was dumbfounded. She suddenly remembered a person and bowed again. Okay, I'll go and find him now. She had thought of Nigel. He treats me well. Who else will be able to persuade Winter other than Nigel? Looking at Winter's expression, Jennifer assumed the formed had a thing for Nigel. However, Susan was skeptical about the matter. She thought that it was not Nigel as he had pursued Winter before. However, Winter had paid no attention to him. Treat him well and don't make him sad, Winter mumbled. Jennifer trembled. It was unsure if she had heard what Winter said. She simply continued walking and left. Winter looked at her retreating figure and sighed. Then, she shook her head and smiled. Donald, I'm about to make an exception just for you. There was knocking on the door again. It was Reina, who seemed distressed. Queen Lo, Reina said. Winter looked at Reina and said, it seems that Ms. Wilson has been surrounded by bad rumors recently. Yes, that's the reason I wanted to ask you for help, Reina said as she looked at Winter sincerely. It's not an endorsement deal regarding Scarlet Swans, is it? Winter felt a chill run down her spine. No matter how prominent her background was, she would not dare to cross such a line. It was the Scarlet Swan, a first-class wild animal protected by the nation. No one would dare to participate in such a controversial matter. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 59, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 59 Death Wish. Yes, the Public Relations Department is not able to do anything anymore. My plan is already underway. Reina took the chance to explain her plan. Winter's brows furrowed. You're playing a very dangerous game. One wrong step and you will destroy Polarton Real Estate. You might even go to jail for this. No, I can't help you. Reina sighed. Winter also sighed. Is this your idea? It's too risky, Ms. Wilson. Reina suddenly recalled Lana's attitude. She clenched her teeth and said, no, Donald was the one that told me about this idea. Winter's eyes widened instantly. Then, was it his idea for you to invite me to become the spokesperson? No, it was my idea. Just as she was about to say that it was her idea, she saw Winter's expression. In the end, she said, yes. Winter was speechless. She asked in a resigned tone, okay then. When are you filming the promotional video? What? It was Reina's turn to become speechless. She was surprised how influential Donald was. Isn't he just a bodyguard? Why does Lana trust him so much? Why did Winter agree to help straight away after hearing Donald's name? She refused so blatantly in the beginning. What's his identity? Winter had been in the entertainment industry for a long time and knew that Reina was using Donald's name to test the waters. However, she was unsure of the relationship between Reina and Donald. She said, how about you ask Donald to tell me personally? If he agrees, I'll agree to help you. If he agrees, I'll agree to help you. Reina was astonished. Donald definitely is a big shot if the diva is so head over heels for him. This is it. She immediately responded, I'll go and ask Donald now. Winter nodded. Go. After meeting a few more local enterprises, Winter was finally able to rest. She gave Donald a call. Donald, have you reached? Yes, but I was blocked by people in the conference room. I can't leave right now. Donald hung up the call and looked around the conference room. At first, he was sitting in the conference room thinking about the parasite. However, one of the artists saw him enter the building. Then, all the rest of the artists had entered the conference room he was in and surrounded him. Yvette and Irene were the most unreasonable out of all the artists. Donald, do you have a death wish? Yvette glared at Donald. The chairman of Dantier Pictures is about to come. Irene knitted her brows. Who let you come in without permission? If the chairman gets offended by you, will you be able to handle the consequences? Obviously, these two women want to claim the credit. Whoever has the most outstanding performance will be able to get the best resources. Everyone knew that Dantier Pictures had managed to obtain 3 scripts from first-tier screenwriters. It meant there were 3 female lead roles and 3 second female lead roles available. If they were able to get the roles of the female lead and became famous overnight with one drama, they would definitely become a first-tier female superstar. Everyone understood Yvette's and Irene's intentions. Therefore, Donald was currently surrounded by a bunch of women interrogating him. Besides Vanessa, everyone else was fighting to interrogate him. Yvette and Irene were overjoyed that they had a chance to perform now that Donald had appeared. Everything was going smoothly according to their wishes. Where's the boss? Look at our performances. Is the chairman secretly inspecting us? Irene and Yvette were delighted. Donald's face was icy old. He stood up frigidly and said, you guys are the ones having a death wish. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 60, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 60 Rejection. Yvette was stunned momentarily. She pointed at Donald and cursed angrily, how insolent. Don't you know where you are? You're just a security guard. What right do you have to enter this place? Irene also scolded, you're just a lapdog. Scram. That's right. Who gave you the right? Me. Suddenly, a voice rang out loudly. Just then, an old man with immaculate hair walked in. He was holding a cane and wore a silver suit. It was none other than Charles. His expression was grim. This bunch of short-sighted women is courting death. How dare they insult Lord Campbell like this? Do they have a death wish? I still want to live even if they don't. How dare you? Charles's eyes swept across his surroundings. Immediately, the artists waiting to be signed were frightened out of their wits. Charles ran the show in Pollerton for many years. His aura was imposing. The artists did not dare to say a thing. They were confused and could not wrap their heads around the situation. The sound of high heels clanking on the ground sounded. Winter, who was wearing a black gown, walked in with a face full of anger. She bowed to Donald. Donald, I'm sorry. It's my fault. You can punish me. The 32 talented artists were all dumbfounded to see the scene and widened their eyes in disbelief. Yvette and Irene, especially, rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. This must be an illusion. Donald is just a security guard. How can a security guard have so much power that even the diva has to bow to him? Are you all blind? Mr. Campbell is the chairman. Charles berated. Oh my God. Everyone's jaws dropped, stunned by this shocking news. They were all astounded. Do all of you still not get it by the company name? Winter glanced at the crowd. Everyone was shocked. Donald, Winter. Dantier Pictures. Apart from Vanessa, the rest of you are not up to Dantier Pictures standard. Donald stated. The 31 artists' complexion turned white as a sheet once his words fell. Although the artists had not signed their contracts with Dantier Pictures, they were all candidates with much potential. At such a critical point of signing their contracts, Dantier Pictures decided that they were not up to par with their standards. It was devastating. Winter added, that is not enough to vent my anger. I will release this news to the media to blacklist all of you and also advise other film production companies to not sign you. I will do everything in my power to blacklist all of you, especially you two. Charles uttered coldly as he pointed to Yvette and Irene. The 31 artists felt that they were done for. It did not matter much if they did not sign with Dantier Pictures, for they could still sign with other film production companies. However, their careers would be ruined once Winter announced this matter to the media and told other film production companies to blacklist them forever. Moreover, Charles also said that he would do everything in his power to blacklist them. All of their dreams were ruined in an instant. No, Mr. Campbell. Please. I was wrong. A female artist kneeled on the ground. Her face was covered with tears. Irene and Yvette could not even react. They were stunned by Donald's true identity. After hearing the news of them being blacklisted, they felt their vision turn dark as they knew that their future was bleak. Yvette ran over and kneeled down as she grabbed onto Donald's leg. Donald, can you give me another chance? I really didn't know about your identity. Irene ran over crying as well. Me too. I didn't mean it. You shouldn't blame me for this. I'm really sorry. Queen Lo, it would give off a bad impression if you call off the signing ceremony with 31 artists in one shot. It might even affect the company's shares, one of the artists said calmly. Winter said, it's okay. I can handle it. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 61, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 61 My real identity Charles added, I'll bear all the consequences behind this. Besides, don't we still have one more actress? With that, he pointed at Vanessa. Shocked, Vanessa gaped in response. Donald is the chairman of Dontier Pictures. He seems really close to Winter, too. Wait. That's beside the point. The point is that I'm going to be the only actress under Dontier Pictures. This means they would only need to invest in me and only me. She's not bad, Donald answered. Suddenly, Winter laughed and walked over to take Vanessa's hand. You're Vanessa, right? Are you willing to become the female lead for the Queen's Story and the legendary Son-in-Law? What the heck? The female lead of 2 dramas. I'm going to become famous overnight. Vanessa was overwhelmed, her face turning red with excitement as she answered, I'd love to. When the other actresses saw that, they were green with envy. They initially had the chance to become the female lead, but they had blown it. Winter continued, actually, I considered Yvette as the female lead for the second drama and Irene as the second female lead. However, it's not possible now. Yvette and Irene were taken aback before bursting into tears. Charles shouted, haven't you eaten yet? Cry louder. Instantly, the meeting room was filled with people sobbing. Winter could not bear to look at them, turning to look at Donald instead. With an indifferent expression, Donald said, with their attitude, they're just going to cause trouble for you in the future if you hire them. Besides, you should know what kind of person I am. I'll only make a move if I'm forced to, and if I do, that person is dead meat. Donald was the type of person that would turn a blind eye toward disagreements and minor arguments. However, if one were to provoke him first, he would not hold back. Winter knew that he was protective of his associates and would always seek revenge no matter what. Get lost if you're done crying. Charles shouted again. Vanessa's face was red as she spoke. Thank you, Queen Lo, Mr. Campbell, and Mr. Langford. I have faith in you. Do well, Donald replied. Vanessa nodded her head continuously. I definitely will. I won't disappoint you. Then, Winter and Donald walked out of the meeting room and into a spacious office. Before Winter could speak, Donald asked, what did Jennifer talk to you about? Jealously engulfed Winter. It seems like you still can't forget about your ex-wife. At that, he did not answer. She wants me to be her ambassador, but I told her that I would only agree if you did, Winter revealed. Donald furrowed his eyebrows. Did you reveal my identity to her? Panic filled Winter as she quickly explained, no way. I didn't tell her specifically who I wanted the agreement from. I suppose she thinks that it's Nigel I'm talking about. Donald let out a sigh of relief. The parasite will invade soon, so we need to keep our eyes peeled. That's why I can only reveal my true identity to her when the parasite is gone. I understand. I know how exhausted you are, especially when you were overseas for the past few years. Pained, Winter walked over to him and held his arm. The man shook his head. It's not that bad. When Jennifer arrived at Nigel's office, a secretary had just walked out of the room with disheveled clothes, vomiting into the nearest bin. Jennifer turned pale and waited in a meeting room adjacent to his office. Soon, Nigel walked out with wet hair, seemingly having taken a shower. Nigel, do you know Winter? Jennifer asked. Nigel was taken aback for a moment before replying, yes. I do know her. Why? Son-in-law Madness Chapter 62, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 62 The deduction his voice was gentle, though his serious-looking face said otherwise about his personality. I visited her about an endorsement, but she turned me down, Jennifer replied. That's expected. She's proud and arrogant, not someone who would agree for a small endorsement fee, Nigel answered simply. But she asked me to come and find you, saying she'll agree if you permitted it, Jennifer added. The man was taken aback for a moment, his expression turning serious. What did she say? Can you repeat it to me exactly? It's Winter we're talking about? Someone who blatantly ignored the Tehaven king. There's no way she would be so polite toward me. After Jennifer repeated Winter's words, Nigel started to decipher the words. I'll agree if he does. Who would this person be? Firstly, he would be someone intimate to Winter, so there's no way it's me. Next, he's powerful enough for her to admire and listen to all his orders. Another point is that Winter is clear about the man's relationship with Jennifer, even knowing he would agree to Jennifer's proposal. Could it be Donald? In no time, Nigel finished analyzing the entire situation. He was intelligent, enough said. Otherwise, there was no way he could become the Tehaven King's successor. If Donald and Winter knew about his analysis, they would feel shocked to see someone coming up with such an extensive study by just a simple sentence. However, he soon realized he was wrong, as Jennifer and Donald were already divorced. If that's the case, the person wouldn't be Donald. According to my investigation, the duo has already gone through the divorce procedures. Besides, Donald's savings were not enough to pay his grandfather's medical fees back then, and there's nothing special about him, either. If it really is him, he's hiding his identity a little too well. After a moment, Nigel spoke. All right. I'll give Winter a call later at night. Jennifer let out a sigh of relief and smiled sweetly. Thank you. Nigel waved his hand in dismissal. It's fine. Oh, right. Is there an update on Reina? Jennifer presented a stack of information. The media has started to attack her, and the public's opinion will soon turn against her tomorrow. It's too late for her public relations department to prepare any statements. Plus, the officials have announced they would start investigating Scarlet Swan Villa tomorrow to give the public an explanation. Nigel pressed his index finger to the desk. How about Polarton Television? Did they show up for a live broadcast? Jennifer answered, not yet. Arrange for Polarton Television to conduct a live broadcast. I want to see her reputation get ruined, Nigel said. Jennifer nodded. All right. After a moment, she added, do you think Reina has a chance to make the tables turn? The man laughed. No way. Even if she managed to get herself out of this, I'd make sure there's no second time. He looked very confident while saying that. I'll take my leave, then. Jennifer stood up. Immediately, Nigel took hold of her arm. Why are you in such a hurry? The woman's face turned red. I still have something urgent to do, so I'll leave now. Then, she shrugged off his hand. Instead of getting angry, he had a mocking smile on his face when seeing her leaving figure. I just don't have the mood for it yet. When I'm free, I'll definitely make you sleep with me. Meanwhile, Jennifer's heart was still pounding when she exited the meeting room. She decided to stay far away from Nigel and never meet him alone again. When Donald planned to leave, Reina suddenly phoned him and reported her situation before hanging up. You heard it, right? Donald looked toward Winter. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 63, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 63. Supreme Villa. Winter looked at him with a half smile. What do you think about it? You should try to help Jennifer as much as you can. Donald had a wry smile on his face. As for Reina, I agree to whatever you say. Winter walked over to him with a twinkle in her eyes, love oozing out from her gaze. But will you give me anything in return? Donald felt a pounding headache. I agree to one of your demands as long as it does not go against my principles. Deal. Winter replied in excitement. When Donald walked out of Dante Pictures, Charles stood beside a luxurious Rolls-Royce waiting for him. What's the matter? Donald furrowed his eyebrows. The ownership of Polarton Estates Supreme Villa has been transferred to Lord Campbell. Prince Lucas has invited you to go there and take a look. Are you going to accept it? Charles replied with a bow. After thinking for a moment, Donald agreed, okay. Supreme Villa has the most advanced smart home and security system globally. Its spyware detector is also one of the best, made by the military expert Lilith herself. Thus, the house is guaranteed to be safe, Charles introduced after they got into the car and closed the blinds. If possible, find a suitable opportunity and arrange for Jennifer to move inside, Donald replied. Not now, though. She's smart, so I hope she can gain experience in such a situation. Understood, Charles replied. The car soon arrived in Supreme Villa's private garage. When Donald walked inside, he arranged for someone to hang up his wedding photo with Jennifer. As the most expensive house in Polarton, Supreme Villa's facilities stood out from the rest. It had everything ranging from a special surveillance room, information room, and an infrared detection system. It even had a separate 24-hour satellite surveillance camera. It was not a bluff to say that it was the safest place to live in Polarton. Standing on the second floor's balcony, he stared into the distance. Suddenly, he felt someone staring at him. On the 27th floor of a distant building, he noticed a couple of people looking at him. With his excellent eyesight, he was sure the place was where Jennifer's family lived. At that moment, Kevin, Linda, Leonard, and many guests were there. Isn't that the most expensive villa in Polarton? A middle-aged woman shouted in exaggeration. That's right. The building costs billions. It's a shame that it's already sold, or Nigel was planning to gift it to my sister. Despite his egoistic tone, his gaze seemed somewhat confused. His eyesight was not that good, so he could just barely make out Donald's blurry profile. Why does that man look so much like Donald? There's no way it's him, though. He's a nobody. Look, that should be the owner of Supreme Villa, the middle-aged woman observed while pointing at him in jealousy. He looks young, too. What a dream if he takes a liking to Sophie. Behind the woman stood another beautiful woman with a smiling face. Mom, although my boyfriend can't compete with the owner of Supreme Villa, he's still a renowned man in Polerton. He's Mr. Alby's son, after all. The man Sophie Wilson referred to was Lucas Alby, who was in the same standing as Zane and Tyson. If we put it this way, Jennifer is luckier than me for Nigel to like her, Sophie added with a hint of jealousy in her tone. He's way better than Donald. Kevin pursed his lips in annoyance. Donald? He's just a piece of trash. After bragging for a while longer, he drew the curtains shut. Meanwhile, Donald arrived in the entertainment room in the basement. It was a room that had a boxing gym and a shooting range. There was a man practicing boxing with his upper body exposed. Lucas was also known as Polerton's top striker, for his boxing skills were powerful and explosive. He seemed no more than 50 years old, having tan skin, an average height, and a gaze that would terrify many. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 64, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 64. Prove it to me. Lucas was a mad one, especially how he drove the parasite out of Polerton. When he saw Donald, he was taken aback for a moment. So this is Lord Campbell? The very person that managed to turn the odds in his favor and defeat the Crusader? Isn't he a bit too young? He looks about the same age as my son. He looked toward Charles suspiciously. Did the old geezer find someone on the streets to pass off as Lord Campbell? Are you Lord Campbell? Lucas asked, not a single hint of politeness in his tone. Immediately, Charles's expression darkened. How dare you? He is Lord Campbell. Lucas heaved a deep breath and replied, I don't mind yielding to you. However, you need to show me your capability. Otherwise, I will never believe that you're Lord Campbell. Donald laughed. How should I do that? Defeat me. Lucas answered. Give him a Barrett. Donald pointed at the corner of the room, which stored several rifles. Both Charles and Lucas were stunned, for a Barrett was a heavy sniper rifle with a shooting range of 1,500 meters, loaded with armor-piercing ammunition. It could destroy radar stations, trucks, and even fighter jets. How about you? Charles felt chills running down his spine. I don't need anything, Donald replied. Enough. Let's start. Lucas felt goosebumps all over his skin as he held the Barrett in his hands. Is he crazy? Come on and shoot me. Donald said. Charles was looking at him dazedly. It had been some years since he came to Polerton, but it was the first time seeing someone battling a Barrett empty-handed. Go on. Although Charles felt terrified, he did not dare go against Donald's orders. However, he felt a sense of anticipation in his heart as Tristan was always filled with praise for Donald. However, he had never seen how powerful the latter was. Upon hearing that, Lucas knelt on the floor and set up the rifle, aiming right at Donald's chest. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Lucas' entire body shook under the strong recoil. The green powder exploded from the muzzle, following the echo of the gun firing. Staring at the bullet, Donald stretched out his right arm and grabbed it. Then, he pinched it hard and crushed it with his thumb. He flipped his thumb over to show that he did not sustain any injuries. The distorted bullet fell from his hands to the floor with a clang. While Charles widened his eyes, Lucas froze in shock. Is he even human? How could he catch a Barrett's bullet with his hands? What on earth? What the heck? Lucas shouted, goosebumps forming all over his body. Donald replied indifferently, is this enough proof for you? Of course. Lucas immediately snapped to his senses and knelt on the ground. Greetings to you, Lord Campbell. I am deeply impressed and am willing to admit defeat. You can get up. Donald sat on the couch and looked at him. Judging by your boxing technique just now, are you practicing octagon punch? Lucas widened his eyes in shock. How did you know that? After all, the octagon punch was long lost in history, and the person who taught him had passed away years ago. I once had a chance to meet with its descendant. Donald seemed to be lost in memory. Let's not talk about this. What are you planning to do with the return of the parasite? Lucas replied, I'll finish them off. Finish them off? If it were that easy, Kiliat Avion wouldn't have handed this mission over to me. It's not going to be so simple, Donald explained. Your mission right now is to keep an eye on the east of Polerton. There are a few ports there, so report to Charlie if you find anyone suspicious. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 65, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 65, Coa's Club. Seeing Donald's serious expression, Lucas immediately nodded. All right. I'll hand over this building's security system to you. No one will be allowed to enter starting today, instructed Donald. Yes, Lord Campbell. Lucas was genuinely impressed by Donald. How could he stop a Barrett bullet with his bare hands? I can never do that. Instantaneously, he decided to keep an eye on his son so that he would not offend Donald. If his son provoked Donald accidentally, their family would be doomed. "How about the Southwood E-commerce District project?" asked Donald. "We can officially launch the project after the approval for land reclamation is issued," answered Charles. "What should we do with the land that has been reclaimed?" "Follow the plan. Build a world-class laboratory and data integration hub. You can decide on the rest." "I'm fine with building ordinary commercial houses," uttered Donald. After they chatted for a while, he received a call from Raina. "Where are you? I'll treat you to a meal." "Invite Lana as well," said Donald. At noon, he met Raina and Lana. Raina was wearing a cap and a mask that completely covered her face and only exposed her bloodshot eyes. On the contrary, Lana donned an off-shoulder long-sleeved top with a pleated skirt, revealing her straight and slender legs, which attracted the attention of many people. "How are you doing? Can you still endure it?" inquired Donald with a smile. In response, Raina stared at him and remarked, "You're definitely not a bodyguard." Her eyes were wide with curiosity. This man is too mysterious. He managed to make Winter change her mind with a sentence. No celebrity dared to endorse her Scarlet Swans because it would be equivalent to cutting the red wire of a bomb. One minor mistake and the celebrity would have to pay with their life. Even the pillar of the Low family would not want to get involved. Initially, Winter was unwilling to do so, but after a while, she called back and said that she had already discussed the matter with Donald. Meanwhile, Lana chuckled and stated, "He's really a bodyguard hired by me. I have to pay him 5,000 every month." Obviously, Raina was not convinced. "Let me show you something before we eat." Shortly afterward, Donald took out the paper he had nicked from Bennett's bag and handed it to Raina. The latter's expression turned grim and she sat beside Lana. "This is an urgent document written in the latest version of ciphertexts. Papillon started using it 50 years ago." Lifting her head, Raina inquired, "Where did you get this?" "I have annihilated the four-faced angel, Bennett," answered Donald. In an instant, Raina narrowed her eyes. "Why? Do you know him?" the man queried puzzledly. 10 years ago, I was a member of the Koas Club and learned this type of ciphertext back then. Bennett was my teacher. Later, something happened to the parasite, and the base was destroyed overnight. All of the members were separated. At that time, we didn't have a name and only used code names to communicate. We lost contact with Bennett and the parasite after they escaped, Raina explained. The Koas Club was the world's top academic group at that time. Every member was a talented person with a high IQ. Naturally, Donald was well aware of the Koas Club's existence. That organization was not evil and focused on medical research, scientific studies, animal and plant research, and so on. Hence, he did not pay much attention to it. Little did he know that a woman who appeared to be frail was actually a member of the Koas Club. "Me too. Perhaps Bennett brought the document back to Polarton because he wanted to look for us," chimed in Lana flatly. "What's written in the document?" asked Donald. The next moment, Lana and Raina continued to decipher the ciphertext. After working on it for an hour, they lifted their heads, grave expressions on their faces. The contents aren't complete, but it mentions one thing. It orders Bennett to go to the base and bring the 1,000 samples away. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 66, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 66A Plan What sample? Raina enunciated, "The saliva, urine, and blood samples of 1,000 citizens in our country." Narrowing his eyes, Donald questioned, "Genetic research?" "Not sure," responded Lana after letting out a sigh. Immediately, Donald fell into deep thought, and his gaze darkened. If it really involves genetic research, then the parasite truly deserved to die. If these samples were smuggled abroad, the consequences would be dire. The instructions on the document are obscure. It mentions nothing about who to hand over the samples to and the base's location, Raina stated. Moments later, Donald straightened his back and uttered, "Okay. I'll investigate it." "How's the preparation?" Raina was instantly enthralled at the mention of her Scarlet Swans. "Almost done. More and more people are leaving negative comments online. According to the statistics, more than 10 million people are upset with me." Even when so many haters were attacking her online, she did not seem bothered. "When will Polarton television come?" Donald queried. Shaking her head, Raina replied, "I don't know. It's a government-owned television station. It won't be easy." "Find someone to report on you," suggested Donald. "I've tried it before, but no one came," Raina stated. Hearing that, the man laughed. "What if you find a topic that others are interested in?" "What topic?" Raina was curious. "Let's say you have a rumored boyfriend who has been pursuing you, but you rejected him. After that, he began to date your younger sister. His love for you has turned into hatred, so he reported you for eating wild scarlet swans and kept providing evidence that your scarlet swans were caught in the wild. Will this topic pique the interest of the public and Polarton television? Reina was stunned for a moment. Polarton television would definitely be interested because emotional programs were their primary focus. For instance, even when a wife cheated on her husband, he still stayed with her and never left. Or there was a husband who had several wives, and the reporter from Polarton television would act as a mediator to resolve the conflict. Another example was a husband who married two sisters at the same time and should be condemned to bigamy. Even though those stories were trivial and melodramatic, the audience enjoyed watching them. Reina was astonished. Lana, on the other hand, giggled and remarked, "How smart of you to use Polarton television to get exposure. Of course, it'll have a negative impact on your reputation." "Will your boyfriend agree to it?" asked Donald. "I don't have a boyfriend," answered Reina. "I'm sorry. I thought you would have one at your age." Listening to that, Lana twitched her lips in disdain. A faint smile crept onto Reina's face as she replied calmly, "Okay. I'll make the arrangements right away." Then, she shot Donald an intense stare and left without eating. "I think she's interested in you," Lana remarked. Wearing a nonchalant countenance, Donald commented, "You're overthinking it? Why don't you consider me?" Having said that, she approached him, and he caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance. "Who's prettier? The diva or me?" Donald could not help but look at the woman in front of him. Lana was a curvaceous beauty. Not only did she have a nice figure, but she was knowledgeable as well. Then, he saw her fair and lean shoulders and the deep cleavage. She had a different temperament from Jennifer. Jennifer was gentle while she was seductive, the type of woman who would make a good lover but not a good wife. "Both of you are beautiful." He immediately averted his gaze. Leaning on his shoulder, she piped up, "Then, please consider me. My parents are coming to Polarton soon. They want to find me a boyfriend." With that said, she looked at him pitifully. Her parents? The elders of the Collins family? "Are you trying to use me as your shield?" he inquired. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 67, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 67. "Rafe is in trouble. Didn't you take $1 million from me to use as your shield?" Lana rolled her eyes at Donald. "All I'm asking is for you to meet my parents and have a meal together so that they will give up on this matter." Donald answered, "We'll see." As he spoke, his phone suddenly rang. It was from Jennifer. Donald frowned upon seeing that, wondering if he should answer the call. After some thought, he decided to answer the phone. "Rafe is in trouble," said Jennifer in a cold voice. "What happened?" Donald lowered his voice, and his face darkened. No one else was aware of how important Rafe was to Donald. Back when they were in high school, Rafe had always seen Donald as his best pal. There was one time when Donald encountered some difficulties and needed $600,000. Rafe was the only person who offered him financial aid. That money was all that Rafe had, yet he did not even hesitate before giving it to Donald. Jennifer explained, Oliver had purchased that house and paid 2% as the commission, which was $2 million. Rafe should be getting $1 million from the commission, but his manager only gave him $8,000. Rafe went to reason with the manager, but he was beaten up instead. He is now in the hospital. I just so happened to run into him. Why don't you come over? I'll be there. Donald ended the call and rushed to the hospital. Jennifer had already left the hospital when Donald arrived. After asking the doctor in charge, he found out that Jennifer had already settled Rafe's medical bills, and she even paid around $60,000 for the deposit. Donald was touched when he heard that. Although Jennifer was overprotective of her younger brother, Donald knew she had always been a kind-hearted person. She knew how much Donald cared for Rafe, and that was why she immediately called and informed him about Rafe. In the ward, Rafe was lying on the bed with a bandage wrapped around his head. Blood was still seeping through his wound. The nurse explained, the patient has a slight concussion after being injured by a blunt object. He needs around 10 days to rest and recover. He also can't get out of bed for the time being. Do you need us to call the police? Donald shook his head. There's no need for that. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Donald, I feel like throwing up, said Rafe weakly as he opened his eyes. Then, he suddenly bent down and threw up. Some of his vomit dirted Donald's pants. Donald could have dodged it, but he did not. Instead, he took out a piece of tissue paper and wiped it away without saying anything. Lana stood behind him and saw everything. She stared at Donald's back with tenderness in her eyes. Little did Donald know, that minor action of his had moved Lana's heart. Who is your manager? Donald asked. Stanley Yeager. But don't look for him. He has someone backing him up. Rafe looked terrified. You should know that Frankie Yates is the boss of our headquarters. Frankie Yates? Zane's nephew. Was Frankie there when Stanley beat you up? Donald asked. Rafe fell silent and dared not speak a word. Answer me. Donald's expression darkened. Rafe was terrified by Donald's expression, and he quickly said, he was there. Other than Frankie, Yvette was there too. Anyway, you should not look for Frankie. He's Zane's nephew. He paused for a brief moment before grabbing Donald's hands tightly. Zane is one of the most powerful people in Polarton. All right. I know that. You get some rest, comforted Donald. Ew. That's so disgusting. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Donald straightened his back and turned around expressionlessly. A chubby woman was standing by the door with a disgusted expression. She glared at Rafe, who was lying in the patient's bed. That woman was none other than Faye, Rafe's wife. She glanced at the vomits in the trash can, and she did not disguise the disgusted look in her eyes. Rafe, are you even a man? How did you only manage to get 8,000 when the commission is worth $1 million? Why are you still lying here instead of questioning Stanley? You'd better get out of bed now and demand him give you $1 million. Or else, I'll divorce you. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 68, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 68. A divorce. Rafe was too afraid to utter a word. Donald refuted, how is he supposed to do that when he's injured and hospitalized? What does that have to do with you? Who do you think you are? Faye shot Donald a disdainful glare. You're just trash that could barely gather enough money for your medical bills. How dare you talk to me like that? Slap. Donald gave her a hard slap across the face. Perplexed, Faye yelled at him, did you just slap me? How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Faye was indeed born into a well-off family, or else Rafe would not have become her family's live-in son-in-law. Faye's father was in the construction business, and he owned more than a dozen excavators. With an annual income of around 500,000, their family was considered well off in society. Rafe, you coward. Did you see that? Your best friend hit me. Faye shouted as her chubby cheeks shook from the rage. There was no way for one to see her chin. She was 160 meters tall, and her weight was around 90 kilograms. Faye, that's enough. You shouldn't have insulted Donald in the first place. Rafe shouted as he could no longer stand it. Faye was stunned, and she looked at Rafe in disbelief. Rafe, who had always been submissive and tolerated all of her harsh remarks, was now talking back to her because of Donald. Let's get a divorce right now. I've had enough of this. Faye had gone mad. She grabbed Rafe by the collar, shaking him while yelling at him. Donald walked over and gave her another smack on the face, causing her to stumble away from Rafe. Faye fell to the ground. She kicked her legs and cried, Rafe, let's get a divorce immediately. My family had provided you with everything, including your underwear, so how dare you treat me like this? It's not like you earned any money during our marriage. You did not even give me pocket money. Rafe shouted angrily, Faye, that's too much. I've been giving you my monthly salary, and my mom even paid more than 200,000 before I moved in to live with your family. I don't care. I still want to get a divorce. Faye continued to throw a tantrum. Fine. Let's get a divorce then. Rafe could no longer hold back the anger he had been enduring for the past couple of years. I've had enough of you and your family. Just you wait and see. I'll find someone to deal with you. Faye threatened after she stood up and pointed at Donald. Then, she ran out of the ward. Donald sneered and sat by the edge of the bed. Rafe was a little concerned. Donald, you should leave now. My father-in-law is a thug. It's okay. I can take care of this. Donald smiled and patted him on the shoulder. After he turned around, Lana noticed the cold glint reflecting in his eyes. It was ice cold and without emotion. She could not help but shiver at that. Rafe did not respond, and gradually, he fell into a deep sleep. Stay here and take care of him. If anyone dares to cause a fuss here, get rid of them. I believe you're capable of doing that, said Donald. Lana pursed her lips in disdain. Hey, do remember that you're working for me and not the other way around. Donald said, just do as I say if you still want me to work as your bodyguard. Lana smiled wryly. I've never seen an employee threatening their boss like this. Donald pretended not to hear that and turned around to walk away. Meanwhile, Frankie Yates had been living a comfortable life as Zane's nephew. Being a bachelor in his 40s, Zane spoiled his nephew a lot. Frankie grew up well. He graduated from a university ranked among the top 10 globally, and he could speak 3 languages fluently. After Frankie had returned from studying abroad, Zane gave him $30 million as his startup capital. He founded Frankie Realty, which had more than 30 branches in Polarton and a total of 120 branches in the country. Not only that, but Frankie was also the chairman of the Association of Realtors. His business also included selling off-plan properties. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 69, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 69. Greed and jealousy. Frankie had a flaw. He was lustful and enjoyed being around women. At that time, he was busy fooling around with another woman in his office at Frankie Realty's headquarters. He was seated on the couch. A woman crouched before him as her head moved up and down. She was none other than Rebecca. Earlier during the opening of Dontier Pictures, she was sent to represent Frankie to talk with Winter about the endorsement. Of course, Frankie knew he could not afford to hire Winter to endorse his company. So instead, his target was any of the 32 artists waiting to be signed. Although Frankie was a pervert, he was also a visionary man. He knew that Dontier Pictures would definitely house at least one or two top celebrities in the near future. In fact, the discussion was almost finalized, and the celebrity was Vanessa. "Mr. Yates, can't you tell me what had happened to my sister?" Rebecca flashed him a flirtatious look, her hair touching his abdomen. Frankie stroked her head. "Didn't she tell you anything after crossing a big shot?" "Nope." Rebecca shifted into another posture and said in a seductive voice, "She only told me that someone had warned her. However, she couldn't tell me more, or else she'd get herself in great trouble." Frankie leaned against the couch with a look of pleasure on his face. "I only know that the person is a big shot and someone that even I could not afford to mess with." He did not tell her that even his uncle could not afford to mess with that big shot. Despite his uncle's influential status in Pollerton, Frankie was told to never mess with the owner of Dontier Pictures. Rebecca paused. "Is that person really so scary?" "That's none of our business. You can just focus on being a secretary at Frankie Realty instead." "You'll get all that you deserve," said Frankie. He was 25 years old, and he was a handsome man. "Anyway, have you settled the problem of Stanley beating up someone earlier today?" asked Frankie. Rebecca said, "I've made the necessary arrangement. He's just a nobody. I doubt that will cause any trouble to us." "Why did you tell Stanley to beat him up?" Frankie sat up and grabbed her by the hair. Rebecca concealed her painful expression, and there was an excited glint in her eyes when she said, "I can't stand watching a nobody like him dreaming of changing his destiny with the commission he gets for selling off a property." She and Rafe were both from humble backgrounds, and they were also from the same village. Rebecca had to sell herself repeatedly to get $1 million, yet Rafe could already get the same amount of money after selling off a house. Since Stanley refused to pay Rafe the full commission, she figured she could also take advantage of the situation. "All right. We can't change what has been done. Focus on your task now." Frankie could not be bothered about that. "As you said, he's just a small fry. Who cares if he's beaten up?" In another room at Frankie Realty's headquarters, Stanley was grinning from ear to ear. He was the sales champion of the month. It was almost impossible to sell off a property in Pollerton Estates. Even if a purchase were made, they would not be able to collect the full commission either. To his surprise, not only did Rafe actually manage to get a buyer, but the buyer even paid them $2 million as the commission without hesitation. Every property company in Pollerton would split the commission into two halves with its sales agents, which meant Rafe should have gotten $1 million. As a manager, Stanley would have to hand in $300,000 from his commission to cover the management fees, and he could only pocket the remaining $200,000. $200,000 was already a huge sum of money. However, Stanley was not satisfied with that. He wanted to get Rafe's portion of the money as well. Frankie had never been the type of boss who would interfere much with the management of the company as long as he got to collect the monthly management fees. Thus, Stanley had beaten Rafe up. As for the consequences to bear, Stanley was not afraid even if Rafe's father-in-law were to come to seek justice for Rafe. He had Frankie backing him up, and there was no need for him to be afraid of a thug. Moreover, he had gained more connections over the past years too. "Mr. Yeager, someone is outside." "He claims to be Rafe's friend," said a clerk with a petite frame. "Son-in-law Madness Chapter 70, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 70 Fearless. How many of them?" asked Stanley. "One." The female clerk was a little speechless that he did not hear what she had just said. Stanley was stunned for a moment, and then he snickered. "Let him come in then. There's nothing to be afraid of." He was a short, stout man with vicious-looking eyes that were enough to show that he was not a decent man. "Mr. Yates is in his office upstairs, so I have nothing to fear." Donald walked into his office, and after seeing Stanley, he asked, "Are you Stanley Yeager?" "That's right. What's the matter?" Stanley stared at him casually. "I came here to tell you two things. First, you'd better pay Rafe the commission he deserves to get. Second, you should break your arm for beating Rafe up. It's best you do it yourself. If you make me do it for you, I might end up taking your life too," Donald said with a poker face. He looked down and stared at his beaded bracelet. Every time he touched the bracelet, he would feel immediately at ease. If it weren't for Jennifer's presence in the past couple of years that had tamed his hostility, Stanley would have been a corpse by now. Stanley leaned back against his office chair and lit up a cigarette. "Who do you think you are?" "Who do I think I am?" Donald pondered on that and nodded. Let me show you what I'm capable of doing then. After saying that, he walked over and grabbed Stanley by the hair. He lifted Stanley above the desk and squeezed gently on Stanley's shoulder. With a loud crack, the bone in his right arm was crushed instantly. His arm was broken. Ah! Stanley let out a deafening shriek. More than 20 young men from outside the office immediately rushed in upon hearing that. They all stared cautiously at Donald, and they closed in on Donald in the next second. Nonetheless, that was of no use. Within seconds, they were already sent flying away, knocked out in the office. Just you wait. I'll call Mr. Yates right now, and you're doomed. Stanley's face turned pale, and he quickly took out his phone. Unbothered about the men lying on the ground, Donald walked over to the couch and sat down. They were sales agents, and they were all in their 20s. None of them had ever shown any respect to Rafe. They were also there when Stanley had beaten Rafe up. However, none of them stopped that from happening. Instead, they were taking pleasure in Rafe's misfortune. When he saw how Donald knocked out all the agents, Stanley had a bad feeling. He quickly dialed Frankie's number. Meanwhile, Frankie was panting heavily with Rebecca under him. He pressed her head down and said to the phone, "Speak. Mr. Yates, bad news. Rafe's friend is here to cause a scene. He broke my arm." Stanley cried and whined. He glared at Donald with anger fuming in his eyes. "So what if you can fight well? Do you have the guts to beat Frankie? Everyone knows Zane is the most powerful man in Polarton, and Zane spoils his nephew so much that he will give Frankie everything Frankie wants." Frankie did not answer and ended the call. Then, after releasing himself, he grabbed Rebecca by her head. "Didn't you tell me you've settled everything about Rafe? His friend is here for him." Something was dripping from the corner of Rebecca's lips as she said, "Mr. Yates, don't worry. I know who that friend is. He's just a divorcee. We don't have to be afraid of him. You should go down and take a look first." "I'll join you shortly after taking a shower," said Frankie as he stood up. Rebecca took a piece of tissue paper and wiped the corner of her lips. She fixed her makeup before walking out of the office. With a disdainful expression on her face, she quickly walked toward the office, exuding the aura of a strong career woman. After arriving at the office, the first thing she saw was the young men who were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. However, she was not concerned about their injuries at all. Her gaze then shifted to Donald. Donald was seated on the couch and stared at her with his face devoid of expression. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 71 Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 71 Facing Donald, Rebecca showed no signs of fear. She scoffed, "Donald, you have some nerve. Do you know where we are?" Donald nodded. "Yes. You know." Rebecca raised her voice. "You know, and you still dare to barge in to beat someone up? You really are tired of living, aren't you? Kneel and apologize now. If I'm in a good mood, I might ask Mr. Yates to spare you. If not, tomorrow, there's going to be one more corpse floating in the sea." "Mr. Yates?" Donald sneered. "Zane isn't even fit to be my dog. Why should I be scared of Frankie? Even if I killed him, Zane wouldn't dare to do anything. And if he did, I'd kill his entire family." Donald had the strength and means to do so. Before he was crowned as Lord Campbell, he was known widely as Golden Lord. "Yes. Frankie, Zane's nephew." Rebecca pulled out a chair to sit. She sat with her legs together. Her posture made her look majestic, like a dragon looking down on ants. "Donald. This can't be good for you. Why must you stand up for a good-for-nothing like Rafe? What do you know that makes you say that?" Donald stood up slowly. Rebecca jumped to her feet. Pointing at Donald, she scolded, "Mr. Yates told me. And compared to him, you're nothing. Yes, yes, yes. You're nothing. If you have any sense left in you, kneel down and apologize. And break your arm." Stanley shouted angrily. "You're confident in Frankie, aren't you?" Donald mocked. "Who do you think he is? First, you beat up my people, and then you question my authority." Frankie's voice could be heard from outside. "All right. I'll show you today what I'm capable of." Before he could even enter the room, a group of people rushed over and surrounded him. Stanley ran the fiercest. "Mr. Yates, avenge me. Look, my arm is broken. It's crushed." Another group of males complained, "Mr. Yates, this is too much. Yeah. He even scolded you. He's made an unforgivable mistake. Just shoot him already." Frankie was blocked by the group of people at the door. Before even seeing Donald, he furrowed his brows. Rebecca could read people well. Just looking at Frankie's expression, she could tell what he was thinking. "Get out of his way," she shouted. Frankie blew away the strand of blonde hair blocking his vision. "Get lost. I want to see who has the guts to challenge me." At that moment, he saw Donald. Donald was looking back at him, expressionless. Frankie paused. He frowned. He seems familiar. Have I seen him before? When Rebecca saw Frankie frowning, she pointed at Donald. Mr. Yates, it's him. Rafe's friend, Donald. Show him who's boss. Donald. He's Donald. Wait, what did Uncle Zane ask me to do? He recalled Zane saying, if you meet a young man named Donald, kneel before him if you can. If you can't, make sure not to provoke him. When Frankie asked why back then, Zane replied that he himself wasn't even qualified to be a dog for Donald. Those words had struck Frankie deeply. The South Prince isn't even worthy of being his dog. He had then asked about Charles Langford. Zane said that even Charles didn't match up to Donald either. Zane then passed a photograph of Donald to Frankie to let him see. Donald. Frankie was trembling. His complexion instantly turned pale, and he stepped backward. His heart felt weak. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 72, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 72. At the mercy of Donald. I already avoided Donald's district. Why did I have to meet him here? Which Donald? Frankie clarified. The Donald you know, Donald sneered. I'm dead. I'm dead. It's the same man that Uncle Zane warned me about. Frankie immediately fell to his knees and clutched Donald's thigh. Mr. Campbell, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? Rebecca, especially, was rubbing her eyes, thinking that she was seeing things. Am I hallucinating? It doesn't seem like it though. Zane's nephew, Frankie, actually knelt on the ground and apologized, unprompted. He even called Donald Mr. Campbell. Are you ready to show me what you're capable of? Donald asked with no emotion in his voice as he looked down at Frankie. Frankie quivered. His face was pale. No, I don't dare to. Absolutely not. Mr. Campbell, I'm sorry. I really am sorry. Rafe is your friend, right? I'll transfer 1 million, no, 2 million to him. And I'll kill Keith for you. Is that all right? Hearing that, Stanley looked sick. Rebecca covered her mouth in shock. She couldn't help but take a few steps back, her face pale. What exactly is going on? Stanley was shaking with fear. He knew what Frankie was capable of, and the latter's abilities were something to be feared. Frankie was the one who helped Charles with his dirty work. What did it mean, then, for Frankie to kneel for Donald? It showed that Donald was unimaginably powerful. He was able to assert his dominance over Frankie and Zane. Mr. Campbell, I really know that I'm wrong. I'm a stupid dog. If I knew Rafe was your friend, I wouldn't have dared to touch him, Frankie said sincerely. Although his face showed nothing but sincerity, his heart was exploding with fear. People like Donald shouldn't be in Polarton, but in Jadeboro. That's where the big bosses operate. Donald looked down at Frankie. Did Zane tell you to tell me that? Frankie hurriedly shook his head. No, I thought to say that myself. Call Zane to come over here, Donald stated. Frankie looked at Donald pleadingly. Uncle Zane would come to know about today's incident sooner or later. But if he finds out later, he'll be less angry, and I'll suffer less, right? Going over then was basically a death sentence. At the thought, Frankie's eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Stanley and Rebecca. When this is over, I'll kill you too. You don't have the right to talk to me directly, Donald said indifferently. Just as he said that, Frankie suddenly realized what situation he was in. Yeah, what right do I have to speak to Donald directly? If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it already. If I call Uncle Zane over, would I be showing him respect? At the thought, Frankie calmed down. He took out his phone. Uncle Zane. Help me. What's wrong? Zane's low voice could be heard from the other side. I've offended Mr. Campbell, Frankie said as he sobbed. Zane hadn't registered what Frankie was saying. Which Mr. Campbell? Mr. Donald Campbell. Frankie said through gritted teeth. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Finally, Zane shouted, You're dead. Where are you now? I'll come over immediately. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 73, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 73. Turn of events headquarters. Said Frankie. Zane hung up immediately. Donald walked up to the couch and sat down. He swept his glance across the room while subconsciously twisting the beaded bracelet on his wrist. Rebecca kept her head lowered as she dared not look at Donald. However, she couldn't hide the shock and resentment in her. He used to stand with me at the starting line. Who is he to become a person that even Zane is frightened of? Rebecca had heard Zane yell and couldn't help but notice something. Besides anger, his yell contained fear as well. Meanwhile, Stanley hid in the corner, watching frightfully. Things had developed outside of his imagination. He knew Rafe's family background. Rafe had an obese wife, and his father-in-law was an uneducated person. Rafe was a typical honest but good-for-nothing man. However, Stanley couldn't figure out what was going on at that moment. "Please have a cigarette," Frankie fawned as he hurried over voluntarily and offered Donald a cigarette. Donald took a look at him and accepted it. Frankie was delighted. Watching them, Stanley and Rebecca felt resigned. "How can I help you?" Frankie asked politely, nodding his head and bending his body. "I'll wait for your uncle's return. The purpose of my visit today is to seek an explanation for Rafe," Donald said calmly, unbothered by Frankie's polite attitude. Frankie's brows furrowed. "Why did you come personally? Can't a phone call settle this matter?" "Oh gosh, this is so shocking. I'm feeling so nervous right now." After about 10 minutes, they heard hurrying footsteps from the outside. Then, a middle-aged man walked into the office. He had a well-built body and was wearing a suit. Upon entering, he looked straight at Donald, walked to him, and bowed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell." Standing aside, Frankie kept quiet with his head lowered. Donald stared at Zane without a word, sending chills down the latter's spine. Zane wouldn't dare to do a thing, even if Donald killed Frankie at that moment. It was because of Charles that the Yates family managed to rise. However, the succession of Charles was due to Tristan's promotion, and the latter was Donald's subordinate. Despite not knowing the entire inside story, Zane knew bits and pieces. "Kneel." Zane kicked Frankie hard at the back of the latter's knee. The sharp pain caused Frankie to kneel on the ground in no time. "Come on. Tell us the whole story," Donald pointed at Stanley and instructed him. Stanley shivered, and his face was incredibly pale. Donald remained reserved, not flaunting his authority. He was unlike Zane, who was eager to show off his power. Zane cast a cold glance at Stanley. "Spell out the incident as Mr. Campbell instructed. Don't exaggerate any details or hide any of them. Tell the truth." With beads of sweat on his forehead, Stanley gritted his teeth and told them about the incident. The expression on Zane's face turned ferocious, and his eyes darkened. How dare they offend Donald just for 1 million? A mere 1 million. I would sacrifice my wealth wholeheartedly to flatter him. Besides that, Rebecca kept insulting Mr. Campbell. She was the one who instructed me to beat up Rafe. Stanley glared at Rebecca with detestation as he spoke. Donald and Zane simultaneously narrowed their cold and expressionless eyes in Rebecca's direction. Terrified, Rebecca knelt on the ground. "Donald. No, Mr. Campbell. We were classmates. I wasn't aware of your identity. Please forgive me." Son-in-law Madness Chapter 74, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 74 Consequences. "Mr. Campbell, feel free to let me know your decision. I'll follow your order no matter what," Zane said with his head lowered before bowing apologetically. Donald waved his hand impatiently. "Forget about it. There's no point saying all these now. Return Rafe his money. Anyway, I hate the sight of the both of them." He pointed at Stanley and Rebecca. "Hate. I know what I should do now." Zane then replied delightedly, "Of course, Mr. Campbell. I'll do it. I'll do it myself." Frankie lifted his head and volunteered, casting a menacing look at Rebecca and Stanley soon after finishing his words. "How about him?" Zane pointed at Frankie. "What? Do you want me to get rid of him too?" Donald questioned back emotionlessly. Zane and Frankie broke out in a cold sweat, and the latter nearly wetted his pants. "Quick. Say thank you to Mr. Campbell." Zane kicked Frankie's backside, causing the latter to nearly fall flat on his face. Frankie cast a begrudging look at Zane before turning back to Donald and bowing. "Thank you, Donald." The moment Zane heard it, his expression turned pale. "How dare you address him so casually? Don't drag me down if you wish to die." However, unexpectedly, Donald said impatiently, "That's enough." Frankie hurried over with another cigarette and lit it up. "Please have a cigarette then." Surprisingly, Donald didn't turn down his offer. Zane was secretly pleased with what he saw. Is he agreeable to that more intimate term of address? If so, will the Yates family be prosperous soon? Maybe this unfortunate event can take a turn and end well? Donald took a deep breath and looked at Zane with a faint smile. "Who brought your nephew up?" "It's all self-taught." He, Frankie chimed in with a fawning smile. "Donald, where is Mr. Miller right now?" "I should apologize to him personally," Frankie asked enthusiastically. "The hospital," Donald answered. Frankie seemed excited after hearing Donald's reply. "All right. I'll go there now." Donald stood up immediately, without taking a look at Rebecca or Stanley. As Frankie mentioned earlier, there was no need for him to bother with those insignificant people. Rebecca's eyes were filled with hatred and bitterness as she watched Donald leave. The moment Donald left, a menacing expression replaced the fawning smile on Frankie's face. He stared at Rebecca and Stanley cold-bloodedly, causing them to tremble and step backward. They looked at Frankie with fear written all over their faces. Do both of you know that you nearly got me killed? Do you know the consequences of offending Donald? Frankie spoke in a cold tone with a threatening gaze. Rebecca and Stanley turned pale and dared not utter a word. Don't worry. I won't kill you. However, I won't let you live a good life. I'll send you both to the pig farm to raise pigs, Frankie said. Stanley and Rebecca inwardly squirmed at the thought of raising pigs at a pig farm. Rebecca instantly felt dizzy as she couldn't believe her fate of ending up on a pig farm. She fell to the ground as her body went limp and weak. Then, she covered her face with her hands and cried, knowing that her life was over. No one in Polarton could ever live freely after getting under Frankie's skin. Frankie sneered before leaving. He headed out to see Rafe and apologized to the latter. At the hospital, Lana crossed her arms and stood beside the window. She had no interest in talking to Rafe. As an arrogant woman, she wouldn't even bother to look at Rafe if he wasn't Donald's good friend. Rafe didn't dare to utter a word as he felt belittled by Lana's intimidating aura. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 75, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 75. Going to divorce him. A sudden commotion arose with angry yells embedded in it. Lana frowned slightly before a sneer was formed on her face. After giving it a thought, she walked aside and hid behind the curtains to see what the bully was up to. The door was suddenly kicked open in the next moment. Soon, a topless middle-aged man sauntered into the room. 9 dragons were tattooed on his rather short and plump body. He had a bowl cut and looked like someone one would not mess around with. He was Finnegan Scott, Faye's father as well as Rafe's father-in-law. As soon as he entered the room, he eyed Rafe on the bed viciously. You bastard, I think you have a death wish. Rafe shuddered after hearing Finnegan's voice and immediately wanted to sit up on the bed. Faye charged forward from behind Finnegan and pointed her finger at her husband. I want to have a divorce, you bastard. But before that, let me make you a cripple first. Finnegan pulled over a chair casually and crossed his legs after he sat on it. Then, he glared at Rafe icily. I can't believe that you have the guts to ask Donald to hit my daughter. Faye went overboard this time, Rafe explained. After Finnegan heard that, his eyes immediately became so wide that his eyeballs were almost bulging out. He suddenly stood up and ran to Rafe to give the latter a slap. In an instant, 5 red finger marks appeared on Rafe's cheeks, and blood flowed out from the corner of his lips. He could not stop himself from looking at Faye, only to discover that there was neither sympathy nor love on her impassive face. Is she the woman whom I call my wife for several years? Finally, a look of utmost exhaustion overtook his face. He grew silent for a moment before he asked, in that case, let's get a divorce. Of course, we are going to do that. Not just that, but you also have to give back every single thing of our belongings. Before the divorce, I will also break one of your legs. With that, Finnegan lit a cigarette. Faye chimed in, no, I won't let you have a divorce so easily. Where is Donald? Ask him to come here. I want to kill him. Rafe could not help but raise his voice as he uttered, that's enough. Leave him alone, and just take all your anger out on me. Hey, since when have you started speaking up for yourself? Finnegan inquired in a confused tone. The fat on Faye's cheeks jiggled as she trembled in anger. This useless man is still thinking of helping Donald at such times. Not only is he useless in bed, but he is also useless in everything right now. Finnegan ordered, make Donald come here. Otherwise, I'll break both of your legs today. Rafe closed his eyes and remained silent, preparing to take everything alone. F***CKU. As Faye's anger flared up, she walked over and landed a kick on his waist. Even though Rafe grimaced in pain, he still remained silent. A blond man standing at the back suddenly charged toward him and placed a dagger on Rafe's throat. Ask Donald to come here immediately. Otherwise, I'll make him a cripple. Just as Lana was about to reveal herself to resolve the situation, a man suddenly walked into the room and leaned against the doorframe as he watched everything indifferently. Frankie had arrived. How impressive, he commented coldly without any expression on his face. When Finnegan, Faye, and the blond man turned around, they immediately shuddered. After all, Frankie was the nephew of the South Prince, Zane. Technically speaking, Frankie was Finnegan's superior. Finnegan started off his business with construction projects. He was handling some ongoing projects at the moment, such as trenching and excavation, and many of his businesses relied on Zane. Hence, he dared not offend Frankie at all. Even if he was not relying on Zane, he dared not offend Zane himself. Oh, hello, Mr. Yates. Finnegan immediately put on an ingratiating smile. Are you here because of Stanley? Don't worry. My daughter is going to divorce Rafe. In fact, we are going to do that immediately. We have no relations whatsoever with him, and I'm actually planning to break one of his legs. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 76, Son-in-law madness chapter 76. What is going on? A great trepidation filled Finnegan's heart, and he had no other option but to treat Frankie respectfully. Thinking that Frankie was here to pick on Rafe, Finnegan immediately severed all ties with Rafe, as he feared that he would be implicated in the situation himself. Frankie merely eyed Finnegan coldly without saying a single word. However, he was actually observing Rafe through the corner of his eyes, pondering about how he could please the latter. I must not be too lax around someone worthy of Mr. Camel's personal intervention. When Finnegan saw Frankie's expression, he thought the latter was here to seek trouble with Rafe, so he emphasized again. Mr. Yates, this useless man has nothing to do with us. Faye will divorce him immediately. The expression on Frankie's face was unfathomable as he asked, useless man? Divorce. He looked thoughtful, but one could not discern any emotions on his face. Seeing the current situation, Finnegan had no idea how to respond. What on earth has Rafe done to make Frankie come all the way here? That's right. He is just a good-for-nothing. Finnegan replied. Upon hearing that, Frankie strode toward Finnegan slowly and gave him a slap. Even though Finnegan was furious, he did not dare to utter a word of complaint and lowered his head instead. That was Frankie's way of managing things. He was arrogant, and he liked to bully the weak. Apart from that, he loved to grovel to the people who were more powerful than him. With Donald backing him up, he even had the guts to beat Nigel up. Now that Mr. Campbell has my back, Nigel is just a nobody to me. Meanwhile, Faye and the rest merely looked at Frankie with wild astonishment. What is going on here? Rafe is the one who offended you. Why did you hit my dad? Frankie's next action merely left them more bewildered. He gave Finnegan another tight slap before saying, you guys must be blind. Rafe is my boss. Get it? With that, Frankie glared at Finnegan fiercely. It was as though he could not wait to devour the latter. Unable to believe what he had just heard, Finnegan stared at Frankie with widened eyes. Everyone knew one of Frankie's prominent characteristics. He would address anyone who was more powerful than him as his so-called boss. This was a common knowledge among the people of Polarton. Now that Frankie said that Rafe was his boss, without a doubt, this meant that Rafe was such a powerful character that even Frankie was intimidated by him. Since when has Rafe gotten so powerful? Seeing that he doesn't wield the power himself, this meant that the person backing him up is the powerful one. Hence, who is the one backing Rafe up? It must be Donald. After coming to that conclusion, Finnegan and Faye were so shocked that they stood rooted to the ground as if they had been electrocuted. Divorce? No relations with Rafe. Frankie let out a cold snort. That's just convenient. Rafe isn't a man you could simply hang out with anymore. From now onward, he is someone who can boss me around, and whoever opposes him will make me their enemy instantly. The shock of everyone in the room intensified. All this while, the blond man still stood there dumbfoundedly with his dagger still placed on Rafe's throat. Frankie immediately charged toward him and kicked him in the gut. How dare you attack Rafe? You should be severely punished for that. Meanwhile, Rafe was still stupefied by the recent revelation. What is going on here? Who am I, and where am I? Where do I come from, and where am I going to end up? Just then, a snigger was heard from behind the curtain, eliciting a furious glance from Frankie immediately. Then, Lana walked out of her hiding place. You are much stronger than your uncle, she remarked with a smile. Frankie was first taken aback after seeing her, but he immediately understood that Lana was probably here on Donald's instruction to keep the entire situation in check. After Frankie thought it over, he tried even harder to show his efforts. Rafe, I know you are shocked. But don't worry. I have already made arrangements for Stanley to be a pig rearer for the rest of his life. On top of that, you don't have to keep this fat wife of yours anymore. I have a beautiful cousin whom I was going to introduce to you. After Frankie said that, he crouched obsequiously to massage Rafe's legs. Son-in-law madness chapter 77, Son-in-law madness chapter 77. Please help us. This made Rafe panic. Please get up, Mr. Yates. Frankie's face darkened. How could I do that? This is comfortable for me. How does it feel? Rafe was still in a state of shock. It's good. Frankie was over the moon upon hearing that. In that case, please do put in a few good words for me in front of Donald. Lana rolled her eyes upon hearing that. For the first time, Rafe felt how mysterious and unfathomable Donald was. Seeing how the most eminent businesswoman in Polarton was willing to follow him and how Frankie was so submissive toward him, Rafe could not fathom how powerful Donald was. Okay, he replied. Frankie was delighted to hear Rafe's agreement. As long as Mr. Campbell is happy, everything I do will be worth it. My reputation as an ingratiating person is not just for show. The fat on Faye's cheeks trembled as she was worried that Rafe might suddenly become a man of power. Finnegan, too, also had a foreboding premonition. After offending Zane, do I still get to survive in Polarton? Well, I could try to rely on the West Prince, Jim, as everyone knows that Jim is not on good terms with Zane. But would a person like Jim even take notice of me? I don't know what your name is, but I can tell you that from now onward, all your businesses in Polerton are over. This is what you get for offending my boss. Frankie announced with his index finger pointing at Finnegan. Finnegan shuddered as consternation was reflected on his face. Please have mercy on me, Mr. Yates. Frankie merely let out a cold snort. Umph. Consider yourself lucky that you are still alive after offending Rafe. Finnegan immediately looked at Rafe. Say something, Rafe. I'm your father-in-law after all. Faye agreed, yes, Rafe. We are still husband and wife. It takes a lot of effort to be together. Am I right? Have you forgotten how much we were in love when we first started dating? Back then, we loved each other so much. As soon as she started talking, goosebumps appeared on Lana's arms, and even Frankie, who loved to fool around with women, also felt uneasy. Shut your mouth, you fat woman. Frankie bellowed. Rafe sighed. The moment you asked your father to come into the room, we were over. To be honest, I have no clue what is going on as well, so don't come to me. Instead, you should ask Donald to forgive you. Frankie instantly gave Rafe a thumbs up after hearing that. He is without a doubt a man Donald has chosen well. Listen to the way he speaks. He doesn't take any credit for himself and gives all the credits to Donald. Even though Mr. Campbell is not here, he is the one who seems to have accomplished the most here. How impressive. I have a lot to learn from Rafe. Rafe, since you are close with Donald, you can help us to beg for his forgiveness. Finnegan was still holding onto a shred of hope. Faye, however, burst into tears. You heartless man, Rafe. After you achieved some success, have you forgotten us now? In that instant, annoyance suddenly bubbled up within Rafe. Frankie rose to his feet and hollered, Get lost, both of you. If you still remain in my sight, I'll beat you up. However, Finnegan and the rest still had not given up on their struggles. Finally, Lana spoke. Just go away, you guys. I'm getting quite revolted at the sight of all of you. It was only until then that Finnegan left with his daughter and the blonde man. I can't afford to offend any of them here. Who the hell is Donald? He is so terrifyingly powerful. With the departure of Finnegan and his group, silence immediately fell on the ward. The silence was prolonged by Rafe, who did not utter a single word. Seeing that there was no reason for her to stay, Lana was about to leave. Frankie, stay here and look after Rafe. I'll get busy with my other errands. Sure thing. Frankie smiled. I'm going to reminisce the good old times with Rafe. She rolled her eyes once more before leaving. How did Miss Collins meet Donald? Rafe asked. Frankie looked at him meaningfully. She's Donald's woman. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 78, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 78. Something is off. Rafe gave Frankie a thumbs up. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Is it true you have a beautiful cousin? Frankie froze for a moment and thought that Rafe was quite a shy man. Of course, it's true. Meanwhile, Donald arrived at Polerton General Hospital to visit his grandfather. Raymond was already up. Though he was quite thin, he was in good spirits. His eyes may look aged, but they contained immense wisdom. You have changed, he commented as he looked at Donald straight in the eye. Donald remained silent. Although he seemed rather reserved and unimpressive at this moment, Raymond could still see the majestic aura that Donald exuded. Have you ever regretted choosing this path because of me? Raymond asked in a low voice. Upon hearing that, Donald immediately raised his gaze and looked at his grandfather. In his impression, Raymond had always seemed to be an ordinary man, even after Donald's return to Polerton. But what is going on now? Grandpa, you. With a wave of his hands, Raymond interjected, you cannot break up with her. Do you understand me? Why? Donald asked. Just remember what I told you. Raymond looked at him meaningfully, and Donald returned the gaze as well. After a while, Raymond gave another wave of his hand. You may go back now. I need my rest. As he quietly observed Donald's leaving figure, his face darkened. It seemed as if an imminent storm was brewing. Donald went to Polerton Real Estate after leaving the hospital. When Raina welcomed him, she passed her phone to him. Have a look at this. Polerton Television was reporting an exclusive interview. A young man whose face was pixelated to keep his identity anonymous was present in the video. In the clip, a reporter was asking, Are you the person who took the video of Raina eating the scarlet swan? That's right. After all, it's against the law to eat the scarlet swan. My girlfriend was with me at the party that day, but I think it's not a decent thing to do. So, I asked my girlfriend to stay away from Raina. There were some rumors of you with Ms. Wilson, weren't there? The reporter suddenly became interested in the young man's love life. He remained silent for a moment before replying, "Yes, but it was all in the past now." His reply seemed to pique the reporter's interest in the topic. "Aren't you worried that Reina might blame you for this? I even heard that your current girlfriend is one of her friends. There's nothing I can do even if she blames me for this. I'm doing this because this is the right thing to do." "Very well. I'm sure this interview will get viral within a day. Let's make the necessary preparations for the second interview with Polarton Television," Donald uttered. Sure enough, the interview from Polarton Television became the most viewed video of the week, and it was even trending on Twitter. When the news reached Jennifer, she felt that something was off, but she could not quite put her finger on the odd feeling she had. "Nigel, have you seen the interview from Polarton Television?" After giving it a thought, she decided to call Nigel, who was panting on the other end of the phone. "I've seen that, but don't you worry. It can't stir up anything. Our aim is to let the public know that eating scarlet swan is illegal." Jennifer replied, "But I think that something is off." "What could be wrong? You just have to do your job." With that, Nigel ended the call. She frowned and hesitated for a long time before she called the number she had remembered very well. It was Connor Wilson whom she wanted to call. The bedridden elderly man was the previous Tehaven king and the pillar of the Wilson family. He wanted the 8 branches of the Wilson family to unite and wished for their family company to be the top conglomerate. "Granduncle Connor, how are you doing?" Jennifer asked. Cut to the chase. Connor sounded quite weak. "Nigel's previous plan was to target Scarlet Swan Villa, but I don't think it will work now. First of all, it's not worth the effort. Besides, I'm positive that a wise man is giving them pointers. My suggestion is to give up on targeting that property and focus on Southwood E-commerce district instead," she suggested. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 79, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 79 Public Opinion Up to You. With that, Connor hung up the phone. Holding her phone, Jennifer immediately took out a pen, paper, and a map. She then started studying the map. An hour later, a look of shock crept onto her face. Land reclamation. She then got very excited. So far, there had not been any documents or insider information saying that Southwood E-commerce district might have a land reclamation. It was full of reefs and was a dolphin sanctuary. Generally speaking, it was unlikely that it would be reclaimed for the next decades or so. However, according to the results of her research on various news, Jennifer had come to a conclusion. Within 3 to 5 months, the 30 square kilometers of the waters behind Southwood E-commerce district will be reclaimed. Stephen, get ready to allocate funds. Try your best to order excavators and establish a construction steel sales company, a cement company, and an earthwork transportation company, Jennifer commanded. But Susan, the newly hired secretary, Stephen Hobbs, was stunned for a long time. "Do as I said," Jennifer replied. She was feeling uneasy, hoping that her guess was right. If she were wrong, there would be no turning back for her. "Ms. Wilson, Susan's here." Stephen's voice was heard from outside of the office 10 minutes later. "Tell her I'm busy." Jennifer then turned her phone off and turned on the computer to look at the news of the Scarlet Swan incident. The internet had gone crazy. All the netizens started off by criticizing Reina for breaking the law by eating federally protected animals. However, the comments soon took a great turn as netizens found out that it was Reina's ex-boyfriend who first leaked the news. "I can't believe you reported someone who treated you to a Scarlet Swan meal just to get back at her. What a jerk. That's too much. Poor girl Reina." Public opinion was changing, and everything was changing according to Donald's expectations. Nigel's purpose was to let the public know that eating scarlet swans was illegal, and he wanted to tarnish Reina's name. He wanted to wait until Scarlet Swan Villa became a hot potato and then buy it at a low price. In fact, his plan almost succeeded. Scarlet Swan Villa might be on the edge of closure if he was not exposed. Nigel sensed that something was off upon seeing the public opinion change. He immediately made some phone calls to some of the supervision departments of Polarton Television. The response he got was that Polarton Television was getting ready to start a live interview with Scarlet Swan Villa, and the supervision departments would follow along to enforce the law. Nigel felt his body turn cold. What is going on? I've seen the comments, and I clearly had the upper hand. What's happening right now? Since when did the story become a jerk getting back at his ex-girlfriend? What a crazy woman Reina is. In order to get Scarlet Swan Villa, she doesn't even mind having her reputation ruined. Nigel mumbled to himself as he switched on the television, trying to see if there was anything he could do to salvage the situation. He was very determined to get Scarlet Swan Villa. As soon as he turned on the television, Nigel saw the live interview. In front of the camera was a vast farm that employed natural farming, and the scenery was incredible. Reina greeted the assigned reporter and the members of the relevant supervision departments. Aside from Polarton Television, there were other platforms going on live broadcast. The comments started flooding in. D*MN. I didn't know Reina was this young. Reina wouldn't be in such a situation if it wasn't for the jerk. Actually, I think Reina's quite pitiful. She was stabbed in the back by a scumbag and ended up like this. Nigel's brows twitched as he read the comments. He cursed in his heart that these people were fools. Meanwhile, Reina pointed at the back as she said, "This is Scarlet Swan Villa that's located in Zendale. The investment in it is nearly 300 million. The reporter then started to question Reina. "Ms. Wilson, are you aware that it is illegal to breed or eat scarlet swans?" Son-in-law Madness Chapter 80, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 80 licenses. Yes, I'm well aware of that, and I know that it's a line nobody can cross without getting punished by the law. Reina replied. The reporter nodded. There's been an uproar about the Scarlet Swan incident in the past few days. We have invited some relevant supervisors here today. If Scarlet Swan Villa is indeed illegal, you'll be handed over to the judicial authorities. We'll be going on live stream during the whole process to make sure that everything is fair and just. Reina took in a deep breath. Okay. Then, a man stepped forward and started to introduce himself. Hello, Ms. Wilson. My name is Anthony Sullivan. I'm from the Polarton Supervision Bureau. According to the law of our country, it is illegal to consume wild scarlet swans. From now on, I'm officially in charge of investigating Scarlet Swan Villa, and I hope you can cooperate. Hello, Chief Sullivan. As you have just mentioned, it's illegal to consume wild scarlet swans, but all the scarlet swans in Scarlet Swan Villa are bred. According to national law, it's not illegal to breed scarlet swans. This was the first round of Reina's counterattack. The netizens were puzzled. Since when can we breed protected animals? Why didn't I know about this? Even the reporter was confused. Really? Chief Sullivan, is that true? Asked the reporter. Yes, that's true. There's a law stating that you can breed scarlet swans only if you have the breeding qualification, sales qualification, and also consumption qualification, Anthony answered. Please come with me, said Reina. The camera began to shift, and people could now see the inside of Scarlet Swan Villa. There were mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. It was like a small wetland park. There were even quite a few lakes, forming an ecological cycle system. Inside the villa, there was a scarlet swan whose wings were tied up, and it was leisurely searching for food. It would go into the lake and hunt for some small fish and shrimp once in a while. Reina then handed them a stack of documents. Here you go. This is the breeding license approved by the provincial center. The reporter took them from her, and the camera zoomed in for a closer shot. There were several red stamps on the documents alongside the signature of the head of the provincial center. The documents are indeed valid. I can now conclude that Ms. Wilson's Scarlet Swan Villa is legal and compliant. Anthony said. The netizens went crazy. Wow. She's good. She can even get a breeding license. Does this mean that we have wrongly accused her? Now, where are all the professionals on Twitter? The comments on the internet started to have a one-sided trend. All the netizens that criticized Reina started to show support. Reina then handed them another set of documents. Here are the sales license and the consumption license. Anthony was very serious about his job. He carefully looked at the documents one by one and nodded right after he finished checking them. All these documents are indeed valid, which means Ms. Wilson's Scarlet Swan Villa has a series of strict procedures in place. It's completely legal for Scarlet Swan Villa to breed or sell the scarlet swans as edible food. I will take full responsibility for everything I have just said. Congratulations, Ms. Wilson. Is there anything you want to say to the public? Asked the reporter. Reina smiled and took over the microphone. I'm very grateful for everyone's concern for me and Scarlet Swan Villa. I believe everyone has managed to see that Scarlet Swan Villa covers an area of more than 4 square kilometers, and over the years, I have made Scarlet Swan Villa into a small wetland park. Everyone is welcome to come over and pay a visit. The tickets are fairly cheap. It costs only 30 for one ticket. She had started to advertise about Scarlet Swan Villa. It was too late for the reporter to stop Reina when he finally realized what she was doing. As for the scarlet swans, I have to thank Chief Sullivan for his investigation. Even though our scarlet swans are bred, their ecosystem is completely independent and basically the same as the wild ones. Reina then grabbed one of the scarlet swans and flipped its wing open in front of the camera as she continued, Look, everyone. We have numbered every one of our swans. There's even a QR code on each of them. You can check for each swan's information by scanning the QR code. We do this to prevent anyone from hunting wild scarlet swans and blaming it on Scarlet Swan Villa. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 81, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 81 Trade War Plotters I believe that everyone has a duty to protect and not eat wild animals. Reina spoke with integrity. I think everyone is concerned about the cost right now. I'm thinking of turning the scarlet swan into a luxury edible that I can sell for 1,000 per 500 grams. Each one has a dedicated logistics channel that provides door-to-door delivery. One scarlet swan weighed about 4 kilograms. That would cost around 7,000 to 8,000. Ordinary people would find it extremely pricey, but for those who were curious, the cost was completely within their means. It's a gift designed to entertain guests, Reina stated, using Polarton television as a platform for advertising. The netizens were stirred again, and the reporter's face was filled with resignation. They were supposed to be here for an interview. How did it turn into an advertisement? Just one more thing. It's open for reservations. After Reina finished speaking, she left the camera's range. Upon watching the broadcast, Nigel's face turned gloomy, and a storm was brewing in his heart. Good one. That's really a good one. I don't believe you came up with this idea yourself, Reina. Nigel was stunned. What a textbook example of a corporate warfare. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Nigel knitted his brows and said, "Come in." It was Susan, the manager of the Wilson family of Tehaven. "I'm not in a very good mood right now." "Strip it off yourself." Nigel stared at Susan. Even though Susan was shocked and felt that she was being wronged, she took off her clothes obediently and let Nigel take charge of her body. Half an hour later, Nigel lit a cigarette, looked at the charming Susan, and asked, "What do you think of Reina's move?" Susan replied, "Reina most certainly did not plan it herself. She does not have the ability to do so yet. The person who devised this method has a good understanding of people's hearts. It may appear inconspicuous, but if a segment fails, it will be game over." Nigel nodded. "That's right." In particular, when talks about her ex-boyfriend surfaced, public opinion took a new turn. For a brief moment, Susan was silent. She then asked, "So what should we do next?" Nigel sneered, "We will wipe out Scarlet Swan Villa completely with the power of the Wilson family of Tehaven." Susan's eyes were filled with a deep hatred. "Yes, that woman should be ashamed of herself." Following that, Nigel questioned, "What are you here for?" When Susan sat up straight, she loosened her grip on the towel. "Almost forgot. Jennifer called up old Mr. Wilson and gave up on the siege of Scarlet Swan Villa in favor of establishing construction steel and earthwork transportation departments in Polarton, as well as ordering thousands of heavy excavators." Narrowing his eyes, Nigel responded, "What is she trying to do? Does she wish to die?" Angry and deep as a subwoofer, Nigel's voice exploded in fury. Susan shook her head. "I don't know." Again, Nigel sneered, "She appears to have forgotten that she is only a slave to the Wilson family. I'm looking forward to seeing what she has in store for us." Although performances might impress the amateur, they might not necessarily impress the expert. While the general public saw this as an entertaining stunt, those familiar with the corporate world's rules were taken aback. What a textbook example of a corporate warfare. Meanwhile, in Reina's reception room, Jennifer arrived. "Reina, this is an excellent move you've made." This retaliation stunned the whole world. Jennifer sat down on the couch as she released a distinct aura. Reina replied with a smile, "You flatter me." A faint smile appeared on Jennifer's face. "I'm pretty sure this wasn't your idea. Can I meet the mastermind behind this? Someone with a business mind like that can't be a simpleton." Reina said, "Indeed, it wasn't my idea. It's just that the guy in my house doesn't like to reveal his face." "Someone you live with? Is Reina currently dating someone?" Jennifer furrowed her brows. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 82, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 82. Thanks to Donald. Despite her curiosity, Jennifer didn't inquire about that. Instead, she asked, "How old is he?" After a brief moment of thought, Reina answered, "Probably 27, or maybe 28. He's so young." Jennifer was a little taken aback. Reina, on the other hand, smiled in return without a word. "Oh, yes. Old Mr. Wilson's birthday is approaching soon. Do you have any plans since you're a member of the Wilson family?" Jennifer raised the main subject. Reina hesitated for a while. Eventually, she replied, "I won't be going, but I prepared a gift. Help me pass it to him when you're there." Jennifer continued, "I might be meeting old Mr. Wilson at Tehaven tonight." Reina asked, "Why are you heading to Tehaven all of a sudden?" In all honesty, Nigel has had visions for Scarlet Swan Villa that I don't. Besides, it's already a loss. There's no need to waste any more time. To be successful, I need to look at the big picture. I have fixed my eyes on Southwood E-Commerce District. Tonight, I'll meet old Mr. Wilson to finalize some things, Jennifer explained. Reina felt as if Jennifer was a stranger to her. "You've grown up," she sighed after staring at Jennifer for a while. Jennifer returned the sigh. "I've been through enough." She couldn't help but think of Donald, and it made her sad. "I'll make a move first." Following that, Jennifer stood up. Reina sent her off. Not long after that, another major piece of news was announced. Winter the Diva would be the brand ambassador for Scarlet Swans. The commercial was already in production, and filming had begun. Scarlet Swan Villa quickly rose to prominence that night. It received over 3,000 reservations in a single night and made more than 20 million in revenue. Not only that, Scarlet Swan Villa became a popular destination for influencers. There was a never-ending stream of tourists. One ticket only cost 30, which was worth it. In just a few days, the tourism part of the sales alone generated more than 10 million in revenue. Everyone's attention was focused on Scarlet Swan Villa because it had become an iconic cash cow. As long as Reina kept an eye on Scarlet Swan Villa, she would be prosperous in the days to come. At the time, Donald, who orchestrated the entire scene, was attending a dinner to which Reina had invited him. It was just the two of them. Reina's face was flushed as she met Donald's gaze, her outfit impeccable. Petite and thin, the loose bat top and tights Reina wore that night gave her a young, cute, and energetic look. "Donald, thank you so much." Reina personally served Donald a glass of wine. Donald replied, "I'm not used to drinking wine." He added, "Waiter, can I have a bottle of beer?" The waiter responded, "I'm sorry. We don't serve it here. You must be joking. This is a high-class hotel. People spend 3,000 on average here. And you're expecting to find beer here?" Reina pursed her lips and smiled. She then took out a stack of banknotes and ordered, "Go buy some." In a frenzy, the waiter dashed out. Almost immediately, he served a bottle of beer. "Do you want some?" Donald asked. Reina nodded after thinking about it for a few moments and was given a half glass. Right after that, Donald held the bottle and took a big gulp. Reina swallowed the beer despite her unfamiliarity with drinking and reddened eyes from the prickling sensation in her throat. Soon enough, Reina was tipsy, and she became more talkative. "Donald, thank you so much. Without you, I would probably have been doomed." Donald replied, "It seems like you've been through a lot." Reina's eyes were red. "Yes, I did. I was born into a dysfunctional family. Growing up, no one supported me. My father divorced my mother when I was very young. He abandoned us and disappeared with that other woman. Although I had begged him to stay, he refused to listen." She continued, "After graduating, I established an online platform, which I sold for 3 million. During this time, he came back but disappeared immediately after stealing 1 million from me. After that, I created Polarton Real Estate from scratch. I did everything from demolition to renovation. I even begged for investment and funding, but I did not receive any response. There were also some who made outrageous demands, but L rejected them." Reina's eyes gradually filled up with tears. "I was driving a broken bread van at the time and saw a woman walking in the hot summer sun. Out of kindness, I drove her around, and she made a direct investment of 10 million. That was when I started building my business." Son-in-law Madness Chapter 83, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 83 Unpleasant encounter. Ms. Dolezal is my benefactor, whereas you are the person who gave me a renewed life. Reina stared intently at Donald immediately after those words. In response, Donald raised his wine glass. "Cheers." After downing the wine in one go, Reina asked, "Have you considered ending your single life, Donald?" Donald was startled by that question and did not know how to respond to it. At that moment, Reina blushed and lowered her head slightly. What do you think of me?" Once again, Reina's words took Donald aback. He could not help but turn to glance at her before responding. In his opinion, Reina was undoubtedly a beautiful-looking woman. She had fair skin, sparkling eyes, and a petite frame. If her personality were not self-assertive and independent, Donald believed she would easily arouse men's desire to protect her. Concurrently, Reina looked at Donald in a mixture of shyness and anticipation while still having reddened cheeks. After all, taking the initiative to say those earlier words was quite embarrassing for a woman. "You're a fine woman without question," Donald answered after a while. Upon hearing that sentence, Reina waited for Donald's next sentence expectantly. "However, are we compatible?" Donald fixed his gaze at Reina before continuing, "Jennifer and I love each other, but we're still separated. Do you know why?" Reina's face darkened at that instant. Nevertheless, she still nodded and replied, "Okay. I get it. In any case, I'm still very grateful to you for your help." Letting out a sigh, Donald uttered, "I have no choice but to walk some paths on my own. Those paths are dark at times and turbulent as well." That utterance made Reina suddenly feel that Donald was a lonely and pitiful individual. Consequently, she grabbed his hand and said, "I'm not afraid. I can be by your side." Donald looked at her earnestly and responded, "My world is not only dark but dangerous. I will not consider anything about relationship matters for the time being." The brightness in Reina's eyes dimmed again after those words, but she was still holding onto Donald's hand. Just when Donald was about to say something, someone interrupted. Isn't this Donald? An alluring-looking woman was looking at Donald in surprise. Apart from her looks, she was slender and tall. One could tell that she was the enticing type with a single glance. There was also a man standing beside her currently. He looked at Donald condescendingly before shifting his gaze toward Reina. Wow. This woman is the tycoon from Polerton who started from scratch. Her looks are not bad indeed. It's only been a few days since you divorced Jennifer. Now you're already searching for a new lover. The woman stared at Donald with disdain. Her gaze then fell upon Donald and Reina's hands that were still holding together. Immediately afterward, Donald withdrew his hand and wiped his mouth with a tissue before lifting his head. That's none of your business. The second she heard that response, the woman furrowed her brows and gazed at Donald with even more contempt. Do you realize how despicable you are? I heard that you still don't have a job. Fortunately, Jennifer has already divorced you. Otherwise, you would be a weakling who lives off a woman. As for the man beside her, his gaze had turned cold. How dare he speak to my woman in such a manner? Does he have a death wish? A few seconds later, Reina stood up and uttered calmly, without depending on the man beside you, you're nothing as well. Sure enough, that enchanting woman was outraged. She pointed at Reina and shouted, how dare you? I think you're the one who depends on men. Her loud voice had attracted the attention and piqued the interest of many customers. For that reason, the woman was all fired up. I don't believe that a pretty lady with no background like you can reach your current status without sleeping with old geezers when you were doing businesses. You might have already slept with tons of men. Upon hearing those demeaning words, Reina's face turned pale. Quite a few people did suggest that kind of immoral act to her back then, but she rejected all of them. Up to the present, her most intimate action with a man was only holding hands with Donald. As a woman, no matter how independent and self-reliant Reina was, there were still times when she felt vulnerable. She feared such speculation and was very bothered by it as well. Thus, she was exceedingly irritated when that woman spoke those words right before Donald. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 84, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 84 Alleged Settlement. Why are you not responding? The alluring woman grinned smugly and proceeded, is it because I'm right? Before Reina could make any refutations, Donald slapped the woman across the face. As a result, a palm print appeared on the woman's heavily make-up face. Such groundless speculation tarnishes others' reputations. Repeat those words if you dare. Donald spoke expressionlessly. Even though he was impassive, he was a caring person in truth. If you love me, I'll treat you as a friend and protect you. On the other hand, it does not matter if you hate me. I'll destroy you if you intend to go against me. Those were some of the principles Donald had. Regardless, Donald was only a human. That was why he smacked that woman on the face. About the woman, she was no random person but Jennifer's cousin, Madeline Zimmerman. She was also one of the many guests who attended Donald and Jennifer's wedding. Donald. Madeline covered her face while staring at Donald in disbelief. How dare you slap me? He has the nerve to hit me, Jasper. The man standing beside Madeline, Jasper Albee, held Madeline's shoulder and pointed at Donald. His expression had turned chilling and terrifying at that point. You slapped my woman in front of me and at my restaurant. Do you have a death wish? It was then that Donald noticed Jasper's presence. Judging from his appearance, Jasper was in his mid-20s. He was not the handsome type, but he possessed a charismatic temperament. One could tell that he hailed from a wealthy family. Donald glanced at Jasper swiftly and made no response as he had no interest in saying anything. You'd better kneel and apologize right now, Donald. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to plead for mercy. Madeline sneered while she spoke. Oh really? Donald asked nonchalantly. Hearing that casual reply, Jasper snorted before chiming in, aren't you relying on Reina? Do you think she can protect you when I unleash my wrath? While speaking, he also went closer to Donald. Getting rid of a person in Polerton is a piece of cake for me. I think you're still unaware of the power I wield. Once she heard those frightening words, Reina was alarmed and tugged Donald's sleeve with regret. Let me deal with this, Donald. She recognized that Donald had no idea who Jasper was, but she knew. Jasper was the son of the East Prince, Lucas Albee. Lucas, Charles, Jim, Zane, and Tyson were like insurmountable mountains in Polerton. A few years ago, they joined forces to drive the parasite, Noah, away from Polerton. Such an incident demonstrated the magnificence of their capability. Aside from that, even though Reina's net worth was comparable with Lucas, his depth was much stronger than hers. On top of that, Lucas' father-in-law was the legendary combat artist, Octagon sex leader. Mr. Albee, I'll compensate you 100 million to settle things. What do you think? Reina proposed. Despite knowing that Donald was no ordinary person, Reina thought confronting an individual like Lucas head-on was not the way. Besides that, Some rumors reported that Lucas' son, Jasper, was an insatiable and greedy person. 100 million. Jasper twirled the ring on his thumb and continued, "It seems like Mr. Campbell is very dear to you, Ms. Wilson. You're willing to give out 100 million to resolve this matter for his sake." After hearing Jasper's words, Raina pondered. How wonderful it will be if 100 million can settle the issue. Unfortunately, things might not be so easy. Jasper then uttered, "I'm not in a hurry anymore regarding this matter. We have something to attend to now, Madeline. Let's leave first, shall we?" Madeline knew that Jasper had something up his sleeves. Therefore, she glanced at Donald and Raina maliciously before nodding at Jasper. "All right." With that, Jasper guffawed and left while wrapping his arm around Madeline. At the moment, Raina was feeling despondent. "Don't worry. I'm here. I also want to know what tricks they have up their sleeves," Donald assured. Raina smiled faintly and shook her head in response. "Okay. Anything you say." Seeing her reaction, Donald did not say anything further. Soon after sending Raina home, he returned to the mansion in Polerton Estates. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 85, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 85 Land Reclamation. As soon as he arrived, Donald received a message from Bradley. It read, "Jennifer has headed to Tayhaven to meet the pillar of the Wilson family in Tayhaven, Connor." If it were not for the person mentioned in the message, Connor Wilson, the Wilson family in Tayhaven would not have been that formidable. One could even say that the entire Tayhaven was in the palm of his hand. Donald texted back, "Monitor everything closely and report to me at once when you receive any information. Send someone to protect Jennifer as well. By the way, are there any traces of the parasite?" Bradley replied, "Nope. After Bennett's death, there was not a hint of upheaval. Even Nigel has no movement so far." Donald instructed, "Continue keeping tabs on them." Meanwhile, Jennifer entered the Wilson residence in Tayhaven by herself. For the first time, she felt the terrifying power of the Wilson family in Tayhaven when she witnessed an enormous manor that occupied an entire mountain. Following a succession of identity verification procedures, she met the legendary Connor. He looked utterly different from the rumored frail appearance. Instead, he looked very energetic. He was currently exercising while holding a sword. "Granduncle Connor." Jennifer approached Connor and greeted him reverently. Connor displayed an amicable expression and responded, "Oh, you're here, Jenny. Take a seat and have some coffee." Jennifer walked forward sheepishly and arrived at a pavilion with Connor. The housekeeper came to serve them coffee. "Why did you come to Tayhaven?" Connor questioned while smiling. Jennifer answered obediently, "First, your birthday is just around the corner." "Right, Granduncle Connor? So, I came over to celebrate it with you. The second reason is I want to tell you my battle strategy in Polerton personally." In response, Connor took a sip of coffee and spoke casually. "I'm grateful that you thought of my birthday. As for your strategy in Polerton, you can call the shots on your own." "I'm having a little trouble discerning the present situation," said Jennifer. Let's hear it." Connor put the coffee mug down and stared at Jennifer. Jennifer felt a surge of pressure. Although Connor's countenance and gaze were warm, there was still an aura that a leader should have in his every movement. After all, he was an individual with a prominent position. Without delay, Jennifer organized her thoughts and told Connor, "Nigel intends to conquer Scarlet Swan Villa with his deployment in Polerton. For now, it is already a failure. I don't think he will give up easily based on his personality. However, losing again means a total defeat. There's no value in struggling with it anymore. In my perspective, we should forsake Scarlet Swan Villa and turn our attention to Southwood E-Commerce District." As before, Connor was still uninterested. "What's the situation in Southwood E-Commerce District?" "First of all, the district is 530,000 square meters big. There's not much difference between it and a mini-city complex, but I suspect there's a huge commotion." Jennifer met Connor's gaze straight on. "What huge commotion?" Connor found Jennifer's words a little amusing. Based on his experience and status, he believed it was very likely that no turmoil would stir up his interest. Jennifer enunciated, "Land reclamation." At that instant, Connor's heart throbbed. His hand that was reaching for the mug also paused mid-air. Uniting the 8 branches of the Wilson family to fight against the top local conglomerates before his death had been Connor's wish. Concerning Jennifer, she was only one of the representatives that Connor fancied. She was not a dazzling one as well. Since Polerton was nothing but a flippant move of his, he had never thought about bringing benefits to the Wilson family through that city. However, land reclamation would change everything. If that were the case, the Wilson family in Polerton would most definitely develop into a powerhouse. It could even propel the Wilson family in Tayhaven to greater heights. "Is the news reliable?" Connor's voice had turned deeper at that moment. "There's no news nor any documents. It's all my prediction." Charles is the developer of Southwood e-commerce district at present, but I'm aware that there's someone behind the scenes. Initially, that area was very remote and full of reefs. There was no value in transforming it into a dock. Yet, that place is Pollerton's largest logistic distribution center. There's going to be some big event happening there soon. Hence, I've prepared to establish a steel company, an earthwork company, and a transportation company in Pollerton. Besides that, I've made preparations to order a significant amount of excavators for the construction, explained Jennifer. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 86, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 86 Four Symbols Project. Connor tapped his finger on the stone table and uttered, the source of the news is unreliable, and it's purely your own guess. What if you're wrong? Land reclamation isn't difficult. The hardest part is getting approval. Even if I head over to Jadeboro myself, I won't be able to get it. Besides, you don't even know when and how they will reclaim the land. Jennifer remained silent. The next moment, Connor continued, however, it's a good thing to have the upper hand. It's remarkable that you can think of this. I want to take a gamble, said Jennifer. Go for it. Even if it's a loss, we'll only lose a few $100 million. However, if you guess wrongly, your family will be done for. It was Connor's way of warning her that if she failed, her family could never return to the main branch of the Wilson family, and they would have to fend for themselves. Taking a deep breath, she replied, I understand. Later, the old man waved his hand. All right. Go ahead and rest. Immediately, Jennifer left. As Connor looked at her retreating figure, his gaze darkened. Colby, is this your granddaughter? She better not let me down. Jennifer's biological grandfather, Colby Wilson, had warned Jennifer's father to treat Donald well. He passed away 3 years ago, and Donald also attended the funeral. I heard it. She's guessing that there'll be land reclamation, grumbled an old woman with a cane as soon as Jennifer left, staring at her back for a long time. Tapping the ground with her cane, she exclaimed, nonsense. Shortly afterward, Connor lifted the teapot from the table. You installed a listening device on the teapot. I'm still alive, but you're already so impatient. Having said that, he yanked the listening device from the bottom of the teapot and crushed it. His wife did not bother to explain and walked away with a sneer. There are still 3 days until your birthday banquet. I'm looking forward to seeing what gifts she has prepared for you. If I'm not satisfied, I'll send her back to Pollerton. What a shallow woman. The old man poured himself a cup of tea, unconcerned. In the jungle several kilometers away, a mysterious figure disappeared. Shortly after, the entire conversation record was sent to Donald's phone. Curling the corner of his lips into a sneer, Donald muttered, Connor's wife, Sylvia Yeager, wants Jennifer to make a fool of herself. Immediately afterward, he called Charles and instructed, Charlie, bring me a copy of the reclamation approval document and send it to the main Wilson family branch in the name of Horizon Group 3 days later. Kill everyone who dares to offend Jennifer, no matter who they are or what their background is. Jennifer is always mine. I'm not afraid of her family. Listening to the orders, Charles could feel himself burning with righteous indignation. As expected of Lord Campbell. What a domineering and amazing man. After that, Donald gave Lana a call. Where are you? What a surprise. Why did you call me? The woman on the other end of the line chuckled, and her voice was mellow. Previously, you kept asking me to meet Lilith. I'm free now. Okay, wait for my call. Since it was serious business, she stopped making jokes. On the surface, Lilith was a top international designer of high-end luxury goods. In particular, the necklace that she designed herself, Eternal Love, was priced at $10 million internationally and was still in high demand. In fact, Eternal Love was not her proudest work. The item she was most satisfied with was A Midsummer Night's Dream. There was only one piece in the world, with an auction price of $30 million. The entire fashion industry went into a frenzy when she unveiled the gown at the West Epi Fashion Expo a month ago. However, that was not why Donald wanted to meet her. She had another identity, the chief engineer of the Four Symbols project. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 87, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 87 Super Satellite GPS System. It was a super satellite positioning system. The positioning accuracy would be within a few tens of millimeters once 112 satellites were launched. If it were outfitted with strategic weapons such as intercontinental missiles, it would become a precision strike system for land warfare. Needless to say, the entire world would be terrified of this land warfare precision strike system. The launch base was spread across 4 uninhabited places in the country, but the laboratory and launch control terminal were both located in Pollerton. If Donald had guessed correctly, that was Noah's target. Noah had smuggled a huge quantity of human saliva, blood, and urine samples into the country. His goal was unclear, but he had to be up to something. Hence, Donald did not dare to take the matter lightly. Even though Noah was not the strongest opponent he had faced over the years, he was unquestionably the toughest enemy Donald had. He was involved in too many things. No one knew where he had wormed his way. It did not take long for Lana to call back. "She'll come to my office in half an hour. Do you want me to pick you up?" "There's no need for that. I'll go by myself." Half an hour later, Donald met Lilith in Lana's office. Dressed fashionably, the slender woman seemed to be in her 30s. Her hair was in a chignon, and she had an oval face, exuding an air of elegance. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Campbell." Lilith stood up and shook hands with him. Previously, Kiliat Avion had revealed his true identity to her. When she first saw his face, she was astounded. In her imagination, a character like Lord Campbell should be tough or even rude. However, after meeting him, she discovered that he was actually young and attractive. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Snowden. Please have a seat." Then, Donald gestured for her to sit down. Lilith was a mature woman, unlike Lana, who was flirtatious. She had highly exquisite mannerisms, and her every move displayed a serene demeanor. "I've heard so much about you and have been looking forward to meeting you." "I didn't know that you were so young," stated Lilith with a wide smile, revealing her white teeth. Shaking his head slightly, Donald remarked, "I'm just a brawler, but you're different. Researchers like you are the pillars of the country. Our country can only grow stronger because of your contributions." His words caught her by surprise because she had never imagined that he would have such a perception. "Miss Snowden, when are you going to the lab?" he asked. "I'll enter the lab a month later for final data debugging. We're still testing several major data points." "A month?" Donald narrowed his eyes. "In other words, I only have a month to find Noah and get rid of him." "The mission is arduous," piped up Lilith. "Noah Rodriguez, the main Wilson family." Nodding, the man in front of her reassured, "There's no need to worry. I'm here." His tone was full of confidence. "Even if I can't finish him off, I have the confidence to secure the laboratory and make sure you're safe inside. I'll leave it in your hands, then." While saying that, Lilith opened the 2 luxurious boxes next to her. "To express my gratitude, I brought you 2 gifts. I hope you like them." The first gift was an exquisite necklace. Squinting, he could not help but look in Lilith's direction. Meanwhile, Lana, who was beside them, was fully enthralled. Her jaw dropped, and she stared at the necklace in disbelief. Her eyes glowed with desire. "This is the supreme eternal love that I personally designed and crafted using Corlean meteorites and rubellite. During North Epi Fashion Week 10 days ago, the princess of a royal family offered 15 million for it, but I didn't sell it. Corlean meteorites were from outer space and contained a variety of trace metal elements. There are a lot of fake Corlean meteorites on the market right now. Some of them emit radiation. Wearing them on the body will have a negative impact. However, this one is different. Look." Moments later, Lilith plucked a strand of her hair and wrapped it around the meteorite before lighting a fire. The hair did not even bend. It was hard to burn it down. Subsequently, she took out a bowl of water and submerged the necklace in it. Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 88, Son-in-Law Madness Chapter 88 Horizon Group. In an instant, the entire necklace shone with vibrant rays of light, creating a stunning effect. "There are many ways to distinguish the meteorite. Do you like it?" Lilith queried. In response, Donald nodded and shook his head. "It's too valuable. I can't accept this." "You can give it to your wife. I don't think any woman would turn down such a present. Take it as the payment for keeping me safe in the laboratory. As for the second present, it's a Midsummer Night's Dream. Lana, try it on." It was a sapphire blue gown with a plethora of gleaming sequins. Despite rolling her eyes at Lilith, Lana still took the gown and walked into another room. When she appeared in front of Donald again, the shimmer of the gown blinded him. She looked dazzling and dignified. He could not resist glancing at her chest. The low-cut gown revealed the snow-white complexion of her upper chest. Her breasts jiggled with every step she took. "Did you cram half a soccer ball inside?" asked Donald as he pointed at Lana. The latter instantly rolled her eyes. "This is to show off my deep cleavage. Do you understand? I didn't undergo any plastic surgery. Aren't they bigger than Jennifer's?" Donald thought about it for a moment and responded, "I don't know. I haven't touched her." Surprised, Lana widened her eyes and inquired, "Are you serious? You've gotten married and divorced, yet you've never touched her?" "Because of a series of unavoidable circumstances, I'm still a virgin," replied Donald expressionlessly. Pursing her lips, Lilith chuckled and interrupted, "Okay, enough. That's off topic. Mr. Campbell, I'm giving you these 2 presents today." "All right, then." He took the boxes. At the same time, Lana was staring at him eagerly. Naturally, he was well aware of her thoughts and chose to ignore her. Who are you going to give them to? She sat beside him with a smile. Her outfit that day was extremely appealing. The tight-fitting skirt accentuated her wide hips, paired with black stockings that encapsulated her long and slender legs. Approaching Donald, she leaned her body closer to him. Can't I just keep them for myself? He questioned. The next instant, she pointed to the sapphire blue gown, a Midsummer Night's Dream. What about this one? After some deliberation, he answered, I'm keeping it too. Petty, she grumbled as she pouted. You have a net worth of tens of billions and can buy anything you want. Why do you want to take my things away from me? Of course, I don't care about the price. I can even afford 100 pieces of the gown, but the main thing is that it's a present from you. I'll be delighted as long as it's a gift from you. Then, she licked her red, plump lips. The lip lines were highly visible, tempting those who looked at them. Fine. Tomorrow, I'll buy 2 dresses for you from Amazon. After he finished speaking, he stood up. Lilith watched as he left with a grin. Seeing that he had left, she asked Lana, do you like him? The latter let out a sigh. You should know my family. Marriage of convenience has become the norm. They have already found me a fian, but I don't like him. As for Donald, I can't say I like him, but I do have a favorable opinion of him. Moreover, he's currently the most suitable man for me. He isn't overly ambitious and won't date me just because of my money. He's wealthier than you, Lilith stated. Nodding, Lana responded, I know. He's the owner of the Southwood e-commerce district. No, that's simply a toy for him, Lilith commented. Hearing that, Lana narrowed her eyes. He has a company named Horizon Group that operates outside of the country, Lilith added. How did you know that? Lana shot the woman in front of her a dubious gaze. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 89, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 89 Wyvern King sighing, Lilith explained, I originally wanted to join Horizon Group, but he turned me down. Every member of the group is the cream of the crop in their field. He set a rule that they would not accept any national-level scientists. All the scientists would have to work for their own nation. I didn't know he was so patriotic, remarked Lana. It might seem like he doesn't care about others' opinions of him, but he's actually pretty arrogant inside and has always wanted to serve the country, remarked Lilith as she nodded. When Donald came out of Lana's office, Charles was already waiting downstairs and bowed respectfully. Lord Campbell, the Wyvern King from Horizon Group has arrived. With his hands behind his back, Donald instructed, get in the car. A couple of seconds after he entered the luxurious Rolls-Royce, another man stepped forward and looked at him respectfully. Lord Campbell. It was a handsome but aloof man. His eyes were long and narrow, and he had a defined jawline, giving the image of being cold and distant. Kingsley Felton was a member of the Horizon Group and one of the top 100 assassins in the world. You're here, Donald piped up. As long as you need me, I'll do whatever it takes to be here for you. Kingsley was very excited because Donald was his role model. He even imitated Donald and put on an indifferent expression. Go to Tehaven with these 2 things and the reclamation approval documents. If the Wilson family refuses to obey, kill a few of them, ordered Donald coldly. Send them in the name of Horizon Group. Will it cause Ms. Wilson any trouble? Inquired Charles. If the parasite finds out it's okay. I've got my own plans, Donald interrupted. Hearing that, Charles remained silent. Shortly afterward, Kingsley left after taking Eternal Love and A Midsummer Night's Dream. Polerton was still prosperous. The financial district was beautifully illuminated. Raina was still processing orders in the office and had not gone home yet. Winter's promotional video had been released, and it had a great effect. The number of orders had increased dramatically in the last 2 days. Scarlet Swan Villa had also formally established a partnership with Charles to build a specialized logistics line. It could be said that Raina's business in the Southwood e-commerce district was off to a good start. Only a limited number of people were aware that the shoreline behind the Southwood e-commerce district would soon undergo land reclamation and become the springboard to success for countless people. Meanwhile, the dominant figure behind all those plans was none other than Donald. All of a sudden, Raina's phone rang. She picked it up immediately to see if it was a text from Donald. However, it was from an unknown number. The text read, if you want me to let Donald off, give me 50% of the shares of Scarlet Swan Villa. In an instant, a chill ran down her spine. It was from Jasper. She had always known that Jasper was ambitious. That was why she offered to pay him 100 million to settle the matter. Unbeknownst to her, he was overly ambitious. It was to the extent that he demanded half of Scarlet Swan Villa's equity. The annual net profit of Scarlet Swan Villa is now over 7 million, thanks to tourism and sales. Jasper actually wants half of it? She instantly racked her mind to think of a countermeasure. Should I tell Donald about this? No, I can't tell him. Jasper's granddad is the leader of the Octagon sect, while his father is the East Prince, Lucas. Once I tell Donald about this, he'll undoubtedly come forward. If he gets into another conflict with Jasper, he'll be in danger. Beads of sweat covered her forehead as she thought of that. What should I do? Should I not bother myself with Donald's safety? She asked herself 3 times and found out that she could not do that. Despite the fact that their time together was brief, she had fallen for him unknowingly. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 90, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 90. Feeling helpless before Reina could reply to the message, the phone rang again. It was not a text message but a phone call. After hesitating for a while, she answered the call. Reina, have you made your decision? Jasper's voice sounded from the other end of the line. Madeline had to be beside him because her voice could also be heard clearly. Didn't you say you wanted to save Donald? Then give us half of Scarlet Swan Villa's equity. Otherwise, Jasper will end Donald's life. Moments later, she added, don't you like him? Can't you even do this for him? Jasper, don't cross the line. Reina's voice was cold. The man instantly burst into laughter. He slapped my woman, and the whole incident was recorded by the surveillance camera. Even if you ask the officials for help, we're the victims. Don't force me to involve my father in this. Otherwise. Letting out a long sigh, Reina piped up, 50% is too much. I'm not calling to negotiate with you. If you agree to give me 50% of the shares, bring the equity transfer agreement to room 1102 at Lunar Hotel at 11 o'clock tonight. If you disagree, I'll make sure Donald Campbell bites the dust tomorrow morning. After saying that, Jasper hung up. Scarlet Swan Villa had not been listed and would not be listed in the near future, which meant that it was Reina's personal property. Even if Polarton Real Estate went bankrupt, she would be fine as long as she still owned Scarlet Swan Villa. However, Jasper was now asking her to give him half of the equity. The villa was the result of her hard work over the years. No one knew how much time and money she had invested into turning Scarlet Swan Villa from a swamp to a wetland park. Not to mention a slew of official swan breeding gone sale procedures. Slumping onto the chair, she closed her eyes, and her expression turned gloomy. It was the first time she felt so lonely and helpless. After some deliberation, she called Emma Dolezal. Emma was the first person who invested in Reina. She was a Polartonian and owned around 300 properties in the city. All she did was collect rent. Ms. Dolezal, I have encountered a problem, Reina uttered. What is it? Soon, a sleepy voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Immediately, Reina told her what had happened. What? You want to use half of Scarlet Swan Villa's equity to save a man? No. I've mentioned to you before that I want you to be my daughter-in-law. I'll never allow it, Emma refused without hesitance. Reina was stunned for a moment. In her impression, Emma had always been amiable. She had mentioned the matter before, but her son had rejected it. Besides, Reina had never wanted to be her daughter-in-law, so they had never talked about it again. Your son has disagreed, and I've never wanted to marry him either, explained Reina. In response, Emma sneered. Have you forgotten what I've done for you? Let me tell you. Offending Lucas doesn't benefit you in any way. Of course, I'm not afraid of Lucas, but why should I save a stranger? Scarlet Swan Villa is your future dowry. I won't allow anyone to lay their hands on it. The more she spoke, the more indifferent her voice became. At that moment, Reina felt a shiver run down her spine. It was the first time Emma showed aggression in front of her. Back then, Emma invested 10 million in Reina, but the income the former had generated from the latter over the years had already exceeded 50 million. Moreover, Reina had already returned the principal amount to Emma. Little did she know that everyone would try to take advantage of her after Scarlet Swan Villa rose to fame. If it weren't for my 10 million, there would be no you, let alone Scarlet Swan Villa, emphasized Emma. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 91, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 91. Uninvited guests. In an instant, tears welled up in Reina's eyes. I have always respected you. Is our friendship less valuable than Scarlet Swan Villa? Why do you think I invested 10 million in you when I have only seen you once? Emma began to sound harsh. Firstly, it's because you're beautiful. Secondly, you know how to earn money. Do you think I'll be grateful for such a short ride in a rickety van? Reina, if you want to continue doing business in Polarton, you'd better listen to me. As I already stated, I won't allow you to give even 1% of Scarlet Swan Villa's equity to others. As for Donald Campbell, just leave him to die. Having said that, she hung up the phone. Sitting on the chair, Reina closed her eyes again and only opened them after a long time. A hint of determination flashed across her eyes as she looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and she only had 1 hour until her appointment with Jasper. The next moment, she took a stack of documents from the safety deposit box. It was Scarlet Swan Villa's equity certificate, as well as a pile of qualification certificates. Taking a deep breath, she switched off the light before walking to the underground car park and driving to Lunar Hotel. At the same time, Donald was resting in an ordinary commercial house. It was the house that Charles had recently arranged for him. He felt that living in Polarton Estates was too high profile, so he usually lived and slept in this ordinary house. When he was sitting on the couch and scrolling through his tablet, the security door suddenly sprang open. Furrowing his brows, he glanced at the uninvited guests. There were more than a dozen men dressed in black. All of them were tall with protruding temples and appeared to be skilled fighters. As the security door was closed, they turned their attention to Donald, gloating over his situation. Meanwhile, Donald was still seated on the couch with no expression on his face. Lowering his head, he piped up, "You better pray that you're in the wrong room." "You're our target," exclaimed one of the men in black. Two-thirds of his face was covered. "Would you rather die here or come with us? Didn't the boss say to throw him into the sea? We can't do that yet. He can't die before we get our hands on half the equity. Why don't we deliver him to Reina after castrating him?" Hearing that, Donald raised his brows. "Are you that strong? Why do you sound more arrogant than me? Since you're so capable, why don't I give the title of Lord Campbell to you? Well then. Since I already know who sent you here, you're worthless now." Subsequently, he put down the tablet and stood up slowly. As he got up, his body exuded an unrivaled and invincible aura. At that moment, he was like a prehistoric beast dormant in the abyss, waking up in an instant. All the men in black experienced a hallucination that Donald had transformed into a dragon and was preying on them. "I guess all of you and Jasper have a death wish." His voice was cold as a glister of wrath flickered across his eyes. Shortly afterward, he picked up a glass off the coffee table and quivered it gently. Then, clanging sounds and dragon roars could be heard, and a chilly glow glimmered in a flash. The next moment, the glass blew up into a dozen pieces, flew out, and nailed themselves into the foreheads of those men. Gradually, the men in black slumped to the ground one by one. Within a second, their foreheads were punctured, and blood was gushing out from their wounds. All of them died instantly. Out of the dozen men, only one remained. The last person was stupefied, standing in the same spot and traveling his gaze between the bodies scattered across the ground and Donald, who looked like a monster. Soon, his legs gave way, and he began to tremble with fear. Is he human? Just by shaking the glass, he killed so many of us in an instant. We're no ordinary humans. All of us are the best disciples of the Octagon sect. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 92, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 92 Disciple of Octagon sect. Where is Jasper? Donald questioned. The man was still trembling uncontrollably and stammered, "Why, you can't kill me. I'm from Octagon sect, and my master is Octagon sect's elder." "Where is he?" Stepping forward, Donald ripped the man's mask off. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and his face was as white as a sheet. "The information we received is inaccurate." Jasper claimed that Donald was just an ordinary young man. But now, he's more like a demon. With this kind of strength, he's basically invincible in the country. He's in room 1102 at Lunar Hotel. The man's eyes were full of terror. Is there any way for Octagon sect to survive after provoking this man? What's going on? Inquired Donald expressionlessly, as if he were an emotionless sculpture. However, the more indifferent he was, the more terrified the man in black became. From Donald's expression, the man could sense that the former's hands were stained with blood, and he had killed many. Shaking, he answered, "Mr. Albee ordered us to kidnap you so that he could pressure Reina into giving up 50% of the shares of Scarlet Swan Villa. She should be on her way now." Instantaneously, Donald's gaze darkened. His eyes were filled with endless murderous intent and hatred. "Using me to threaten Reina? How dare you? Even your father, Lucas, won't be able to protect you today." Suddenly, he grabbed the man's neck and asked, "You're from Octagon sect?" "Why yes," replied the man in black, struggling to breathe. Snap! Without any hesitation, Donald broke the man's neck and sent him to meet his maker. Subsequently, he fished out his phone and called Reina, but no one answered. As he went out of his house, he gave Charles a call. "Come to my house and cut off those men's heads before delivering them to Octagon sect. Tell them that one head is worth $1 million. If they refuse to pay, I'll obliterate all of them." Since Charles was diligent about his skincare routine, he was applying a facial mask when Donald called. The moment he heard what the latter said over the phone, he was so shocked that the mask on his face wrinkled. "Lord Campbell wants to wipe out Octagon sect? Shit. This is shocking news." Even though Octagon sect was an ancient combat arts clan, it was also a listed company. There were 19 companies under its name, including companies in industries such as feed and pesticides. "What's the matter?" Charles's hands were trembling. In this world, no one could endure Lord Camel's wrath. However, Donald did not answer him and drove straight to Lunar Hotel. Shouldn't I give Lucas a call? Sorry, but he isn't qualified for me to do so. It's not that I can't kill his son. Besides, he isn't even worthy of being my servant. If he angers me, I'll end his life as well. That was Donald. He would be polite to those who were worthy of his respect. On the contrary, he would never spare those who got under his skin. Meanwhile, Reina had arrived at room 1102 at Lunar Hotel and turned her phone to silent mode. As soon as she entered the room, she sensed that something was amiss because Jasper was the only person in the room. He seemed to have just finished showering. His lower body was wrapped in a large bath towel, and he was wearing white slippers, drying his hair and looking at her with a devilish grin. Frowning, she asked, "Where's Madeline?" When he called her earlier, Madeline was still there. From her standpoint, Jasper would not mess around if Madeline was there because she was his girlfriend. That was why she had the courage to come alone. This matter is between the two of us. Why should she be here? He sat down next to her, breathing in her body fragrance. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 93, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 93. Silly woman. Reina's expression changed abruptly, and she instantly stood up. Sorry, let's talk about it tomorrow. With that said, she was about to rush for the door. Just then, Jasper snickered. Tomorrow? If you leave now, Donald will be dead tomorrow. Why don't you just stay here? After we're done, I'll send both you and Donald back. The woman's expression immediately turned grim. You sent someone to capture Donald. Jasper responded with a smirk. No, you're wrong. I'm not capturing him but inviting him. Taking a step back, she queried, what do you want? The man scrutinized her from head to toe before saying, do you really don't understand what I want? She's such a gorgeous beauty. Look at her petite figure and slim waist, not to mention that her skin is as smooth and fair as milk. I've changed my mind. Not only do I want half of the shares of Scarlet Swan Villa, but I also want you, he declared while pointing at her. In a flash, Reina's face blanched. The thing she feared most had happened. I thought you liked Donald very much. Can't you even sacrifice yourself for him? Slowly, he approached her step by step. Terrified, she quickly fled to the door and opened it. At that moment, a sarcastic voice rang out behind her. You can leave, but Donald will definitely die a painful death. Reina was shaking like a leaf. Donald was the first man she fell in love with. Although she was not good at expressing her emotions, Donald's image had been appearing in her mind every day for the past few days. Her senses told her that she should leave and not bother about Donald's life or death. However, her emotions were telling her that she could not leave. In fact, Jasper was not scary. The most terrifying ones were Lucas and Octagon Sect. She knew that Donald was no ordinary man, but what he had demonstrated in front of her was just his outstanding business talent. He had no prominent background, so there was no way he could fight against Lucas and Octagon Sect. The fact that he knew Winter and Lana was still not enough. I can only agree to give you half of the equity. No, I'll give you 60%, but I won't agree to the other conditions, she proclaimed. Jasper was a smart man and immediately knew how important Donald was to Reina. Laughing out loud, he remarked, no, even if you give me the entire Scarlet Swan Villa, I still want you. I must make you mine. Reina bit her lip and did not say a word, tears welling up in her eyes. Meanwhile, Jasper closed his eyes in satisfaction and savored the sensation. Is this the thrill of having power? Come on. Don't waste my time. Lie on the bed obediently. His voice was cold. Reina's body shook at his words, and her eyes reddened. After hesitating for a long time, she walked toward the bed, lay down on her back, and closed her eyes. At the same time, tears trickled down her cheeks, wetting the bedsheet. Seeing that, Jasper burst into laughter and kicked the door close with his heel. Next, he rubbed his hand and approached Reina. Don't worry. I'll be gentle. Nevertheless, there was no expression on Reina's face. As he reached out to her chest and was ready to unbutton her shirt, a loud bang sounded and a huge floor-to-ceiling window shattered instantly. Immediately afterward, a warrior-like figure rushed in through the window and stopped in front of Jasper, grabbing his neck and lifting him up into the air. You must have a death wish. Donald's voice was terrifyingly impassive, like the chilly wind in winter. Soon, the temperature in the room dropped. Hearing his voice, Reina quickly opened her eyes and sat up from the bed, staring blankly at him. Silly woman, he reproached. Reina's body began trembling violently, and she threw herself into Donald's embrace. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she burst into tears. Let me deal with him first, said Donald as he tossed Jasper away and patted Reina's back. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 94, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 94. Protect you. Panicking, Raina shouted, "Don't. His father is Lucas." Jasper regained his composure and gave Donald a sinister look. "Do you have a death wish?" "My dad is Lucas, and my mom is the Karate Association's president. My granddad is the leader of Octagon sect and my uncle is a permanent resident of Yartran." There was a mocking expression on Donald's face. "Lucas? President of the Karate Association? Leader of Octagon sect? Permanent resident of Yartran? No matter what, I'm still going to break your limbs today." Donald walked toward Raina. Raina gripped Donald's arms and said, "Donald, listen to me. Don't do anything. You'll be in danger." Glancing at Raina, Donald saw teardrops on her lashes. She had already signed the equity transfer agreement. Jasper would own half of Scarlet Swan Villa once he took the agreement away. Silly. Donald's heart softened as he continued, "Remember, I'm not afraid of anyone, and I'm also capable of protecting you." He said he's capable of protecting me. Raina felt a sense of blissfulness when she heard that. Does this mean that he agrees to my confession of love? But I'm not ready. He hasn't proposed to me yet. Where should our newlywed home be? What should we name our children? How many kids should we have? Donald had no idea that what he said had already got Raina thinking about what they should name their children. When Jasper calmed down, he noticed something. "Where are those 15 people?" "They're dead," Donald replied. Jasper narrowed his eyes in slight disbelief as he sneered, "Donald, if you want to live, leave now. Let me enjoy my time with the girl." "Actually, no. I've changed my mind. I'm going to sleep with her, and you'll stand here to watch. Otherwise, not only you, but your whole family will die." Donald responded, "That won't happen." Jasper picked up his phone and made a call. "Send some people over and ask my dad to come." After hanging up the phone, Lucas was still unaware of the impending disaster that was about to befall him. He sat on the chair and lit up a cigarette. "Donald, you'll see today that we are different. Your entire life of hard work will not change your identity as a lowly person. My 3 generations of ancestors are all wealthy. What do you have to fight with me?" Donald comforted Raina before saying to Jasper, "Get as many people as you want. We shall see who's better." Raina was worried and wanted to call Lana. However, Lana's phone was turned off. "You don't have to call anyone else. I alone can protect you," Donald reassured her. At that moment, Raina relaxed for a bit. "All right. I'll stay right here with you." When Jasper saw that, he was furious. Soon after, they heard footsteps. The door opened, and 2 groups of people entered from outside. One group was wearing karate uniforms, while the other was wearing uniforms of the Octagon sect. They were all fighters under Jasper. Jasper sighed. "See? You'll die today." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. "Break all 4 of his limbs." The 2 groups of people charged toward Donald immediately, and the latter stood up straight like a warrior. Then, he dashed toward the fighters and waved his fist. One of the fighters who charged ahead was sent flying into the wall by Donald's punch. The fighter stopped breathing after trembling in agony for a few seconds. "This way of fighting is a waste of my time. Lend me your necklace," Donald said to Raina. Raina was taken aback and had no idea what he was going to do. However, she still removed the pearl necklace from her neck. There were 32 beaded bracelets in total. Donald held the necklace tight in his hands before throwing it out. Swish. A loud noise sounded, tearing the air apart. Jasper's pupils contracted immediately when he saw the necklace's beads glowing as they flew past at high speed. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 95, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 95. Do as you please. Cracking sounds were accompanied by shrieks and screams. Every bead hit its target and penetrated through the frontal skulls of all the fighters, sealing the wound. No blood spilled out. However, their brains were shattered by the strong force. At that point, all 32 people fell to the ground and died. Lucas jumped to his feet, startled. He froze at the spot. On the other hand, Raina was shocked too, as she had not expected Donald to be this strong. Without even getting blood on his hands, he managed to kill 32 people in a second. You. Jasper finally came to a realization. Donald is not an ordinary person. He is a true master. Damn Madeline. She's going to get me killed. How can she tell me that Donald is a loser? How can a loser be this strong? You can't murder me. My dad is Lucas. Jasper's legs were stuck to the ground. He wanted to flee, but he could not even lift his legs. Donald remained expressionless. Your dad is not as smart as Zane. Zane warned Frankie not to find fault with me, but your dad did not tell you so. Dumbstruck, Jasper thought Donald was talking nonsense. Raina, on the other hand, was absolutely awestruck. Why do I still admire Donald although I think he is speaking nonsense and bragging? Before Jasper could say anything, he noticed Lucas running toward them. He was excited. "Dad, right here. Someone is going to take my life. Quick, come over." Lucas was short and chubby but at the same time muscular. His face darkened. "Why do you keep causing me trouble? What happened this time? Donald wants to kill me. Hurry up and finish him off. Also, I want to sleep with this girl," Jasper shouted frantically. Lucas stopped in his tracks and looked at Jasper in disbelief. He was standing in the corridor and had not yet seen Donald, who was in the room. "Who wants to kill you?" he asked. "Donald. Come and end him, hurry," Jasper urged impatiently. Lucas was startled. He felt traumatized. "I hope this guy is just someone who shares the same name with Donald Campbell. Please don't be Donald Campbell," Lucas prayed in his heart. Raina, who was standing by Donald's side, clutched his right hand tightly. Her gaze was firm as she felt the warmth in the man's hand. "Come quickly. You're so slow." Jasper was impatient. Finally, when Lucas arrived at the door and saw Donald, who was wearing a cold expression in the middle of the room, he almost fainted in fear. His brain could no longer function. "Damn it, Jasper. Of all people, why do you have to offend Donald? He can catch a rifle bullet with his bare hands. Besides, do you even know his identity? The leader of the Octagon sect and the Karate Association's president is nothing compared to Donald." Looking as if he had aged quite a number of years, Lucas knelt down and surrendered to Donald. "Mr. Campbell, I'm sorry. Do as you please." He put on a humble stance. His whole body was shivering, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He was so petrified that he had lost the ability to think properly. If he had met someone else, for example, Nigel and Charles, he might still try to fight back. However, the person in front of him was Donald, a legendary man who was so formidable that he was almost as powerful as God. Hence, he had no desire nor the confidence to resist. Donald looked at Lucas indifferently. Raina, on the other hand, widened her eyes in shock and covered her mouth upon seeing Lucas kneel before Donald. She looked at Lucas, then back at Donald. Son-in-law Madness Chapter 96, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 96. You deserve to die. Donald looked resolute, and he radiated an imposing aura that showed he was the one in control. Raina's initial impression of him was that he was only skilled in fighting. But now, she found herself pleasantly surprised. Jasper stood stunned. Feeling a sense of dread, he shouted, "Dad! What are you doing? Get up! You're Lucas Albee, and your father-in-law is the head of the Octagon sect." Lucas ignored him and did not budge at all. "Mr. Campbell, please punish me." At that moment, the only thing he could do was plead guilty. That was because he knew the fate of his entire family was in Donald's hands. Apologies and pleas were useless at that point. "Dad, say something." Panicking, Jasper stepped forward to haul Lucas to his feet when he saw a few more people coming down the corridor again. The man walking in front had snowy white hair and was wearing a smart suit. He was Charles, the richest man in Pollerton. Looking nervous, Charles approached Donald and greeted him respectfully. Jasper stood frozen to the spot as if struck by lightning. He recognized the person behind Charles too. That's Zane Yates. His fame and power rival Dad's. Zane was carrying a sack that was dripping blood. He walked up to Donald and got down on one knee. "Mr. Campbell, these are the 15 severed heads of those from the Octagon sect and the Karate Association. We're about to deliver them to those two places. Please have a look." By then, Jasper had lost his ability to think clearly. He was shocked to see Lucas get to his knees, but Charles's and Zane's appearance struck him with sheer terror. Who on earth is this guy named Donald Campbell? Madeline told me he was just a good-for-nothing, but is that really the truth? Would so many big hots treat him with such respect if he was indeed a good-for-nothing? Then, a third person appeared. He was plump and seemed to be a chef. He was even holding an iron ladle and had a blade used for slaughtering pigs hanging around his waist. It was Tyson. With the exception of Jim, 4 out of 5 of the most powerful and influential people in Pollerton had gathered. Raina stared in disbelief at the scene before her. As for Jasper, he had turned deathly pale. Frankie was the last to arrive. His eyes crinkled as he seemed to rejoice in Jasper's bleak situation. "Goodness, Jasper. You really don't seem to fear death. You. Jasper pointed at Donald, his mouth going dry. "What have I done? Who is he? He's utterly terrifying. Why did so many people panic when he got enraged and hurry over to appease him?" Finally, Donald spoke. "Lucas, why don't you tell me what I should do?" A shiver ran down Lucas' spine as he groveled on the floor, not daring to lift his head. "Please do as you wish. I won't utter a single word of objection." Jasper staggered a little when he heard those words. It finally dawned on him that even his father would not be able to protect him. He fell to his knees and bowed toward Donald repeatedly. "Mr. Campbell, please forgive me. Please spare my life. I won't do it again." Jasper continued to bow over and over again while kneeling next to Lucas. Lucas did not move even an inch. The worry etched across his face made him look as though he had aged more than 10 years. "You truly deserve to die," Donald muttered. His tone was cold and flat, and his expression emotionless. No one dared to make any sound. Then, Donald turned to Zane and instructed, "Take care of it." Zane nodded at once. "Yes, Mr. Campbell. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "No. My maternal grandfather is the head of the Octagon sect, and my mother is president of the Karate Association. My uncle is a permanent resident of Yartran. If you kill me, you'll have to bear the consequences." Jasper roared. Frankie stared at Jasper as if the latter was an idiot. Is he seriously going to try and weasel his way out of this at this point? Octagon sect? Karate Association? Son-in-law Madness Chapter 97, Son-in-law Madness Chapter 97 flustered a permanent resident of Yartran? So what? Donald can destroy them all without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, Donald piped up, "Wait. I changed my mind." A look of glee crossed Jasper's face. He chuckled and said mockingly, "Oh, are you scared now?" "I knew it." Then, he turned to Lucas with a hint of resentment in his expression. "Just look at how pitiful you are." Donald continued, "Take him to the Octagon sect and kill him there. If anyone dares to stop you, kill them too." Lucas' body trembled violently. However, he could only sigh in despair without saying anything. He knew if he uttered a single protest, it would be over for the Albee family. Although Jasper was his only son, he still had a few daughters. If he crossed Donald, all of them could end up getting killed. "Run along," Donald said, waving his hand dismissively. Lucas got up and retreated with his back still bent respectfully. After walking out the door, he sighed and did not say anything. No words could express the heaviness in his heart. Meanwhile, Zane grabbed Jasper by his neck and headed straight for the Octagon sect. Jasper kept struggling to break free as he shouted, "Give me a phone. I want to call my mother and uncle." "Give him a phone. Let him make those calls," said Charles. Zane passed Jasper a phone while Frankie watched with a smirk. "It's a good thing you didn't step out of line. Otherwise, you would have met the same sticky end," Zane said, his tone grave as he looked at Frankie. Frankie nodded solemnly. "I know." After everyone else had left, Donald led Raina to the room next door while Tyson arranged for some people to clean up the scene. "I want to take a shower," Raina said, her face flushed scarlet. Momentarily stunned, Donald finally responded, "Okay." Fortunately, the walls of the bathroom were not see-through. Otherwise, it would have made